Finally, Friday, everybody. We made it. I'm Jesse Cofield. You're watching The Sweat, a show chock full of sports betting and DFS analysis. And we deliver it hot and fresh to you Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Today is no different. Here to give us the goods are DraftKings contributors Stan Sun, Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. So we got a stacked 12-game main slate leading us into Memorial Day weekend. Stan, the most expensive pitcher by a mile is Garrett Cole at $11,200 facing Detroit. Do you need him in your lineup, or are you saving some cash and going with someone else?
Yeah, no, I'm going Garrett Cole, 11.2 at Detroit. Actually, it's an interesting slate because there's a lot of weather concerns here. So like 5 or 6 games could be off the slate. I was actually felt very comfortable from a macro perspective finding bats to fit in and pay up at both pitcher slots today. So, the FIP is 1.71 for Cole. Swinging strike rate is 15.5%, which is the 8th highest in the MLB. 92 strikeouts, 64.2 innings, only 8 walks. The Tigers are second in strikeouts and only 22nd in ISO against right-handed pitching. And, like I said, he is able to fit into the build today. So, you got to take the points and bank them in.
Nick, what do you think? Are you going to pay up for Garrett Cole in this spot, or do you think you want to save some cash? You could get a guy like Walker Buehler for 10-4.
I mean, Walker's a good choice, but Cole is he's a lock because he's going against a team that strikes out most against right-handed pitching, and then they're in the bottom 8 in OPS, ISO, and WOBA. Look, I get it's very chalky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys a pitcher under 8K today to pair with him, and I'm actually going to stay in that matchup with Casey Mize at 7.6K. And look, he's had 6.7K. He's had a good month, and I know he pitched well against the Red Sox. I think they're true against the Royals, and I know they're kind of on the downslope right now. But the Yankees are 5th in K rate against right-handed pitching, and then they're like 19th in OPS and 16th in WOBA. And their ISO is like 6th worst against right-handed pitching. So I would pair him up with Cole, hope for that low-scoring game over there, because right now, Stan said it. The weather's a concern right now. You have Martin Perez, who would be a good option tonight, but it might rain up in Boston. So I think right now you got to go with Cole and Casey Mize as your 1-2 punch.
Eric, even though Garrett Cole is going to be chalky here, do you feel like you just have to have him in your lineup?
He is my top pick, and I will mention Sean Manaea as a cheaper alternate. I think close to the bottom of that 8,000 plus range. Not close to Garrett Cole level, but he's fine and is facing an Angels lineup that has a Mike Trout-sized hole in it. If you do go Cole, though, just for some perspective, if you go Cole plus a mid-priced pitcher, your average hitter costs $38.50-ish. If you go somebody near the bottom of that 8,000 range plus another mid-priced pitcher, your average hitter's $4,200. And the difference between those two, the 3,800 guys are like Kyle Tucker, Paul Goldschmidt. The 4,200 guys are like Eric Hosmer, Chris Taylor. And I think in isolation, you couldn't even necessarily tell me which of those is the 42 and which is the 38. So it's not even that big of a cost, and you're getting like 14 extra points per game compared to the guys who cost around 8,000. So I think pretty clear Cole from all three of us here.
All right, how about a stud hitter over 5K? Nick, so many guys to choose from here. Ronald Acuna Jr., Trey Turner, Juan Soto. Who are you going to go with?
Well, if I have Cole and I have Mize, and I'm able to at least fit one high-priced bat in my lineup tonight, and I'm going to go with Max Muncy at 5.1K against Anthony DeSclafani, and he's raking against right-handed pitching this season at 993 OPS. But guess what? He's still hitting lefties well. So if they bring in lefty out of the bullpen, he's going to be fine. Limited at bats against one another, but Muncy has taken him deep once. And DeSclafani, of the 6 home runs that he's given up this year, 5 have come against left-handed hitters, and just in general, left-handed hitters are hitting him better. So I'm going to go with Max Muncy at 5.1K.
Eric, where are you going a guy over 5K?
Yeah, Muncy was on my short list, but I'm going to go with Nelson Cruz at 5,400. He is having a slightly down season, which, given his age, no surprise, but it sure is nice when your down season sees you hitting 286 with 10 homers. And his hard hit rate is the highest it's ever been, and 5th overall in the entire league, 55.6%. He also has his lowest strikeout rate in over a decade. So I think there's not a lot of reason to think that he's significantly worse than what we're used to. And getting a guy like he's been for the last decade or so against Chris Bubich, who has a 1.52 ERA that isn't at all supported by the underlying numbers, 17 strikeouts against 12 walks in his 23 2/3 innings. No reason to be scared of him. And I think Cruz is still, even if he's 90% of what we're used to, that's still an excellent player.
Stan, a stud hitter over 5K. These guys are sort of staying in that 5K range, not going up to the sixes. What do you think?
Yeah, Eric has my guy, Nelson Cruz. But before, I dig into him a little bit more, I just want to give props to Nick because a couple of weeks ago, he called the DJ LeMahieu double dong. And then last week, Jesse Winker, the triple. So this week, I guess Max Muncy is going for 4 home runs. He's the Alma Nick. So, everybody listen to his recommendations. As for Nelson Cruz, Eric, he's the man. He already broke down, his proficiency as a hitter. I'll just dig into Chris Bubich a little bit more. The FIP is 1.7 higher than the ERA. The BABIP is 234. Left on base percentage is 85.2%. So, he's been very fortunate. He hasn't allowed a home run yet this season. And, in his career, he's been very good suppressing the long ball. He is a ground ball pitcher. But, last year in 50 innings, the home run per 9 was 1.44. So even if you average it out to 1 home run per 9, I mean, he's pitched 23.2 innings this season. So, he's due. And I like Nelson Cruz to, start the regression machine for him.
All right, guys, let's talk about value bat. Eric, give the people some salary relief.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about a guy who I talked about, I think, earlier this week, and that's Adolis Garcia for the Rangers at 3,500. Probably will keep talking about him until his price rises to where it should be, which I wouldn't be surprised if he's a $5,000 player by the end of the year or even the middle. Once the algorithm or the elves or whoever it is that sets the prices realize how good he is. There's a reason why people are slow to realize that, and that's because he's a 28-year-old with 24 plate appearances before this year, and they weren't good. But it's clear that he crushes the ball. I mean, one of the reasons we love the StatCast stats is they stabilize quickly, and we have enough data from him to know that he hits the ball incredibly hard. 3rd in barrel rate in the league, right above Aaron Judge, who last I checked is pretty good. 6th in hard hit rate, 1 spot behind Nelson Cruz, who I talked about earlier. He was supposed to have power. This guy, prospect reports for him said he probably wasn't going to make nearly enough contact to get to that power, and he does have shaky plate discipline, a high strikeout rate and low walk rate, but it's still under 30%, that strikeout rate. I think as long as he stays in the high 20s there, he's going to keep slugging. And for 3,500, you're not going to get much better power than that.
Stan, where are you looking for some value?
Yeah, I totally agree with Eric. I think Garcia is way too cheap, but I'm going to go a little bit lower. Adalberto Mondesi, 2.8K. He was out for most of the year. He's played in 2 games since his return. I mean, the power speed combo, I mean, it's just the upside is just way too high for a sub 3K player. He does get to face off against Randy Dobnak, 4.85 FIP, 8% swinging strike rate. There's just too many paths to fantasy goodies with Mondesi, and the price is just way too cheap.
Nick, value, please.
Well, you got 2 great guys going right there that Eric and Stan just gave you, but I'm going to give you one that I think is the lock of the night. And that's Paul Goldschmidt, who Eric brought up earlier at 3.9K going up against Madison Bumgarner. They faced off 82 times. So advantage Goldie. He's facing, anytime a hitter faces a pitcher more, I'm always going with the hitter first, especially when the numbers. So I know we don't say average a ton, but when I see 348 against a pitcher, I think that's got to say something. More importantly, though, a 1.048 career OPS versus Mad Bum, 3 home runs, 2 triples, and 5 doubles. And I know Goldie's power against left-handed pitching this season hasn't been great, but I don't care. This matchup is for the value too, I'm going with Goldschmidt 100% at 3.9K tonight.
All right, we just talked about a lot of players that you guys have to have in your lineups, but Stan, is there a player that you think that people should absolutely stay away from, just totally fade tonight?
I was going to go Juan Soto initially, just because I just felt like, he's so expensive and, just why are they going to pitch to him? But I went off him just because he's just too good. It's just too scary to fade him. So I'm going to go Mike Yastrzemski. He's 5,200. He's facing Walker Buehler, who throws a fastball 50% of the time with an average velocity of 96 miles per hour. Against that pitch in 34 batted ball events, Yastrzemski has a 1.113 ISO and a 33.67 whiff percentage. In his career against Buehler, he's 2 for 7 with 3K. So I just feel like the matchup, it's not so great, and the price is way too high for me.
Nick, what do you think? A player that the people should be fading?
Now, this game might get rained out, so just keep that in mind going into this. But I would fade Cody Poteet tonight against the Red Sox. I know he's not at a high price, but someone might see that 1.06 ERA and think, oh, this is a guy I can get on the cheap. But he's gone against the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, and the Mets so far. And then the Red Sox are second in WOBA in ISO against right-handed pitching, and they're third, I believe, in ISO. They're top three in WOBA, ISO, and OPS against right-handed pitching. So I don't trust that 1.06 ERA so far from Poteet. I would find a way to put at least one Red Sox hitter in your lineup tonight.
Eric, who are you fading here?
Yeah, I'm going to go both sides of the Astros-Padres pitcher matchup, Framber Valdez and Dinelson Lamet. Both very talented. Neither of them is going to pitch long enough for you tonight. Valdez threw 54 pitches in his final rehab start Sunday, coming off that broken finger that we once thought was going to maybe knock him out for the year. Good to see him back before the end of May. Don't want him in my fantasy lineups yet. Dinelson Lamet is apparently a true starter after being in a piggyback role for his last few, but he only threw 41 pitches in that piggyback role on Saturday. General rule is you figure guys are going to add 15 to 20-ish pitches, so we're talking max 75 for Valdez and 60-ish for Lamet. Just not going to get enough value from either of those guys in those pitch counts.
Finally, let's switch to the other side of the plate and talk DK Sportsbook. All right, Nick, what is your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
I'm going to go with Matt Harvey over 5.5 hits allowed against the Orioles. The White Sox, against the White Sox. He pitches for the Orioles. The White Sox are 10th in OPS and WOBA against right-handed pitching. I know their ISO is down a little bit, but I just care about hits. They can all be singles. That's all that matters to me. And Harvey's easily hit the over in each of his last 3 starts. The Orioles relievers had a ton of work on Thursday night against the White Sox. And we've seen that Harvey's going to, if he does, I know he had that 1 2/3 inning outing 2 outings ago, but he gave up 7 hits and 2 home runs in the course of that. He is going to have to, they're going to have to get some innings out of him no matter what. He's going to have to really stink. And if he really stinks, he's going to hit that over. So either way, I feel comfortable that the White Sox get 6 hits against him tonight. Eric,
your favorite MLB bet?
Yeah, Matt Harvey giving up hits against the Orioles could happen also.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think that's being offered. So I'm going to go with Toronto over Cleveland. I really like either the money line or the run line. You can spot Cleveland a 1.5, and it becomes basically even odds. I like that a lot, given that it's Hyunjin Ryu versus Eli Morgan. Ryu, we all know about him. He's been great for a long time. He's great again this year, 2.53 ERA. The ERA estimator is a little higher, but right around 3. I mean, he's a clear one of the best pitchers in the league, and he's going against a guy making his big league debut in Eli Morgan, who's not a particularly strong prospect. Fangraphs had him at a 35, which is probably not even a rotation member. So you got a huge gap between a guy who's a Cy Young contender and a guy who may not even be a big league starter. And there's a big gap in the lineups too. Toronto is 6th by WRC plus and Cleveland is 6th from the bottom. So I think they should be a much bigger favorite than the odds makers are giving them here.
Stan, where are you going? What's your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
Dodgers minus 1.5. It's plus 108. Was plus 114 last night. And, I'm a Dodger fan, so it's not just a homer pick here. I do like both Walker Buehler, San Francisco first in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. Last time he faced him, he allowed 1 earned run, struck out 5. But then also the offense, I think they'll get busy against the Giants pitching staff. Anthony DeSclafani, he did get lit up for 10 home runs in 2.2 innings last outing, but he's not that bad. So, I don't expect a performance like that, but I do think the Dodgers will still score plenty of runs. Once he's out of the game, the Giants, they have the ninth highest FIP in the league. And, from a offensive perspective, the Dodgers against right-handed pitching, they're only 27th in strikeouts and 10th in ISO. So, I like this a lot.
All right. Thanks, you three. We're crossing the pond next to talk about the French Open with Kenny Ducey. Stay tuned. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey joins me now to talk about his favorite plays for the opening weekend of the French Open over on the DK Sportsbook. So Kenny, the favorite on the men's side is none other than 13-time French Open champ Rafael Nadal, who's minus 125 to win the title. Now, in his first match, he is a minus 10,000 favorite. So betting him to just win is obviously no fun. How would you approach that match from a betting standpoint to find like any value?
Well, what I'm doing with Rafael Nadal, and I think that's what normally everyone would do, is you go and look at what he's priced at to win the tournament, because he's only lost 3 times ever at this tournament. It's very difficult to beat Rafael Nadal. If I'm looking to bet that match, frankly, I'd be looking to live bet it. I'd be looking for him to break. I'd pretty much be looking at what the market would be for him to break every time, because I think it would probably be around somewhere like he'd probably be minus 110 to break in every game. The one thing I will say is Lexi Popyrin did give him a little bit of a fight this season, so I'm not sure like if it's going to be an absolute wash. I might actually look to see what Popyrin is on the game spread, but he should win this pretty easily. And at Roland Garros especially, he does break a lot. And now this leads me into sort of the market for Nadal in general. He's minus 121 to win the tournament. And when you look at what has happened in the last 2 years, people have been calling, the last 2 years, really the years that Nadal was going to lose. He wasn't going to win the French Open. 2019, he had losses in 3 straight tournaments to Team, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Like, he was not looking good. And Fabio Fognini, he lost to in the semifinals of Monte Carlo. Last year, he lost to Diego Schwartzman 9 days before going to the French Open. Everyone said, oh boy, Nadal doesn't look great. People are saying the same thing this year. And what's happened is he's just continued to win tournaments. He's continued to stack up the wins on the clay. Sure, he hasn't looked fantastic, but by the time he finished his final run there when he beat Novak Djokovic a couple weeks ago, he did look like he was almost at his A game. So I would bet on Nadal, frankly, winning this tournament once again. It is never a bad bet to take him in the futures market. But if we back up and look at some other guys, there might be some value there on some longer odds.
Okay, so one of the bigger threats to Nadal's title is 22-year-old Stefanos Tsitsipas, who is a minus 3,335 favorite in his first match. So how do you approach betting on this match and like trying to find an edge here, Kenny?
Well, again, it's a difficult. I think that when you have odds that are this short, right? I mean, you have the opportunity to bet in the match. I mean, I think that even betting Stefanos Tsitsipas to win 3-0 is just not going to be a fun time. And what we've seen with Tsitsipas in tournaments past is he's actually had some issues early on in the tournaments. If you look at the U.S. Open, he almost lost. I actually would think that Jeremy Chardy gives Stefanos Tsitsipas a pretty good fight here. I mean, he, generally speaking, plays well at the French Open. He's also pretty solid on serve. He doesn't really lose serve a lot, and it's a terrible draw for him, obviously, facing the second most favored player to win the tournament. But yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at the game spread here, I think there might be a little bit of value in Jeremy Chardy to cover the 9.5. He definitely, again, just is not someone that really drops his serve a lot. He's got a big power forehand. He has the powerful type of game that could bother Tsitsipas a little bit early on in this match. And generally speaking, has been a very good player to bet against the spread. So in this scenario, I think in the Popyrin Nadal match, I might be looking to bet Nadal on the game spread. I think that Chardy here could definitely cover the 9.5. or maybe even the total here, because I could see Chardy taking this to at least one tiebreak. You can get pretty good odds on over 28.5. I kind of like that.
Is there a big name that you think could actually get upset in the first few rounds?
Yes. So I don't know if this is going to come as a big surprise to folks, but Daniil Medvedev, the number 2 player in the world, it is the worst kept secret that he is not very good on the red clay. And that's obviously the surface that we'll be playing on this week in Roland Garros. Daniil Medvedev is only, you talked about Nadal being minus 10,000 to win his first match, Tsitsipas minus 3,300 or whatever it was. Medvedev is only checking in at minus 200 in his first round match. Now that is sort of unheard of for a number 2 seed to be that short, but that is what happens when you're this bad on the clay. We've seen Medvedev freak out and tilt. I like to call him Tilt Videv when he does this. He's hit the court. He's screamed out loud that he doesn't like playing on clay because his game doesn't translate there, Jesse. When he hits those flat backhands, they don't skid off the clay. They hang up for his opponents to run over and get to them. And it's impossible for him to hit through his opponents like he can on the hard court. So I do think that he will go down in the first round to a very talented Alexander Bublik. A lot of people used to say that he didn't have enough experience on the clay over the last year. He's just done nothing but dominate on this surface. He's got the feel to be a great player on the clay. He's been in great form. He's been improving, and he's one of the most unique and talented players we have on tour. You'll have a lot of fun watching Bublik if you bet on him here. And I also just think that he's great value as the underdog. There's no world in which Medvedev should be a minus 200 favorite. He went out in the first round last year in this tournament to Martin Fucsovics. He's had some pretty bad losses on the clay. Bublik wouldn't even count, I don't think, as a bad loss. I don't think that he's really expected to even win this match. So minus 200 is very ridiculous odds. I definitely fade Medvedev.
Okay, looking at the women's side, Naomi Osaka has won the U.S. and Australian Open, but never gotten past the third round at the French. She's plus 1,200 to win the tournament. You were just talking about the clay. I mean, but is her playing on clay enough to keep you away from her for this tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see any value here in this market because you like Medvedev, frankly. Osaka is someone who really relies on her power and relies on her serving. And when we look at players who rely on two of those things, they don't usually play well on clay. Her game just doesn't translate. That's why the results have not been there. There's still, questions about her on grass too, but we'll get to that, in a few months, Jesse. I don't think that there's any value here, especially because when you look at the players that she has to go up against, if you look at on a hard court, I don't think there's anybody really who can match Osaka and the way that she plays tennis. But on a clay court, I mean, you have Iga Swiatek. She is turning into really quickly the women's Nadal when it comes to dominance on the clay. She hardly loses on the surface. So, I mean, I would definitely make Swiatek a pretty heavy favorite if she faced Osaka. And then you look at other players she's going to have to compete with here. Past champions, Garbine Muguruza. She's always a difficult out. I mean, Sabalenka could be poised to win her first title here, her first major title. Ash Barty has been lighting the tennis world on fire, trying to come for that number one spot back. So I do think that there's plenty of talent all around here in the odds and at much longer odds to boot. So I can't recommend betting on Naomi Osaka here. It just does not suit her, this surface.
Okay, who's your personal favorite to win the women's title at the French Open?
So yeah, I really like this one. Paula Badosa. She's young. She's a young Spanish tennis player, and she's been really lighting it up on the clay. She had a couple of fantastic performances over the last year, really, on the clay. She had a big win this year as well. And when you look at what she's done, 19-4 over the last two seasons, she gave Ash Barty a decent run there in Belgrade in the title, but she ended up losing. But plus, I mean, I'm honestly shocked to see her this short, plus 2,500. I thought that we would be getting maybe better odds here, but she's 23. She's got great things on the horizon for her. She's going to be a stud. So why not take her here? She also has the benefit of not playing in the side of the draw with Ash Barty or Iga Swiatek. So anybody on this half of the draw, I think, has a good chance of getting to the final. Badosa, just as good a chance as anybody here. I really like her at plus 2,500. I think that these are pretty good odds. But I mean, I also can't recommend, or I can't, not say it's a good idea to bet on Swiatek at plus 275. I mean, I'd better maybe at minus 110.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Good stuff. Appreciate the analysis. Stick around, though, because you're going to be joined by Alex Hunter in a few minutes to talk about the 3 NBA playoff games that we've got headed our way. The Sweat. We'll be right back. NBA Best Bets time with DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Alex Hunter. We are breaking down the available bets for tonight's NBA playoff games. 3 games on the schedule, and let's start with the Knicks and Hawks as the series shifts to Atlanta. So the Knicks won game 2 to even the series. New York was celebrating like they won the whole thing, but are 4-point underdogs in game 3 here. So Kenny, do you like the Knicks to cover that spread on the road, or are the Hawks going to get a boost at home? Now the Hawks are 6-4 against the spread in the last 10 games.
Yeah, they're actually now 5-point favorites, the Atlanta Hawks. Look, I don't think that they're going to cover this spread. I know that no one's going to take me seriously, living just a stone's throw from Madison Square Garden. But I really just believe here that the Knicks defense will have enough to at least hold this game close. I don't know if the Knicks are going to win this game. I am inclined to believe they're going to take 1 of 2 in Atlanta. But the biggest thing here is the shooting for the Atlanta Hawks. They've hit 46% of their open threes. Now, down the stretch of that last game, the Knicks, obviously the Hawks tied that game at 91. The Knicks held the Hawks to just 1 point in the last few minutes. And that's how they ran away with that game. And they missed a couple open threes. And so that led the whole chorus of, the people who have Hawks futures, all this stuff say, oh, well, they missed some open threes. They're not going to keep missing open threes. The Hawks have hit 46% of their open threes, according to NBA.com, with no defender within 6 feet. So I think that they're going to see a little bit of regression in the shooting numbers. And the Knicks, meanwhile, they were top 5 in 3% 3-point percentage on offense and on defense. So what's telling you right here that the Hawks are going to continue to shoot this well, and the Knicks are going to continue to shoot this poorly? I think the shooting numbers go in opposite directions here. The Knicks defense continues to be good, and I think that in general, there's a lot of value here on the Knicks all across the board in the futures market right here in this game at +5, and maybe even in game 4.
Alex, what do you think? I mean, the Knicks just so thrilled by that win. Do you think they could make this a series on the road?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, Kenny. I think the Hawks are going to go home and win and cover. They closed the regular season really strong at home. They won their last 11 straight on the home floor. And that includes wins over the Wizards, Suns, Blazers, Bucks, and Heat, which are all playoff teams. And during that win streak at home, their average margin of victory was 13.5 points. So they were comfortable wins as well. And Trae Young just loves playing the villain right here, going against the Knicks. He's averaging 31 points per game, shooting 51% from the field. And I don't think his confidence is going anywhere. It's going to be even at a higher level at home. And someone that's lacking confidence right now is Julius Randle. He's just been a shell of himself since from the regular season. We're not seeing him play at an all-star level. And to win in the playoffs, your best player has to play at a high level. I mean, he's shooting a 28% from the field in this series. And I don't think his confidence is just going to come alive facing, the Atlanta crowd. So I think Trae Young gets another laugh here, and they take the advantage in the series.
All right, the Nets are up 2-0 on the Celtics with the series moving to Boston. And despite being at home, the C's are still 8-point underdogs. Have the Celtics shown you anything at all in the series that makes you think that they can cover? Alex, the Nets are 7-0 against the spread in the last 7 games.
Yeah, as a Celtics fan, it hurts me to say it, but no, I have not seen anything. And I was tempted by the 7.5-point line that has moved to 8 points now when it first came out. But then the Kemba Walker news came out yesterday that he is questionable with a bone bruise to his knee. And that's just the worst news the Celtics could get right now with Jaylen Brown already out and Kemba Walker ailing with a knee injury. He's been struggling with knee injuries for the last 2 years. I mean, he hasn't played 2 games of a back-to-back set this year because of the knee injury. So with him not out there, at full health, I really don't think the Celtics have enough firepower to compete against the Nets. The Nets are a juggernaut, and for the Celtics to even contend in this game, Kemba has to play well and Jason Tatum has to play well at a high level. In the play-in against the Wizards when they won, Tatum went off for 50, but Kemba still chipped in with 28 points, and that's what they need to do to compete. So with Kemba not at full strength, I don't think they're going to compete offensively, and it hates me to say it, but I think the Nets cover.
I mean, Kenny, KD, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, is it just their game?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't seen anything here from the Celtics. The Celtics gave the Nets their best shot in game 1. It was the first half. They were diving, for loose balls. They were playing aggressive defense. They were looking absolutely outstanding. They gave everything they had. And then the Nets decided to just start playing better, and they haven't stopped. I just don't see what the Celtics can do here that they haven't already done to bother the Nets. I mean, Jason Tatum coming back, great, with one eye, whatever, an eye patch. it doesn't matter. I just don't think it matters whatsoever. This team is just so significantly better and more talented than the Celtics. And everything I thought about this series has just been absolutely wrong. I mean, I thought that the Celtics rebounding was going to really bother the Nets. The Nets have not been the strongest down low. It has not done that. The defense, I thought, hey, the Nets aren't going to play defense. The Nets have one of the best defensive ratings of any team in the playoffs right now. I mean, they've been playing incredible defense. So everything we thought about this Nets team, everything we were criticizing them for, they've just stepped up and done better in those facets. They have not changed their personnel. They have not changed their game plan. These guys have just started maybe trying on defense now, trying to get rebounds. I don't really know how to explain it, but the Nets are now a very complete team, and I do think more than I did a month ago, poised to win the East. I thought the Sixers were the shoe in here. I thought maybe the Bucks would give the Nets trouble, but right now the way they're playing defense, and maybe it's just a lackluster Boston offense, I don't know. But the way they're playing defense right now, it's going to be very difficult to stop this team. Boston just has absolutely nothing that it can throw at the Nets to make this a close game.
All right, well, the late game features the Clippers and Mavericks. Luka has dominated this series for the Mavs, but Dallas comes into game 3 as a 2-point home underdog. So do you believe the Clippers can make this a series on the road? Is their defense going to make an appearance, Kenny? Are we going to see some regression from this Mavs offense?
No, we're not going to see any regression. They're going to continue to shoot 50% from 3 because that's what NBA teams do, especially in the playoffs against top 10 defenses. Yeah. No, we're going to see a big-time regression from this Mavericks offense. They are taking the fewest percentage of their looks inside 10 feet in the NBA playoffs right now at around 20%. I mean, this team is just not – they have no interest whatsoever in taking the ball in or posting up. They are just shooting from mid-range. They're shooting from outside, and they are hitting everything that they're looking at. Now, going home, you'd think, okay, well, you know, they're going to keep shooting high. Even if they keep shooting well, there's no way they're going to keep shooting 50% from 3. This is a Clippers team that ranked 8th in defensive efficiency. This is also a Clippers team that in the NBA playoffs has an offensive rating of over 128 points per 100 possessions. That's right. This team has done nothing wrong on offense. They're continuing to get buckets. Kawhi Leonard had a 40-point game last time out, and they still lost. There's just no way that this team, the Clippers, by the way, are great three-point defense as well. There's no way the Mavericks can keep hitting this level of shots. This is just ridiculous. They're going to see a big-time regression here. The Clippers are going to get back in this series. I don't think the Mavericks are like going to lose this series, outright. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, they could, but I just don't think that these next 2 games are going to be quite as easy as the first 2 were.
Yeah, Alex, Luka, Kristaps, even Tim Hardaway Jr. have just been launching from near the logo without any hesitation at all here. Do you see a regression from them?
Yeah, like Kenny said, I expect the Clippers to step up defensively. Like Kenny said, in the regular season, they were the 8th best defense, but they've been dead last in the playoffs. And but that shows you they have the talent and the personnel to be a good defense. And I think one of the adjustments they're going to make, I think they're going to put Kawhi Leonard more exclusively on Luka, try to bother him, and I think it's going to be effective. I think that Kawhi Leonard is still going to light them up. He's averaging 33.5 points so far in this series. I don't think that's going to stop. And I think Tyronn Lue goes back to using Rajon Rondo. I mean, we saw Rondo play a pretty good role in the first game. He closed out the game, and I think we see him do that again. There's no point of using Reggie Jackson or Terrence Mann at the end of the game. You traded for Rajon Rondo for playoff Rondo. You took on his $15 million salary from the Hawks for his postseason experience. It would just be stupid to not use him now, and I think we see him play a big role. I think he's going to help them get a win tonight. I think Kawhi Leonard leads the way, and they get right back in the series and cover the spread.
All right, so Alex, which of these games has a total that you might feel like you should target tonight?
The highest one of the night is the Celtics versus Nets at 227, and I'm going under on that one. Just as I kept talking about before on the Celtics, I'm worried about Kemba. And if Kemba is not out there, full strength, there's no way the Celtics are going to score enough points to be in this game. And the other thing is, if Kemba is in a limited role, that actually helps the Celtics defense. No offense to Kemba, but Kemba's a really weak defender, and he's getting exposed by Harden and Kyrie. You know what I mean? And if he's out there for less minutes, the Celtics defense is going to improve. And I think their defense is going to improve anyways, playing at home in the Garden. So with, better defense and their offense still struggling, I think there's no way that this game goes over. Through the first 2 games, the average finishing total has been 217.5 points. So I don't know. I'm taking the under, and I want to take the under before we find out about Kemba, because if we find out Kemba is limited or he's a game time call, I think everybody's going to hammer this under and the number's going to go down. So I'm attacking now.
Kenny, what do you think? A game total that is enticing to you?
I like the over in the Knicks-Hawks game, 211. I think that this total is respecting the Hawks defense a little too much. Look, the Hawks have just not done anything to limit this Knicks team on defense. The Knicks are just missing open looks that they normally hit. Alex has mentioned that the Knicks, Julius Randle looks a little lost on offense, but I still don't think, this team was one of the best three-point shooting teams all season long. The Hawks were one of the worst defenses all season long, near the bottom 10 in the league. And the Knicks were, for most of that game, were shooting 25% from three until they woke up late. I think that the Knicks are going to continue to see their shooting trend in a positive direction. I think that they will control this game a little bit on the glass as well. They've been one of the best rebounding teams. And so that leads me to believe that they're going to score a lot of points here. And the Hawks playing catch up, pushing the tempo, taking a lot of threes, they're a decent shooting team too. So I do think that there is a game script here where I could see that maybe the Knicks not winning this game, but maybe they jump out in front early. The Hawks have to start really pushing it and using their high-powered offense to get back. And I think that we could definitely see the total hit or the over hit on this very low total, 211, lowest of the night.
All right, each of these games is also available as a showdown contest on DraftKings, or of course you can play the whole slate in a classic format. So who's the best DFS play for the NBA playoff slate tonight, Kenny?
To be honest with you, it's gonna be weird saying it, but I think I'm ready to trust Kawhi Leonard when it comes to DFS, at least in the playoffs, because we've seen him now through 2 games. He has been the focal point of this Clippers offense. He's gotten the usage. He's also decently priced. Whether you're talking about a showdown or the classic, you're not gonna break the bank on Kawhi Leonard. And what we've seen from him in the postseason has, again, just been a much more aggressive approach. He's been the guy taking all the shots, taking the ball in. He's taking threes. The whole offense runs through Kawhi. And that's just not what we've seen all season long. He's been sharing the ball. But when it comes down to it and they need points, and game 2 was like a must-win game for them, he scored 41 points because he was just doing everything himself. So I think that we'll continue to see this trend where Kawhi Leonard has a very high usage rate. He's going to play almost every minute of the game as well. And I think that he's the safest bet on this slate because, again, I don't want to touch the Nets with so many mouths to feed there. I think that the Mavericks are just a big trap here because I think that they're going to see a lot of regression on offense. And Knicks and Hawks, you see a really low total. And, what do you know? Like, the Knicks have a good defense, and the Knicks also, their stars have not been performing. I think that the safest thing here is to just go with Kawhi Leonard.
Alex, what do you think? Favorite DFS play for the slate tonight?
Yeah, I completely agree with Kenny. At $8,500, when we're talking classic DFS, Kawhi Leonard is a must play. He's put up 57.75 in the first 2 games, and he's playing 41 minutes per game with a 30.5% usage rate. In the regular season, you rarely see Kawhi go over 35 minutes. So to get him over 40, which we know will continue with their backs against the wall, you have to play him. You're getting a $10,000 player at $8,500. I think he's a must play. And also, if you want to go for someone cheaper, I like DeAndre Hunter at $4,000. Tuesday night was the first time that he's gone over 30 minutes since missing 24 games with the knee injury. And he responded with 26.5 fantasy points. And he brings stuff, to the table on both ends of the floor. He's a strong defender. He's a good shooter. And I think we see him go over 30 minutes for the rest of the series, barring a setback. And when he's gone over 30 minutes this year, he's averaged 36.5 fantasy points per game. And that's an immense return for someone at $4,000. And I think this might be the last time we see him this cheap, and you got to attack him.
All right, thanks, you two. Appreciate it as always. Stay tuned, everybody who's watching. We're going to be breaking down tonight's hockey slate next. The Sweat will be right back. I'm joined by the most entertaining trio around, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. They're here to preview tonight's NHL playoff slate and look ahead to round 2. So, guys, only one game on the docket tonight in the NHL, and it's Game 7 between the Golden Knights and the Wild. Paul, you called the Wild forcing Game 7 on Wednesday. So do you think they take Game 7 as plus 155 underdogs on the money line?
Jesse, I built the case for a Minnesota win on yesterday's show, citing the two outstanding efforts by goalie Cam Talbot when they won, despite being outshot by a wide margin. Then there were a couple of other games where they actually outshot the Knights, but didn't win those tilts. All of this tells me they have played stride for stride with the heavily favored Vegas team thus far. But when I throw in AJ's comment, and I thought about this after our hit yesterday, that Fleury might be wilting a little. That's quite something coming from the president of the Marc-Andre Fleury fan club. He surrendered 6 goals over the last 2 games, and AJ even thinks they might change the goalie. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's quite a bit of material pointing to a Wild win. The pressure is definitely on the Knights, I think, tonight. The first round of the NHL playoffs usually produces a couple of upsets. We saw one already, didn't we, Jeff? This one will be another one, I think. I'm predicting a Minnesota win.
AJ, what do you think? You still rolling with the Golden Knights, or are you feeling like hopping on the Wild bandwagon here?
Well, Paul won't get this reference being up in Canada, but for those of us here in the States, wrong. I'm going to stick with my call here and favor the Golden Knights in this one. I don't love the money line here on how much you have to give up. I don't really like the traditional over at 5. But if you give up that extra half a goal and take the alternate total at over 5.5, you can get some value at plus 123 on the DK Sportsbook. So I do think it's going to be a Golden Knight win. I don't love the juice you have to give up on the money line. So betting wise, I'm going to take that over at 5.5.
Jeff, who you rolling with, AJ or Paul?
I've done too many shows with Paul now to know not to doubt him here. But I kind of obviously got off the Wild bandwagon a bit. I thought that Vegas, even being shorthanded, would be able to close out this series perhaps in 5 or 6, just being a veteran team. But at this point, you look at this Vegas roster, they are shorthanded. It's not just Max Pacioretty. Like Nussik's out as well in their bottom 6. This Wild team is pretty deep in terms of the fact that they roll 3 scoring lines. Hartman, Fiala, they ate them up last game. I think that's going to be a factor in this other game as well. Right now, they've got the better goaltending. I'm actually surprised you can get plus 155. Wild are also 4-1 in Vegas on the road over the last 5 games that they've played. I'll take the Wild here to pull off the upset.
All right, guys, Mark Stone has 4 goals in the series for Vegas. He's plus 160 to score in Game 7. AJ, do you like those odds?
Well, if Vegas is going to pull this one out, they absolutely are going to need some offense out of Mark Stone. So I definitely like that odds at plus 160, and I'll even double down on that and take him over 2.5 shots at plus 150 as well. He's only hit that over in 1 of his last 9 games, dating back to the regular season. But if they're going to win, they're going to need it from Mark Stone, and I think he delivers tonight.
Jeff, what do you think?
Well, I hate to be against AJ on everything, but I'm going to be against AJ on everything today because I'm going with Kevin Fiala. I think it's much better play than Mark Stone. Mark Stone's not a high-end shot producer. He's very opportunistic, but again, the Wild have really kind of dominated the play just in terms of, maybe it's just Cam Talbot, maybe it's everything, but I would rather be on Fiala. That third line, you could call it third line, second line, whatever, has really given the Golden Knights trouble. This is a streaky score. I don't even mind taking Fiala to score multiple goals at plus 1,300 tonight. I think that that line is going to be the difference here, and I don't mind him taking over 2.5 shots on goal at about minus 134 on the DraftKings Sportsbook either. So I'm heading up all the Kevin Fiala props here.
What do you think, Paul? You rolling with Mark Stone?
Both guys made great points, but we're sticking to Stone here on my discussion. I do like the odds quite a bit. He's the leader of this club, no question about it, and they'll use him in all the high leverage situations, lots of offensive zone starts, and particularly as a primary shooter, an option on their power play. This guy's a big game player, a heart and soul guy, and I got lots of time for players like that, even if they don't wear the beautiful blue and white of the Maple Leafs. And he's going to get his chances tonight, by the way. I say he converts at least 1, and it might well be in a losing cause because I do like the odds on guys like Kaprizov, Fiala, and Eriksson, all in the low 200s. I would pick Fiala as well as the guy most likely to represent from that side.
All right, well, you can play this game in the showdown format in DFS. So who's your favorite captain play in the Wild Golden Knights contest, Jeff? Remember, 1.5 times the salary, 1.5 times the points.
I mean, I've pretty much already revealed it. It's Kevin Fiala at 12-6. Obviously, if I think he's got a shot at multiple goals, perhaps to hit 3 or more shots on goal, I got to look at him to the captain spot. I think you could see some kind of 2-0 game, 3-0 game where, one goal scorer basically makes the difference. And Fiala is that type of player, plays in multiple situations. He should get a lot of chance. And like I said, he has been the main shot producer for the Wild, and I think that continues tonight. So 12-6, I like that. It's a bargain. It'll also let you fit in more expensive players.
Paul, you rolling with Fiala too?
No, I'm going to take the goalie. I've been good with the goalies all playoff long, Jesse, and I'm going to make a goalie the top pick in this one. AJ pointed out that we might have some doubt about Fleury, but I'm looking at the other end of the rink, obviously touting Cam Talbot, who allowed a total of 2 goals over games 5 and 6. He's on top of his game. So again, I plug him in for 15,600 on the showdown format, on what many others might call a contrarian play.
AJ, what do you think? Who's going to be your captain?
Well, I think Jeff is right here that a 2-0 game is what we could be seeing, but I think those 2 goals are going to come from Mark Stone in this one. I know he's the most expensive forward in the showdown slate outside of Pacioretty, who may or may not play. I think it's leaning towards not play, to be totally honest here. If you are on Minnesota, I think I agree with Paul. I think you have to look at Cam Talbot as being the difference here, but for me, it's going to be the Golden Knights and Mark Stone.
All right, let's look ahead to round 2, guys. The Bruins and Islanders will face off for the right to be the champs of the East Division. The Bruins are minus 230 favorites to win the series. Paul, do you agree with those odds?
You know what? They certainly make the Bees a heavy favorite. I think this is going to be a much closer series, though. The Islanders won the first 5 games of their season series when we look back, but the Bruins took the last 3. That leads me to a key point. Boston has solidified their second line with the addition of Taylor Hall, who arrived before that streak began, that later season streak. And he looks like a star player once again. That means the Isles have to pick their poison against 2 very good scoring lines for the Bruins. I think the Isles' offense is second best in this matchup. The Bruins' defensive structure is every bit as good as the Isles. And I also give the Boston team the edge in goal with Tuukka Rask. And that's why I do expect them to come out on top at the end of the series as victors. But it's going to be a tight fit. I think the Bruins fans are going to sweat this one out, but if you bet on them, you'll win.
AJ, do you think the Bruins should be minus 230 favorites against the Islanders? Again, I'm sorry about what they did to you.
Absolutely not. I definitely don't think they should be that heavily favored. I mean, yeah, New York's biggest star, Matthew Barzal, is still looking for his first tally, but the Isles have gotten 9 goals out of Anthony Beauvillier, Brock Nelson, and Josh Bailey on a second line that, yes, the Bruins second line is better than it was in the past, but I think the second line in the Island is unmatched. And then between the pipes, it's going to be all rookie Ilya Sorokin, who's overtaken that starting job on the heels of a 4-0 playoff record. Let's not forget the games the Penguins won were against Varlamov, Simeon Varlamov, rather. And Sorokin's got a .93 save percentage. The Bruins are just so heavily favored in this one. You have to take the value, in my opinion, and take the Islanders at plus 180 to win the series.
Jeff, who you rolling with?
It really does feel like they don't want you to bet the Bruins here because they're such big favorites. I'm actually a little bit surprised that they are drifting into this big favorite territory. But I mean, I'm going to side with AJ here. I mean, look, this is a pretty ridiculously big line for a team like the Islanders who added some depth at the deadline, and they just pulled off a big upset without one of their best offensive players doing anything. I mean, that's generally a pretty positive sign for your team going forward. They do have the option to go back to Varlamov and net in case something happens. The Bruins are kind of, stuck with, not just stuck, but, it's Rask or bust there. So the Islanders are a pretty deep team. I'm not sure if they should be this big underdogs against anyone at this point. We've seen them perform in the playoffs before as well. So it's just too small a line to take for the Bruins, quite frankly. And I think you're definitely getting, the better value on the Islanders. Now, I think the Bruins will probably squeeze it out too. But, as far as betting, yeah, I don't mind this line at all for the Islanders.
All righty. Thanks, guys. Always entertaining, you three. Sit tight. One more segment to go. But first, a price check for this weekend's NASCAR event at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for the Memorial Day race. at Charlotte, whose salary jumped up this week. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,200 up to $7,400. He's been a top 15 driver all season, but 600 miles, that's a long distance for Stenhouse to go without wrecking. Bubba Wallace, $5,800 up to $7,000. 0 top 15s in the high downforce package this season. In this package, this season, his average finish is 23rd. Kyle Larson, $10,200 up to $11,300. We could be witnessing the Michael Jordan of NASCAR. I know that's a bold statement, but he looks like a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Whose salary dropped this week? Michael McDowell, $7,400 down to $5,800. This is a misprice. His poor results are due to a schedule heavy in low downforce races. In the 4 high downforce races this season, his average finish is 14th. Joey Logano, $9,500 down to $8,800. The team has struggled so far this season in this package, but hey, he's got practice and 400 laps to figure it out. Justin Haley, $5,400 down to $4,800. This is a pretty good discount. The 2019 Memorial Day race was a wreck fest, so he could work through attrition. Favorite play of the week, Martin Truex Jr., $11,100 in 5 of the last 6 Charlotte races. He's either scored the most fantasy points or the second most fantasy points. Chris Buescher, $6,700. He's priced as if he's the 23rd best driver, but in this package, he is the 12th best driver. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Final segment here on The Sweat on this lovely Friday. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich are here to break down which teams they like to win their division in the AFC during the 2021 NFL season and where's the best value. So let's start in the AFC East. The favorite is Buffalo at -150. How do we feel about this one, Reed?
Yeah, I like it. I can make a sound argument for the other teams to win this. I think Buffalo, we might see a tad of regression from Josh Allen because he played so well. But they locked up their defense in Matt Milano. They made some good moves on offense, bringing in Manny Sanders. So I like them. If there's value to be had there, I think it's Miami. Jets in the rebuild, and I think New England is still kind of in that purgatory state. We'll see how Cam plays, but I think the value is Miami, but I got to go with Buffalo.
Jeff, can you make a case for any other team?
Yeah, I think Miami's the team I want to stay away from. They led the league in turnovers last year. They lost a little bit on defense. I just don't see. I think the value is actually with New England. They're the ones who added. They've got an elite defense. They added a lot of players there, elite tight ends. Maybe they even add Julio here. I think plus 350. It's either them or the Bills, and I would side with the Patriots at those big odds.
Ooh.
All right, let's move on to the AFC North. The favorite is Baltimore, but it's plus 125. Jeff, you feel like you can make an argument for somebody else in the AFC North?
Yeah, I would much rather side with the second favorite here in the Cleveland Browns at plus 145. The Ravens lost a little bit on defense too. If that secondary regresses even a little, we know their offense isn't, it can be very hit or miss. Ravens still don't really have a signature win in the last couple of years. They haven't done good against elite teams. I love Nick Chubb. I love the guys they added on defense in Cleveland. I'll take them at plus 145 right now.
Reed, you're nodding your head like you're here for this.
Yeah, same. Like, how many times do you have to buy into the Cleveland hype? I actually think this season, right, it makes more sense in the last 2 seasons. They added Clowney, they added Anthony Walker from Indy, John Johnson from the Rams. So the secondary and the defense got a lot better. And Stefanski is a perfect fit for Baker. And look, the Ravens had the second toughest schedule this year. That's really going to help Cleveland. So yeah, I'm with Jeff here.
Indy's minus 106, the favorite for the AFC South. Reed, you're rolling with the Colts?
Yeah, Tennessee, like the opposite, right, of Cleveland. They lost a lot of guys on defense for Tennessee, so that defense is going to scare me a little bit. And Derrick Henry, he had a huge workload last year, Jesse. Like, I don't know how you can sustain that. And so, like, when you take a look at Indy, they just have a strong team, a strong line right now. Carson Wentz, he has to protect the ball, obviously. But when you take a look at this defense, this offense, and then on the trenches for Indy, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just scared for Tennessee right now. Just I don't know where the defense is going to be and how quality Derrick Henry is going to. He's going to be quality, but it's going to be at that level that he was last year. I don't think so. Jeff, you agree?
I'm not taking Carson Wentz as a favorite to win the division and on any team. So no, I'll side with Tennessee here. Derrick Henry, he's of another nature. This guy doesn't care about workload. I think it's good they got rid of a lot of guys on defense because the Titans defense stunk last year. So I'll still side with the Titans here at plus money. I'll say this. I might even roll the dice a little bit, Jesse, with the Jacksonville.
Oh my God. Now we know it.
Urban Meyer, Trevor Lawrence. Why not? Those are massive odds.
All right, and we will close with that, gentlemen. Good stuff as always. That is a show at noon. Patriots and Jets kicking off a slate of 6 Madden Sims on the Dream Stream. Emerson and Adam Kaufman will be on the call. The Sweat is off on Memorial Day. See you back on Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Have a great weekend.
You start, man. You're
I'm not starting. I'm not starting. Go ahead. I'm done.
Right.
I'm
He's
done.
Emerson.
I'm just not in the mood for it today.
You're all. It's a Friday going into a holiday weekend. We're probably feeling about the same as all of you out there. The real question is lineups locked? Did you make one for your contest that you created after shaming me over text this morning?
What are you talking about? Did I do what? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Did you make a lineup? There's going to be a lot of that over the next little while. Did you make a lineup for this contest here that you created?
I think I did. Yeah. I got to find it. I don't have it up. So did you fill one out? You want to make something up?
Nooner Smooch Bomb.
Yeah, that's the contest name. 100%.
It is. Sure is.
I don't have my lineup in front of me. My computer has been acting up and it is triggering me. I'm not going to lie.
I'll give you mine. And at some point we'll discover yours. Maybe, I could even be nice. I'll tell you what, I'll read you yours. I found yours. I'll read you yours out of the 124 entries we have. So I like the build. Brashad Perriman is the captain for you, about 9% in that slot, 30% overall. We have Cam Newton, Sam Darnold, interesting. Julian Edelman, Devin Asiasi, and this right here, this is the bold of the bold.
Yes, there you go.
Right there with the Asiasi grab. You've got the Jets DST. You got the Jets DST in your lineup.
Why? Why did I do that?
You built it. It's like when I rostered Drew Lock yesterday and didn't realize it. Looked at my lineup and went, "You jerk!" What? And half
the time, I'm like laying in bed. I'm just waking up. I open up the league. I start a contest. I put guys in there. I don't think about it, and sometimes I revisit it. I wish I would have revisited it today, unless the Jets defense end up scoring a boatload of points, and I'm smart.
Well, I'll tell you what. We have some similarities. We got the same captain, Perriman. We also have the same Edelman and the same Harry, same Asiasi. I have N'Keal Harry. I have Le'Veon Bell, and Chris Hogan, the lacrosse player. I've got him in my lineup as well. That's not even like it used to be a joke. Like, hey, did you hear Chris Hogan played lacrosse in college? Now we can actually say it because he's a lacrosse player. Like he's an actual lacrosse player now.
Yeah. Now you could say, hey, did you know that he used to play in the NFL?
Yeah. Did you know Chris Hogan played for the Patriots?
I do now.
Jets.
That was one of those things where people always had to bring up the did you know lacrosse thing, with him. Just Kawhi.
You have a favorite of those did you knows?
Yeah, probably the Kawhi hand size. Because I love looking at those big meaty mittens of his.
Sure.
That's one that always comes up.
Or the, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Harvard. Or
yes. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Julian Edelman was a quarterback in college.
Yes.
That's happened once or twice. Give us your favorites in the chat of your, the did you knows that broadcasters always feel compelled to say. Waffles the Cat says, "What's up, Sim hosts? Good afternoon."
What's up, Waffles? How you doing? Pleasure to see you here.
I thought of you yesterday, as I do every night before bed. I was watching an episode of The League. Did you ever watch The League?
Yeah, you know what? I stuck with it for the first 3-4 seasons, and it started getting kind of weird, which I wasn't opposed to. I just kind of fell out of it,
So you timed it perfectly. Season 5, there are 7 seasons. Season 5 is straight bad. It's just a bad season. Season 6 rebounds because I've been binging it, and season 6 is really strong. I would advocate anyone go back to the well and watch season 6 of The League. It is one of their best seasons. But I don't remember if this was season 6 or early season 7. I'm still going, but. Taco, who of course that character renowned for inventions and trying to patent things and whatnot. I thought of you because one of his get rich schemes or whatever was a napkin glove.
A napkin glove?
Yeah, basically it's a glove, and it's a glove that you would put on your hand while you're eating. And it's not made of napkin material that would fall apart on you. It would be like a washable item. We got a touchdown.
What? How does that?
He was in, but what the heck? N'Keal Harry, sure.
Yeah.
Score for the Patriots halfway through the first.
Half the time that's called a touchdown. The other half, they're just yeah, you're down at the 1, dude.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But anyway, it's this napkin glove It's kind of a softer, obviously washable material. Cam Newton is dealing Brag Guy. Brag Guy on the 1s through 7s. We get Drew, our producer, Frangeli in ops, get the job done. But anyway, the concept is what you would think it is. You're eating whatever, buffalo wings, something messy, and you just take your hand, your glove, you just wipe your face, just clean your face with your hand glove. And I thought that would be so useful for someone like you who likes to snack.
Yeah. So the problem or the question I have is that you have that on one hand and you only eat with the other hand? Because obviously if you're holding something messy like a buffalo wing, but then it's like wiping your mouth with a napkin that's already covered in sauce is going to defeat the purpose of wiping your mouth with the napkin glove.
What if you have the dirty side, the holding side, and the clean side, which would be like the back of your hand?
Oh, that is kind of how you would like wipe your face,
right?
With your hand. Okay. Well, that makes sense now. So I would make sure the back of that glove has more of a softer, napkin-y texture to it, knowing that's going to be the side you use, and then the side on your palm should be more of a grippy type texture.
It should be. Yeah, I'm with that.
So, dude, did we just invent something like incredible?
We put a DraftKings logo on it,
yes,
and sell it in the store.
Someone make one of these because both Koff and I are way too lazy to do that.
Yeah, we're just ideas people.
You can have it. You can take our idea for sure.
Angelico, quick, patent it.
Yeah, right.
It's a TM. We've trademarked it. See, look at this. This is what, our third or fourth sim together? Halfway through the first quarter, we have we've prepared something for Shark Tank. Watch out, Mark Cuban. We're coming for you.
We're big Shark Tank people here in this house. It's one of those, like when we're just chilling, not a whole, it is always on. I feel like MSNBC or one of those channels always has it on. CNBC, same thing. And we're always dialed into it. I don't care if it's new. I don't care if it's old. I don't care if I've seen it 1,000 times before. You just sit there and judge these people inventing things.
Yeah. The guru has a point. The napkin glove could have been good for the pandemic, but you might have missed the boat. 7-0 New England. Cristobal says Glash was talking about his problem of snacking in the car and having problems cleaning his hand. See? Problem solvers over here.
Yes, and again, you have more of a grippy texture on the palm side. Like you could grip the steering wheel and you use the back side of it to wipe your mouth off. All that Chick-fil-A sauce that he has just dripping from his face down to his hairy nipples and onto his pants.
Has he made any Uber Eats deliveries to you lately?
No, he does owe my roommate Chick-fil-A from like a side fun bet 2 months ago. She says that she told him, don't worry about it. But I'm not like that. I'm like, no, you got to deliver on your promise.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Chinese food from him, so I get it.
Isn't that from like a year ago, like when we started this thing, dude?
It's from my birthday, so it's from January. So it's only a few months, but still. I've seen him since. He came over here the other night. Did you hear about that?
Wait a minute. Did he really?
Yeah, you were out of town. You were
okay.
You guys, you had a wedding or a vacation weekend or whatever you were doing.
This past weekend? Yep, for sure.
Was it? Drew, help me out. Was it this past weekend or 2 weekends?
Drew, just stay out of it. Let Kaufman find his way.
It's in the last couple weekends. It's definitely this month. Anyway, I was doing a sim with Rossi, and Glash came over and surprised the fam, just, up and walked up behind me. We have a screenshot available in our Slack channel now.
I gotta see this thing.
He's hiding behind me, the creep.
Whoa. So he came inside your house?
Came inside. I still made him go to the bathroom outside, but he came inside the house. Yeah.
And that was allowed by your roommate.
Oh yeah, well we're vaccinated now.
Okay, cool. I know, vaccinated or not, like Glash inside a house that's a risk.
Well, yeah, we weren't sure he was housebroken, but that's a whole other conversation. Again, that's why he had to go outside. So not only has he not brought me Chinese yet, I bought him a burger that night. So it's almost like he owes me double. Yeah,
he does owe you double. I can't confirm. That's exactly how it works. Did he take part in like the calling of the sim that night?
So what happened was I had been teasing all day. We got something special for Madden After Dark. You want to tune in, and whoever was there. And so I continued to tease it through the first quarter. And once we got to the first quarter break, then he showed himself. And yeah, as you can kind of see in that screenshot, he pulled up a chair behind me, a stool really, and just sort of like chirped Rossi and I during the sim, which was fun. It was a good time.
Poor Rossi.
He seemed, contrary to what you're seeing in that visual, he really enjoyed it. In fact, we did a Papa Shot tournament post game, and Rossi did the play-by-play.
Who won that? You probably did, didn't you?
Yeah, there was some serious home court advantage. It was
that's like one of the first things, like when we met. Like one of the first things I learned about you is how much you love to brag about beating your kids in Papa Shot.
Yeah, you got to teach some lessons at a young age.
Right? They'll just whip them into shape, man.
You can never appreciate winning until you've experienced losing.
And apparently your kids do that a lot when they take you on in any games inside the house.
But you know what though? They're starting to slay me at video games. Quick studies in that realm.
Which
size,
games?
Physicality doesn't matter. Doesn't matter
really?
At that point in time because everybody's even on the sticks size wise. And we'll play Madden, and my 8-year-old, my 6-year-old, even they've played enough Madden now. They will beat me.
Kids are smarter like now at their age than I think we were at our age, but like a different smart, like tech smart. And like I'll go visit my sister and her 2 kids that are like 10 and 8 or something, like 11 and 9. I can't remember, but they show me how to use all of the technology, like parts of my iPhone, like iWatch, things I never knew existed, like on these devices. They're like, oh my God, dude, like, yeah, you could totally do this.
Yeah, it's unnerving.
Dalton Keene, we have a Dalton Keene sighting. How many times does he like appear on these games?
Depth chart diving, baby. 23-yard pickup for Keene. First and goal, and that'll be the final play of the quarter. So Patriots will have a chance to score again when we get to quarter number 2. Brad Guy says, just wait till I come over and destroy and then dunk on you, and I'll make an NFT out of it. Brad Guy, I'm not saying you won't beat me in Papa Shot. Maybe you will. You don't dunk on the Papa Shot, though. That doesn't happen.
He does it his way, man, and you don't want him posterizing you. He is a large human being.
Oh, I dunk, he says.
He
130 for Cam. Cam is owning.
Well, even Brad Guy put in there that opening drive. We just came out slinging it. 7 plays, 77 yards, 7 points.
Crushing it. 21 for Michelle on the ground to 13 for White. Jets are so bad, haven't even had a rushing opportunity. Hogan 1 for 5. Your only Jets catch. Asi 3 for 47. Edelman 3 for 31. So that's where we're at. Not bad.
Tom Cruise says
lineups are doing.
You see Tom Cruise. Emerson isn't aware of Koff's PED-fueled 6-year-old soccer team.
Perfection, that team. Undefeated 3 years running.
Dude, do you coach? You coach any of your kids' teams?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's fun.
Do you how differently do you treat your kids compared to the other kids?
Oh, I don't. Well, if I do, it's not in the way they would prefer. It's adverse treatment. It's like you got to work harder.
Okay, so you're a little more.
There's no preferential
stern
treatment
with them. Okay.
Yeah.
Because other parents who are there are definitely seeing.
Oh, watching for that sort of thing.
Yes.
Absolutely, totally. We had a game last weekend. And we were short a kid. There are 8 kids on the team, and they play 4-on-4. And we were short a kid, and so obviously there was some double shifting going on us. We got a rushing score right here for the Patriots. Was it Michelle? No, James White.
No, White. James White, baby. Bring it. Did I roster him? No. Damn it, I thought I did.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Dude, if you're ever short a kid, like just
call you.
Bring Samir out.
He's about their size.
Yes.
I am 12.
I am 12. Yes.
So we were double shifting, and I'm waiting to get a slack from Samir, who's like closet listening all the time.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Where's the what the hell? There it is. There it is. It just, wow. Oh, he's incredible. I love him. Love him to death. That's for you, buddy.
So what happened?
He just slacked us.
No. What happened with the kid being a kid short?
Yeah, so we're double shifting and I was just giving each kid a turn to stay on a little bit longer, when there was a change. So it'd be like 3 off, 1 stay on, the other 3 come, that sort of thing. We got to my son in the second half, who's just all energy all the time. Like there's no lack of hustle from that kid. And it was hot too. He'd probably run out of water because I'm a terrible parent and he didn't bring enough for him. And he comes up to me, this is like late in the second shift. So he'd already been out there for however long. He's like, I'm kind of tired. Can I come out? I said, no, we'll sub next whistle. Keep going. Run. Go.
Are orange slices still a thing?
They were pre-pandemic.
That you can't have the kids all sticking their slimy, moist hands in the same bag. Yeah.
Pre-pandemic, that was definitely a thing. The last year plus, not so much. Drew says you could if they had napkin gloves. Full circle. Full circle. It's a great point. Completely unrelated, LT the Great. Koff, did you end up watching the Friends reunion yesterday? I found it nostalgic. What'd you think? So I did watch it.
Oh, you did. I've heard mixed. Now, I'm not a big Friends guy, but being on the social media, I've seen plenty of good reviews, people talking about how it just really brought out the emotions and tears in their body, and then others who were like, this thing was just a wet fart.
So Drew says, I watched it. I thought it was very well done, and I'm not a big Friends guy.
I don't know, Drew.
I went into it thinking like, wow, an hour and 45 minutes? Like this, is this going to drag? Is it going to whatever? And
wait,
no, I like Drew.
What?
I thought it was well done.
It's an hour and 45 minutes?
An hour and 45 minutes.
No, who needs a reunion for that?
But there's a lot of clips. There's a lot of scene reenactments, guest stars from over the years during the show, interview style, as well as them just talking to each other. It was good. I enjoyed it. I can't see myself watching it again, but I did like it. Where I was thrown, I mentioned this on the sim yesterday, where I was thrown was when they originally announced this, however long ago. I thought it was going to be a new show. I thought they were not, a reboot or anything. I just thought they were doing a special reunion episode, which was not the case. This was, for anyone that has seen the Fresh Prince HBO Max reunion that they did earlier in the pandemic.
I haven't seen that, but I've heard good things about that.
Same thing. It's just the cast members sitting there and talking and nostalgic and scenes and emotional and crying and all of that. I kind of wanted to see them actually in character again and acting again and okay, where are they in their lives? That's sort of, like so many shows that have rebooted. But it was good. It was fun. But I do think to really enjoy it, you need to have enjoyed Friends when it was on.
Unless you're Drew. Drew apparently can turn it on, not be a Friends guy, and fall in love with this thing.
He didn't say he fell in love with it. He said he thought it was well done.
I know what he's implying. I know. I was like, dude, Housewives reunions aren't even that long. And he's like, yeah, they are, dude. They're just split up in 2 separate hours, which I can do. That's fine. Man, you want me to sit there on television and watch something for 2 straight hours? I don't know about that. Hey, there's your guy.
I didn't watch it all at once. It was a 2-sitting process.
Was that was the Fresh Prince one also that long?
No, I don't remember it being that long. I guess I could look on HBO Max to see exactly how long it is, but yeah, I definitely don't remember it being that long. LT the Great says Chandler aged pretty roughly. It was a little depressing to see. Well, remember he's had some demons and issues that he's battled over the years as well. I wouldn't say they've all 6 aged gracefully.
They I think I saw a few pics though on Twitter. Some of them look pretty good,
Yeah.
I mean, what can you do? Not all of us can be Tom Brady and
yeah,
the Botox, the skincare routine. Yeah, be super pliable. They were going for that on 4th and 1. They went for that on 4th and 1 from
Why
the
not?
11.
You're already up 2 touchdowns.
You know, or they were down 2 touchdowns, and now the Patriots like take over. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't know if I've seen that for them, like a team going for it on 4th and 1 when it's 3 minutes to go in the second quarter.
But you got to remember, Belichick against the Jets. I know we have not Bill Belichick,
Yeah.
Murphy, the head coach of the Pats here, but not Bill Belichick is aggressive, I guess.
Shout out to
got here a little late.
What's up?
DK broke out the big guns for the nooner. Well, hey.
Yeah, we're trying to mix it up because I know like when I've been with Christian recently, we've had some of the worst sims in like the 14-month, 13-month history of the Dream Stream. But then like the past couple days when I've been on the noon, they haven't been bad. There've been a bunch of points, but they've been like so one-sided. And it appears like we're heading in that same direction right now for like the, north of 300 people are hanging out with us, up to 50 likes. Appreciate you guys. Love you. Mean it. Usual suspects in the chat. You've been calling out some of their names.
We'd love you more if you hit more likes, though.
Yeah.
We can be bought with likes.
Could use it.
Zach Morris is trash. M and Cough, rare morning treat. D, good morning, Hun Buns.
I call my dogs like honey buns.
Yeah.
That's like one of like the 20 nicknames I have for them.
Are they receptive of that?
Oh yeah, they can sense it, especially when you use your dog voice. You got to use your dog voice when you're talking to them. Anyone who like comes up to my dog doesn't use like their dog voice, I immediately.
Don't trust them.
Yep, you can't. You cannot. Someone says, "Hey Winnie, how you doing?" No.
Does anyone do that?
Yeah, you got to say, "Hey Win-Win, hey Honey Bun,"
Who goes over the top masculine talking to your dogs? Hey Winnie, how you doing?
The name's Bob. Like, relax, dude. You're coming on hot.
I'm here to fix your radiator.
Yeah. Dude, Brad guy on the 1s and 2s would be that guy.
I know Bry Guy is not on with us right now. Obviously, he's our technical director. He is not verbally on with us. But here's the thing: if you have missed Chickpot, Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s is coming at you for Madden After Dark tonight. He is going to be on air for Madden After Dark tonight, working with Tom Carroll, and not just that. Bry Guy's coming at you for 2 sims with Tommy tomorrow, 4 and 6. So you're going to get a lot of Bry Guy coming into your world.
And Bry Guy, you're going to be calling America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, 6 o'clock tomorrow. Hey, you're going to be with Tom tonight too at 8. So man, you got a big break. What are you doing between like now and 8 o'clock?
Parenting.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Rossi and Brandon.
Who knows? I mean, wherever the world takes us, but probably just out to the yard throwing a ball around. Could be a football, could be a baseball, could be a basketball.
You got to do it. You got to do it now, man. The weekend up here in New England looks disgusting. Like starting tonight. Yeah, it's like a washout all weekend.
That sucks. I haven't looked ahead to that. That's a real bummer.
Yeah, like dude, I honestly looking at the weather and listening to Meg's weather guy talk on their like morning Zoom call this morning, I'm like, sure. I don't know how the Red Sox and Marlins are gonna like fit all 3 games in this weekend.
That's no problem. Just another 3-hour rain delay in the middle of the game. It'll be great.
What?
Were you at work that night?
Yeah, buddy.
Did you get?
Yeah.
Were you told you could leave, or did you not even start your show until 2 in the morning?
When they announced they were going to pick it back up in like the 8th or whatever it was, the 7th, like at midnight.
Yeah.
They sent the after hours crew home. That was at midnight. They were like, you get out of here. But like the morning crew people had to shoot the morning show. They didn't get out of there till like 2:30 that night because you still had the post-game show after that game wrapped up at 1 in the morning.
Full post-game show.
Yes. After they basically did that during the rain delay. So
right.
This is crazy, dude. Bananas.
Baseball, and I love baseball. I am a baseball fan. But in that regard, and this is not new, baseball is an untimed sport. Baseball is the worst. Oh, it is the worst.
It's challenging at times to embrace that game.
Like, I'm sorry. If you are already through 5, and they were through 6, if you are already an official game and you are looking at the radar and you have to wade yourself through a 3+ hour rain delay and there's more rain coming after that, the answer to that riddle is call the game.
Yeah,
what are we doing?
I don't know. I think if both teams actually were on the schedule to play yesterday, I think both the Braves and the Patriots had Patriots, but the Red Sox, if they both had yesterday off, or if they were both playing yesterday, I think they would have called the game. I think it was the fact that neither one of them.
They were both off the next day.
Yeah. I don't know. Each win kind of matters for the Braves too. Like the NL East, they're all every single team is within 2.5 or 3 games of each other. Well, whatever.
Crackle smack. Koff, Emerson to start Mem weekend. Excellent. Andrew, Drew, our producer, a great point. We have 7-inning doubleheaders now. Just call the game at 6.
Mm-hmm. Dude, it's a big weekend around Boston and in Massachusetts too. Everything officially opens up tomorrow.
And everything sports is local. You got the Celtics at home tonight and Sunday. Bruins at home tomorrow. Red Sox home all weekend.
You know what's crappy with the Celtics game? It's what's the difference between tonight? Well, that. But the difference between tonight and tomorrow with the whole crowd thing, there's just let them have a
move it up 3 hours.
Yes, exactly.
Move it up 3 hours. Why can you have full capacity attendance at midnight, but you can't at 8 o'clock?
I know, it is crazy.
It's
just do a midnight tip. Just do a midnight tip.
I don't know the inner works, how this works, but I just feel like the Garden and officials there could have requested some sort of a waiver from the government.
I could not agree more with you, dude.
Nonsense.
Could not agree more. Not to mention, because as you have a punt down at the 4, you have these are going to be the last 2 games of the season, most likely.
Right.
Get more fans in there.
I mean, let's maximize the opportunity to boo respectfully Kyrie Irving. With 25% tonight and almost 100% on Sunday, just bump it up.
It's going to be insane in there. And then tomorrow with the Bruins and the Islanders, game 1.
As Bry Guy says, COVID expires tomorrow. Well, in Massachusetts it does.
And then Fenway's going to be jam-packed. Although maybe I'm part of maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but a couple of Red Sox game I went to when they started allowing fans back in, I kind of enjoyed having space, no one sitting on top of me. You can actually hear a lot of what the players are saying. I was kind of into that. Kick back, relax. No one breathing or spitting on my neck or licking me.
Yeah. Look, this period of time as we reach the half, 14-0 Patriots, has definitely breeded some unpopular opinions. Among mine, to your same point or kind of the same point, I really like the bubble NBA playoffs. To be honest with you, I thought the bubble was exceptionally well done, and there was no home court advantage. Fans, I love it that fans, can be there now, obviously, versus before. But the fact that fans couldn't have an influence on the outcome, there was something kind of cool and old school about that. You would never have seen the Nuggets come back from down 3-1 in multiple series in traditional formats. That never would have happened.
Dude, you could take that though if you wanted to put the entire playoffs, Eastern Conference playoffs, Western Conference playoffs, put them all each just in their own arena and do it, have it set up similar to the bubble or a March Madness tournament, and have it be a destination thing for everyone in the country. That'd be kind of cool, and just be pumping out games all day for a couple weeks straight. Sign me up for that.
Fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you'd have some I'm just saying if you wanted to incorporate fans.
Yeah.
A little bit. But you're saying you just the no fans, neutral court, teams just going at it.
Go out there in the quiet gym. Let's hear the players. Go ahead. Give me the pumped-in crowd noise. I don't care. Just go out there and play. Backyard ball. Street ball. I don't know.
Bishop says here, update, New England's closing in on Julio Jones.
Have you seen all these? There are so many reports that have been out there on Twitter from people you've never heard of. Respectfully, people you've never heard of. That claim to have gotten X, Y, and Z before the major reporters. That there are always these people, and there are people full force on this Julio Jones to the Patriots. It's done. It's happening. They've worked it out. They've determined compensation, just figuring out some of the financial stuff and how much the Falcons are going to pay for year one. It's going to be announced next week, and all this stuff. It's like, I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe you are right, but you don't have a blue check mark. I've never heard of you. You're not Schefter or Rappaport. You're not a Falcons or Patriots insider. I'm not going to believe this. I'm going to wait this out because I'm guessing you've probably been wrong about something before.
Yeah, there are all these accounts that kind of pop up. I think I saw like Toucher and Rich this morning, like quote, like one of those.
Yeah, that was one that I saw.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, this guy pops up every now and then. Come on, man. But then it gets like people talking and everyone starts getting in each other's heads and like, oh my God, like what if it is like true? It's the Patriots come up with a sack there.
I think you played the wrong DST.
Yeah, I 100% did. Where are you, by the way, in your contest? How about in our Lots and Cough Nooner Smooch Bomb contest? Where are you
perfectly, as I am in life, perfectly mediocre. Out of the 124, I'm sitting 61st. How about you?
Okay. Yeah, 72nd right now. We both could use our captain, Perryman, to step it up a little bit.
Now, all that being said, do you believe Julio Jones will ultimately land with the Patriots?
The only issue I could see holding it up is going to be that contract, bro. What is it, like a minimum of at least 15 million?
The Patriots can afford him. He can slide right into their salary.
That's right, yes, that's right, because of the way they built all of these contracts they just brought on, right? They're all kind of like backloaded
or signing bonuses, that type of thing. So the Patriots, they have enough salary cap space available to acquire Julio Jones without doing anything financially. Not to say they wouldn't maybe restructure his deal and turn half that contract into a bonus versus, so they continue to have more salary cap space, but they don't have to do anything financially to acquire him.
I mean, does he become your best wide receiver like immediately? Yeah. If he's healthy. This is a guy who played only like 9 games like last year
and still had almost 800 receiving yards.
So he's kind of he's a gunner, right? Just go. We're gonna bomb it to you. I just don't know if you have that
downfield threat. He's your outside threat. I mean, the way that I described it to somebody yesterday in my mind, and I'm as I said to that individual, I'm not Mr. like football X's and O's. I just I tell you what I see, but I am certainly not your most analytical football guy. But if you acquire Julio Jones right now, without Julio Jones, if you're the Patriots, and people, we're talking about the Patriots because the Patriots are playing in the sim. The Pats right now, with the way they beefed up this offseason through trades, through signings, all of that, not to mention getting healthier. Obviously, your biggest question is your quarterback position. Cam Newton, Mac Jones, and OTAs are going on this week, and supposedly both look great and rah.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of your pass catchers, you're set in the backfield. Damian Harris is your number 1 rusher. James White is your dependable third down receiving back. You're set. As far as your tight ends, you have that what could be an elaborate elite tight end, 2 tight end set. You have obviously Jonnu Smith, you have Hunter Henry. You can throw it back to the days of Gronk and Hernandez, albeit, on the field and not off, and hope that they can be as production as they were in previous stops, and they're still young and very much in their primes. Your receivers with Jacoby Myers, who obviously is bonded with Cam. Maybe you get something out of N'Keal Harry. You can't depend on that. And who knows, maybe he'd be involved in a Julio Jones swap anyway. That's what some of these reports say. But you have Jacoby Myers. You have Nelson Aguilar. You have Kendrick Bourne. Those guys, none of them are automatic threats for 1,000 yards. Could I see Myers potentially getting there?
Patriots are kind of paying him like that, though.
Aguilar, for sure, no doubt about it. But he was also one of the best players in the NFL last year in terms of yards after the catch. He is absolutely a guy who can break one off. But you're loaded, short yardage in the slot. You can kind of do whatever you want if you're the Patriots offense right now. Again, White, those guys in the intermediate, and obviously your tight ends, you can do whatever you want. You're as versatile, not as talented, but as versatile as any team in the NFL offensively, barring the play at quarterback. But you bring in Julio Jones, then that truly becomes the thing. Like right now, what you are missing is that downfield threat, that outside threat, that guaranteed if he's healthy, 1,000 to 1,200 to 15-yard guy. It's such to me a no-brainer of acquiring Julio Jones. If you can do it.
You got a quarterback that can throw him the football. Mac Jones would probably be the best option. I know there's like the reports that there's the Cam Newton videos that kind of give us all that sneak peek of the rebuilt like throwing motion. Can you really rebuild like your throwing motion in your early 30s? Like there was a lot that kind of needed to be fixed if you watched him play last year. That's why I was kind of so surprised when I heard Julio preferred the Patriots and a few other teams, like had them at the top
Titans
of the list.
were up there on the list. Yeah.
I'm like, did you pay any attention to last year?
I guess it just comes down to practice and Instagram videos, workout videos, all that stuff. Like you don't know until you actually see it on the field. Like, I can be impressed probably watching you on the Peloton. I'm probably not going to be as impressed watching you in like a 400-meter dash against Olympians or something like that.
On a bike? On a bike?
Like
yeah. Well, let's see some of my numbers.
Tough call.
But when it comes to some of my numbers,
like what's he going to be on the field? What's he going to be when he actually gets out there? And we don't know. I am a believer that he's going to be better than he was last year because in a way, how can you not? But also if let's say he's 75% the guy that you saw the first 2-3 weeks of the season before COVID and all of that, then you got a playoff team. Now, I'm not saying it's automatically a division winner. We know what Buffalo is, but you have a wild card team. You really do. You bring in Julio Jones and you get a really good Cam Newton, because I don't see how there's a scenario short of him, Mac Jones beating out Cam in camp. I don't see how there's a situation where Mac Jones is your quarterback and you're good.
Yeah, there's no way they're putting Mac Jones under center like to start things off.
Right.
Like Cam has to be absolutely terrible through like a handful of games, 6 games,
right,
something like that in order for them to throw Mac Jones in there. Yeah. And he's got to look at it as we're just a quarterback away.
Yeah.
You would think, looking at this team on paper, better offensive line, better weapons. I mean, the defense is going to be there. That the only thing that could potentially, looking at this team now, holds it back from returning to a championship caliber squad is going to be the quarterback. Everyone's praising Mac Jones after these.
Or good this year?
Not really. Like, I don't have any reason to believe he's going to be better, right? I guess you have the off season, but in the end, I just looked at his throwing him throwing the football last year. That's it. That's all I had to see. I understand he went through a lot, like off the field, didn't have an off season, so that the playbook was like trying to learn like calculus or something like that. He compared it to.
Yeah.
But I simply just watched him throw the ball into the turf like way too many times. I mean, those running backs are going to enjoy it.
His accuracy, statistically speaking, and I saw the same, bad throws into the ground that you did, obviously. But statistically speaking, his accuracy numbers last year were about as good as they've been in his career.
Yeah, well, dude, that's because like he can complete those 5-yard passes. That's what I'm saying. You got to go back and look at it.
That's why they went out and built the offense the way they did.
Yeah.
They've just got a zillion of those short yardage guys who can get you yards after the catch.
Listen, the best years of his career is when he had like a tight end. He had, Greg Olsen there, and they shined, absolutely shined. Now he's got 2 badass tight ends, and now he's got a better wide receiver core around him. He's got a better offensive line in front of him. It literally, it's all there for him. We will know on game 1, week 1 of this season, how improved this guy is. Or if you want to give me like 4 weeks and I could really see it, because that's when he really he hit the decline. Remember he had that game against Seattle? He was like 400 yards or something like that, right? Was throwing the hell out of the football downfield. I think it was a career high in receiving yards for
scores.
Yeah, N'Keal Harry Edelman, I think, had career days.
Yeah, Edelman that'll be one of the funnier footnotes on Julian Edelman's career, that the best statistical game he ever played was with Cam Newton.
Yeah, like DFS Queenie says, you're wasting Julio's deep threat ability with Cam, though. There's been a few comments like that on YouTube as well. Not a lot of people have a whole lot of faith in him.
I guess I just don't totally believe that, because how often, and I don't know, I say this from a place of ignorance, with regard to like looking at all the deep numbers from Matt Ryan and what those analytics like. Give me Pro Football Focus. Let's get him on the line and find out. I don't know how often Matt Ryan was hitting Julio Jones for 50+ yard passes in the air that he was then, taken for touchdowns, whatever else. Like Cam can throw the ball 40 yards. Like, let's not pretend that Cam just all of a sudden can't throw the ball 30 to 40 yards. He can, so if Julio obviously travels that far, gets in the air and then takes off, like it doesn't have to be, deep threat. It doesn't have to be like Hail Mary deep. We don't need to look at it that way for Julio to have success in New England, if it even ends up happening.
14-0. It's been 14-0 since what, like the early portion of the second quarter?
Since seconds in, what it feels like.
Yeah, like not a whole lot cooking right now. But if you're still hanging with us, which there's close to 400 of you we're 22 likes away from the Century Club.
There you go.
Tickle the like button, tongue punch it, do whatever you want to do.
Just make it feel
Hit
good
that
for
like
a
button. Oh, what's up?
14-0, like you said, and just a quarter to go. Bry guy, thumb on the X button, getting the job done. We got producer Drew, Frangeli, and Ops. Stats are updated, by the way, folks.
Oh yeah,
I've moved into the top 20. I'm number 19, but Tay Baby 233 is in front right now. Where are you hanging out?
I had temporarily moved into the top 70, but I just fell out of the top 70 to spot 71.
Producer Drew is 28th as I look at it right now.
Whatever, producer Drew. Solo leader in the free showdown with close to 9,000 entries. Map. Cam Newton in the captain spot. Edelman, Harry, Perryman, White in the Patriots defense.
Base Pop says your pooch is getting a cameo, M.
Yeah, I was. They're kind of like wandering around behind me now because Meg is went in the bedroom to make a phone call, and now we have a touchdown.
Yeah,
oh,
Chris
Herndon.
That'll help you out. You have Sam Darnold, don't you?
Do I have Herndon? Dude, I can never remember Ross. No, I have the other damn tight end. I have Ossie.
But you have Darnold. We got a booth review.
Yeah, I do. Not my best showing today. I have a point out of the Jets defense.
You should just make lineups for all the rest of the contest today and see how you do.
No.
Just jump into all those free rolls.
Can't believe like you usually make one like when we're together. You usually make one the night before, and so like I woke up and I'm like, "What's this clown doing?"
I didn't do it. Yeah, because I figured you were gonna do it.
No way. And I figured you were going to do it because you've done it every other time we've been together. I said, "Oh, dude, that's fine. He's got it. He'll put us on his back."
I did make the last-minute NBA contest, the hashtag Cough Classic for tonight, folks. Who anyone wants to jump in, fill that sucker up as usual. I think we're probably half full, maybe more than that right now. Only made the thing a little while ago.
Dude,
Congrats
did
to
you
last
see
night's winners?
What?
What's that?
Oh yeah. Who do you have? Who were last night's winners?
Last night we had a three-way tie for first. I remember seeing that. Let me pull up the actual contest. Let's see. I don't know if any of these people are here with us, but
shout them out anyway, dude.
It was BRK Nets 23, Clark Griswold, nice, and Creature from the Glash Lagoon. Those three-way tie for first, each pulling away with $21. Good for them. Nice lineup too. Good performances out of Covington, Ayton, Lillard, Nurkic. Butler was all right.
Your boy LeBron looked good last night.
He didn't. I don't think he had a great fantasy night. He looked pretty good on the floor in real life. I agree with you. He was not popularly owned last night. He was not a very good DFS play. Anthony Davis was pretty strong, though. Had north of 50 points.
Dude, I was flipping back and forth between that Lakers game and then the
Portland,
the Preds Hurricanes game.
Oh,
I was going back to like hockey and hoops. I feel like every time I flipped on the Lakers contest, AD was getting hurt. I saw him get hurt like 3 times last night. That guy, But he stayed
Picking
out there,
that
you
guy in
know.
the Stones the other night.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, some NBA playoff news, by the way. I'm just looking at my
What do you got?
notifications from the world's reporters. So from Shams Charania a moment ago, Bucks Dante DiVincenzo, serious tendon injury in his left foot. He's out the remainder of the playoffs. So some value could emerge there for Milwaukee going forward. Something to think about, folks. Kemba Walker is available tonight for the Celtics, despite that bone bruise in his knee. So for anyone that was thinking, hey, maybe it's a Peyton Pritchard or a Marcus Smart night, I guess could be Smart, but Pritchard probably not. Kemba will be out there. Midwest Heather Koff, I came in last in your NBA contest. Well, that's not ideal.
I've come in last every time you and I have done a head-to-head together, but that's also second
Those
place.
are head-to-heads. You're finishing second. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I got to go glass half full, right?
Yeah, you're finishing second. You don't need to call it last. Last has such a negative connotation to it.
Did you see how jacked Tim Tebow looked yesterday?
Huge.
Dude, wow, right?
Absolutely. I mean, just
been in the
thunderous
gym,
biceps.
crisp route running on those like 5-yard outs I was watching on some of the video floating around Twitter.
How desperately are you hoping that this guy actually makes the Jaguars and is
I think
not even like a consistent, reliable contributor, but pops in from time to time and gives you like 20 catches over the course of the year?
I don't know, man. I think if he makes the roster, like it's bad news. Like
It's
if
kind
he
of a
makes the
joke.
roster, if he makes the roster, it's a tight end. Like the tight end room is already like so bad. So I said, okay, there's a position you're ever just gonna like try some wild experiment like this. It's gonna be tight end. It's by far their weakest position. But yeah, I don't know, man. If it works out, it works out. There was the report yesterday that like they want to use him in like the Taysom Hill role.
Yeah,
all right.
that I don't. I saw that yesterday too. I don't remember who had it, but I saw that same thing, and I just kind of laughed at it. Because,
Me too.
Like
Me too.
Tim Tebow is. Are we just going to call it the Taysom Hill role because he's a former quarterback? Because he's not nearly as good as Taysom Hill. He's not nearly as athletic or quick as Taysom Hill. No, there's no universe in which Tim Tebow can be used in the Taysom Hill role. If you want to just boil it down to a basic wildcat and, maybe he can give you like in these Madden sims, the occasional fullback vulture. Sure. But he's not going to, no.
Dude,
I
if
just
he's
don't
on,
see it.
if he's on that team, you realize the amount of crazy packages that offense is going to line up in using him. They'll put him everywhere.
Urban Meyer's
just to get
so
the
excited.
defense thinking, oh God, Urban Meyer has to probably change his pants every day when he sees his boy out there catching passes. It's like, oh, Tim, we're back again. Ugh.
He is I don't remember who told, I think it was our guy Cody, part of our production team, told me, I said to him, hey, did you see that Tim Tebow is number one? He's the top selling NFL jersey right now. That's the excitement level over him coming back and be with the Jags. He goes, dude, he's top 5. Alternate jerseys, t-shirts. Tim Tebow is the top 5 selling merchandising item in the NFL at the moment. People are geeked out, especially I would like Tebow Mania and his he has so many fans, obviously, as we know, worldwide, but especially like right there in the heart of Jacksonville where he became a legend, it's next level.
No one's questioning like what kind of human being he is, because he is phenomenal, like off the field.
He's a crappy football player.
Yeah. But he doesn't give up.
Unfortunate thing. I respect going and trying your hand at baseball and credit him for getting up to AAA and all that. And obviously he fell short of the majors, and had he gotten there, it would have been a PR stunt anyway. But the time to do this, the time to accept, I'm not going to, and I'm not saying it's easy, but the time to accept, I'm not going to be a quarterback, let's try this tight end thing that everybody is telling me to do, was a handful of years ago when he was in camp with the Pats or had other potential opportunities. That was the time. It's not at 33 years old.
Yeah, that's what the Patriots tried to do this, right, with him. Give it a go then. But he looks like he's in phenomenal shape. The reports are coming out. in phenomenal shape. Certainly looks the part.
Rye guy.
You can look it and not be the part, though.
Rye guy's getting in deep on the doggies here, on the sassy Springers. Says, I see that Winnie is not a cuddler. Georgie went for the cuddle. Winnie just wasn't having it.
I don't understand like what Winnie, come here. Good girl. She's like going around and collecting like dust bunnies. Like, look at this.
Oh.
This is what she's going around and just collecting it, and it's just hanging off her face like she's got a little like a goatee, like a Brooks Koepka goatee. And meanwhile, yeah, Georgie in the back, little Peach, is just chilling out. They want to eat. They both want to eat. It's almost lunchtime, and their father, their favorite parent, will feed them after this sim in 2 minutes and 13 seconds and counting.
How many times a day do you feed the dogs?
They gobble down breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
They get no human food whatsoever because the few times that's happened, they have squirted. And we don't like that.
Okay.
It has been a messy result.
Not like cheese or a carrot or something.
Nope. Like Rufus would get everything. Rufus would eat whatever.
Yeah.
Like just a steel stomach.
These
The smallest thing. It
like gluten problems, lactose intolerant. They got them all.
It goes right through them. Every single thing that should not be inside them goes right through them.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's not fun.
Although, I guess if they're not begging for human food and being annoying, maybe that's actually a good thing for you and a roommate.
Yeah, Winnie's doing this thing now where like I'm eating food. If I'm sitting on the couch, I'm snacking. She gets up on the couch. She takes her two arms and she puts them on my shoulders and
massages you.
Yeah, I wish she would massage me. That'd be great. She locks me down and then she starts tongue punching my mouth, trying to get the food out of my mouth, which it's like super adorable. Like at first, I'm like, all right, this is cute. But then it's like, all right, relax. Like, let me enjoy this meal. Anywho, I think about you a lot when she does that. A second.
Thank you.
Patriots here. Sony Michelle. Here comes first and goal.
We're almost at 100 likes, folks. Hit that
Dude,
thing
7.
before we get out of here.
We need 7 people right now. We need 7 people. Be proud of yourself. You just put up with lots and cough. And you're likely ahead of us in the smooch bomb contest. Come on now.
It's very true. I've dipped 32nd now. RJ or R Gennels.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know he's in front. I know that. I know he's leading. Popular member of the
What'd you just say? Did you just pull a glass?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Maybe I heard something else.
Yeah, I think you heard something else.
Oh, man.
It is fun, though, when people go all Moe's Tavern on him.
Yes. It's so true. What do we got? A re-air of the sweat coming up, Drew? Re-air of the sweat, and then what's at 2 o'clock? Rossi and BK. 2 o'clock, Bengals at the Bears. So re-air of the sweat. Cofield hosting that one. And then BK and Christian at 4?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. All right, man. The slate. Steve and LaMarca. That's be some baseball talk.
I'm just laughing at Base Pops in the chat, who wrote what he thought he heard anyway, which is not what I said, but I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I heard too. That's 100% what I heard. That's why I think you said it.
I didn't say it. You could go back on the tape, but I will. Here, I'll send you. I'm going to type into the chat what the username was that I said. You could tell me how you would pronounce this.
No, I'm glad to see you like opening up a little bit. Like it's about time.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
What have I not?
I'm
been
glad.
open?
Well, with your comment earlier, look at everyone. It's like, yeah, you definitely said that, bro.
Look, I just
finally the real you comes out.
I put it in the chat. How would you say that?
Yeah, I'd probably say it to where it sounded like what I thought you said.
Right. Said it very clearly. R. Jennels. That's what I said. If you want to add it to you,
that time
that's on you guys.
That time you said it right.
I said it a little muffled last time. That's all.
What happened here? What happened in the game, dude? The Patriots won.
Beat the Jets. This is typical. And our pal RJ is going to be the projected winner, barring any stat adjustments. Who's your Krusty Koff Award winner? I would probably nominate either N'Keal Harry or Chris Herndon or James White.
I am going to. I'm looking at some of the performances in this game. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll go Harry. Was it 56 receiving yards? One touchdown on 5 catches.
It makes sense that after talking about R. Jennels, the leader, that you go Harry for the Krusty Koff Award winner. It adds up. All right, what about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award? Sometimes I see Drew is typing, and I wonder what direction things are going.
Oh, God. What am I going to do here?
You know who was a massive disappointment today? And we both had him. Devin Asiasi.
Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, he started off so hot. He had 2 catches on the opening drive of the game.
Yeah.
Where they scored the touchdown.
22% in the captain spot, 66% overall. Guy didn't crack double figures.
I would almost say if you're going to do that, you can go Perryman, our captain. 3 catches, 52 yards. I mean, he was $9,600. That's in the captain spot.
Yeah,
okay.
Right. And also, what was his ownership?
29%. Yeah, you're right. Asiasi hitting them with the 66% own. At least I'm looking at our contest. That's more important. That's a smooch bomb contest. Anywho, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll sign off on those, Drew.
Matt LaMarca in the chat. I'm not going to read his comment, but just know that Matt LaMarca is in the chat.
I texted him. I texted him yesterday too.
Yeah.
I have a buddy, Marquiti, who sits on the bench outside our place. He's a big saxophone player. He said the other day, he brought up LaMarca out of nowhere. Because I told him like months ago, LaMarca sold a saxophone.
Man. LaMarca's sax exploits.
The sax and the mattress. He goes, "Hey, whatever happened to your buddy? The saxophone, how's he doing?" I said, "Guy's a coward. He sold a saxophone so he could get like these digital NBA cards because he's like, I don't get it." And I said, "I don't either, dude. He's at a low point in his life." But anyhow,
Dean, I'm not reading that comment either, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the humor.
I hope everyone has a great day. I really do.
Yeah.
It's already starting to look like garbage outside here. It's going to be a rainy Memorial Day weekend, but we're in this thing together.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to do this. This was fun. This is always a good time. Do you have big plans for the weekend other than staying indoors?
I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm going to work tomorrow at Nesson, and then Sunday, just chill out.
There you go.
Absolutely chill out and do nothing. I want to sleep. I really want to sleep a lot. You got to go roid up your 6-year-old soccer team.
No, they're off this weekend, so it's training. It's training.
Okay.
Yeah. Wind sprints, lunges, deadlifts, whatever it takes. Yeah. Get them in the gym. All right. The Sweat's coming up next. Like you said, Cofield and the gang, Club Cofield for the Sweat in just a moment. And then Rossi and BK for Bengals Bears in about an hour. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Bride Guy, Fran Jelly. He's Emerson. I'm Koff. You're you. I'll be back at 8 tonight. He's got the fraud shift, the one and done. See you a little bit later on.
Finally, Friday, everybody. We made it. I'm Jesse Cofield. You're watching The Sweat, a show chock full of sports betting and DFS analysis. And we deliver it hot and fresh to you Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Today is no different. Here to give us the goods are DraftKings contributors Stan Sun, Nick Fryer, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. So we got a stacked 12-game main slate leading us into Memorial Day weekend. Stan, the most expensive pitcher by a mile is Garrett Cole at $11,200 facing Detroit. Do you need him in your lineup, or are you saving some cash and going with someone else?
Yeah, no, I'm going Garrett Cole, 11.2 at Detroit. Actually, it's an interesting slate because there's a lot of weather concerns here. So like 5 or 6 games could be off the slate. I was actually felt very comfortable from a macro perspective, finding bats to fit in and pay up at both pitcher slots today. So, The FIP is 1.71 for Cole. Swinging strike rate is 15.5%, which is the eighth highest in the MLB. 92 strikeouts, 64.2 innings, only 8 walks. The Tigers are second in strikeouts and only 22nd in ISO against right-handed pitching. And, like I said, he is able to fit into the build today. So, you got to take the points and bank them in.
Nick, what do you think? Are you going to pay up for Garrett Cole in this spot, or do you think you want to save some cash? You could get a guy like Walker Buehler for 10-4.
I mean, Walker's a good choice, but Cole is he's a lock because he's going against a team that strikes out most against right-handed pitching, and then they're in the bottom 8 in OPS, ISO, and WOBA. Look, I get it's very chalky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys a pitcher under 8K today to pair with him, and I'm actually going to stay in that matchup with Casey Mize at 7.6K. And look, he's had 6.7K. He's had a good month, and I know he pitched well against the Red Sox. I think they're true against the Royals, and I know they're kind of on the downslope right now. But the Yankees are 5th in K rate against right-handed pitching, and then they're like 19th in OPS and 16th in WOBA. And their ISO is like 6th worst against right-handed pitching. So I would pair him up with Cole, hope for that low-scoring game over there, because right now, Stan said it. The weather's a concern right now. You have Martin Perez, who would be a good option tonight, but it might rain up in Boston. So I think right now you got to go with Cole and Casey Mize as your 1-2 punch.
Eric, even though Garrett Cole is going to be chalky here, do you feel like you just have to have him in your lineup?
He is my top pick, and I will mention Sean Manaea as a cheaper alternate. I think close to the bottom of that 8,000 plus range. Not close to Garrett Cole level, but he's fine and is facing an Angels lineup that has a Mike Trout-sized hole in it. If you do go Cole, though, just for some perspective, if you go Cole plus a mid-priced pitcher, your average hitter costs $38.50-ish. If you go somebody near the bottom of that 8,000 range plus another mid-priced pitcher, your average hitter's $4,200. And the difference between those two, the 3,800 guys are like Kyle Tucker, Paul Goldschmidt. The 4,200 guys are like Eric Hosmer, Chris Taylor. And I think in isolation, you couldn't even necessarily tell me which of those is the 42 and which is the 38. So it's not even that big of a cost, and you're getting like 14 extra points per game compared to the guys who cost around 8,000. So I think pretty clear Cole from all three of us here.
All right, how about a stud hitter over 5K? Nick, so many guys to choose from here. Ronald Acuna Jr., Trey Turner, Juan Soto. Who are you going to go with?
Well, if I have Cole and I have Mize, and I'm able to at least fit one high-priced bat in my lineup tonight, and I'm going to go with Max Muncy at 5.1K against Anthony DeSclafani, and he's raking against right-handed pitching this season, a 993 OPS. But guess what? He's still hitting lefties well. So if they bring in lefty out of the bullpen, he's going to be fine. Limited at bats against one another, but Muncy has taken him deep once. And DeSclafani, of the 6 home runs that he's given up this year, 5 have come against left-handed hitters, and just in general, left-handed hitters are hitting him better. So I'm going to go with Max Muncy at 5.1K.
Eric, where are you going a guy over 5K?
Yeah, Muncy was on my short list, but I'm going to go with Nelson Cruz at 5,400. He is having a slightly down season, which, given his age, no surprise, but it sure is nice when your down season sees you hitting 286 with 10 homers. And his hard hit rate is the highest it's ever been, and 5th overall in the entire league, 55.6%. He also has his lowest strikeout rate in over a decade. So I think there's not a lot of reason to think that he's significantly worse than what we're used to. And getting a guy like he's been for the last decade or so against Chris Bubich, who has a 1.52 ERA that isn't at all supported by the underlying numbers, 17 strikeouts against 12 walks in his 23 2/3 innings. No reason to be scared of him. And I think Cruz is still, even if he's 90% of what we're used to, that's still an excellent player.
Stan, a stud hitter over 5K. These guys are sort of staying in that 5K range, not going up to the 6s. What do you think?
Yeah, Eric has my guy, Nelson Cruz. But before, I dig into him a little bit more, I just want to give props to Nick, because a couple of weeks ago, he called the DJ LeMahieu double dong. And then last week, Jesse Winker, the triple. So this week, I guess Max Muncy is going for 4 home runs. He's the Alma Nick. So, everybody listen to his recommendations. As for Nelson Cruz, Eric, he's the man. He already broke down, his proficiency as a hitter. I'll just dig into Chris Bubich a little bit more. The FIP is 1.7 higher than the ERA. BABIP is 234. Left on base percentage is 85.2%. So, he's been very fortunate. He hasn't allowed a home run yet this season. And, in his career, he's been very good suppressing the long ball. He is a ground ball pitcher. But, last year in 50 innings, the home run per nine was 1.44. So even if you average it out to one home run per night, I mean, he's pitched 23.2 innings this season. So, he's due. And I like Nelson Cruz to, start the regression machine for him.
All right, guys, let's talk about value bat. Eric, give the people some salary relief.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about a guy who I talked about, I think, earlier this week, and that's Adolis Garcia for the Rangers at 3,500. Probably will keep talking about him until his price rises to where it should be, which I wouldn't be surprised if he's a $5,000 player by the end of the year or even the middle. Once the algorithm or the elves or whoever it is that sets the prices realize how good he is. There's a reason why people are slow to realize that, and that's because he's a 28-year-old with 24 plate appearances before this year, and they weren't good. But it's clear that he crushes the ball. I mean, one of the reasons we love the StatCast stats is they stabilize quickly, and we have enough data from him to know that he hits the ball incredibly hard. Third in barrel rate in the league, right above Aaron Judge, who last I checked is pretty good. Sixth in hard hit rate, one spot behind Nelson Cruz, who I talked about earlier. He was supposed to have power. This guy, prospect reports for him said he probably wasn't going to make nearly enough contact to get to that power, and he does have shaky plate discipline, a high strikeout rate and low walk rate, but it's still under 30%, that strikeout rate. I think as long as he stays in the high 20s there, he's going to keep slugging, and for 3,500, you're not going to get much better power than that.
Stan, where are you looking for some value?
Yeah, I totally agree with Eric. I think Garcia is way too cheap, but I'm going to go a little bit lower. Adalberto Mondesi, 2.8K. He was out for most of the year. He's played in 2 games since his return. I mean, the power speed combo, I mean, it's just the upside is just way too high for a sub 3K player. He does get to face off against Randy Dobnak, 4.85 FIP, 8% swinging strike rate. There's just too many paths to fantasy goodies with Mondesi, and the price is just way too cheap.
Nick, value, please.
Well, you got 2 great guys going right there that Eric and Stan just gave you, but I'm going to give you one that I think is the lock of the night. And that's Paul Goldschmidt, who Eric brought up earlier at 3.9K going up against Madison Bumgarner. They faced off 82 times. So advantage Goldie. He's facing, anytime a hitter faces a pitcher more, I'm always going with the hitter first, especially when the numbers. So I know we don't say average a ton, but when I see 348 against a pitcher, I think that's got to say something. More importantly, though, a 1.048 career OPS versus Mad Bum, 3 home runs, 2 triples, and 5 doubles. And I know Goldie's power against left-handed pitching this season hasn't been great, but I don't care. This matchup is for the value too, I'm going with Goldschmidt 100% at 3.9K tonight.
All right, we just talked about a lot of players that you guys have to have in your lineups, but Stan, is there a player that you think that people should absolutely stay away from, just totally fade tonight?
I was going to go Juan Soto initially, just because I just felt like, he's so expensive, and, just why are they going to pitch to him? But I went off of him just because he's just too good. It's just too scary to fade him. So I'm going to go Mike Yastrzemski. He's 5,200. He's facing Walker Buehler, who throws a fastball 50% of the time with an average velocity of 96 miles per hour. Against that pitch in 34 batted ball events, Yastrzemski has a 1.113 ISO and a 33.67 whiff percentage. In his career against Buehler, he's 2 for 7 with 3 Ks. So I just feel like the matchup, it's not so great, and the price is way too high for me.
Nick, what do you think? A player that the people should be fading?
Now, this game might get rained out, so just keep that in mind going into this. But I would fade Cody Poteet tonight against the Red Sox. I know he's not at a high price, but someone might see that 1.06 ERA and think, oh, this is a guy I can get on the cheap. But he's gone against the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, and the Mets so far. And then the Red Sox are second in WOBA in ISO against right-handed pitching, and they're third, I believe, in ISO. They're top 3 in WOBA, ISO, and OPS against right-handed pitching. So I don't trust that 1.06 ERA so far from Poteet. I would find a way to put at least one Red Sox hitter in your lineup tonight.
Eric, who are you fading here?
Yeah, I'm going to go both sides of the Astros-Padres pitcher matchup, Framber Valdez and Dinelson Lamet. Both very talented. Neither of them is going to pitch long enough for you tonight. Valdez threw 54 pitches in his final rehab start Sunday, coming off that broken finger that we once thought was going to maybe knock him out for the year. Good to see him back before the end of May. Don't want him in my fantasy lineups yet. Dinelson Lamet, is apparently a true starter after being in a piggyback role for his last few, but he only threw 41 pitches in that piggyback role on Saturday. General rule is you figure guys are going to add 15 to 20-ish pitches. So we're talking max 75 for Valdez and 60-ish for Lamet. Just not going to get enough value from either of those guys in those pitch counts.
Finally, let's switch to the other side of the plate and talk DK Sportsbook. All right, Nick, what is your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
I'm going to go with Matt Harvey over 5.5 hits allowed against the Orioles. The White Sox, against the White Sox. He pitches for the Orioles. The White Sox are 10th in OPS and WOBA against right-handed pitching. I know their ISO's down a little bit, but I just care about hits. They can all be singles. That's all that matters to me. And Harvey's easily hit the over in each of his last 3 starts. The Orioles relievers had a ton of work on Thursday night against the White Sox. And we've seen that Harvey's going to, if he does, I know he had that 1 2/3 inning outing 2 outings ago, but he gave up 7 hits and 2 home runs in the course of that. He is going to have to, they're going to have to get some innings out of him no matter what. He's going to have to really stink. And if he really stinks, he's going to hit that over. So either way, I feel comfortable that the White Sox get 6 hits against him tonight. Eric, your favorite MLB bet?
Yeah, Matt Harvey giving up hits against the Orioles could happen also.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think that's being offered. So I'm going to go with Toronto over Cleveland. I really like either the money line or the run line. You can spot Cleveland a 1.5, and it becomes basically even odds. I like that a lot, given that it's Hyunjin Ryu versus Eli Morgan. Ryu, we all know about him. He's been great for a long time. He's great again this year, 2.53 ERA. The ERA estimator is a little higher, but right around 3. I mean, he's a clear one of the best pitchers in the league, and he's going against a guy making his big league debut in Eli Morgan, who's not a particularly strong prospect. Fangraphs had him at a 35, which is probably not even a rotation member. So you got a huge gap between a guy who's a Cy Young contender and a guy who may not even be a big league starter. And there's a big gap in the lineups too. Toronto is 6th by WRC plus and Cleveland is 6th from the bottom. So I think they should be a much bigger favorite than the odds makers are giving them here.
Stan, where are you going? What's your favorite MLB bet for tonight?
Dodgers minus 1.5. It's plus 108. Was plus 114 last night. And, I'm a Dodger fan, so it's not just a homer pick here. I do like both Walker Buehler, San Francisco first in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. Last time he faced him, he allowed 1 run, struck out 5. But then also the offense, I think they'll get busy against the Giants pitching staff. Anthony DeSclafani, he did get lit up for 10 runs in 2.2 innings last outing, but he's not that bad. So, I don't expect a performance like that, but I do think the Dodgers will still score plenty of runs. Once he's out of the game, the Giants, they have the ninth highest FIP in the league. And, from a offensive perspective, the Dodgers against right-handed pitching, they're only 27th in strikeouts and 10th in ISO. So, I like this a lot.
All right. Thanks, you three. We're crossing the pond next to talk about the French Open with Kenny Ducey. Stay tuned. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey joins me now to talk about his favorite plays for the opening weekend of the French Open over on the DK Sportsbook. So Kenny, the favorite on the men's side is none other than 13-time French Open champ Rafael Nadal, who's minus 125 to win the title. Now, in his first match, he is a minus 10,000 favorite. So betting him to just win is obviously no fun. How would you approach that match from a betting standpoint to find like any value?
Well, what I'm doing with Rafael Nadal, and I think that's what normally everyone would do, is you go and look at what he's priced at to win the tournament, because he's only lost 3 times ever at this tournament. It's very difficult to beat Rafael Nadal. If I'm looking to bet that match, frankly, I'd be looking to live bet it. I'd be looking for him to break. I'd pretty much be looking at what the market would be for him to break every time, because I think it would probably be around somewhere like he'd probably be minus 110 to break in every game. The one thing I will say is Lexi Popyrin did give him a little bit of a fight this season, so I'm not sure like if it's going to be an absolute wash. I might actually look to see what Popyrin is on the game spread, but he should win this pretty easily. And at Roland Garros especially, he does break a lot. And now this leads me into sort of the market for Nadal in general. He's minus 121 to win the tournament. And when you look at what has happened in the last 2 years, people have been calling, the last 2 years, really the years that Nadal was going to lose. He wasn't going to win the French Open. 2019, he had losses in 3 straight tournaments to Team, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Like, he was not looking good. And Fabio Fognini, he lost to in the semifinals of Monte Carlo. Last year, he lost to Diego Schwartzman 9 days before going to the French Open. Everyone said, oh boy, Nadal doesn't look great. People are saying the same thing this year. And what's happened is he's just continued to win tournaments. He's continued to stack up the wins on the clay. Sure, he hasn't looked fantastic, but by the time he finished his final run there when he beat Novak Djokovic a couple weeks ago, he did look like he was almost at his A game. So I would bet on Nadal, frankly, winning this tournament once again. It is never a bad bet to take him in the futures market. But if we back up and look at some other guys, there might be some value there on some longer odds.
Okay, so one of the bigger threats to Nadal's title is 22-year-old Stefanos Tsitsipas, who is a minus 3,335 favorite in his first match. So how do you approach betting on this match and like trying to find an edge here, Kenny?
Well, again, it's a difficult. I think that when you have odds that are this short, right? I mean, you have the opportunity to bet in the match. I mean, I think that even betting Stefanos Tsitsipas to win 3-0 is just not going to be a fun time. And what we've seen with Tsitsipas in tournaments past is he's actually had some issues early on in the tournaments. If you look at the U.S. Open, he almost lost. I actually would think that Jeremy Chardy gives Stefanos Tsitsipas a pretty good fight here. I mean, he, generally speaking, plays well at the French Open. He's also pretty solid on serve. He doesn't really lose serve a lot, and it's a terrible draw for him, obviously, facing the second most favored player to win the tournament. But yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at the game spread here, I think there might be a little bit of value in Jeremy Chardy to cover the 9.5. He definitely, again, just is not someone that really drops his serve a lot. He's got a big power forehand. He has the powerful type of game that could bother Tsitsipas a little bit early on in this match. And generally speaking, has been a very good player to bet against the spread. So in this scenario, I think in the Popyrin Nadal match, I might be looking to bet Nadal on the game spread. I think that Chardy here could definitely cover the 9.5. or maybe even the total here, because I could see Chardy taking this to at least one tiebreak. You can get pretty good odds on over 28.5. I kind of like that.
Is there a big name that you think could actually get upset in the first few rounds?
Yes. So I don't know if this is going to come as a big surprise to folks, but Daniil Medvedev, the number 2 player in the world, it is the worst kept secret that he is not very good on the red clay. And that's obviously the surface that we'll be playing on this week in Roland Garros. Daniil Medvedev is only, you talked about Nadal being minus 10,000 to win his first match, Tsitsipas minus 3,300 or whatever it was. Medvedev is only checking in at minus 200 in his first round match. Now that is sort of unheard of for a number 2 seed to be that short, but that is what happens when you're this bad on the clay. We've seen Medvedev freak out and tilt. I like to call him Tilt Videv when he does this. He's hit the court. He's screamed out loud that he doesn't like playing on clay because his game doesn't translate there, Jesse. When he hits those flat backhands, they don't skid off the clay. They hang up for his opponents to run over and get to them. And it's impossible for him to hit through his opponents like he can on the hard court. So I do think that he will go down in the first round to a very talented Alexander Bublik. A lot of people used to say that he didn't have enough experience on the clay over the last year. He's just done nothing but dominate on this surface. He's got the feel to be a great player on the clay. He's been in great form. He's been improving, and he's one of the most unique and talented players we have on tour. You'll have a lot of fun watching Bublik if you bet on him here. And I also just think that he's great value as the underdog. There's no world in which Medvedev should be a minus 200 favorite. He went out in the first round last year in this tournament to Martin Fucsovics. He's had some pretty bad losses on the clay. Bublik wouldn't even count, I don't think, as a bad loss. I don't think that he's really expected to even win this match. So minus 200 is very ridiculous odds. I definitely fade Medvedev.
Okay, looking at the women's side, Naomi Osaka has won the U.S. and Australian Open, but never gotten past the third round at the French. She's plus 1,200 to win the tournament. You were just talking about the clay. I mean, but is her playing on clay enough to keep you away from her for this tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see any value here in this market because you like Medvedev, frankly. Osaka is someone who really relies on her power and relies on her serving. And when we look at players who rely on two of those things, they don't usually play well on clay. Her game just doesn't translate. That's why the results have not been there. There's still, questions about her on grass too, but we'll get to that, in a few months, Jesse. I don't think that there's any value here, especially because when you look at the players that she has to go up against, if you look at on a hard court, I don't think there's anybody really who can match Osaka and the way that she plays tennis. But on a clay court, I mean, you have Iga Swiatek. She is turning into really quickly the women's Nadal when it comes to dominance on the clay. She hardly loses on the surface. So, I mean, I would definitely make Swiatek a pretty heavy favorite if she faced Osaka. And then you look at other players she's going to have to compete with here. Past champions, Garbine Muguruza. She's always a difficult out. I mean, Sabalenka could be poised to win her first title here, her first major title. Ash Barty has been lighting the tennis world on fire, trying to come for that number one spot back. So I do think that there's plenty of talent all around here in the odds and at much longer odds to boot. So I can't recommend betting on Naomi Osaka here. It just does not suit her, this surface.
Okay, who's your personal favorite to win the women's title at the French Open?
So yeah, I really like this one. Paula Badosa. She's young. She's a young Spanish tennis player, and she's been really lighting it up on the clay. She had a couple of fantastic performances over the last year, really, on the clay. She had a big win this year as well. And when you look at what she's done, 19-4 over the last two seasons, she gave Ash Barty a decent run there in Belgrade in the title, but she ended up losing. But plus, I mean, I'm honestly shocked to see her this short, plus 2,500. I thought that we would be getting maybe better odds here, but she's 23. She's got great things on the horizon for her. She's going to be a stud. So why not take her here? She also has the benefit of not playing in the side of the draw with Ash Barty or Iga Swiatek. So anybody on this half of the draw, I think, has a good chance of getting to the final. Badosa, just as good a chance as anybody here. I really like her at plus 2,500. I think that these are pretty good odds. But I mean, I also can't recommend, or I can't, not say it's a good idea to bet on Swiatek at plus 275. I mean, I'd better maybe at minus 110.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Good stuff. Appreciate the analysis. Stick around, though, because you're going to be joined by Alex Hunter in a few minutes to talk about the 3 NBA playoff games that we've got headed our way. The Sweat. We'll be right back. NBA Best Bets time with DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Alex Hunter. We are breaking down the available bets for tonight's NBA playoff games. 3 games on the schedule, and let's start with the Knicks and Hawks as the series shifts to Atlanta. So the Knicks won game 2 to even the series. New York was celebrating like they won the whole thing, but are 4-point underdogs in game 3 here. So Kenny, do you like the Knicks to cover that spread on the road, or are the Hawks going to get a boost at home? Now the Hawks are 6-4 against the spread in the last 10 games.
Yeah, they're actually now 5-point favorites, the Atlanta Hawks. Look, I don't think that they're going to cover this spread. I know that no one's going to take me seriously, living just a stone's throw from Madison Square Garden. But I really just believe here that the Knicks defense will have enough to at least hold this game close. I don't know if the Knicks are going to win this game. I am inclined to believe they're going to take 1 of 2 in Atlanta. But the biggest thing here is the shooting for the Atlanta Hawks. They've hit 46% of their open threes. Now, down the stretch of that last game, the Knicks, obviously the Hawks tied that game at 91. The Knicks held the Hawks to just 1 point in the last few minutes, and that's how they ran away with that game. And they missed a couple open threes, and so that led the whole chorus of the people who have Hawks futures, all this stuff, say, oh, well, they missed some open threes. They're not going to keep missing open threes. The Hawks have hit 46% of their open threes, according to NBA.com, with no defender within 6 feet. So I think that they're going to see a little bit of regression in the shooting numbers. And the Knicks, meanwhile, they were top 5 in 3-point percentage on offense and on defense. So what's telling you right here that the Hawks are going to continue to shoot this well, and the Knicks are going to continue to shoot this poorly? I think the shooting numbers go in opposite directions here. The Knicks defense continues to be good, and I think that in general, there's a lot of value here on the Knicks all across the board in the futures market right here in this game at +5, and maybe even in game 4.
Alex, what do you think? I mean, the Knicks just so thrilled by that win. Do you think they could make this a series on the road?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, Kenny. I think the Hawks are going to go home and win and cover. They closed the regular season really strong at home. They won their last 11 straight on the home floor. And that includes wins over the Wizards, Suns, Blazers, Bucks, and Heat, which are all playoff teams. And during that win streak at home, their average margin of victory was 13.5 points. So they were comfortable wins as well. And Trae Young just loves playing the villain right here, going against the Knicks. He's averaging 31 points per game, shooting 51% from the field. And I don't think his confidence is going anywhere. It's going to be even at a higher level at home. And someone that's lacking confidence right now is Julius Randle. He's just been a shell of himself since from the regular season. We're not seeing him play at an all-star level. And to win in the playoffs, your best player has to play at a high level. I mean, he's shooting at 28% from the field in this series. And I don't think his confidence is just going to come alive facing, the Atlanta crowd. So I think Trae Young gets another laugh here, and they take the advantage in the series.
All right, the Nets are up 2-0 on the Celtics with the series moving to Boston. And despite being at home, the C's are still 8-point underdogs. Have the Celtics shown you anything at all in this series that makes you think that they can cover? Alex, the Nets are 7-0 against the spread in the last 7 games.
Yeah, as a Celtics fan, it hurts me to say it, but no, I have not seen anything. And I was tempted by the 7.5-point line that has moved to 8 points now when it first came out. But then the Kemba Walker news came out yesterday that he is questionable with a bone bruise to his knee. And that's just the worst news the Celtics could get right now with Jaylen Brown already out and Kemba Walker ailing with a knee injury. He's been struggling with knee injuries for the last 2 years. I mean, he hasn't played 2 games of a back-to-back set this year because of the knee injury. So with him not out there, at full health, I really don't think the Celtics have enough firepower to compete against the Nets. The Nets are a juggernaut, and for the Celtics to even contend in this game, Kemba has to play well and Jason Tatum has to play well at a high level. In the play-in against the Wizards when they won, Tatum went off for 50, but Kemba still chipped in with 28 points, and that's what they need to do to compete. So with Kemba not at full strength, I don't think they're going to compete offensively, and it hates me to say it, but I think the Nets cover.
I mean, Kenny, KD, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, is it just their game?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't seen anything here from the Celtics. The Celtics gave the Nets their best shot in game 1. It was the first half. They were diving, for loose balls. They were playing aggressive defense. They were looking absolutely outstanding. They gave everything they had. And then the Nets decided to just start playing better, and they haven't stopped. I just don't see what the Celtics can do here that they haven't already done to bother the Nets. I mean, Jason Tatum coming back, great, with one eye, whatever, an eye patch. It doesn't matter. I just don't think it matters whatsoever. This team is just so significantly better and more talented than the Celtics. And everything I thought about this series has just been absolutely wrong. I mean, I thought that the Celtics rebounding was going to really bother the Nets. The Nets have not been the strongest down low. It has not done that. The defense, I thought, hey, the Nets aren't going to play defense. The Nets have one of the best defensive ratings of any team in the playoffs right now. I mean, they've been playing incredible defense. So everything we thought about this Nets team, everything we were criticizing them for, they've just stepped up and done better in those facets. They have not changed their personnel. They have not changed their game plan. These guys have just started maybe trying on defense now, trying to get rebounds. I don't really know how to explain it, but the Nets are now a very complete team, and I do think more than I did a month ago, poised to win the East. I thought the Sixers were the shoe in here. I thought maybe the Bucks would give the Nets trouble, but right now the way they're playing defense, and maybe it's just a lackluster Boston offense, I don't know. But the way they're playing defense right now, it's going to be very difficult to stop this team. Boston just has absolutely nothing that it can throw at the Nets to make this a close game.
All right, well, the late game features the Clippers and Mavericks. Luka has dominated this series for the Mavs, but Dallas comes into game 3 as a 2-point home underdog. So do you believe the Clippers can make this a series on the road? Is their defense going to make an appearance, Kenny? Are we going to see some regression from this Mavs offense?
No, we're not going to see any regression. They're going to continue to shoot 50% from 3 because that's what NBA teams do, especially in the playoffs against top 10 defenses. Yeah. No, we're going to see a big-time regression from this Mavericks offense. They are taking the fewest percentage of their looks inside 10 feet in the NBA playoffs right now at around 20%. I mean, this team is just not – they have no interest whatsoever in taking the ball in or posting up. They are just shooting from mid-range. They're shooting from outside, and they are hitting everything that they're looking at. Now, going home, you'd think, okay, well, you know, they're going to keep shooting high. Even if they keep shooting well, there's no way they're going to keep shooting 50% from 3. This is a Clippers team that ranked 8th in defensive efficiency. This is also a Clippers team that in the NBA playoffs has an offensive rating of over 128 points per 100 possessions. That's right. This team has done nothing wrong on offense. They're continuing to get buckets. Kawhi Leonard had a 40-point game last time out, and they still lost. There's just no way that this team, the Clippers, by the way, are great three-point defense as well. There's no way the Mavericks can keep hitting this level of shots. This is just ridiculous. They're going to see a big-time regression here. The Clippers are going to get back in this series. I don't think the Mavericks are like going to lose this series, you know, outright. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, they could, but I just don't think that these next 2 games are going to be quite as easy as the first 2 were.
Yeah, Alex, Luka, Kristaps, even Tim Hardaway Jr. have just been launching from near the logo without any hesitation at all here. Do you see a regression from them?
Yeah, like Kenny said, I expect the Clippers to step up defensively. Like Kenny said, in the regular season, they were the 8th best defense, but they've been dead last in the playoffs. And but that shows you they have the talent and the personnel to be a good defense. And I think one of the adjustments they're going to make, I think they're going to put Kawhi Leonard more exclusively on Luka, try to bother him, and I think it's going to be effective. I think that Kawhi Leonard is still going to light them up. He's averaging 33.5 points so far in this series. I don't think that's going to stop. And I think Tyronn Lue goes back to using Rajon Rondo. I mean, we saw Rondo play a pretty good role in the first game. He closed out the game, and I think we see him do that again. You know, there's no point of using Reggie Jackson or Terrence Mann at the end of the game. You traded for Rajon Rondo for playoff Rondo. You took on his $15 million salary from the Hawks for his postseason experience. It would just be stupid to not use him now, and I think we see him play a big role. I think he's going to help them get a win tonight. I think Kawhi Leonard leads the way, and they get right back in the series and cover the spread.
All right, so Alex, which of these games has a total that you might feel like you should target tonight?
The highest one of the night is the Celtics versus Nets at 227, and I'm going under on that one. Just as I kept talking about before on the Celtics, I'm worried about Kemba. And if Kemba is not out there, you know, full strength, there's no way the Celtics are going to score enough points to be in this game. And the other thing is, if Kemba is in a limited role, that actually helps the Celtics defense. No offense to Kemba, but Kemba's a really weak defender, and he's getting exposed by Harden and Kyrie. You know what I mean? And if he's out there for less minutes, the Celtics defense is going to improve. And I think their defense is going to improve anyways, playing at home in the Garden. So with, you know, better defense and their offense still struggling, I think there's no way that this game goes over. Through the first 2 games, the average finishing total has been 217.5 points. So I don't know. I'm taking the under, and I want to take the under before we find out about Kemba, because if we find out Kemba is limited or he's a game time call, I think everybody's going to hammer this under and the number's going to go down. So I'm attacking now.
Kenny, what do you think? A game total that is enticing to you?
I like the over in the Knicks-Hawks game, 211. I think that this total is respecting the Hawks defense a little too much. Look, the Hawks have just not done anything to limit this Knicks team on defense. The Knicks are just missing open looks that they normally hit. Alex has mentioned that the Knicks, Julius Randle looks a little lost on offense, but I still don't think, this team was one of the best three-point shooting teams all season long. The Hawks were one of the worst defenses all season long, near the bottom 10 in the league. And the Knicks were, for most of that game, were shooting 25% from three until they woke up late. I think that the Knicks are going to continue to see their shooting trend in a positive direction. I think that they will control this game a little bit on the glass as well. They've been one of the best rebounding teams. And so that leads me to believe that they're going to score a lot of points here. And the Hawks playing catch up, pushing the tempo, taking a lot of threes, they're a decent shooting team too. So I do think that there is a game script here where I could see that maybe the Knicks not winning this game, but maybe they jump out in front early. The Hawks have to start really pushing it and using their high-powered offense to get back. And I think that we could definitely see the total hit or the over hit on this very low total, 211, lowest of the night.
All right, each of these games is also available as a showdown contest on DraftKings, or of course you can play the whole slate in a classic format. So who's the best DFS play for the NBA playoff slate tonight, Kenny?
To be honest with you, it's gonna be weird saying it, but I think I'm ready to trust Kawhi Leonard when it comes to DFS, at least in the playoffs, because we've seen him now through 2 games. He has been the focal point of this Clippers offense. He's gotten the usage. He's also decently priced. Whether you're talking about a showdown or the classic, you're not gonna break the bank on Kawhi Leonard. And what we've seen from him in the postseason has, again, just been a much more aggressive approach. He's been the guy taking all the shots, taking the ball in. He's taking threes. The whole offense runs through Kawhi. And that's just not what we've seen all season long. He's been sharing the ball. But when it comes down to it and they need points, and game 2 was like a must-win game for them, he scored 41 points because he was just doing everything himself. So I think that we'll continue to see this trend where Kawhi Leonard has a very high usage rate. He's going to play almost every minute of the game as well. And I think that he's the safest bet on this slate because, again, I don't want to touch the Nets with so many mouths to feed there. I think that the Mavericks are just a big trap here because I think that they're going to see a lot of regression on offense. And Knicks and Hawks, you see a really low total. And, what do you know? Like, the Knicks have a good defense, and the Knicks also, their stars have not been performing. I think that the safest thing here is to just go with Kawhi Leonard.
Alex, what do you think? Favorite DFS play for the slate tonight?
Yeah, I completely agree with Kenny. At $8,500, when we're talking classic DFS, Kawhi Leonard is a must play. He's put up 57.75 in the first 2 games, and he's playing 41 minutes per game with a 30.5% usage rate. In the regular season, you rarely see Kawhi go over 35 minutes. So to get him over 40, which we know will continue with their backs against the wall, you have to play him. You're getting a $10,000 player at $8,500. I think he's a must play. And also, if you want to go for someone cheaper, I like DeAndre Hunter at $4,000. Tuesday night was the first time that he's gone over 30 minutes since missing 24 games with the knee injury. And he responded with 26.5 fantasy points. And he brings stuff, to the table on both ends of the floor. He's a strong defender. He's a good shooter. And I think we see him go over 30 minutes for the rest of the series, barring a setback. And when he's gone over 30 minutes this year, he's averaged 36.5 fantasy points per game. And that's an immense return for someone at $4,000. And I think this might be the last time we see him this cheap, and you got to attack him.
All right, thanks, you two. Appreciate it. As always, stay tuned, everybody who's watching. We're going to be breaking down tonight's hockey slate next. The Sweat will be right back. I'm joined by the most entertaining trio around, DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's Paul Bruno and AJ Scholes. They're here to preview tonight's NHL playoff slate and look ahead to round 2. So, guys, only one game on the docket tonight in the NHL, and it's Game 7 between the Golden Knights and the Wild. Paul, you called the Wild forcing Game 7 on Wednesday. So do you think they take Game 7 as plus 155 underdogs on the money line?
Jesse, I built the case for a Minnesota win on yesterday's show, citing the two outstanding efforts by goalie Cam Talbot when they won despite being outshot by a wide margin. Then there were a couple of other games where they actually outshot the Knights but didn't win those tilts. All of this tells me they have played stride for stride with the heavily favored Vegas team thus far. But when I throw in AJ's comment, and I thought about this after our hit yesterday, that Fleury might be wilting a little. That's quite something coming from the president of the Marc-Andre Fleury fan club. He surrendered 6 goals over the last 2 games, and AJ even thinks they might change the goalie. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's quite a bit of material pointing to a Wild win. The pressure is definitely on the Knights, I think, tonight. The first round of the NHL playoffs usually produces a couple of upsets. We saw one already, didn't we, Jeff? This one will be another one, I think. I'm predicting a Minnesota win.
AJ, what do you think? You still rolling with the Golden Knights, or are you feeling like hopping on the Wild bandwagon here?
Well, Paul won't get this reference being up in Canada, but for those of us here in the States, wrong. I'm going to stick with my call here and favor the Golden Knights in this one. I don't love the money line here on how much you have to give up. I don't really like the traditional over at 5. But if you give up that extra half a goal and take the alternate total at over 5.5, you can get some value at plus 123 on the DK Sportsbook. So I do think it's going to be a Golden Knight win. I don't love the juice you have to give up on the money line. So betting wise, I'm going to take that over at 5.5.
Jeff, who you rolling with, AJ or Paul?
I've done too many shows with Paul now to know not to doubt him here. But I kind of obviously got off the Wild bandwagon a bit. I thought that Vegas, even being shorthanded, would be able to close out this series perhaps in 5 or 6, just being a veteran team. But at this point, you look at this Vegas roster, they are shorthanded. It's not just Max Pacioretty. Like Nussik's out as well in their bottom 6. This Wild team is pretty deep in terms of the fact that they roll 3 scoring lines. Hartman, Fiala, they ate them up last game. I think that's going to be a factor in this other game as well. Right now, they've got the better goaltending. I'm actually surprised you can get plus 155. Wild are also 4-1 in Vegas on the road over the last 5 games that they've played. I'll take the Wild here to pull off the upset.
All right, guys, Mark Stone has 4 goals in the series for Vegas. He's plus 160 to score in Game 7. AJ, do you like those odds?
Well, if Vegas is going to pull this one out, they absolutely are going to need some offense out of Mark Stone. So I definitely like that odds at plus 160, and I'll even double down on that and take him over 2.5 shots at plus 150 as well. He's only hit that over in 1 of his last 9 games, dating back to the regular season. But if they're going to win, they're going to need it from Mark Stone, and I think he delivers tonight.
Jeff, what do you think?
Well, I hate to be against AJ on everything, but I'm going to be against AJ on everything today because I'm going with Kevin Fiala. I think it's much better play than Mark Stone. Mark Stone's not a high-end shot producer. He's very opportunistic, but again, the Wild have really kind of dominated the play just in terms of, maybe it's just Cam Talbot, maybe it's everything, but I would rather be on Fiala. That third line, you could call it third line, second line, whatever, has really given the Golden Knights trouble. This is a streaky score. I don't even mind taking Fiala to score multiple goals at plus 1,300 tonight. I think that that line is going to be the difference here, and I don't mind him taking over 2.5 shots on goal at about minus 134 on the DraftKings Sportsbook either. So I'm heading up all the Kevin Fiala props here.
What do you think, Paul? You rolling with Mark Stone?
Both guys made great points, but we're sticking to Stone here on my discussion. I do like the odds quite a bit. He's the leader of this club, no question about it, and they'll use him in all the high leverage situations, lots of offensive zone starts, and particularly as a primary shooter, an option on their power play. This guy's a big game player, a heart and soul guy, and I got lots of time for players like that, even if they don't wear the beautiful blue and white of the Maple Leafs. And he's going to get his chances tonight, by the way. I say he converts at least 1, and it might well be in a losing cause because I do like the odds on guys like Kaprizov, Fiala, and Eriksson, all in the low 200s. I would pick Fiala as well as the guy most likely to represent from that side.
All right, well, you can play this game in the showdown format in DFS. So who's your favorite captain play in the Wild Golden Knights contest, Jeff? Remember, 1.5 times the salary, 1.5 times the points.
I mean, I've pretty much already revealed it. It's Kevin Fiala at 12-6. Obviously, if I think he's got a shot at multiple goals, perhaps to hit 3 or more shots on goal, I got to look at him to the captain spot. I think you could see some kind of 2-0 game, 3-0 game where, one goal scorer basically makes the difference. And Fiala is that type of player, plays in multiple situations. He should get a lot of chance. And like I said, he has been the main shot producer for the Wild, and I think that continues tonight. So 12-6, I like that. It's a bargain. It'll also let you fit in more expensive players.
Paul, you rolling with Fiala too?
No, I'm going to take the goalie. I've been good with the goalies all playoff long, Jesse, and I'm going to make a goalie the top pick in this one. AJ pointed out that we might have some doubt about Fleury, but I'm looking at the other end of the rink, obviously touting Cam Talbot, who allowed a total of 2 goals over games 5 and 6. He's on top of his game. So again, I plug him in for 15,600 on the showdown format, on what many others might call a contrarian play.
AJ, what do you think? Who's going to be your captain?
Well, I think Jeff is right here that a 2-0 game is what we could be seeing, but I think those 2 goals are going to come from Mark Stone in this one. I know he's the most expensive forward in the showdown slate outside of Pacioretty, who may or may not play. I think it's leaning towards not play, to be totally honest here. If you are on Minnesota, I think I agree with Paul. I think you have to look at Cam Talbot as being the difference here, but for me, it's going to be the Golden Knights and Mark Stone.
All right, let's look ahead to round 2, guys. The Bruins and Islanders will face off for the right to be the champs of the East Division. The Bruins are minus 230 favorites to win the series. Paul, do you agree with those odds?
You know what? They certainly make the Bees a heavy favorite. I think this is going to be a much closer series, though. The Islanders won the first 5 games of their season series when we look back, but the Bruins took the last 3. That leads me to a key point. Boston has solidified their second line with the addition of Taylor Hall, who arrived before that streak began, that later season streak. And he looks like a star player once again. That means the Isles have to pick their poison against 2 very good scoring lines for the Bruins. I think the Isles' offense is second best in this matchup. The Bruins' defensive structure is every bit as good as the Isles. And I also give the Boston team the edge in goal with Tuukka Rask. And that's why I do expect them to come out on top at the end of the series as victors. But it's going to be a tight fit. I think the Bruins fans are going to sweat this one out, but if you bet on them, you'll win.
AJ, do you think the Bruins should be minus 230 favorites against the Islanders? Again, I'm sorry about what they did to you.
Absolutely not. I definitely don't think they should be that heavily favored. I mean, yeah, New York's biggest star, Matthew Barzal, is still looking for his first tally, but the Isles have gotten 9 goals out of Anthony Beauvillier, Brock Nelson, and Josh Bailey on a second line that, yes, the Bruins' second line is better than it was in the past, but I think the second line in the Island is unmatched. And then between the pipes, it's going to be all rookie Ilya Sorokin, who's overtaken that starting job on the heels of a 4-0 playoff record. Let's not forget the games the Penguins won were against Varlamov, Simeon Varlamov, rather. And Sorokin's got a .93 save percentage. The Bruins are just so heavily favored in this one. You have to take the value, in my opinion, and take the Islanders at plus 180 to win the series.
Jeff, who you rolling with?
It really does feel like they don't want you to bet the Bruins here because they're such big favorites. I'm actually a little bit surprised that they are drifting into this big favorite territory. But I mean, I'm going to side with AJ here. I mean, look, this is a pretty ridiculously big line for a team like the Islanders who added some depth at the deadline, and they just pulled off a big upset without one of their best offensive players doing anything. I mean, that's generally a pretty positive sign for your team going forward. They do have the option to go back to Varlamov and net in case something happens. The Bruins are kind of, stuck with, not just stuck, but, it's Rask or bust there. So the Islanders are a pretty deep team. I'm not sure if they should be this big underdogs against anyone at this point. We've seen them perform in the playoffs before as well. So it's just too small a line to take for the Bruins, quite frankly. And I think you're definitely getting, the better value on the Islanders. Now, I think the Bruins will probably squeeze it out too. But, as far as betting, yeah, I don't mind this line at all for the Islanders.
All righty. Thanks, guys. Always entertaining, you three. Sit tight. One more segment to go. But first, a price check for this weekend's NASCAR event at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for the Memorial Day race at Charlotte, whose salary jumped up this week. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,200 up to $7,400. He's been a top 15 driver all season, but 600 miles, that's a long distance for Stenhouse to go without wrecking. Bubba Wallace, $5,800 up to $7,000. 0 top 15s in the high downforce package this season. In this package, this season, his average finish is 23rd. Kyle Larson, $10,200 up to $11,300. We could be witnessing the Michael Jordan of NASCAR. I know that's a bold statement, but he looks like a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Whose salary dropped this week? Michael McDowell, $7,400 down to $5,800. This is a misprice. His poor results are due to a schedule heavy in low downforce races. In the 4 high downforce races this season, his average finish is 14th. Joey Logano, $9,500 down to $8,800. The team has struggled so far this season in this package, but hey, he's got practice and 400 laps to figure it out. Justin Haley, $5,400 down to $4,800. This is a pretty good discount. The 2019 Memorial Day race was a wreck fest, so he could work through attrition. Favorite play of the week, Martin Truex Jr., $11,100 in 5 of the last 6 Charlotte races. He's either scored the most fantasy points or the second most fantasy points. Chris Buescher, $6,700. He's priced as if he's the 23rd best driver, but in this package, he is the 12th best driver. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
Final segment here on The Sweat on this lovely Friday. DraftKings contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich are here to break down which teams they like to win their division in the AFC during the 2021 NFL season and where's the best value. So let's start in the AFC East. The favorite is Buffalo at -150. How do we feel about this one, Reed?
Yeah, I like it. I can make a sound argument for the other teams to win this. I think Buffalo, we might see a tad of regression from Josh Allen because he played so well. But they locked up their defense in Matt Milano. They made some good moves on offense, bringing in Manny Sanders. So I like them. If there's value to be had there, I think it's Miami. Jets in the rebuild, and I think New England is still kind of in that purgatory state. We'll see how Cam plays, but I think the value is Miami, but I got to go with Buffalo.
Jeff, can you make a case for any other team?
Yeah, I think Miami's the team I want to stay away from. They led the league in turnovers last year. They lost a little bit on defense. I just don't see. I think the value is actually with New England. They're the ones who added. They've got an elite defense. They added a lot of players there, elite tight ends. Maybe they even add Julio here. I think plus 350. It's either them or the Bills, and I would side with the Patriots at those big odds.
Ooh.
All right, let's move on to the AFC North. The favorite is Baltimore, but it's plus 125. Jeff, you feel like you can make an argument for somebody else in the AFC North?
Yeah, I would much rather side with the second favorite here in the Cleveland Browns at plus 145. You know, the Ravens lost a little bit on defense too. If that secondary regresses even a little, we know their offense isn't, it can be very hit or miss. Ravens still don't really have a signature win in the last couple of years. They haven't done good against elite teams. I love Nick Chubb. I love the guys they added on defense in Cleveland. I'll take them at plus 145 right now.
Reed, you're nodding your head like you're here for this.
Yeah, same. Like, how many times do you have to buy into the Cleveland hype? I actually think this season, right, it makes more sense in the last 2 seasons. They added Clowney, they added Anthony Walker from Indy, John Johnson from the Rams. So the secondary and the defense got a lot better. And Stefanski is a perfect fit for Baker. And look, the Ravens had the second toughest schedule this year. That's really going to help Cleveland. So yeah, I'm with Jeff here.
Indy's minus 106, the favorite for the AFC South. Reed, you're rolling with the Colts?
Yeah, Tennessee, opposite, right, of Cleveland. They lost a lot of guys on defense for Tennessee, so that defense is going to scare me a little bit. And Derrick Henry, he had a huge workload last year, Jesse. Like, I don't know how you can sustain that. And so, like, when you take a look at Indy, they just have a strong team, a strong line right now. Carson Wentz, he has to protect the ball, obviously, but when you take a look at this defense, this offense, and then on the trenches for Indy, it makes a lot of sense. I'm just scared for Tennessee right now. Just I don't know where the defense is going to be and how quality Derrick Henry is going to. He's going to be quality, but it's going to be at that level that he was last year. I don't think so. Jeff, you agree?
I'm not taking Carson Wentz as a favorite to win the division and on any team. So no, I'll side with Tennessee here. Derrick Henry, he's of another nature. This guy doesn't care about workload. I think it's good they got rid of a lot of guys on defense because the Titans defense stunk last year. So I'll still side with the Titans here at plus money. I'll say this. I might even roll the dice a little bit, Jesse, with the Jacksonville.
Oh my God! Now we know it.
Urban Meyer, Trevor Lawrence. Why not? Those are massive odds.
All right, and we will close with that, gentlemen. Good stuff as always. That is a show at noon. Patriots and Jets kicking off a slate of 6 Madden Sims on the Dream Stream. Emerson and Adam Kaufman will be on the call. The Sweat is off on Memorial Day. See you back on Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Have a great weekend.
Welcome in, DK Sim fam. Well, how lucky are you? It is Friday of Memorial Day weekend. We're going to kick this weekend off right. Hopefully put some cash in your pocket or win some freebies, whatever it may be. I am Jason Rossi. We'll be joined shortly by Brandon Cristal. He's got that Denver dial-up cooking right now, but we'll get him in here in just a few minutes. We have our continued week 2. We got a little revenge potential game here. Not in the sim land, but when it comes to the reality of this game, it's Bengals, Bears, Andy Dalton going against his old team. You know he's going to be starting in this one when they get to that point. But we got that contest locking in less than a minute, so you can join the contest that I created or the contest that you want to get in that free roll as well. Appreciate you all being here. We see you guys jumping in there in the chat as well as over on our YouTube chat as well as over on Twitch. We got the great crew with you today. We got Andrew or Drew, producer Drew. Let's just go with the official name here. He will be producing for this game. We have Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s. We got Frangelico and Ops. He's doing the manual scoring. So hit that like button now. Get it started. Let's get the positivity going into a Memorial Day weekend, which I am so pumped and jacked for. Almost as excited to get some sim football here. So keep dropping in your comments. We'll get BK in here in just a few minutes. But appreciate you guys being here. The official lock of the lineups that's happening is we'll get the kickoff from the Bears over to the Bengals. Pull up my lineup real quick to give you guys a little taste of the greatness that I'm going to be putting out here. So the contest we have here, Burrow's going to start the game. He looks like he's a full go, by the way. Reports coming out of Cincinnati. He will be participating in OTAs, a little bit of the action we've seen. He's got the cool-looking Stone Cold Steve Austin knee braces, I like to call it. He gets the completion there. So my lineup in this one, since BK isn't here yet, I'm just going to say I'm in first right now. He always seems to say that. Ted Ginn is in my captain spot. Mitch Vick will be there as well. I got Allen Robinson, Gio Bernard, Tyler Boyd, and Uzoma, who used to be like a real standout in these games, early goings, and then kind of has slowed down, but we'll see what Joe Burrow does here. He has a man on the flat. Catch, going to be close to a first down. Burrow gets there, so we'll have a 3rd and inches. Let's see what we got here in the chat. Dan Russell says, oh, God bless you, big man. Are you talking to me? I know you got thick skin. I'm just one of the grumpy old Muppets up in the balcony. Dan, you better not be talking to me, man, because I got thick skin. Everything about me's thick with a couple C's. Dude, no, I take everything as a compliment. That's going to be almost a stuff by the Bears, but looked like Joe Mixon was able to push it forward, so they'll get a first down in this opening drive. As we have, who else is in here? Carbon, what's going on? How we doing? Dan also says, no worries. Yeah, it's all good here. Jordan. Listen, you guys are, I love when the conversation's going. Like, I have to catch up myself to see what you guys are talking about. CEH 1300, what's up, dude? See you over on Twitch. There's a blitz. Matt coming in, stopping Gio Bernard in the backfield. That was a 2nd and 12. Dan says, I already know I'm going to enjoy this way better just because BK's not here. Come on, dude. Don't do that. BK's great. I'll be honest. Everyone has their own flavor. I'm sure there's some people here saying, oh, great, Rossi's here. It's the ebbs and flows of the commentating crew. And I think that's what makes it special here for DK. So that's what I like about doing this as well. You get a little different flavors. You just had Emerson and Koff, which I want to say, and Drew, you could correct me. Is that just the 2nd time ever? I remember those two guys did one maybe a month and a half back. And that was the longest I talked to Kaufman about it and Emerson. That was the longest the two had ever spoken to each other consistently, which is kind of funny because they've worked both in the DK office. Okay, Drew thinks maybe it was their 3rd game. But still, not a lot. Not a lot. Don't get those too often, so that's really cool. Congo Cab, we see you. What's up, dude? Joe Burrow on a 1st and 10 opening drive here for the Bengals. Drops it off again. It's kind of been picking apart this Bears defense on the underneath routes. That's Bernard with the catch. Jordan says Joe, Uzoma, Ginn, Robinson, Bears DST, and of course, Captain Mitch Vick. Jordan, we have similar lineups. But when you say Joe, are you talking Joe Mixon? Joe Burrow? Joe Mama? We'll get a 2nd and 6 here. 5:10 remaining. River Rat, Team Rossi here. Appreciate you, bro. Hope everyone has some plans lined up. As Frangelico, our ops guy, again, doing that manual scoring. Let me know today, which I don't know. I should be celebrating. I think I have shirts that I could wear. Maybe I'll do it. I'm back for 6. But it's National Burger Day. So what I want to know, drop in the chat, best burger topping. It could be, I don't care about condiments. I don't mean like ketchup, mustard. You do what you want there. But I want to know, like, is there a certain type of cheese? Is it like, are you weirdo? Just lettuce? Are you onions? That's going to be an underneath. That was a weird Tyler Boyd run right there. They try to get him on the sweep. Bad call against this Bears front 7, which is the real highlight of this defense. But yeah, let us know. Like, what do you guys like? Tomatoes? You can put the combos in there. Bacon. Did you get silly? You put peanut butter? I, to this day, have yet to have a cheeseburger with peanut butter. And I used to have a thing called Rossi's Burger Club. I've had probably 500 different cheeseburgers or burgers in general in my day. The handoff, nice open space here for Mixon's going to break his way towards the end zone down to about the 3-yard line. Nice run, Mixon taking advantage of the right side there. Mike Bizzle says Ghost of Madison matinee is a true thing. Ooh. Valaway, what's up, man? How you doing? Scotty Too Hottie with the bear emoji. Don't know what that means aside from just the bears, or maybe you call me a bear. Call me whatever you want. Happy to be here with you guys. There's the handoff again, bouncing his way, trying to get there. Gio Bernard, who would help my lineup. Getting pump-up texts from my other opportunities in this world. Don't bother me. I'm on a meeting right now. Come on. Scotty Tuati says bacon Swiss. Well, that sounds pretty good. We get a 2nd and goal. Here is a stacked line. Mixon fighting his way, gets down to the 2. Our guy Frangelico says onion strings or nachos in a burger. Like, wait, when you say nachos, you mean like full-on like cheese chips and everything, or just like the chip part? Very intrigued.
I think those are called tortilla chips.
Whatever.
Either. Are those called tortilla chips?
Yeah, I think so. He said nachos. I didn't know if he actually meant full-blown nachos on a burger. It's National Burger Day. BK in the house. Joe Mixon's going to rush it in himself there. Selfish. But Joe Mixon what an opening drive here for the Bengals. Almost took up 7 minutes of the clock. What's up, BK? How you doing, man?
Oh, I've got Joe Mixon in my lineup. I'm good, man. So yesterday, as I admitted, I just forgot what time. I thought I had my time zones wrong, so I was a couple of minutes late. Today, I was set up, went and tried to pick up our camper, but it has a flat tire, so that's its own headache that I'll deal with over the next couple of days.
Oh, geez.
And then we stopped to grab a sandwich, and I'm like, oh, I got time. I'll be there a few minutes before. I'm set up, and I walk in, and all the TVs behind me say, I don't know what the message says, and it's a drill. It said,
"You broken.
A network error has occurred. Exit YouTube." I was like, oh,
sweet.
Great. So I had to reset the internet. I should have known this was coming because as I was posting my Broncos Daily podcast today, It was being kind of slow, but then it posted. So I was like, oh, I'll be all right. Maybe just whatever goes to the machine. But I'm here now. I probably have the winning lineup. It feels like it at least because I've got Joe Mixon. Not on my captain spot, though. I captain A-Rob too.
Love to see it.
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
See you. Good to be here with you. We were asking people, obviously today being the kickoff of the weekend, just asking people what their favorite burger toppings are. So I have a bunch of people like, hey, buddy says mushrooms and Swiss with bacon. Okay. Also, LT earlier says, Rossi, I went with Joe Mama. Felt Joe Burrow and Joe Mixon would be too chalky. Someone said they put in Joe. I didn't know what Joe they meant.
I have both Joes.
Team Joe.
So what'd you say your favorite burger? Like, if you're going to a burger place and you can build your own, what are you building?
Okay, for me, good question. I go, if they got pepper jack cheese, I go pepper jack. I go avocado, lettuce, tomato, bacon, because I'm going to get funky with it. I'm trying to think, there's got to be, regardless of like sauces, I'm a barbecue sauce guy with all that too. And I would do onion strings on that too. I would crunch up, give me the healthy fats, which I'm not really worried about because this isn't necessary for the health side.
Yeah, healthy fats are out the window based on I'm glad you got the avocado in there and the superfood, but
yeah, I just
like having a Diet Coke with this burger you're describing.
I get a large fry, 3 burgers, Diet Coke.
You gotta watch your calories.
Yeah, I really dig avocado though on a burger with bacon. I think there's something about that crunch. That's why I would throw the onion strips in there too. How about you? What would you go?
So typically, I keep it pretty basic. Just give me a bacon cheeseburger. As long as the burger's cooked well, ideally medium rare. and nice and juicy. Give me American, Swiss, and just bacon, cheese, and ketchup. And that's 9 times out of 10 the way I would go. But I'll definitely, if a place has a good barbecue type burger with the barbecue sauce and like either onion rings or onion strings or even like pulled pork on top of the burger, I won't shy away from that at all. And then one of the best burgers I ever had, and in fact, Doug Gottlieb and I each had 5. It was the last weekend that he and I worked together in Oklahoma City, Labor Day weekend of 2003.
Okay.
We go up, or 2002, I'm sorry. 2003. We go up to Nebraska. Oklahoma State's playing Nebraska in the opener. Jamal Lord turns the ball over 5 times, and Nebraska still won. That was Oklahoma State's one of their best teams with Rashawn Woods and Tatum Bell and Josh Fields, old third baseman for the White Sox. They were a good team. But that was one of their 2 losses, that and OU. Anyway, we're at a place called P.O. Pears. It's now out of business in Lincoln, Nebraska. And they are famous for their goober burger, or were. And the goober burger is peanut butter, maybe even peanut butter and jelly on top of the bacon cheeseburger. Definitely peanut butter.
Okay.
Because peanut butter on top of a bacon cheeseburger. And no lie, because we broadcast from there Friday and Saturday. Between the 2 days, I think we even went over their post game too. Between the 2 days, we had 5 of them each. And they were awesome. But like, I don't know since then how many times I've had bacon or peanut butter on a bacon cheeseburger, but I love the idea of it.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm still yet to have it. I've had like 500 different types of burgers, never once. I don't believe.
I guess what's stopping you, right? It's National Burger Day.
Yeah.
See if there's a place nearby, or you obviously know how to make a burger and fancy yourself.
Oh yeah,
a good cook, and I imagine a grill master with it. Fire up the grill, throw some bacon on. Let me ask you this: have you ever and some peanut butter, obviously? Have you? Well, if you want to do the stats too, I don't want to.
No, that's fine. They know.
There you go. Joe Mixon 4 for 28 touchdowns.
Joe Burrow, should I say, ran in the touchdown. Nice drive there on the opening.
Oh, Joe Burrow ran it in. Well, I got him too. So
right when you came in there, you were the good luck charm.
No, I thought you said Mixon keeps. You said Burrow keeps it himself.
Yes. Anyways.
All right. Anyway, I've heard about this, and I just have never done where you take uncooked bacon and you blend it up in the ground beef and then just cook it. I've never done that. It seems awesome. My wife would hate it.
Is she not a bacon fan?
She likes bacon if just strips of bacon. Anything else with bacon on it, she's out.
Okay.
She's very anti-bacon. If it's, bacon wrap this, bacon wrap that, or bacon mixed into this or that, including a salad, even if she's a big salad eater, the bacon tastes overpowers, so she hates it. She'll do eggs and bacon, side of bacon at breakfast or whatever. Sure. That's the only way she likes bacon. Whereas me, I'm the opposite. I'm like every other, red-blooded American's like, give me bacon on everything. Bacon and melted cheese, and I'm fine. You can put melted cheese on just about anything, and it makes it better.
I dig it. I agree, but the best burger I ever had, and I think I may have said this story, is we're going to get a Pinheiro. He's trying this one from 52. I don't think so, but let's
Eddie.
see. Come on, Eddie. No. Nice try. Nice try. Looked like Glash kicking field goals.
That would have been good from 42.
Nah, didn't look it. The best burger I ever had was at a place in Boston called the Beantown Pub. Now, I as I mentioned, in my rock radio days, there's a big run from Mixon. I'm sorry, is that Gio Bernard, actually? In my rock radio days, I used to have a thing called Brossi's Burger Club. There was a big event here in Boston every year called the Battle of the Burger. One winning restaurant would go down to Miami, where there's this huge event. Guy Fieri hosts, so I hosted this little local one in Boston.
Isn't it Fieri?
Him too.
I figure you being Italian, you'd be able to nail that.
You call it whatever you want. So
I call him Guy like he's French.
Guy Ferretti. But this Beantown Pub burger was made with chuck beef, filet, and bacon all ground together. I scraped the cheese off this burger. It was that good. I was like, this is the best thing I ever had. Went back we filmed something to showcase it. Went back the next day to get it again. I'm like, this is the best burger I ever had. Wasn't the same. They specialty. They made it special that day for the purposes of the shoot. And even at the competition, it was different. I'm like, what did they do? And I eventually talked to the owner, and it was just way too expensive to have filet at a place that normally wouldn't have that type of meat. They weren't like a steakhouse or anything. So it was the best burger I ever had, but I will take that with me to the grave, that wonderful, wonderful meal, but never will I be able to have it again, potentially. Brian says, fried pickles on a burger is highly underrated.
My issue with fried pickles sometimes is I'm just not the biggest spicy food fan. I'm a wimp. My wife and 14-year-old like spicy food, and obviously they have the same DNA. My 2-year-old, she'll trick him every now and then, and he's much better at it than his dad. So hopefully he gets that from her. But my issue with fried pickles, when you grow up in the South, there's fried pickles everywhere.
Yep.
Is that they tend to be a little too spicy. So if it's, I love, just about fried anything, right? It's like tempura.
Yes.
If it's fried, I'm in. But if it's spicy, just like I wouldn't enjoy the spicy pickle without the fried around it.
Yeah, first time playing Fortnite. Rossi getting ready for church with the top button buttoned. Yeah, I guess maybe that is a little tight of a look. I don't know. I just threw the shirt on before. I'm not going to lie. Killis and Balla says, Rossi, my fiance says you look like a guy in a van in the parking lot with a bag of candy. All right, geez. Well, the beard beard in here is all going to be going in like 2 weeks. I have the fundraiser I do every year, the buzz off. So that's coming. So I'm going to look very different a little over 2 weeks from now. So
what do you raise funds for?
So kids with cancer, it's called the One Mission Buzz Off. So here in Boston, they give all their funds to hospitals to make children dealing with cancer, like those hospital rooms seem a little more homey in home life. It's actually a pretty amazing foundation. They've done some really cool stuff. So
that's great.
The past 5 years, I basically try to get involved with as much charity as I can. And these people have, we've struck a really good relationship. So I'm part of their efforts every year. So it's going to be like a streaming thing. It used to be at Gillette Stadium for years. And obviously last year they did 2 separate events. Rob Gronkowski used to be involved with this, several other New England Patriots. Obviously a lot of things have changed, but it'll be a streaming event, and I'll give more information as we get closer. But if anyone's interested, it's called the One Mission Buzz Off. You can Google that. That's an incomplete pass from Burrow. And by the way, since BK is here and we're chatting it up, I've been doing something in the Drew and Bry guy, Frangelico, get involved with this, because every third quarter I've been doing recently is I basically turned into, I started with ZT the other day. I don't really know what the name of it is, but we called it, he ended up calling the Rossi roast, but that sounds like people would be roasting me, which that's just as soon as I log in. But what we'll do is whole third quarter, just pepper BK with questions. I'm talking personality piece we already kind of covered some burger stuff, but you want to know what his favorite hockey memory is, something random? Sure. You want to know what his favorite ice cream
hockey memory is easy.
Don't answer it. They might pull it later. Anything.
They might ask my favorite hockey memory. I'm from Dallas, so it's limited.
Okay, that's a good point. So Mike Badano's in play. But I would say that, anything you want to ask him questions about football, ask him questions about his T-shirt collection, family life, just keep it appropriate. Third quarter, we'll turn it over to that, as we are now a 10.
Are you allowed to answer the questions, or you've already answered all of them?
No, I could answer them, but it's mostly I want to do it for you. We're gonna not exploit in the wrong way, but I want to extend the knowledge of who you are, because you probably said a lot of the stuff you'll say here, but never in a concentrated way. That's what I've noticed about a lot of people with, I did it with ZT the other day, Christian yesterday, right before you two were able to team up. So we'll give it a shot in the third quarter. We'll see how it goes. See what the DK Simpam's looking for. This is going to be a long one. Gonzo. Is that my guy Teddy Ginn? Oh, no. It's Anthony Miller.
Anthony
He gets
Miller
it into the end zone. Kind of a quiet receiver here, but 75 yards.
Talk about a boomer bust play for Anthony Miller, former second-round pick.
Yep, so Mitch Trubisky connects with him on the first play here after the field goal. It's going to be 10-7 like that. Anthony Miller coming in strong. He is 37% owned, Drew says. Drew also says, you paid for those buttons. Might as well use them all up. You know it, Drew. Know my cheap style.
His rookie year, the Bears came to Denver to practice, and all anybody could talk about was Anthony Miller. I think because Kevin White was still hurt, because he was always hurt. They didn't have Allen Robinson yet, and it was like, he catches everything. He always gets open. And I don't think we've heard from him since until this sim today.
Yeah. I will say, it's funny you say that. Whenever I think of Kevin, he's one of the, I don't want to say the word what if, because that's a little extreme, but just if he could have just put together one, even half a healthy season. That guy college was great. So much hype there with the Bears. There was 6 years run. I feel like he was, where did he go to Arizona there? They tried him there for
yeah.
Last year,
right, he's the number 7 pick out of West Virginia. And talking to people who cover the Bears, all they'll tell you is what a great dude he is, great kid. And I remember making a joke, and then I felt bad when I heard this after the fact. Not bad enough to go and look up the tweet and change it, but he got hurt week 1 of whatever season it was, and I'm like, Like Kevin, you see the tweet, Kevin White headed back to the locker room. I'm like, they should just rename it the Kevin White locker room or Kevin White training room, because that's where he always is, unfortunately.
But you know what? First of all, that's like, no, you don't have to delete something like that.
I don't.
Maybe today you'd be canceled if you did it tomorrow, but
I don't feel that bad about it.
No, you shouldn't. Second of all, that was just so. There's very few players like that. It's almost like people. Whoa, Joe Burrow just statuesque there, takes that shotgun snap and says, "I'm gonna sit it right here," looking like a dog getting ready to go to the bathroom there in the backfield. But yeah, he was one of those guys like Greg Oden. A lot of people feel like, oh, he was always injured, but you saw him perform.
No, it's funny. I was about to say Greg Oden. Part of the reason he's not performing is because he went to the national championship game.
True.
Or at least Final Four.
Yep. Yeah, he's one of those guys, but we saw a little bit.
You want to know? Greg Oden essentially got Mike Davis fired. You had him 45 minutes from Bloomington up in Indy, and his point guard, whose dad happened to be a multiple-time Olympian and Olympic gold medalist, and Mike Conley Jr., they're playing at, I want to say, North Central High together in Indianapolis.
Yep.
And Mike Davis only wanted Oden, didn't want his point guard buddy. So they end up at Ohio State, and Mike Davis got fired and ended up at UAB, and I don't know where he is now.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point.
Right, he took Bob Knight's last team to the Final Four.
Yep.
That was the crowning achievement.
Yeah. By the way, just also over here, Free Piercy, we were talking food earlier, says he's going to try to air fry some baby back ribs. Now, I'm intrigued.
My wife air fried some ribs the other day. They tasted good.
Oh, see,
your biggest issue, if you got a standard,
size?
air fryer size, yeah.
I got a pretty deep one, but I'd probably have to cut it in half, and I don't know if you lay them on top or how you do it. But that's
I guess if it's frying, it's frying. You're probably that's easier to do than we reheated some pizza in there, and you just can't
toss them in there.
Yeah, you can't, unless you want it to become one big piece of pizza and basically a weird calzone at that point.
Good luck. Here's Mitch Trubisky.
So you bring up something interesting, though, the best burger you've ever had. I feel like, I obviously remember that bacon cheeseburger with peanut butter from P.O. Pears.
You had 5 of them. I think you'd remember, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because you get into fast food burgers, and where do you rank those? I'm certainly an In-N-Out fan and glad that there's one down the street from me now. I've probably gone a half dozen times at least in the last couple of months, cool. Including last week. But when you think of best burgers ever, it's probably going to be at some sort of bar and grill type place, a burger joint, whatever it may be that's not fast food. So I just don't know if one comes to mind. And I wonder if you're super hungry, if that skews your memory of a place. Because it made you enjoy it even more. Not that it wasn't good, but that you were so hungry that you're like, oh, you remember that burger we had at X place? It was so good, but then you forgot you didn't eat that day.
See, for me, the only reason I have that memory is because it's 100% like that. I just had such that amazing like memory of that flavor and everything, and then tried to go back literally the next day, and it was just like a different burger. I'm like, wait, what happened? So that's why I think it stands out to me, because it was like a once in a lifetime. Good buddy says my air fryer has a rotisserie. Oh, you have one of those. I know that one you're talking about. Hey, buddy.
That was a little bigger.
Yeah, those are like the deeper ones. I have the more of the pull. I guess you could call it like a drawer style.
Oh no, mine's the Ninja Foodie one 9-in-1 deal that we got Super Bowl Sunday, so we could do wings.
Oh hell
but
yeah!
It's basically the size of a crock pot or instant pot. There, Nate's comes in. We love P.O. Pears. Yeah, I was bummed to hear, not that I ever go to Lincoln, Nebraska, but bummed to hear that it closed.
Yeah. Here's Mitch Trubisky. Runs, has some run here.
Using those legs. Go forward, dude.
Where are you going there? Trying to dance, make it special.
Yeah, cut outside and you got a first down.
Frangelico says, could have a 500 burger in Las Vegas with shaved truffles. Yeah,
that sounds amazing. $500?
I don't know. That would have to be.
It's called the 500 burger.
No, I think it's $500. I think I've seen it. Because people, when I was going out to Vegas a few years ago, told me about it. Forget where it was. Trubisky, nice drop off there. It's caught. Not going to get the
Somebody
first.
called out Jimmy time. I think that might have been Jimmy Graham, but he got one.
Frangelico says it could be 600, but don't quote me. Don't worry, I'm not quoting you. You just paid.
No, look it up, Frangelico. If you're going to drop that on us, you got to look it up for us.
While you do it, stats. Get over there. We need
Christian. Does Christian make contests? The only people who don't make contests are me and Jeff, right? And then I have to do it because Jeff doesn't.
I don't know about Christian. Yeah, but you have
Drew,
to rely on
can
Drew.
you help out? I feel like Christian does.
Here's Trubisky on a big 3rd and 2. Scrambles out. It's going to be a hold, so it's probably going to negate as he gets down to the 5-yard line.
I'm in 48th place right now out of 121.
Hold's coming back. I am currently in 109. Good start for me. Do I have any boost?
Great.
No, use them up.
So this is what my day looks like.
Talk to me.
We go to get the camper and the tire's flat. So, and I didn't bring the drill with me because I was just anticipating rolling out of the storage place and bringing it home and getting it all cleaned out and set up and all that. We're not going camping until Monday, but
nice.
I got a couple neighbors that are around now that won't be around over the weekend because they're also going camping. So getting it ahead of time, have them help make sure everything's de-winterized correctly would be great. Anyway, so we'll get home, then the internet's out. I'm obviously happy talking to you. I, of course, have that other sim with Christian coming up at 2 Mountain, 4 Eastern.
Correct.
Right?
You nailed it.
Right. So I am on call because the Rockies are in Pittsburgh, where it looks like there's basically a monsoon happening or about to happen today and tomorrow. And so they aren't in a hurry to call today's game if they think they could get it in if the forecast looks better than tomorrow, but they will likely call it because our pregame show or our afternoon show was only supposed to go 45 minutes or so before they went to Rockies pregame.
Love those.
And
days.
now they're going to have a full 3 hours and one of the co-hosts is off. So they're like, hey, BK, can you come in? And so I'm like, yeah, but I can't physically make it there unless I do the sim. So let's hope against hope we don't have quadruple overtime here. I mean, my office is about 25 minutes away.
Yeah.
And then I'm packing all my stuff up, throwing it in my backpack, changing shorts because I'm wearing basketball shorts. And even though nobody's in the office, I feel like I should put on,
cargos
shorts or whatever. Yeah. Some cargo shorts. I need to go get some more cargo shorts. I just gave all mine away from years ago.
How dare you?
I gave them away like last week, but I'm saying.
Great for outdoor.
Dust. And then I got to go do the sim from the radio station touchdown.
That's going to be Allen Robinson into the
That's
end
my
zone.
captain. I'm jumping up from 48th now, buddy.
Yeah, I had Ted Ginn as my captain, but I still got Allen Robinson in there. So, yeah, you're going to be going. And you have Trubisky as well?
And I have Trubisky as well. I'm probably in first place now. But
you're going to jump everywhere.
I have to just – so because my wife has to do all the shopping, she's like, I'm just going to drop you off and then I'm going to go shopping. I'm like, okay, well, if I'm doing the afternoon show, you'll be shopping for 4 hours.
She's like, sign me up.
Well, our nanny's taking the kiddos in our Suburban to the little lake near us, a little swim beach. And so we only have one car now that well, that's not true. Like I said, we have a friend of ours who's left her car here for 6 weeks because she's
Take the camper. Take the pop tire.
No, the camper's still it's still in storage because it's got a flat tire. So that's what as I said. It's a whole different headache.
Is that BK coming down the road? I once had a pop tire and I drove.
That's one thing you do. A pop tire in your car is an issue. A pop tire with a camper and its weight is a much bigger issue.
You're going to destroy the whole thing. That's funny. It's right now. It's 14-10. Chicago 14 unanswered here in the second. 35 seconds remain in this first half. My father asked me if I want to do dinner tonight. Ooh, might have to take him out.
Burgers.
Oh, yeah, it's an Italian place. He wants to take me and my wife and potentially my son. I'm going to let my wife answer that one. This is a really fun game. I don't know if anybody does this. Girlfriends, friends, brothers, sisters, doesn't matter. If you're on a group text and somebody asks a question, it's not directed at one person. You wait to see if somebody else answers. It's actually a little fun. It's like a game of chicken. There's a blitz picked and going to be Burrow takes to the ground there. I'm going to vacuum, clean up. No, geez, my wife's being too specific.
She's listing her day and whether or not that can affect dinner.
Well, I'm in two separate chains because we have my mother-in-law watching the little one, so we're just figuring things out as we're going to get to the half here in the quote-unquote Andy Dalton revenge game, even though he's not involved in this one here in real life week 2. He will be. Nato Tomato.
Will he be? Will he be, or will he be just coaching up Justin Fields?
No, he's going to be out there. Like this is the game. This is
you know whose game that is. It becomes Joe Burrow's revenge game if he can go in week 2 because Justin Fields essentially took his job at Ohio State.
We'll take over.
I imagine in retrospect, even though it's a kid that grew up in Ohio while his dad was coaching, when his dad coaching at University of Ohio. Does that sound right?
Yeah, you're right.
The move to LSU, I think, ultimately benefited Joe Burrow. He had the best season in the history of college football, won a national championship, won a Heisman, and was the number 1 overall pick. Not that he couldn't have done all that at Ohio State, but I think it worked out.
Yeah, agreed.
Doesn't mean he likes Justin Fields. He may hate his guts.
still, nonetheless, Jimmy Graham has the most catches, or tied with the most catches, but only has 11 yards, get 3. Allen Robinson, 3 for 27's got the touchdown. We saw the long touchdown. It was just one grab so far from Anthony Miller. He's basically a catch away from the bonus. He got 75 and a tud. It was Joe Burrow running it in, and those be your touchdowns so far. So my wife has not responded to this. Let me just say, hey, Dan, what do you think about that dinner idea?
So Mike Bizzle on Twitter asked, Rossi, what was your plan for the third quarter? BK never showed, and you were nice enough to write back, BK would never miss a sim with me.
I would never would.
Especially because I've in theory, I think already been paid for it because we had to submit our invoices for the rest of the week.
Oh, did we?
And did you not do it the other day?
Nope.
Well, looks like you're working for free then.
Totally missed that. My bad.
At least for another month.
Guess what I'm doing? Guess what I'm doing right after this sim?
Doing your May. Well, at this point, rolling in with May and June.
Whatever. I'm just gonna send it. I literally had no. That's like the third time that's happened to me. I don't know if I'm an idiot. That's all.
Here's what I do. I get the email, sort of like forgetting to set my lineups. I get the email,
sure,
and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Then I realize I haven't filled everything in. This week I was way ahead, so I had it.
Good for
and
you.
then he sends the email like a reminder email. I'm like, okay, I'll send it. And then it's not till like 4 a.m. the next day. Like he wanted it by Tuesday, and I sent it Wednesday at 4 a.m.
Yeah,
but he said it was fine. So
I
haven't checked my discretionary account to see if the
DraftKings management is
tens
anything
of thousands of dollars I make every month is there.
Well, you got it in there. If DraftKings management is anything like when I was managing anything, I always used to say, make sure it's in by this time, knowing they had time, but I just really didn't want to do anymore. So I'm probably just going to be that guy. They're going to be like, dude, I asked you to do it last week. I'll get it in for you, but come on, give me a headache.
Have they done that the 2 previous times?
No, I've never not sent it in on time.
Oh, well, first time.
I'm just saying that's what like my theory was. But all right, we'll give people a moment here. But start firing some questions for BK. So it can be, like I said, anything. Keep it appropriate.
What is this question? Fidelis and Zenwa Any says you meant YouTube?
Oh, I think
BK?
you said on Twitter. That's why you said somebody said on Twitter, but you meant YouTube. When Mike,
I don't even know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike Bizzle on Twitter. Yeah, sorry. Well, maybe he tweeted at me too. Every now and then we get some tweets from DK Simpson. But yes, I did mean YouTube. I don't even have a Twitch shout out today.
So yeah,
don't take it personally, Twitch fans.
No, drop some questions. Obviously, I have some lined up. No free month. Yeah, get out of here, Drew. No such thing as free, unless it's here in DraftKings. You get the free roll. But yeah, drop in any questions. Like we said, we talked about burgers earlier. Like I said, it could be sports related. It could be anything we were doing with ZT. I'll start off with the softball just because we are Memorial Day weekend. It will be the weekend where barbecues are running wild. Everyone's hopefully getting together, doing some good stuff, buying lots of meats. The butcher shops are going to be excited. I know I have my trip set up. But BK, for you, when it comes to the sweet treats, favorite ice cream flavor?
So, forever as a kid, I would usually gravitate towards rainbow sherbet, which isn't technically, or orange sherbet, which isn't an ice cream flavor per se.
But it's delicious.
But it's great, and they have it at every ice cream shop.
Mm-hmm.
In general, I probably gravitate more towards strawberry these days, or something in the berry, strawberry, raspberry. And there's a lot of great ice cream shops all over America. The biggest key, I think, is a good waffle cone to go with the good ice cream.
Like it.
And people that just eat ice cream from an ice cream shop out of a cup, it blows my mind, unless you're a little kid and you don't want them to spill it everywhere.
No, I'm a little kid. I'm not a huge cone guy. I just like this because I have to pride guy. Who would win, Coach Ditka or a hurricane?
Ditka.
There you go. Freak of nature. BK, do you like to ski and snowboard, or ski or snowboard?
Neither. And it's not that I don't like either of them. I've never skied in my life. I grew up in Texas, not snowboarding. There's plenty of people from Texas that will go ski out here, but I was always playing a sport, and my folks didn't ski. I have a wife who ski raced in college, and a stepson who's been skiing since he was just shy of 2. My 2-year-old this past winter, she took him up once. He liked it, but we just didn't go again. Next year, he will be in ski academy. So I will be in the mountains plenty, but I will be hanging out with the baby, drinking a beer, because I realized I'm just not very good on a snowboard. I don't want to commit to getting better. And maybe down the road, I'll let her teach me how to ski, but the gap of how much better she'll be than me at skiing will probably be off-putting. And I'll just be like, I'm just going to go drink in the lodge and hang out and watch whatever game's on.
I like that.
But I love being in the mountains, and I like everybody else skiing, and I think skiing and snowboarding is awesome. I'm just not good at it.
we're peppering questions over to BK. So keep sending them in on both YouTube, Twitch, wherever, tweet them. I don't care. This is not a question for you. I just want to answer this because whenever I see this, I like to just at least mention. Greedy is it Solo? Says, how do you get involved with commenting on these sim games? No Adam Kaufman. No.
That's how I got it.
What you want to do, Greedy, is just check out the DraftKings careers page. Things will be popping up. Get your foot in the door any which way you can. There's so many things. You think you want to step in doing this? There's a million things going on in DraftKings, an ever-growing company. So keep your eyes there. If you do have the opportunity to speak to someone, just let them know you're interested in doing this. Or if you have any prior work, radio, YouTube, anything you've done, send it over, or just go buy yourself a camera or buy yourself a microphone and do some of this on your own time. Send it as a demo. Can't hurt to try. Executive sessions. BK, are you trained in martial arts?
Trained is probably not the right word anymore. From age 7-ish to 10-ish, I took karate, taekwondo, twice a week, Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Ooh,
and was probably going to be one of the younger brown belts around. Not that I could have done anything because I was, 60 pounds. But I knew how to do all this stuff to pass the test. And then that fall of 5th grade, I quit to play tackle football. These days, I would make my kids play flag football in 5th grade. But I quit to play football, and the rest is history. And that ended my martial arts training. Now, I did wrestle in high school, so I, could handle myself to some degree, depending on the way the street fight devolves.
Got it. By the way, Meager, when you talked about your cup cone, he says you get a cup, ask for the cone on top. He says that's the move.
Yeah, for sure, especially if you have kids.
Yeah. Freak wants to know, you like Waffle House?
I love Waffle House. I don't know if we have one in Denver. If we do, it's definitely not close to me. But there's one in downtown Atlanta that I definitely hit Super Bowl week and Final Four week, now that I come to think about it.
Gotcha. Favorite restaurant? What's your favorite restaurant?
In the world or in Denver?
Go with both. First, start local, and then in the world.
Locally, there's a bunch of great restaurants here. My buddy Yanni has a place called Yanni's. I guess we've become friends with Yanni of Yanni's. It's a Greek place in the Denver Tech Center that when my wife and I first got together, it was nearby, and we just started going over there, and Yanni kind of knew who I was from the radio. We had a lot of mutual friends because a lot of folks in the same circles would just go into Yanni's. It's the best Greek place in Denver for sure. And so in Denver, it's probably Yanni's. And there's maybe places that you might say, if you don't like Greek food or don't want a gyro or a really good lamb chop, there's plenty of great restaurants here. There's a lot of great restaurants, but Yanni's is the easy answer. My favorite restaurant anywhere is probably Nobu, the Japanese sushi, hot spot.
Howard Stern right there. Howard Stern talks a lot about Nobu.
Yeah, Howard. Well, so I bartended at Nobu right out of college.
That's cool.
I was working at a golf magazine and bartending at Nobu, and it sucked, except that Howard Stern was there a lot, and Robert De Niro was not there as much as you would think for a guy that owned it and lived across the street. The reason it sucked is because it was just a service bar. I didn't work in a full bar. So they would sit people at 6:30, 8:30, and 10:30, and for those 20 minutes when they're taking, 75 drink orders, it was terrible. Then it was fine. I just kind of hung out. But they pooled the tips, and it was based on seniority. So I was only getting 60% of whatever 100% tip out was. So the most I ever made, busiest I ever remember being was I made $121, which is not a lot bartending in New York.
Especially there. That's a touchdown, by the way. It's John Ross.
John Ross.
Usually burns for a long one, but quick little underneath the new New York Giant, who I have high expectations for really no reason. But
you should not.
It's going to put the Bengals.
Should lower them right now. And then I remember I worked Christmas Eve. There was like 15 tables the whole night, probably. Good sized tables. It's New York. There's plenty of Jewish people and people that don't even care that it's Christmas. It'll come out. But I made $81 that night. So that was what sucked about it. What was cool about it was the celebrities that would come through, and the little service bar was right next to the bathroom, which you would think would be off-putting, but it was far enough away and the doors, closed, so it was fine. But I would see everybody walk by, including Howard Stern, plenty. And no lie, so I worked there for about 6 months. If I worked, call it 80 shifts.
Okay.
70 of those 80 shifts, they would have to save a big 6-top in the corner and say, this is for Bob in case he comes. Because De Niro literally lived across the street and was one of the co-owners, or is one of the co-owners of all the Nobus. And so if that happened 70 times, he came in maybe a half dozen.
Wow.
But every night it was like, oh, Bob may come in. Like he would let him know he may come in, and then
Nice.
he wouldn't come. But definitely saw a bunch of celebrities, and it's funny because I can remember usually a lot of stuff like that. But Howard Stern was one I saw a lot. Beyond that, I don't remember too many. And then the other thing that was cool was everybody got a shift drink, right? So you hook the sushi chefs up with the Sapporo and Asahi, Akira, and whatever, and they're happy to have it. You send over a little bucket of beers, and you send one for everybody. They order the same thing. So it's like 6 beers. If I ever sent over a second bucket, and I didn't do it a lot, but the head bartender, because you work by yourself, but he would tell me, like, hey, just take care of those guys. They'll take care of you. So I would send over a second bucket every now and then, and I would get the greatest plate of sushi that you could imagine. So for a 22, 23-year-old kid, getting this, easily a couple $100 worth of sushi brought over to me on a little covered plate, because the managers couldn't see, nobody could see, and then I had to eat it crouched down behind boxes in the corner of the little service bar that's the size of a closet. But it definitely increased my appreciation of sushi and the standard for what is truly great sushi. Because they wouldn't give us sushi as a staff meal. They make spaghetti and meatballs. So you can't feed 50 people super high-end sushi, or you're not making money.
No,
so those were the two cool things.
Very cool. Love that. Love these stories. Executive says Waffle House is overrated, but Cracker Barrel is fire. Sorry.
No, they're both great. Congo Cab says I wasn't going fast enough. That was a long story about my favorite restaurant.
Who cares? Listen, it's
it also carried into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, we have a few more here. Mike Bizzle says, I kind of know the answer, but how do you truly feel about the 7-inning doubleheaders in MLB?
Well, I hope you think that that I hate it, because I think I brought it up yesterday to Cough. I said something. The Rockies, for the third time this year, played two 7-inning games in a doubleheader yesterday. Yep. They're 1-5. They're 3-20 on the road, and it's pretty atrocious. But I hate everything about the 7-inning doubleheader, because it's not saving anything. Like, these guys are used to playing baseball, right? True. So the 4 innings they saved isn't going to be the difference in whether or not a team's winning the World Series. But you are taking away teams' chances to potentially come back. You're changing the game, because let's say every team plays 5 of those, or I guess 6. Say every team plays 6 of those a year. I think it all evens out in the wash, but I don't think you're by those 20 extra innings you're saving. What are you really saving? Like, the guys swinging the bat want the one more at bat probably, and the pitchers will mostly take the extra work.
Yeah,
they want to throw, right? Most guys don't show up to the ballpark not wanting to play. Starters want to go deep. Bullpen guys want to pitch. I think it's stupid. I think baseball, I understood last year, 60 games, and it was a condensed schedule. Now we're back into a regular schedule. Just get back to regular baseball.
I think next year you'll see it go back, in my opinion. I think they didn't know what this year would look like, but I kind of like it, because I like how quick the games are, I'll be honest. And then you have another one, the space in between games. Now, if you're a ticket holder.
But yesterday, I'm watching the Rockies and Mets. It's 1-0 in the 7th, and I've got it on my iPad while we're doing the Broncos Zooms before my stream here with Kaufman.
Yep.
And then the game just ended. I'm like, oh, Bud Black's talking now? Okay.
You're going to quickly
in a 1-0 game, in a 6-1 game, you're like, okay, maybe they were coming back, maybe they weren't. But in a 1-0 game, you're like, 6 more batters. Who knows what happens?
True.
And I go back to my baseball point. Most of us that watch baseball aren't sitting there going, man, I wish these games were faster. Either you're in or you're not.
I feel like I think people wouldn't mind a little speed up on baseball, but that's just me. By the way, that was the last play. There was another catch by Anthony Miller. So he's got 91. He's in clear shot of getting this bonus as we head to the 4th.
Should have captained him instead of A-Rob.
But hey, A-Rob still got you that touchdown. Miller hit that bonus. Nope, not yet, Justin. He's getting there. There was a question here. I wanted to ask this because this feeds right into what you're doing. Daniel Vogt Jr. asks, do you see Noah Fant progressing or regressing as a fantasy option? Will he be a top 5 tight end with Bridgewater?
He certainly, well, I don't know if Bridgewater's going to be the quarterback. Drew Lock had a better week, according to people in the know. It's 1 week, and Drew knows the offense, and Teddy just got there this week. But Drew was just more in command of everything. Noah Fant talked yesterday, and he said he wants to be in the same conversation with Kittle and Kelsey and Waller, and he says, I want to be the best. You want to hear that? It's a kid that runs 4.5. He's built the right way. He seems to approach the game the right way. He knows that he had too many issues with drops his rookie year. The biggest thing that kept him from progressing last year was injuries, and they've kind of hampered him the last 2 years. He played through them, and Drew Lock struggles at times. And so I do think he's going to be a good fantasy option. They're going to probably, when Albert Okwebunam, a.k.a. Albert O, gets back and healthy from his torn ACL, they might use even a little more 12 personnel, which is 1 back and 2 tight ends than they did last year. And he said we want to be like Gronk and Aaron Hernandez. Either he said that or someone asked him that. I guess someone asked him that. Obviously on the field, because Aaron Hernandez, we know, a little too much murder off the field. Really, 1 murder is enough to be too much. Anyway, but on the field, they were pretty lethal. No pun intended.
Jeez. Lean into it, PK. Lean into it.
So, hey, look, I'm just stating the facts, unfortunately. Very unfortunately.
Very.
But on the field, they were obviously a terrific combo of, dynamic duo of 2 tight ends. So if you can see that, it'll be, plus you throw in a healthy Cortland Sutton, and he looks really good coming off his rehab. He's still not 100%, but there are plenty of clips out there of him being close for a guy that tore his ACL and MCL second week of the season. And then does Jerry Jeudy take a step? And then you throw in the Hamler man too. Hamler time.
Man. I got a lot of faith in him just because of the sim. So sim
yeah. And then Melvin Gordon with Javonte Williams. The offense has a chance, regardless of who the quarterback is, to certainly score some points. And if it's Drew Lock taking a step or Teddy Bridgewater with more talent kind of all the way around him, maybe.
I like it.
Or Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, don't get people excited next week.
Hey, DraftKings still thinks that if he's not in Green Bay, Denver's the place to land. DraftKings Sportsbook. So.
Be interesting. Last one here. Congo did ask, and this is the type of question we're looking for. He says, BK, why did you choose the Broncos to report, or did they choose you?
I took a job in Denver at a radio station in 2006, December of 2006. Left New York. I was in between gigs. I'd worked at Sirius, and I'd done some TV stuff. And I was just bartending at my friend's bar. My old boss at Sirius said, hey, there's a job in Denver for a producer. I applied for the job, got the job, moved to Denver in December of 2006, thinking I'd be here a year, maybe 2, and then back to New York, LA, Chicago, maybe Dallas. And 1 year rolls into another. You meet a girl who skis 50 days a year, whose whole family has moved out here from upstate New York, plus split custody with my stepson, her son, and the rest, as they say, is history. And like anywhere, the more you're around a team, the more you're just kind of in the know and establishing contacts. And yes, personnel people change and coaches change, but that actually can be a benefit to some degree because people under them that get promoted and or new people come in and you have a better relationship with them and they end up somewhere else. Because the Broncos kept having different head coaches, I know lots of coaches and lots of assistant coaches all around the league now.
Yeah.
And lots of players too, because the more you do it, right, the more. That's the one thing I realized because I kind of got into it with a player one time. And I was like, I'm going to be here so much longer than you. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time. And that was true. He's there like a year and a half.
Yeah. Well, that's not. See, that's cool. Oh, going to be a touchdown here. Don't interrupt. Tariq Cohen. Tariq the Freak into the end zone.
Did I go Tariq or did I go Montgomery?
Bears are going to take the lead with 4 left. Love that stuff. Thanks for the question, guys. That was fun.
Oh, I do have Tariq.
Look at you. This isn't a real question, but Mike Bizzle was wondering about your tampoon because yesterday I tried to say shampoo, and I came up wrong. By the way,
I'm not going to answer that one.
Yeah, no. I said you probably get it at a local shop. Listen, you got to do it. I said I'm going to go on Shark Tank and sell those. But yeah, there's the lead now for the Bears. Tariq Cohen coming in at 27% ownership. Shout out to Drew for that. But anyway, Bry guys with us. Drew, our producer. Frangelico, shout out to all of them. Great crew. Great times. Actually, Frangelico had a question. We'll give you one more. He says, BK, favorite card game? Poker, spoons, blackjack, anything else? Do you have a favorite card game?
Yeah, it's No Limit Texas Hold'em, and it's not close.
Okay, there you go.
I used to, when I go to casino, mostly only play blackjack, but in recent years, for the last decade plus, it's definitely been No Limit Hold'em.
There you go. Jordan Warren says, my lineup sucks, but at this point, I just want to see the Bears win.
I'm in 28th.
4-point lead. Let's see. I'm probably nowhere near you. Your lineup's killing it. I am in 113th, baby. Coming up.
If Joe Mixon can find the end zone on this drive, then then all my guys will have scored. Or if the Bears get a pick 6.
There you go. That's a catch. Soma looks like coming across the middle. Grab.
But you know who's obviously much bigger in Texas Hold'em than any of us is Moose.
Moose
has played in the World Series of Poker.
It's true. That's one of the most fun facts of all. Anybody that has anything to say. It was AJ Green. Thanks, B. Brian guy basically just said, "Hey, moron." That was a different guy. Got you. But yeah, Moose when he told me that, I thought he was joking in the beginning just because of his demeanor and the way he speaks. Like, I thought he was being sarcastic. Nope. And then I looked it up and he sent me something. That's awesome. He would crush us.
I mean, he didn't win it.
No, but still, being invited, being involved, it's pretty cool. Speaking of things that are pretty cool that everyone's going to crap on, I just want to mention it. Yesterday, during the Predators-Hurricanes playoff game, Creed performed. Did you see this, BK? That's what we need in the world. We need more performances in the midst of sports. It's right up there with their epic performance on Thanksgiving Day for Dallas in like 06 or whenever that was. Right before
they always do that halftime performance where it's like, here's Miley Cyrus. Like, okay, I just want the game to get going again. But.
No. Give me more of that in between periods. Give me just performing my sacrifice too.
In between periods at a hockey game is probably easier to execute than what they do at halftime.
Yeah, because they go on the field. These guys were just up in like the portion of the stands. It was
awesome. I'm fine with that.
Speaking about things that are awesome, obviously being with Denver, one of the two teams right now that is not full go capacity as of May 27th. It was Indianapolis and Denver both reported not to be full capacity crowds.
Yeah, they're at 10,500. Why is everybody else full capacity? Did I miss that?
Yesterday they said 30 out of 32.
Oh, in the NFL. No, they'll be fine.
That's what I say. By the time we're 3 months from now, I think everybody will be up.
Here's the easy math. June 1st, Red Rocks can be at full capacity. And other concert venues, and then July 12th or 13th, whatever that Tuesday is, the baseball stadium will be at full capacity, Coors Field, for the All-Star game.
Yes. Yeah.
So you don't go to full capacity and be like, you know what, Broncos, we're only going to have 40,000. But next Sunday, I'm planning to go to the CONCACAF Nations League Finals, hopefully USA and Mexico. They're only going to have 32,000. Wow, he got both feet down?
He got those feet down. John Ross.
Your boy, John Ross. I should have captained him.
Another one. We got to see if this one went down, though. They may challenge.
It looked like he was out, but
looked like it, but you never know. Those tiptoes of the, like I said, sleeper. Watch out for him. No, it's a touchdown. Look at that. John Ross again. He came in with that pretty good ownership. He came in at 43%, paying off there. Big time. So that's a second score of the game with less than 2 minutes to play. This has been a very exciting game. Back and forth football here. 24-21. Week 2 Bengals over the Chicago Bears. If you didn't remember, if we haven't told you, bash you over the head with the info. We are going through the 2021 NFL schedule right now. We're in week 2 here. Mike Bizzle, Rossi, got an email talking about Notre Dame is potentially a winner this year. I'm not ready for that. The hype train's real low for me right now. I got to see some spring football first. I haven't done all my research because Notre Dame's entire senior class, even juniors left. A lot of high draft picks. So not ready, Mike. Not ready. I'll dig in June. Here's the kickoff. This Cordarrelle Patterson. You kind of forget that he's on this team. Very rare sight. So we'll see here. There's 1 minute, 53 seconds remaining. Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi with you at BK Denver Sports. He's got the Shell Shocked podcast. Go give that a 5-star review on iTunes. Help the man out doing one of the coolest podcasts in the biz right now. Got such good stuff cooking, like I say. Appreciate you guys being here, supporting us, supporting DraftKings, putting in the lineups with all of us in our little side and hustle, as well as projects and things that we're working on outside of here. All the support in the world means it. Ton to us. Start off the week with some positivity. Check out the podcast. Shelby Harris, the only NFL player right now.
And Patrick Peterson.
Yeah, don't worry.
And maybe Nick Foles has some religious-based podcast. Somebody tweeted at me. So one of
the few. Here's Anthony Miller with the catch. He just hit the bonus. So there it is. 1:14 remaining. They're already on the tippy toes of field goal range, but we saw Pinheiro miss a 52-yarder. They'll probably need another 12 to 15 yards to make it manageable. 104 left, Mitch Trubisky in the gun. He's got 2 receivers to his right, 3 receivers, should I say. Play action. Mitch is going to try to take off. He gets sacked in the backfield. Carlos Dunlap making that tackle. They still got all 3 timeouts. I imagine they're going to take one within moments. 2nd and 14 will be from the 44-yard line. 40 seconds to play here. See what people need here. Miller still needs that bonus. Brian, you got it, though. So here is Mitch Trubisky. Has a man. It's wide open. Can't leave a man that wide open. Poor zone defense there by the Bengals. Jimmy Graham makes the catch.
We're definitely getting free football here.
Let him score. Score the touchdown. 3 timeouts. Come on.
It's mostly going to be an issue for Christian.
More than
him having to start the next 7 by himself.
We'll get there.
I can do it from my car if my wife's driving.
Oh, Mitch in the shotgun. Scrambles out, throws it. Nowhere. Okay, that's all right. No damage. 5 seconds off the clock. If I'm not mistaken, the first time we teamed up, like that first weekend when you joined, weren't you doing it from there? Weren't you doing it from your work?
Yeah, I've done it from the office a couple times. I did it a few weeks ago, too, because I was on air until right before the 2 o'clock sim started.
There you go. Dan, I see you. All right, here's Mitch. Takes they're going to hand off. Don't like that play call, but does get some good yardage. Looks like he got the first down as Montgomery.
2 timeouts. I'm not feeling totally discouraged.
No, take a shot here, boys.
Here's what is discouraging is Mitch Trubisky's a quarterback.
But maybe he can scramble one in. Come on. 1st and goal from the 9.
Also, I don't know where my backpack is to throw all my stuff in. But that's a solvable problem.
I can help you. I would. I'd be there in a heartbeat for you.
No, I appreciate it.
Trips at the top of your screen. Mitch
Did you watch the Friends reunion yet?
I did not.
No, I think
I didn't watch the Fresh Prince one. That's the one I was more interested in.
Yeah, I haven't watched that either. I need to.
I think I'd watch that one personally.
You know, I did watch last night, and I was up way too late after the Nuggets game. The Brady jersey heist documentary on NFL Network.
It was excellent.
Yeah.
I remember that was like in the height of when I was producing afternoons and being a part of that. That was.
I didn't realize how old it was until I see him sitting there with only 5 Super Bowl trophies.
Isn't that weird to think? All right, Trubisky, 2nd and goal from the 3. Come on, Mitch. Look at that, a throw pick. Oh, don't do a poor play call. That is a poor play call. They're going to call the timeout. Still 1 shot
They're
here.
just going to kick it. They're just kicking it. They're not going to throw it.
Say that. Come
They
on.
should. Real life, they would throw it.
Yeah, 1 more shot.
No way. Virtual Matt Nagy.
Sticks is looking for Miller or Graham. Robinson, 1 and done. So far. Come on. Let's see. Put all that. Oh, come on. Weak sauce. 11 seconds.
Oh, you're going to ice him.
Maybe this switches the play call. We have seen this before, BK. Where I've seen play calls switch.
Trubisky's in the huddle, but we know that huddle can be misleading.
Yeah, it's just. Come on, let's see. What are we going to do here, boys? We're ticking closer to 3 o'clock Eastern, 1 p.m. Mountain. They're still going to kick it. 21. I think they give you credit.
Pinheiro kind of sucks, though, but I think he can make it.
Is he going to double doink it? He's going to call. Nope, no Cody Parkey here. So 24s across the board. Less than 10 seconds remain here. A little bit of weakness there from the Bears, not going for it all. I think if this was Andy Dalton week 2 in reality, he'd tell him, I got this. I don't know if he'd score, but he tried. I actually believe that Nagy's not going to be doing anything ridiculous, trying to save his job this year.
I don't know if you can get Fields on the field and show some promise, might have a better chance of saving his job.
True. I think basically my thought, I think we did this the other day, and you know what, since we're going to probably head to overtime, let me pull this up, and I'm going to have you play a quick game to see when does Field, we're going to just play it out that he's not on there week 1, just for argument's sake.
That he doesn't Russell Wilson it and just take the job.
Nope. He's not, there's no Matt Flynn. Andy Dalton's getting a shot. He's getting a shot, at least in this hypotheticals. That's going to be, we will go straight to overtime. So here's the schedule.
I don't know. John Ross, the boss, may let it rip. Come on. He's super fast.
They're going to run it.
Come on. Go route.
Let's see. Dalton. Burrow. Handoff. Could he rip it? No.
Man, if you would have broken 7 more tackles.
We'll see. So here's the schedule. They start off against the Rams, Sunday Night Football, opening of L.A. So
the reopening, right?
Yeah, true.
Fan opening.
We're going to just say that that's Dalton. So then Bears play the Bengals, as we're seeing here, simulated. They travel week 2 at the Bears-Bengals. So now you're going to tell me when to stop, because this is when...
When's the bye week, just for the sake to speed this up?
I can check in 1 second. Let's keep doing Dalton. It's Burrow. He does unleash it, BK. Doesn't have a strong enough arm. That ball looks to be bouncing around.
What if that would have popped forward? That would have been amazing.
So straight to overtime, you know the deal. If the first team that gets it scores a touchdown, ball game, field goal, we continue on. The bye week looks like, so week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Week 7, I believe that would be. So it would be before they host the. No, wait. It would be after a Steelers game. Sorry, that is my Bears to receive. So we'll see if they can continue the momentum they had in their last drive. So here we go. So Bears, week 2, host the Bengals. So then Bears at Browns, week 3. Lions at Bears, week 4. Tell me when to stop.
When's the bye week again?
Not till I don't know the exact week. I'm looking at it from like a calendar perspective, but it's after. It looks to be. I'll just pull up the actual schedule so we can get it. The Bears is there's Cordero Patterson even is there. See, I thought the chat might have had it before I did. So it's a Bears bye week. Just looking at the schedule because obviously rookie coming in, the incumbent. Bye week is week 10. It's a nice bye week.
Too late. That feels too late. And if they're winning, then there's no reason to put them in.
So let's just, so week 1 Rams, week 2 Bengals at Bears, week 3 at Browns, week 4 Lions travel to the Bears, week 5 would be Bears at Raiders.
When's their first Thursday game?
You're asking a lot of me here. Let's see. I don't know if it's a third. They play the Steelers on an 8:15. I can't tell if that's Sunday or.
We'll look at the game before it, and is it 5 days, 4 days, or is it 7 days?
Nah, it's a full week. It's a Monday night game, actually. So that's right before their bye. They play on Thanksgiving. There's your first Thursday game. They play the Lions.
That's actually after their bye week. Geez.
Yeah, so I would guess somewhere in this Lions, Raiders. Like, I think they give maybe 2 weeks. If they start off, my guess is they're going to be 1-2. I think they'll beat the Bengals. Lose to the Rams, lose to the Browns. Maybe they go to Fields just to see what he can do at home against the Lions. 1 o'clock start.
Could be, but if you're already thinking we're going to have them ready to go week 4, because wait, who's the opener again?
The opener is the Rams at the Rams.
Yeah, you don't really want to have them have to deal with Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey in his first game.
Sunday Night Football. I think let Dalton handle it. Let Dalton get his revenge game against the Bengals. Let Dalton travel to the Browns. Has a lot of history there. Oh, nice run from Mitch. Gets the first down. So I'm thinking that Lions at Bears, 1 o'clock, Soldier Field. If they're 1-2, and if the Browns blow their doors off, let's just say, or if Dalton, God forbid, gets hurt, I think that's your chance. But there is who knows? This Bears team also could be 3-0 for all we know. Things are going to be weird. Especially those first opening weeks. You never know with Stafford, the comfort level with that team, even though it's going to have full offseason as we're seeing right now. So Mitch Trubisky throws it. Got a man. That is
Robinson.
Robinson gets another grab.
I'd like him to throw it to Robinson down the field.
I think I agree with you. Edward Pride says.
Because I'm in 51st. I'd like to be in the top 20.
Edward Pride says, he can't count. No, it's true. Put a math equation in front of me. I'm good, but start making me think.
Yeah, so second episode of the Shell Shock podcast came out yesterday. We had Zach Curran, who has kind of turned into a journeyman defensive lineman, but he's in year 9. He began his career with the Colts, and then a couple years in Denver, then Arizona, Carolina, and now San Fran. But he and Shelby played on the D-line together, are really good friends, and are both really big into cryptocurrency. So we spent a long time talking about that.
Yeah.
And now I feel like an expert. So I'm taking all of my DraftKings money and putting it in cryptocurrency.
There you go.
I was going to take my wife to Europe, but why not take her on a private jet? Because we make so much money with all the crypto profits.
Free Pierce, he says Rossi hates OT. I don't hate overtime. I just know what needs to get done. And I thought that they could have easily have won that game. Just my opinion. If it's a dramatic bomb at the end, then let's go.
So I'm going to pull up the forecast in Pittsburgh right now. They have not called this game.
3rd and 5 here. So not officially called, right?
No, you tell me if you think they'll call it, just based on.
Wide open, nice Tariq Cohen. Yeah, wait, let me. I love doing this because, by the way, this does affect your lineups if you're playing some MLB, so you guys might want to.
Absolutely.
Pittsburgh weather. It's probably cold and gross like it is here in Massachusetts. It's pouring right now.
What?
Pouring there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to pour the whole day.
Yeah, it's not going to stop.
It's not going to stop till tomorrow, and it's like 6 degrees.
This feels inevitable.
Yeah.
Feels like the right call to go to the office, and if not,
Yeah.
I'll do the sim from the office, have the cool iHeart logo behind me, and then that'll be that.
Bonus.
Rushing or passing?
Passing. He's been really good today.
No, I know.
Obviously, the Anthony Miller 75-yarder helps. A couple of
44th.
handful of. I'm in
Trubisky,
180.
he's 89% owned. So
yeah,
let's see who's the captain in the wing lineup. That'll help influence my. West Heather still hold on first place in our contest.
Oh, Trubisky takes the sack.
He's got Trubisky, and my general rule, which I've established after last week when Christian McCaffrey had 50 points, if you have 50 points or higher, even if you're 90% owned, which is what Trubisky is
he going to be your player of the game?
He's got to be. You score 50 plus points.
Krusty Kristall.
Yeah, he's a Krusty Kristall player of the game.
There you go. Jordan Warren says
Miller gets honorable mention though.
Yeah, shout out to Anthony Miller.
And then Joe Mixon is absolutely going to be the babysitter Billy got the Kid Award. He's only on 27% of the time, but 3.5 points.
Oh, what are we doing here? Is that fumble? No. But the animation looked at. Geno Atkins gets a sack, so they're going to try another Pinheiro field goal. Jordan Warren says they'll be 0-3 with Dalton, the Bears. I'd rather see Fields go 0-3. He'll be progressing. Only sit the rookie if the veteran QB can win. That proved can't win good weapons. I like where you're going, Jordan, but I disagree. I don't want to put this guy out to.
Yeah, I just I'm with you.
A few games. Give him some
time.
I
also don't think you want to play game 1 in LA against Aaron Donald and company.
Yeah, I get the throwing him to the Wolves, but I think Dalton's a good enough quarterback that he can, guide you where you need to go for a few games. And
it's not going to go well against the Rams for Dalton either.
Yeah, that offensive line doesn't work, but yeah. So Green in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of both their tackles. They obviously have younger tackles. They drafted the kid from Oklahoma State in the second round.
Yep.
Taven Jenkins.
See what they can do. See what that team looks like. And Mike Bizzle says 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. rain. And it's already raining now at 3 p.m. So
is Mike Bizzle in Pittsburgh?
I don't know. At least he's looking up.
He's just also checking out for us.
Yeah.
Phillies just announced 100% capacity next week at Citizens Bank Park. Mets and Yankees hopefully not far behind, says Howie Rose, voice of the match.
Appreciate it. Nice shout. By the way, speaking of that, here in Boston tonight, Celtics. I don't think full capacity tonight, but tomorrow the Bruins host their first game in the second round of the playoffs against the Islanders. Full capacity, no longer mask mandatory. Massachusetts starting tomorrow. So it's going to be wild. It's going to be a scene. Long play there. Gets a stretch. Does he get the first? He does. Just play there is AJ Green. Yeah, it's going to be the first time the Bruins have had a packed house in the playoffs since the Stanley Cup run a few years ago when they lost to St. Louis in Game 7. Tough memories. Jordan Warren says, Fields is a way better big game QB. Prove me wrong. Bro, what are we talking about here? He hasn't played a snap in the NFL. Dalton's been to Pro Bowls, playoff games. You got to give him some time. Don't overhype. Oh, Dalton. Burrow going the wrong way. Getting eaten up in the sack machine. So setting up a 2nd and 20 here.
I just saw a tweet where Chris Sims is getting on somebody about Tebow being the next Taysom Hill. I can't believe this is still a topic. The only reason you use Tebow in a Taysom Hill package is you desperately want to get Tebow on the field. In his prime, he was never as athletic as Taysom, which is true. So I tweeted at Chris, who's been a friend for a long time. Yep. Chris, who had a better arm for a left-handed QB, you or Tebow?
I'm going to say he's going to say himself.
If he even writes back.
Yeah. They were going to big 3rd and 20 here. Carvin says, when the Sims go long, I can't see guys with backwards hats giving me NBA and golf picks. Listen, throw a cap on. You don't know what kind of days we're having. So Burrow 3rd and 20, need about 14, 15 yards to make it manageable because they're going to have to go for it. Has it all and then some, broken up by the Bears secondary. So 4th and 20.
I think you got to go for it here.
Good call. No, punt it, punt the game away. You guys forget, says Darnell. You guys forget about Dallas offensive line and Andy Dalton laying on his back, unconscious. Throw the rookie in there to the Wolves, just like they did.
Yeah, but that was more on the Dallas offensive line than Andy Dalton, and that shot was pretty vicious.
Yeah, and honestly, like Peyton Manning, we're talking. That's still, I don't agree with this call. Here's Burrow has a man deep. Flag. It's pass interference. It is. Wow, that's why you throw the ball. Actually, that's the best call you can make.
Kyle Fuller, the new Bronco.
You don't want to see that in Denver.
He's not been at OTAs yet. He'll be all right. He knows the Vic Fangio defense. He played in it for 4 years.
Is that him just chilling as a veteran? Here comes Barrow, going to throw.
Yeah, he's like, I took your 1 year deal. I'll be there in August. I know Vic's defense. Let me know if you adjusted any of the calls. I'll jump on a Zoom. It's fine.
Jordan says, I feel you, Rossi. I just don't like Dalton. Totally get it.
I didn't realize this. Chase Young, Montez Sweat, not at OTAs.
Yeah, that one was interesting. Don't know what's going to happen there.
You're talking about 2 high draft picks.
Young.
They probably feel like they've got a good handle on the defense. This is not anything against their coaches. And this is what I think the league is learning is that, and look, you need to be a good player to do this. Because if you're a bubble guy and you want to work out on your own, you're likely going to be working out on your own during the season. Because even though it's not mandatory, coaches are taking attendance for guys in position battles. Chase Young can show up the first game, and he'll still have his job, right? Same with Montez Sweat. Melvin Gordon, right? He's on an $8 million deal. He'd have to be here. Kyle Fuller, who I mentioned, $9 million. Shelby Harris hasn't been at OTAs this week, but that's because he had a little surgery to remove a pimple from his back or something. But you can't be in a roster battle or a guy they might be thinking about cutting, even if you're a vet.
Yep.
And not be there. It kind of stinks because it's voluntary, but they take attendance.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing. Whatever. We'll see how it all plays out. And I think.
Well, here's the thing too, is this is guys' craft, right?
Yep.
And you want to get better at it. So if you're a young quarterback or a new quarterback, you're going to be working out in general. Why wouldn't you want to be around your coaches, working with your teammates a little bit, rather than if you're in Florida, just throwing to whatever Florida NFL type guys are around? Then, hey, I need you to run a 12-yard dig. Oh, well, we call it a this. Okay, well,
tied up here, 27.
Next score wins.
That's it. But no, I don't like the idea of anybody really missing OTAs personally, because again, this is your job. Like, call me crazy, but especially young guys. Like,
but I guess the other side of it is I don't mind it. Right? If you're Montez Sweat, Chase Young, I don't care.
I just think it's a bad look. I just feel like.
Well, I think if you're a leader on the team and all that,
like,
because it really is.
You want to be the rally guy. I feel like, especially like a Chase Young, like he's about to emerge into being a superstar in this league, and like you want to be that guy who's like, hey, let's get there early, often. I'm sure he's communicating. The thing is, and you know this from being directly in the media with the team, like most of the players get it. Maybe he sent a message. Maybe there's something more than we know. We're not even trying to, put a hypothesis here.
Also, he's from DC, so
yeah, that's
like being there in the offseason isn't that crazy because that's where he's from. So his friends and family around, unless he wants to get away from them because he's around them all year. Who knows what Chase Young's rookie year looked like with maybe a little different because of a pandemic, but what he's anticipating is how many tickets he has to get every week.
True.
Right? And not that he minds or won't mind paying for it. When you're the number 2 pick, you can swing the ticket cost. But it's just a lot. It always reminds me, playing in your hometown always reminds me of Chauncey Billups, who, when he got traded here, actually before he got traded here, I remember hearing that he didn't want to come play here because he knew he'd just have so many people pulling him in a million directions and wanting him at this event and wanting tickets. But because he got traded here in his 30s, all of his homeboys that he had hung out with all had families. So they couldn't go to every game and they didn't want to go out every night. So it was different when he was playing in Boston or Minnesota and came once or twice a year. He had to get 50 tickets. But in a regular season game, when the Hawks are in town, nobody wants to go, right? Everybody's asking for tickets when LeBron's here. And he has to navigate that. But in general, and Kobe back then, he found it to be much more. And up until he moved to LA to coach the Clippers and was doing their TV and bouncing back and forth the last couple of years, like his wife and this is their home. It was always their off-season home. But so for a young guy, though, like Chase Young, where all of his friends that he grew up with definitely are not at 22 years old, established with lots of, kids and families and jobs, I imagine that Chase Young's probably getting pulled in a bunch of directions, potentially.
So here we go. The Bears going to attempt to potentially just chuck one because we know the way these sims work here. We'll see. So it's 6 seconds remaining here in overtime. Let's see what happens here. With this, Mitch gets just darts one across the 3rd and 16. So we're going to go to double overtime, straight to it. Just as BK thought would happen.
I said quadruple overtime.
Don't stop it now. Knock it off.
Well, the next score wins. So.
Yep. So they're going to get the ball back here.
One thing these teams have proven is they can kick field goals, other than Pinheiro from 52.
True. There's the punt here. So here come the Bengals. They're going to let that one bounce, and of course, goes into the ends. All right, so a touchback here. They'll take over at the 20-yard line. Again, if you're joining us, Joe Burrow ran in the first touchdown. The other touchdowns were 2 to John Ross from Joe Burrow as he takes the snap. He's got pressure, gets it off. There's a flag here.
I think it's going to be roughing the passer.
Yeah, it looks
maybe
that
not,
way.
but I feel like that's what's going to be, which will add 15 yards to this.
Oh,
hold.
Wow.
Should have been roughing the passer.
Should have been. Billy Price, come on, man. So they'll take over now. 1st and 20 negates a very nice play. So they're at the 10-yard line. Producer Drew, Bry Guy, Frangelico, Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi. Nice spin move there.
Is Timothy Chalamet playing Willy Wonka? The only reason I ask is because Conan O'Brien tweeted Timothy Chalamet, and Timothy Chalamet, I guess, spells his name with 2 E's with an accent over the first E. And he wrote, Timothy Chalamet will make a great Willy Wonka. And he put 2 E's and 2 E's. You listen to Conan O'Brien's podcast?
Occasionally, not often. Like when it's pointed out to me.
I think it's my favorite. Very high on the list. What's your favorite podcast? I'll ask you some rapid fire questions.
Well, I'm a big professional wrestling fan, so I listen to.
What's your favorite non-wrestling podcast?
Favorite non-wrestling.
People that maybe don't like wrestling but might like other stuff.
How dare you? People don't like wrestling. Well, I listen to one of my old hosts. He has a thing called the Dork Podcast.
Okay.
So that's about like pop culture, movies. That's probably like the one I would go to. I also like this one called Tribe of Mentors. It's kind of like a motivational podcast, if you will.
Okay.
Those two come to mind as we're talking non-wrestling. I'm trying to think of. I listen to Bill Simmons too. I listen to him.
If he has a good guest, I'm in. If it's just him talking to House about betting or even the Cousin Sal stuff, I'm kind of over it.
Yeah.
I think it's entertaining. If you like those guys, great. They do a good job. They do a great job. I just, every Monday, don't need them to guess the lines. I can just read the line.
Yeah, there's another one I do like called What Really Happened, where they kind of go, it's kind of like a true crime-ish doc, but
Sure.
podcast with this guy, Andrew Jenks, who's pretty damn entertaining. So those are a handful I will pop on. Let's see. So wait, Papa Herb said earlier, 3rd and 13 here, by the way. Let's see this, and I'll get to it. Here comes, nice catch across the middle. Not going anywhere, so probably going to get another punt. Papa Herb says, Rossi, I'm not letting this go. Sound like my wife. You said Notre Dame lost a lot of seniors who were high draft picks when in actuality only 4 guys were drafted and all on day 3. That is not true. Stop feeding us Notre Dame BS.
When did Liam Eichenberg go?
No, first of all, Papa Herb, that's not true. And it might not have been seniors.
The linebacker go?
He went in the 2nd round. And listen, I get it, and I'm not trying to feed you any BS, Poppy. And if I'm wrong,
Did
I'm
he go
wrong.
to Cleveland?
Yes. But they had some heart condition stuff, so that's the reason they say he slipped. Who knows? Rossi, you talking Tim Ferriss? Who's Tim Ferriss? Is that what I'm talking about? I don't know.
So I got a podcast that I want everybody to check out.
I forgot about Shell Shock. That's my other favorite podcast.
Shell Shock is great, of course. And I want everyone to subscribe and rate and review it, preferably with positive ratings and reviews.
Yeah, just leave a 5-star.
But last year in the pandemic, Ringer with Bill Simmons started Flying Coach with Steve Kerr and Pete Carroll, and it was great. They did like 10 episodes. They had Bill Murray, but then they had like Dave Roberts on. They had a really interesting one with Scott Boras. They had a handful of other.
Trubisky fumbles.
Fumble. That's going to be the ball game as long as the
Well, they're in the 30, so if they could have this with the 20, I'd agree. Look at Mitch pretend like he's holding the ball.
But so season 2 of Flying Coach is out now in the Ringer, and they've reworked it.
Oh yes.
Peter Schrager and Sean McVay.
Love this.
Their first 2 guests were college roommates or grad assistant roommates in Robert Saleh and Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, interesting. I'm looking forward to that.
So then they shoot it on, or they did it on Zoom. So they posted the video. But you can obviously listen to it wherever you get your podcasts. So check it out. Flying Coach.
That's a good show.
You know, the Ringer obviously puts a lot of great stuff out. And that's why Bill Simmons got all those millions of dollars from Spotify.
Yep. There's a run here. Mike Bizzle says, wait, Rossi, what's the beef with Mayo and Tom? What are we talking about? I don't think I have any beef. I don't get beef with anybody. The only beef I have is the burgers I'm thinking.
No, I think their beef with one another is probably the way the question sounded.
Oh, like Tom isn't Tommy Freeze Pops, or
Probably.
Pat Mayo has beef with him? I just loved it. Well, I'm with him at 6.
Mayo and tomato on beef.
Oh, yeah. Fidelis says, who's the Mentors podcast? Yes. I'm sorry, dude. I apologize. Yes, that is, you're right. My fault.
Let's look it up.
No, I know I had it. He called it out earlier, and he was like, is it the one? And yes, he's right. Tim Ferriss. Yes. Sorry. I was confused by what I was talking about at the time. My wife continues to call me here. Doesn't realize I said double overtime, but this could be it. We already got our players. And
Green.
All right. Ball game, ladies and gents. All right, we're going to quickly wrap this thing up to get BK to where he needs to get to be with Christian for your next sim. You can check out that stuff, get into the free rolls, all that good stuff at BK Denver Sports. Check out the Shell Shocked podcast. Leave a 5-star review. Be kind to our guy, BK. We learned a lot about him earlier. It was a lot of fun, BK, to team up with you.
Next time, I'll tell you my favorite hockey moment of all time. I can tell you real quick. Brett Hull and the Stars beating the Sabres in the crease. Who cares? Goal counter.
Love it. Falcons, Bucks are your next one. BK, Christian. We have the slate MLB styles, Bukes and Lamarca. Then I'll be teaming up with Tommy Freeze Pops. Vikings, Cardinals. We'll be doing a Vikings Mount Rushmore.
If Christian hasn't made a contest, somebody else go make it, and I'll get in it.
Look at that. And by the way, Bry Guy's going to be jumping in at the 10 p.m. He's producing now. This guy's versatile. We will be back with you guys in a little under 40 minutes. BK,
I think you and I are together again Sunday, maybe?
I'm sure we are. And I look forward to that exact moment. Ross Tucker, here he is. We'll catch you soon. Bye, everyone.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings and DraftKings Sportsbook. They got a ridiculous 40-1 basketball offer right now. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit later on in the show when we talk NBA. But here's what you need to know. This is the best, at least that I'm aware of, football betting podcast out there. That doesn't mean we don't talk about other sports. We do. We're going to dive into the NBA playoffs a little bit today. But you look at our track record over the last 5 years, go back and listen to every episode. We invite that. Listen to every episode, listen to every bet we've made, and then see the results for yourself. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, at Ross Tucker NFL on social media, at Ross Tucker Pod is where you can find all of our shows, the highlight clips of the shows. We also post all of them to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. So if you're more of a visual learner, go ahead and watch us on our YouTube channel. But you can always just listen like I know so many of you do and have for quite some time. The star of this show, as many of you know, is Steve Fezzik. He is the only 2-time winner of the Super Contest at the Westgate out there in Las Vegas. He is the numbers guy. Typically, I'll give you more my insight as a former player when we're talking NFL. When it's other sports, I'm pretty much leaning heavily on Steve's thoughts and what he brings to the table. You can check him out at Fezzik Sports and only at Fezzik Sports on social media. Steve, how are you?
I am tremendous, Ross. Breaking news, Las Vegas, in my opinion, has announced the pandemic. It's in the past. We are moving forward. We are opening up. Our cases are not exploding. Despite that, my past weekend, very hard to get a parking spot on the strip, high limits on all the blackjack tables on the strips, social distancing, pretty much a thing of the past in Vegas. It is exciting. Hopefully we didn't open up too soon. I don't think that we did with their vaccination rates going up. Vegas is excited.
Yeah, you know, I don't follow this stuff that closely. I will say I've done a couple of things recently where it certainly felt like things were a little more back to normal, which was really fun, you know, being out to dinner or out, with a group of people, and it felt like more normal. Although I think I saw a tweet right before we started the show where Pennsylvania actually had an uptick in cases last week. So I don't know. I guess I would say if you're going to go back to normal and you're going to go back to doing things like that with other people and social gatherings, hopefully you're vaccinated. I'm not here to make any judgments or anything. I just don't want you guys to get COVID. So, or if you get it, to get sick. So if you're going to go back to normal, hopefully you already got vaccinated. Evidently, a decent amount of people in Pennsylvania, Steve, went back to normal, but they're not vaccinated.
I have a theory about that you've got the cautious people, the ultra cautious people stay home. The cautious people, for the most part that I know, all got vaccinated. And the folks that are like, well, it's not going to dictate my life and it's my body, people, a lot of them already caught this 5 months ago. So that you're at a point where maybe you're not completely at herd immunity, but you're at a point where if you add up the vaccination rates along with the prior exposures, you're getting darn close to herd immunity.
So this is what's really cool, by the way, about doing a show like this or any show. Had no idea that we were going to talk about this as of 2 minutes ago. Absolutely no idea that we would be getting Steve Fezzik herd immunity thesis thrown at us. You might be right, though, Steve. I like it. So you're excited about that because on some level, it makes it harder for you to just run around and place your bets, right? If it's hard to find a parking spot and stuff.
True, but you got to remember all those drunken tourists, and Bri got to experience that firsthand this past week. They tend to make bad bets, and they tend to oftentimes make big bets, which can move lines at sports books, giving the professional bettor value playing back after a sports book operator says, you know what? I don't really respect that bet that much, but I got to answer to the higher up suits. If I got to make this big payout, let me get a little money back in the other direction.
Got it. All right. Well, so there's a lot to get to today. We need to get to some NFL totals and future stuff that has stood out to us over the course of the past week. I know you have some MLB ideas you want to get into. We also have to absolutely dive into this NBA stuff a little bit as well. The NBA playoffs are underway, Steve. But I want to start, I think, with your MLB ideas, because you were texting me, you're clearly not real happy with the state of Major League Baseball. Steve, I don't really know anybody that is. Like, I don't know anybody right now saying baseball's awesome, baseball's great the way it is. I guess I wonder, with all the no-hitters and the ERAs and the batting average down, I'm sure they've already made the adjustment on people taking the under in all these games, right?
Yes. In fact, today we're seeing a Colorado Mets game. Now, granted, DeGrom is pitching, but the total is 6. So 6 was a thing of the past just a few years ago. And there's a prop, runs, hits, errors, which is an excellent proxy, if you will, basically for action, things going on the ball diamond. 21.5 runs, hits, and errors. That's as low a runs, hits, and errors prop line as I have ever seen. So you're going to go to a ball game almost 3 hours, and you're only going to see 21 runs, hits, and errors. There's just not enough going on, Ross. Back in the 70s, baseball was great. Hits and runs, triples. It was a national pastime. Now, if baseball had just been invented, no one would go and watch it. It's similar to boxing. The only people that like boxing over UFC and the only people like baseball over football, in my opinion, are the people that grew up with it, and it's a legacy. But if you just had to evaluate it and it was the first time you experienced both of them, well, baseball is so slow, it cannot compete against the other sports right now.
That is really interesting. You always say stuff like that, and when you say it, it always gives me pause and then makes me think of it differently. Like overtime rules or stuff with soccer you've said before, where it's like the only reason why people think this is fine is because it's the way it's always been done. If we started from scratch, Or if it started this other way, we'd all think the way they do it now is galactically stupid.
Soccer, the clock. So the NBA, I know to the nearest 10th of a second. How hot is that when you see Curry releasing his 28-footer with 0.1 seconds left and it's just left his fingertip? How much time's left in the soccer game? 3 to 5 minutes. I'm really not sure. Just go ahead and drink another beer, and it'll all work out.
It is. I mean, I know it's such a good point. I know that people are used to it because that's how it's always been, the stoppage time. But you want to talk about just how there could be one person who is in control on his stopwatch. He's in control of the entire length of the outcome of the game. I mean, that is actually like if they tried to implement that now, they would be like, what are you, nuts? Like, can you imagine the NFL if it was like, coming down to the end, like they call a timeout and the ref has to announce how much time's left because he's keeping it on his watch?
Brady's in the red zone. Oops, I'm sorry. The game has ended. Nobody knew. Time's up.
Unbelievable. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. So what are your ideas to fix it?
Got to get the ball in play. These are all frankly obvious, and we can't have all this stoppage in time. So we're going to lower the mound. That'll be fewer strikeouts. Well, that's a problem. The hitters have too big of an edge. So we'll deaden the ball a little bit more to make it harder to hit a home run. So these launch angle swings, basically big fat softball players hitting high fly balls over the wall, those will become outs. You got to hit it really well to hit a home run. So we deaden the ball. We enforce a pitching clock. Pitcher has to pitch within 10 seconds, and the batter's not allowed to step out of the batter's box, reduces the game to 2 hours, 30 minutes, and all of a sudden we have so many more balls in play and action, more hit and runs, much more exciting game. Problems fixed.
All right, so question on that. They already did deaden the ball this year, and that's one of the issues, right?
They deadened it slightly. Small, tiny adjustment. And frankly, all they did is they were juicing the ball, and now they're not juicing it as much, in my opinion. Deaden it some more.
You want them to deaden it even more?
Absolutely. There's you see broken bats that go for home runs now, Ross. I mean, back in the 70s, if you saw an opposite field home run, the only guys that could hit one would be like Mike Schmidt or Johnny Bench on occasion. It was so rare to see that. And now it's routine that a guy gets good wood, he gets the barrel on the ball, it goes 440 to the opposite field.
But, I mean, on some level, right, that's why they've done everything they've done with launch angles and home runs or strikeouts. I mean, you're the math guy, and everything they do with the shift and everything they do with the batters and the launch angles, it's all based on the math and the best chance to get the most runs, right?
Mostly right. So the whole launch angle, pull the ball for the batters is completely correct. The defense has adjusted to that, where with the left-handed hitter, you put the rover, you bring the shortstop into short right center to be basically the softball rover to stop that. And where the adjustment, I'm convinced of this, 20 years from now, these left-handed hitters will all be able to bunt. They'll all be able to go ahead and stop the shift by going the opposite way. If an uncoordinated pitcher can bunt the ball against a charging third baseman and he has a margin of error that's almost nil, certainly a positional player, a professional hitter can hit the ball to the left-hand side with practice. They just don't do it. But what's going to happen is that Billy Beane and eventually the analytics guys will throttle these hitters and say, look it, you can hit 400 just by bunting every single time. And all you got to do it is every third at bat. And then guess what? Then you can't shift against that batter. And then you can go back to hitting with your launch angle. And for whatever reason, these hitters just have not learned to do it the past 10 years. So you get these big, fat left-handed hitters look like DeChambeau hitting 220. Yeah, they hit 28 home runs, but they don't help their team.
You think you're a little bit spoiled because you grew up in Cincinnati during the big red machine in the 70s?
Oh, there's no doubt about it, where you have Concepcion and Geronimo hitting 270 batting 7th and 8th, and you've got all these Hall of Famers. Ken Griffey was like the weak part of the Big Red Machine and the front of the lineup, and he had great speed and hit 300 oftentimes. Rose, Bench, Perez, Foster. We had McRae coming off the bench. He couldn't even start. It was a tremendous team.
Yeah, that was people. There aren't that many teams that kind of transcend eras or that people still talk about. People still talk about the Big Red Machine a lot. They must have been pretty good. How many times did they win it? Do you know?
75 and 76. And then Eric Davis and company won one, 13 years later. Reds lost the World Series in 70 and 72. The Mets got them in the playoffs in 73. I think they lost to the Pirates in 79, but the team had been disbanded. So it was all throughout the 70s. What's remarkable about the Reds, if you look at the wins after replacement for the Reds in their championship years, it's all the hitters. Like, Bench is worth 8 wins, and Foster's worth 7, and Rose is worth 5. Joe Morgan's worth 7. And then you go to the pitchers, and I think Don Gault's worth 3. And after that, it's like a whole bunch of guys worth 2 wins, like Gary Nolan and Clay Carroll. None of these pitchers really mattered. It was all hitting.
So, all right. So they didn't have great hitting. They didn't have great pitching back then.
But they did have an originator. Sparky Anderson understood. His nickname was Captain Hook. And he basically originated the idea of the setup man in baseball. Get your starter to go 6 or 7 innings, and then bring in a guy in the 8th, and then your closer in the 9th. He's the first guy that really popularized that concept that everybody seems to do now.
All right, let's talk a little bit of NBA as well, Steve, and let's dive into the NBA playoffs. I mentioned this earlier. I'll mention it again now. DraftKings Sportsbook has 40-1 odds on any basketball game right now. All you have to do is pick any team that is still in the hunt, which is all of them in the playoffs. If that team wins, you get $200 in free credits. Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code Ross when you sign up to turn $5 into $200 in free credits. Bet on the basketball team of your choice to win their next game. And if they do, you can claim $200 in free credits. Amazing. That's promo code Ross. Limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And I'm wondering, Steve, if you have somebody that you would like to put that $5 on. Is there a basketball game coming up where you would say, you're probably just going to look at the spread and say, actually, you got to win the game. So is there a game coming up that you feel good about? Maybe the Lakers?
No, we're going to bet it on the Brooklyn Nets tonight, so we make our money the quickest. Brooklyn is currently a minus about a 440 favorite. So take out the VIG. They've got about an 80% chance to beat the massively underperforming Boston Celtics, 15,000 strong in Brooklyn, rooting us on. Let's do it, Brooklyn Nets. 80% chance to pick up your $200.
Got it. Any other thoughts, speaking of the NBA? Anything else stand out to you about the NBA?
Yes, the rise of the Eastern Conference. So what did we see in the past? The West was way better than the East, and the only thing that gave it any parity was LeBron James and his teams. So LeBron's gone to the West now, so the West should be absolutely a monster favorite against the East. I got to tell you, Ross, I think I can make a case the 3 best teams in the NBA might all reside right now in the East. Certainly Brooklyn with the big 3, they're the favorite to win it all, 2-1. They're the best team in the NBA. But Milwaukee and Philly, I think you throw a blanket over them versus the Lakers, the Clippers, Utah, and Phoenix. I think all 6 of those teams are in one category, really close, with Brooklyn being the best. So this is the first time I can remember in 20 years where the top teams in the East are better than the top teams in the West.
Has it been that long?
I'm trying to go back. It seems like it was LeBron James and nobody else in the East, right? Where it didn't matter whether his team was seeded 2nd, 4th, whatever. LeBron's team was going to get through the East. And we always talked about what an easier path they had.
All right. So then How do we monetize that, Steve? Like, are there ways that you see that we can take advantage of that?
I think we can just, unfortunately, nothing clever pops into my mind other than to just wait for the championship. And I think whoever comes out of the East is going to be so battle tested, but the perception is going to be that the West team that gets out of this scrum is going to be a superpower also. And I think the Western team is going to be overvalued based upon that. And I'll likely back, it should be the Nets, but whoever gets through could be Philly. I'll take the Eastern team against the Western team.
Did you see, by the way, before I forget, where our buddy Doug Kazarian, did you see this story, Steve? Doug Kazarian of ESPN, he's been on the show before. He saw where a different sports book, I will not name them, but it's not DraftKings. He saw where they had Tyson Campbell, the Georgia cornerback, listed as a safety incorrectly for the NFL draft. So he bet $3,500 on Tyson Campbell to be the first safety drafted because they listed him as a safety. He was the 33rd overall pick. He's a corner to the Jaguars, but he was the first listed as a safety to go. Doug won almost $300,000, Steve. $300,000 on a $3,500 bet because of really what was a clerical error.
And good for Doug Kazarian. Pro bettors do this all the time where prop bets get put out and there's two golfers, for instance, with the same last name and they get the wrong guy in terms of a reference, or in the Super Bowl, they have the kickoff returner and he has the same name as someone else and they list the wrong guy and they have props about his return yards and the like. So Doug is an extremely savvy bettor. Now, you got to remember his background. Doug Kazarian was right here locally in Las Vegas for years, doing an outstanding job with the nightly sportscasts here just in Vegas before going to ESPN and SportsCenter. So no one is more uniquely qualified to do a betting show and to be able to talk about advantage play. He's connected. He knows guys that know, I'm not going to call these taking a shot, but know how to exploit mistakes by the sports books. And absolutely, that's the beauty of betting in Nevada. If Doug had bet that offshore, the offshore would have said, Mr. Kazarian, we apologize, but we'll be unable to pay you because this was clearly a bad line. So we're going to grade your wager, no action. However, in Nevada and in most of these different states, the rules are tickets go as listed. So if a sportsbook makes a mistake, they have to pay. Example, I know the Hard Rock one time made University of Louisiana Monroe a 35-point favorite against LSU instead of a 35-point dog. I know someone who bet it just like Doug did on this bet on the money line. They had to pay. If they make a mistake, tickets go as written here in the United States.
Here's my question. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what happens to that person at that sports book that made that mistake?
Well, if I made a mistake that cost Ross Tucker Enterprises $350,000 and it made national media, do you think you'd be promoting me or doing something else?
I would not be promoting you.
There you go.
That would be bad, really bad. I wanted to ask you, speaking of big money and long shots, how about Phil Mickelson, Steve, and what he was able to do? I don't know how many people actually bet on him, not many, but wow, oh wow, you could have made a lot of money on Phil.
And I can just hear everyone say, Fezzik, you always say never bet a needle in the haystack bet. And here's a 200-1 bet that won. Don't you think you should rethink it? And I would respond, no. And here's why. Phil was out there for everyone to see at 200-1. Dude was 50. No 50-year-old has ever won a major. So think about this. If over the past 50 years, 100 years, you've been betting and you've taken every guy in every major that's 50 years older or more and gotten, in many cases, much more than 200-1, think about how much money you're down. Eventually, Phil probably had a 1 in 500 chance of winning this tournament. All right. given what we knew going into the tournament. All right, now he's in better shape. He's playing better than we thought. So maybe it was better, but we didn't know that yet. So call it 1 in 500. Hey, a 1 in 500 long shot each and every day is going to win every year and a half. It happens, and then it gets publicized, and that's why all these sports books make so much money. As they said in The Office, the one big bald guy once said, if you get 100 to 1 or more on anything, you bet it. When John Bon Jovi wins Best Actor, I'll be a very rich man. Maybe not.
What's that from?
From The Office.
Oh, I like that. I forget what his name is. Brian? That's his real name. I don't know what he is on the show. I met that guy, actually. I met that guy at a party with my wife. My wife loves that guy. You get anything over 100 to 1, you take it. Oh, that's awesome. All right. A lot of talk this week as well, Steve, about the NFL, in particular, Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Any thoughts on what's going on there right now? Are they putting the season win total back up? Are there places we can try to profit from whatever we think is going to happen there?
Yeah, so Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, before all this talk about his Jeopardy career and he doesn't want to go back to Green Bay, they had a season win of 11. By the way, Rodgers was very good on Jeopardy. So now the number's back up and it's 9. So what is Vegas telling you about the chance that Rodgers is coming back? Well, I did a quick back of the envelope calculation. Rodgers versus Jordan Love, I have that as a 9-point drop off. How much is 9 points worth in terms of expected wins? Over the course of a year, that's worth about 4.5 wins. So Green Bay with Rodgers should win 11. With Jordan Love, 6.5. Now, I know they could get another quarterback, but let's just go with the Jordan Love. So Vegas is setting the season win number at 9, almost equidistance between those two numbers, shaded a little bit more to the original number. What that's saying is that Vegas is essentially saying Aaron Rodgers has only a slightly more than 50% chance to be with the Packers this year based upon that current number.
That is really interesting. They wouldn't get another quarterback, by the way. I mean, it would be Jordan Love. They already got Bortles to be like the veteran backup or whatever, but they drafted Jordan Love in the first round, traded up to draft Jordan Love in the first round for a reason. That's interesting. I mean, somebody is going to find out at some point, Steve, whether Rodgers is going to be there or not, and they're going to make a bunch of money from it.
No doubt. And, I was just shopping around, making my way around the United States and in one specific state, and I don't want to disclose where it is, but it could well have been in Delaware. The number on Green Bay was still 11 for season wins. Now, there was extra vig. It was minus 150 to the under, but what a fine bet that is. If Rodgers doesn't play, you essentially win. And if he does play, you got a little bit the worst of it with having to pay extra vig on under 11. So that's a pretty good deal where you got a 50% chance of basically winning right off the bat on a bet.
I know, Steve, typically quarterbacks are the only ones that really make much of a difference in terms of lines. But Julio Jones has been such a dominant player that I'm wondering if he gets traded, does it do anything for you when you look at Atlanta, either week 1 line or season win total or the team he goes to, considering if he leaves Atlanta, which looks likely, Steve, there's kind of a mental there's a mindset there where it's like, okay, we're not really going all in this year if we trade Julio. Whereas the team that gets him, it's like on some level picking up a new bat or a new arm at the trade deadline.
Sure. So let's do the math on Julio. He's worth about a point. So that's what an elite skill position player is worth. That might be overstating his value slightly given his age. He'd have to be a top 8 wide receiver to justify that. Now, Atlanta's pretty loaded now, especially after the draft with skill position players. So he might not even be worth that full point for Atlanta, but let's assume he is. How much would he help another team if he's worth a point? 17 games. So that would be 17 points that a team would expect to pick up. That 35 points is how much you need to pick up an extra win. So Julio Jones is worth half a win in terms of season wins. So whoever gets him, if they don't have to give up anything material, maybe just future draft choices, that would be enough to move the needle on that team and their season wins.
Very interesting. All right. I'll be curious to see. It looks like he's going somewhere. I'll be curious to see exactly where he ends up going. That'll do it, by the way. Fun show where we solved all of baseball's issues. We totally changed the paradigm for the NBA and where the best teams are. We talked about the bet of the century for Doug Kazarian. We got somebody fired at a different sports book. We solved the COVID issue. It's over. And we gave you two pretty darn good NFL bets. I love it. Make sure you follow Steve on social at Fezzik Sports. I am, of course, at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Definitely subscribe to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. Good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, The Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and The College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everyone? It's me, Christian DeAndre. I will be joined shortly by Brandon Cristal. He had a little trouble getting to the office. Didn't know whether he's going to get called in, so he's going to be broadcasting with me just from a different perspective for today's 4 p.m. The early bird sim between two NFC South rivals, one coming and one going. You have the reigning champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who I called their first game of this new sim season. It was a disaster. Hopefully that won't be the case today. But we have the Bucs on one side. We have the always dangerous, at least in Simland, Atlanta Falcons on the other, starring Todd Gurley and Julio Jones, two former All-Pros who may not be Falcons in 2021. Well, we know Gurley probably won't be unless he gets desperate and takes a vet min deal to come back to Atlanta. Hell, a vet min deal pretty much anywhere because he was not good last season, but still pretty good here in Simland. Now that lineups have locked, I can tell you I did build around the other potentially departing Falcon, and that is Julio Jones. He's not in my captain spot. Calvin Ridley is, but he is flanked by Russell Gage and then Rob Gronkowski, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. So might have left myself exposed there. Didn't throw any running backs in there. Didn't throw any quarterbacks in there. Didn't throw any kickers in there. Rossi would be ashamed of me, if anything. But hopefully we will have a solid passing-heavy sim. I mean, two former MVPs, two quarterbacks that showed up in a Super Bowl not too long ago and did some work, I think it's safe to say. So we'll get to see Tom Brady show down with none other than the God himself, Matty Ice, and there he is on first down, a strike upfield. That one is Calvin Ridley. There it is. So my captain on the board first, and a crisp showdown of formal throwbacks. The creamsicle look beautiful, stunning for these Buccaneers, and then whatever the hell the Falcons are wearing, that 2020s nightmare that they got going on. Not a fan. They have such a clean look, especially with the old red helmets, like the red helmets, the black Falcon on them. Iconic. But we'll see if even here in their dilapidated 2020s Togs, they can get something done here. 2 passes, 2 completions from Matt Ryan to start things off. I am over in Twitch. I am over in the YouTube chat. Well, I'm not over in the YouTube chat just yet. I actually got to pull that up. Normally, I take the time and do that while my co-host is speaking. BK, very nearly here. And once he pops in, I'm sure he can brief you on all things, not just football, but Denver, all that good stuff. I did not mute my YouTube chat. You can hear me there. Mike Bizzle saying, Rockies Pirates, no chance of playing today. Mike Bizzle, good to see you. Josh March, good to see you as well. Welcome to a wonderful Friday of Sims. Hopefully you are having a pretty solid start to your weekend here. Maybe you took the 4-day weekend. Maybe you're on the road today. You're driving down to Indianapolis or up to Indianapolis or over to Indianapolis. It's pretty much the center of the country. You're going out to race day. 40% capacity at the Brickyard. They have sold every ticket. That means for only the 5th time in race history, they will not have the local blackout going. Yeah, that's a relic of the past. But for a long time, if you lived in Indianapolis, your only option to see the Indy 500 was to buy a ticket because that's a 350,000 person venue. It's almost impossible to sell it out. In fact, at full strength, it's only sold out, I think, 3 times in the race's history, twice in the brief post-war era in like the late 40s, and then once again for the race's 100th running. I actually was trying to get down for that. Couldn't even get infield tickets. It was the first 500 I'd missed in almost a decade. This going to be the second, unfortunately. So a bummer that I won't be down there for race day. A tradition unlike any other. I've been to the Kentucky Derby. I like the Indy 500 a lot more. If you've been to the 500, drop it in the chat. Let us know what you feel about it. If you want to go to the 500, drop it in the chat. If you have another bucket list sporting event you want to be at, let us know what it is. Oh, what's up, Heavy Kevy? Goofy is a dog. Free Piercy. Good to see you guys over there in the Twitch chat. No, is is the man himself here with us.
What's up, dude? Can you hear me?
BK, yeah, you just clocked in a little bit. Your video's a little bit glitchy, but your audio's coming through okay.
My video should be the best part.
I mean, for me,
I think did we run into this last time I was here? My video was very shaky.
Possibly. Yeah, but to be fair, I could have thought it was on my end because last time you and I were broadcasting together, I was outside. It was an 80-degree day, sunny.
No, I don't know, but I feel like last time I was here because I'm kind of far from a router. Am I louder now though? I was trying to get louder. Is that better there, guys? Okay. Yeah. So the running around that I had to do because I was at home, and then we went to double overtime, and I had to come to the station in case the Rockies get rained out. As I'm in the elevator coming up to join you an hour before our afternoon show starts, get the text that the Rockies and Pirates have in fact been rained out in Pittsburgh. So what was going to be a 45-minute show for one of the afternoon hosts is now a 3-hour show with me filling in as a co-host here coming up. So honestly, as much as I enjoyed double overtime with Rossi, we really can't have any kind of overtime here. So we need to do what we can in our minds to avoid that mentally. And while I was in the car, because my wife was driving, she's running a bunch of errands, I was on the Nuggets practice Zoom, post-practice Zoom with Aaron Gordon and Michael Malone.
Nice.
So got to ask my one question.
It's been a hectic day for you. You are not.
It's been a very hectic day. Well, it started with going to get the camper. Look at that run.
Wow.
That's a house call, huh? Is that Fournette?
Themselves got to be because he's not holding the ball like a French baguette. Fournette up the middle
What
and
a run.
gone. Woo. That's my
Weird
worst
run.
nightmare right there, BK, because I invested in like wideouts only, no quarterbacks, no running backs, and bam.
You and me both. Oh, I got quarterbacks. I didn't go wideouts only. I think I have both quarterbacks.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
I got Godwin. Godwin's my captain. I tend to captain him with the Bucks, for better or worse. Both quarterbacks, Ridley, the Bucks D, and maybe Gronk.
Gronk is always so cheap. I'm always in. Like I typically regret it because he's not like even you'd think in Madden, right? Like his stats would be all the way up because he's still Gronk. He's more dominant on paper than he was in the real world, and yet here in Singland, kind of a bummer play. Like doesn't get a lot of looks. I guess part of it is because he's got that great receiving core around him, and he's got another great on paper guy in Leonard Fournette who can do things like that.
Yeah, I feel like Gronk is the boomer bust play touchdown, maybe 2 touchdowns, but you're not getting a 100-yard game from Gronk on this. Not in this version of Gronk. Maybe in the Madden 22 game, they'll make him a little bit more of a vertical threat, but I don't know why they would.
Yeah, I would be surprised, but we'll see. I mean, he looked good when it counted last year. You know, he saved his best for last, and I think that's exactly what the Buccaneers expected out of him. It actually brings me to one of the points that it came up earlier in today's post-route newsletter. We were talking about other post-June 1st deals besides whatever's going to happen with Julio Jones. And my question is, are we going to see either of those 2017 first-round tight ends, either O.J. Howard or David Njoku, get traded? They're both due about $6 million this year, and both could use a change of scenery. BK, if you had to pick up one of those guys, maybe you need a tight end, and they're both available for, let's say, a similar price, although Howard's going to be cheaper. He's a little bit more costly, and he's coming off that Achilles injury. Which one of those young tight ends would you bet on for a resurgence in their upcoming contract year?
I feel like you asked 2 questions. Bet on to be traded or bet on to play better?
Yeah.
Like to be a better value. Like if both of them were to get moved, who would you rather have? Is that, I guess, 2 separate questions.
Yeah.
Who's more likely to get moved? Probably Njoku. Well, I don't know. Maybe Howard, because save a little money with what they're doing to that cap. They're already kind of screwing it up.
Yeah.
So Howard, I guess they're probably both likely to be moved. Howard's likely to be moved for less, like you just said. They just want to move on, save the $6 million and go with what they've got right now and figure out, because they still have Cameron Brate and Gronk.
Right.
And then with Austin Hooper there in Cleveland, and I want to say, isn't there one other tight end that I'm missing?
Yeah, they have Harrison Bryant, the FAU tight end.
Right.
Rookie
Well,
last
right,
year.
but-
Good at moments.
Yeah, but and obviously with OBJ, while you have him and Jarvis plus the 2 running backs, there's not that many footballs to go around as much as Baker likes to spread it around. So you're probably going to get a little more. I'm guessing it's a higher day 2 pick for Njoku than for Howard, but you probably can get a low day 2 pick, if not a 4th rounder, I would guess, for Howard, which doesn't feel like great ROI, but that's the nature of trades in the NFL most of the time.
Relax. Yeah, I guess you could make the case that he's inexpensive, he's worth a flyer. I think the injury scares me off a little bit. There's a big strike there.
Julio. I never play Julio, and it always kills me. It always kills me. I never play.
I mean, showing us what he could have done if he just stayed healthy all last season. And that's the thing that's wild to me. I understand why teams are very reticent to send a first in exchange for Julio, because he's owed a lot of money. He's an older guy, and we just saw what happens if a wide receiver falls off an injury cliff thanks to AJ Green. But man, nothing from what I saw from him last year, BK, suggests to me that he is going to hit a cliff. Like, he might decline slightly. Like, his average depth of target went down. He was no longer the straight up vertical threat he used to be. He's not running a 4.34 anymore, but he's still probably running like a 4.4. I think he can still be very good for whoever swoops in and picks him up. And as we get a Calvin Ridley touchdown, there goes my captain.
Oh, I got him.
Yes. Yes, sir. The guy being groomed. Already in great shape to take over Julio's place as wide receiver 1 in Atlanta. Kid's a beast.
Did you get in the contest? There were a couple contests that some of our great listeners and DK SimFan made. Did you get in one of them?
I did indeed. So, Fooligan, thank you very much for.
Yeah, that's what I'm in too. I'm in 11th.
Yeah.
I'm in 11th.
Nice. Not bad.
Good job, Fooligan. Or P. Hooligan, as Rossi seems to call him. But I'm in
P. Hooligan. 15th out of 50 for me. So not my worst showing. 20 points.
No, we're right there. We're right there.
Nice. Yeah, Ridley, 6% captained. I'm one of that 6%, 40% owned overall. A nice start to this one, dude. Last Bucs game I had was like it was a nightmare. It was like 17-6. It was the season opener against the Cowboys team too. It looked like it was going to be a good sim to start off the 2021 season. No, terrible nightmare.
The last Bucs game I had, I think they lost to a subpar team. I could actually tell you which game it was. I could pull it up in 2 seconds because I had my invoice of all the games I did up handy a little earlier.
Brian McDonald saying that Brady loves OJ Howard. He thinks he's staying. I mean,
okay. Look, if Brady wants him to stay, he's staying.
I mean, there's a lot of value in having a guy who can play that kind of move tight end. A guy you can keep Gronk in seam and not split him out, but have OJ Howard on the other side moving out to the slot. Only problem is you already got a great slot presence in Antonio Brown up there. You can put what's his name?
Scotty Miller.
Yeah, Scotty Miller can go into the slot. Justin Wilson. I'm forgetting the kid's name. Justin Watson.
The Johnson kid?
Yeah, Watson. That's his name. He can go in the slot. Yeah. But yeah, Tyler Johnson as well. They just have a wealth of options there, which makes me think.
You also play Godwin in the slot, depending on what you're doing.
Exactly. Yeah. So if someone comes knocking for OJ Howard, I feel like a day 2 pick would surprise me, but if someone came in with like a 4th or a 5th rounder just to clear a little bit of that cap space off the Bucs books, I think Bruce Arians tells his crew up there he gives it the okay.
So the Bucs drafted Kyle Trask, and they're trying to get a little lucky where they know that the chickens are going to come home to roost on their salary cap situation in the next couple of years. We just saw where the PA and the league agreed to jump the salary cap from 182 this year to 208 next year, which is a pretty big jump, but they owe a lot of people a lot of money.
Yeah.
So they're trying to time it out right to where Kyle Trask can still play for a year or 2 on his rookie deal, and Brady's gone, and you're just dealing with kind of catching up on the books and paying Evans and paying Godwin and paying all these guys and paying Shaq Barrett. So I think they're hoping for a little bit of luck, and that with the new TV deals, the salary cap will go from 208 in 2022 to 230, right? That it'll make almost an identical jump. And then they'll be able to kind of cover most of their bills. Otherwise, it will look like some of the teams you've seen that, as they say, kick the can down the road. At some point, they will have to bite the bullet, have a year where they dump some veterans, Evans, Godwin, people like that, with a year or 2 left on their deal, and they're really young and inexperienced, and they have no salary cap room to sign anyone, and you just hope they hit on the draft. But and that'll probably likely be when Bruce Arians is also not the head coach and it's Byron Leftwich or somebody else. Honestly, it'll be like in year 2023, 2024. It'll just be a rebuild year, but they will have the one ring to show for it, if not multiple, because you can't bet against Tom Brady, and no reason to bet against him right now, with all 22 starters plus Antonio Brown back. But at some point, they're gonna have to pay up. So I did the Bucks-Lions last Wednesday in Tampa. Detroit rolled in there and rolled all over them.
Really? Wow, that Lions team is. I mean, I guess in Sinland,
but it was like 24-13 or something.
Ooh, is that caught inbounds? It wasn't, but Scotty Miller has been the man of the hour on this drive. 2 big completions earlier and getting the look in the back of the end zone there. Let's see if that continues to go that way.
Here's a headline. Yeah. Hunter Henry can't stop talking about how glad he is to be a Patriot. Okay.
Dude, the reviews on Mac Jones early have been overwhelmingly positive, and I'm a little surprised by that. Although, I mean, I guess, no one's going to talk trash about the
are they even? How much 11 on 11 are they even doing?
Yeah, I don't even know if they've even gone full pads yet. I got to imagine it's all.
No, they're not going full pads at all. Even in minicamp, you can't. Yeah. You're not allowed to. But shoulder pads and just ratcheting it up. They probably haven't even done that yet. So, in fact, I know they haven't, because no team in the league has. It's going to be another Fournette touchdown.
Could be. No, it's going to be a pass.
No, Brady's going to do it himself. Let's see, throw it.
Quasi-vulture? No.
Oh, good D.
Yeah, looking for Evans there.
Is that Evans? You got to post up better, Mike.
He's got that big body. I mean, you'd think that Brady would just thrown it up and let him get it. He's 6'5". He's going to tower over most cornerbacks.
Yeah, why is he throwing it at his waist where the 5'10" DB can knock it down?
Terrible. If anything, you give him the drag route and the back shoulder throw. Anyway, through one quarter, we got a 7-7 ball game. Bucks threatening to add more points. They might actually go for it here, BK. 4th and 1 from short range.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will. I think they'll just give it to Fournette and see what happens. Through the air, Calvin Ridley, your leading receiver right now, 3 for 44 with a touchdown. Scotty Miller, 2 for 57. Julio Jones, 2 for 47. And then, of course, Leonard Fournette, 70-plus yard touchdown run. If you got those 4 guys in your lineup right now, you're feeling pretty good about this one. It has not been bad at all. We're on the brink of having more points in this sim. I think we had the entire last Buccaneers sim. Let me take a look real quick. Last Buck sim, 17-10. All right, it wasn't. So we're not quite there yet, but we are on pace to blow that away by the end of the second quarter.
No, but I want to know what the score was of that Detroit game. Oh, here, I can do it. I've got the lineup probably. I could do it.
28-14. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you just said, so 28-14, right. It was all Detroit. It was crazy.
Crazy, yeah.
And I had four or five bucks in my lineup, so I finished like 120th.
Yeah. By the way, Brady in that last sim, 6.8 fantasy points at quarterback. Unreal. That's like it's like Jared Goff number. It's like Matthew.
You're right. They're going for it.
Yes. Hell yeah. Let's go. It's going to be a handoff to Lenny. It is. And he is in for his second touchdown.
Could have captained that guy.
Woo! Dude, and Fournette, I mean, that is a difference maker right there. 23% owned, 3% in the captain spot. And those 3%ers are going to be looking at spots in the
Do you think we see a huge year from Leonard Fournette, like a 1,400-yard, 12 to 14 touchdown, where he's really the featured back? And I guess Rojo's still there, right? And I don't know what the rest of their back depth is. I need to double check. But is it something where they build off what they did? Because Leonard Fournette's 27 years old or whatever, right? You would think that he's still got plenty of tread on the tires. Yes, he carried the ball a lot at LSU, but he came out after his junior year. He was a 4th overall pick. I think I'd like to see it. Maybe just because I remember how dominant he was for that first half of the year in Baton Rouge. It's like you just want to see this guy dominating. And you've seen certainly flashes. But
yeah, based on the way they used him last year, they really did save him for the playoffs. You know, he only had 97 carries across those 13 games he played. Also, they kind of have a stacked tailback rotation down there. Not only that Rojo, Gio Bernard, and then last year's rookie, a guy that has a
Gio probably cuts into it some.
Deshaun Vaughn, I loved watching him at Vandy. Dude's a tough, grimy runner, decent in the passing game as well. So they have 3 guys.
So no is your answer.
I think they're just going to platoon the hell out of it. I think they're going to frustrate fantasy owners across the.
Well, I don't know. It feels like Fournette might be the touchdown back, right?
I think so.
Because him being the biggest, it's not the way Belichick does things where all of a sudden James Whiteston is a goal line back. Like, what's going on? It's first and goal on the 1. Like, why isn't one of the bigger backs there? Why is James White in? Or Dion Lewis, like when they had Dion Lewis. It just never made sense. You're like, why isn't Rex Burkhardt in? This is the week I played him in DraftKings, and he had three goal line drives, first and goal drives. Anyway, I think Fournette is probably going to be a good value second or third running back on your fantasy line.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, I think just the usage Jones got last year makes me a little bit wary, and then I think they're just gonna let him get some reps, get used to it, and then turn him loose in the playoffs like they did last year. Because damn, that dude was a revelation. He was playoff Lenny. He was the engine behind that running game. I mean,
for sure.
Switch.
So as I came on, you were talking Indy 500. You and I have talked about it a little. I said I went to the second hottest of all time and hottest since 1920 something. I'd still have to go again. I'm just not going anytime soon. Are you getting down there again?
I unfortunately am not going this year. I'm home alone right now, so it's me and the kiddo, and the lady friend's taking a well-earned vacation to visit some friends out in New York City. So I got stuck here.
That's nice.
Yeah, the thing is, it's supposed to be beautiful down there in Indy. It's like an incredibly pleasant race day, 70, a little bit.
Well, that's nice too.
Yeah, beautiful. So I'm bummed to be missing it, but I'll be bumming around my house here, watching it on TV, rooting for Tony Kanaan, all that good stuff.
I'm rooting for Jimmy Johnson. Is he in the race?
Well, you know what?
He's only doing road races.
I actually don't know.
I heard him on a podcast talking about making the switch to IndyCar.
Yeah.
Here, let's just look at this. I feel like we would hear more about it. Like it'd be a bigger deal.
Yeah, exactly. Although Jimmy Johnson needs wife's approval to race ovals. So I think he's just there hanging out, but he's not actually racing this year.
Okay. That's too bad.
Yeah. That would be cool.
Needs wife's permission to race ovals? Is that what it said, really?
That's what it said.
So Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan. What makes you a Tony Kanaan fan?
It's one of those things where he was one of the guys, like in that Phil Mickelson vein. For the longest time, he hadn't won the big one, then he finally came through. Also, when I was working in Indianapolis, Kanaan and Marco came by for like an autograph session. So they were signing photos.
They came by to get your autograph? That's cool.
It was, they knew. They're like, man, one day you're going to be something on DraftKings. You're going to have like 2,000 Twitter followers. You got to get it on this train early. And I was like, I appreciate it, guys. Here you go.
Gotta love that support. Helio Castroneves in the Sirius XM car. Pato O'Ward is driving the Aero car. Aero Electronics is literally a mile and a half from where I'm sitting right now, based here in Colorado. Alexander Rossi, did he win it?
He did. Yeah, he won it as a rookie, and he did it with the that crazy strategy that basically left him limping to the finish line. But he didn't pit when everyone else did, so he had about a lap advantage, and like he crossed the finish line going like 112 miles an hour or something surprisingly stupid, and it worked out. I mean, the dude, he had to get towed in. He couldn't even do a full victory lap because that's how little gas he had left. Amazing.
Yeah, that museum was really cool that we went to the day after the race. It made me want to go play golf there for sure. So the race I went to, it's easy to remember because it was 2018. It was when my son was born. Will Power won.
Yeah.
From Australia, right?
Or New Zealand?
New Zealand? I'm looking at the flag. It looks like one of them. Maybe New Zealand. Yeah. So he won in 2018. Graham Rahal. He's got obviously a familiar name. Oh, there's two Aero cars. Juan Pablo Montoya is also in an Aero car.
Dude, Montoya.
Aero Electronics big. Marco is sitting 25th. He's in some car that says cleaners on it. Okay. Everybody needs cleaners, I guess, now that we're having to go back to work. The only female in the field, Simona De Silvestro.
No, I'm surprised Pippa Mann isn't in there. She's usually...
No. Yeah, she didn't race the year I was there either. Will Power is on the back row with her. Yeah, let me double check, but I didn't see Pippa.
I mean, it makes sense.
There you go.
She's always kind of on
Scott
the,
Dixon, though, is your pole sitter. Not a surprise. How many times has he won it?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Well, I can tell you. I'm the one that has a list in front of me.
Okay.
He won it in 2008. There you go. Helios won it 3 times. Tony Kanon's won it once. Trying to see how many names that I saw that are Juan Pablo Montoya won it in 2000. So previous winners, by my quick math, you've got about 6 or 7 in it. Ryan Hunter Ray.
Ray.
I can't swear I'll watch it.
Seto.
When's the race? Sunday?
Sunday afternoon. Yeah.
Maybe I'll watch it. We're going camping on Monday, so.
Oh, nice.
Weather
I have
a couple sims.
For you out there. Or?
What's that?
Weather going to cooperate out there for you?
No, it's going to be terrible. We're going to be up in the mountains, and it's going to be like 50 for the first 3 days, so it's going to be miserable. We're going to be sitting in our camper, not being outside. There's some stuff we can do, though. There's like, I might go play golf at this little golf course. There's like a cool train we can take through the mountains for a couple hours that we'll do one of the days. Then it gets all the way up into the 60s. But we're camping on this beautiful lake called Turquoise Lake, where we're literally on the lake. My wife booked it 6 months ago because that's how quickly these half dozen spots fill up or whatever in this campsite.
Beauty.
But it'll still be nice just to, in theory, disconnect. We'll see how that goes. And I got to find a location to tape a podcast next week with Shelby Harris. So.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
We've got episode 3 of the Shelby Harris podcast, Shell Shock, the Shelby Harris podcast, that we have to tape next week. We're going to go over the weekend. He's like,
do you guys do like the tow along camper, or do you have like the RV? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, no, it's a 22-foot trailer, I guess. It pops out to 26 feet with the beds, 3 queen-size beds, got a little shower, bathroom set up, and kitchen. But, you know, so many of these campsites have like full hookups where you got water and power. Where we're going has neither. By a generator, which my wife's out doing now.
Ooh, you got a touchdown there.
Touchdown. Look at dancing. He's a dancing machine.
So 2 for Leonard Fournette, and now 2 for Matt Ryan. 1 to his wide receiver 1, 1 to his wide receiver 2. We officially have more points in the first 15 minutes of this sim than we did in all of the Buccaneers' first sim of the 2021 sim season. Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, I got our neighbors, like, they get the camper down there, they do the hookup, they get the sewer and electric hookups.
Yeah. It's so much nicer to have it.
Yeah,
but we do not have it.
I gotta imagine.
And I've got. What's that?
I gotta imagine it makes the drive up or down. So when you're driving out of the campsite, are like the wife and the kid in the trailer, or they have to be in the car?
No. You can't be in the trailer. You have to be in the car. Like, legally, you can't. You know, they have to be in the car. And we did it. We got it last year, right around this weekend, actually, or a week ago, because I just got a picture that popped up from when I bought the Suburban, which was the day after we bought the camper, or 2 days after. And we went to 17 different campsites last year. But, like, I told my wife, I'm like, do you just want to sell it? Because I don't need to go camp anymore. I'm fine getting on a plane and staying in a hotel somewhere. But, you know, little kids and so many great places to camp here in Colorado. We're going to hold on to it for a little bit. We're just not camping anywhere near as much as we did last year, which is good.
Buccaneers going to get a chance to add some points here before the first half comes to a close. Yeah, there you are, Leonard Fournette. We saw you on that big run in the first quarter.
I'll ask a Memorial Day. I'm going to ask 2 Memorial Day barbecue type questions on the other side here.
Yeah.
No, I didn't realize we still have 2.5 minutes. I thought we were at 2 minute warning. At halftime. So I'll ask one of the questions now. Easy, basic question. I meant to have the chat up and then I remember right quickly. Is how many people are going to barbecues this weekend or hosting one, and how many people do you anticipate being at them?
I got one coming up on Monday, but it's probably going to be a smaller one. Also, we don't know if the weather's going to cooperate, because today it's like 40 and rainy in lovely Madison, Wisconsin. And then the weekend, it's not supposed to climb out of the 60s, so it'll be a low-key affair pretty much no matter what. But I'll be on the early sim, and then we'll be taking off. And got a buddy who, he got the big green egg, and smokes up a real nice brisket or rack of ribs. So we'll be doing that. Yeah. How about you?
Nothing planned. My wife, we're obviously spending the next couple of days just getting ready to go camping for a week. But because we haven't hardly had anyone over, we had people on our deck last year, July 4th. We've had family over for holidays or siblings and stuff. And that's really been about it. We've gone to a friend's house for dinner here and there. She's like, let's have some people over this weekend, because we have neighbors that just moved in. I guess we had them over. The neighbors just moved on Friday. They came over, and 2 of their friends were coming to say bye. They're moving to South Carolina. As we speak, they're driving. Yeah. Their house was sold to a couple that moved to Denver from Chicago, and they've got 3 little boys that are like 7, 5, and 3, which, with all the little kids we've got.
Friends.
And so it's like they're moving from a smaller house in Chicago to this much bigger house now that they just bought.
Yeah.
And it's funny because a 53-foot truck pulled up for our neighbors as they were leaving. The new ones pulled up in a little U-Haul and then had 9 pods dropped off.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm just watching them go in and out of the pods, and they hired 2 mover dudes to help them. And so we figured, hey, it might be nice to invite them over, make them dinner. So it's one less thing they have to think about over these next couple of days, because everyone gets excited about the idea of being in your new place, but the in-between part until everything's dialed in and the moving part itself is obviously the worst.
Oh, yeah, terrible.
Even when you have movers.
Yeah. We were talking about this the other day. Yeah, I think it was me and Rossi talking about how, you move, and then, for 9 months, the move lingers with you. You don't put the move right behind you. You're still unpacking boxes and trying to figure out where things went for the following year or so. You're just missing things.
That I agree with you wholeheartedly. And 2 moves ago, when we moved from a smaller house to a bigger house in the suburbs, we were kind of in the city, we moved actual garbage. We had boxes of just junk that I had to move because we had to get out for the new renters to get in as we moved to this other place. When we moved to the house that we're in now, that is likely our forever home, unless I win the lottery or DraftKings really takes off and they pay us even more than they're already paying us. But we'll be in this house for a while. So we move in on December 7th and then hosted a party, our Christmaka party, on December 14th, 15th, whatever that Friday or Saturday was. And my wife, being the crazy person that she is, we had trees up and all the art, and every bedroom was set up. There's still stuff in boxes in the basement, and the basement wasn't finished at the time. But I don't know if they have a Guinness World Record for this. It had to be close for single person in a house, not without a team coming in to help, being able to set up as much of the house as she did to host this party. It was wild.
That's awesome.
I was just working every day between radio shows and the Broncos. I was home, in the morning and at night, and I'd come home and more would be done. Then she found a 14-foot tree at Walmart that they were ready to get rid of because it was kind of that end of their Christmas season. They weren't expecting to sell the 14-foot tree 8 days before Christmas or whatever, 10 days before Christmas. So as she goes in, the lady's so excited. She saw the manager starting to mess with it. She's like, oh, can I buy this? She's like, well, it's the last one. I would love for you to buy it because I don't have to put it in the box. You can just go put it in your car. And so that's what she did. She broke it into the 5 pieces that it's in. But having a 14-foot tree is a lot for sure.
Yeah, dude, that's massive. You gotta have
it's fake. It's fake. So, but
yeah, it's still, yeah. Even that though, you gotta have the headspace for it. You gotta have you can't just half-ass a 14-foot tree either. You gotta
no, and it comes right up to our chandelier thing that's in our entryway.
Nice. All right, this drive not going to end in a touchdown, but the Bucks should be able to retake the lead here on a quick.
You would hope that this feels like a makeable field goal. Even Eddie Pinheiro had a game winner from this distance, or a game tire rather. Producer Drew wants to know if my wife can come over to his house. I'll ask, but I think she's pretty busy. She just started a new job, so probably not.
All right, we got a non-verified dork on Twitter saying that Julio Jones to the Patriots is a done deal. That's clearly not going to happen, but yeah. Dude, it's been maddening. The people trying to chase clout with their reports.
Why would Julio want to go to the Patriots if he has any say in where he's going? I saw where Albert Breer tweeted about him not wanting to go anywhere cold. He's like, he wants to go somewhere that wins a lot, but not too cold and not the Patriots. And so then I tweeted at Albert. I was like, Well, not Pittsburgh, not Green Bay. There's one more that's not Baltimore. I guess that leaves Seattle as a perennial playoff team. It's not super warm there. We know it's cold as hell in Kansas City in December and into January. Some of the coldest days of my life have been spent in the greater Kansas City area in December, or at a Chiefs game even. The last game Josh McDaniels ever coached, like 8 degrees.
I mean, I feel like San Francisco, temperate, and he gets to reunite with Shanahan.
But they're not a perennial playoff team. They're certainly an interesting team. San Fran would be cool.
Yeah. I mean, I
They've
feel
gone to
like
the playoffs once in the last
perennial, you're getting
10 years.
Yeah. If San Francisco doesn't get smote by injuries last season, they make it the playoffs.
Yeah, they're probably a playoff team.
They're built.
Kyle's a hell of a coach. John's a great GM. No, you're right, San Francisco, but no one's confusing San Francisco with South Florida.
No, not at all. Yeah, as goofy as
But
Julio in Tampa Bay, LOL. Dude, if the Bucks could do it, they would do it. I can't imagine how happy Tom Brady would be after getting teased with a few good years of Randy Moss and then having to suffer through the tail end of his Patriots tenure. Not only getting Evans and Godwin, but now add Julio Jones to the mix. Wow, we're going to try a 60-yard field goal here to end the half. The kick is up, and it is
way short. Jeez, it's the E in the Buccaneers, one of the E's.
Yeah, you know, it might have bounced over if it had been a little bit more on center. That doesn't count, but it would have been impressive to see at the very least. Through 2 quarters, Bucks 17, Falcons 14, 2 touchdowns for Lenny Fournette, 2 for Matt Ryan, 1 to Julio Jones, 1 to Calvin Ridley. Sorry, I got the SEC baseball championship tournament on the background. My Commodores down
Vandian?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? They loaded the bases, no one out.
Who'd they smoke? Mississippi State? They beat Mississippi State like 16-2 or something?
No. That was Tennessee did that. Tennessee run ruled Mississippi State, which is amazing because Mississippi State has a great team this year.
Did Vandy beat him too, though? I saw Peter Burns tweeted something about Vandy baseball.
Vandy beat Ole Miss, lost last night to number 1 Arkansas, and now.
What was the Ole Miss score, though? A lot to a little?
Yeah, it was like 6-4. It was not.
Okay, that's not.
It was a good game. It was a comeback from. It was come from behind. It was a walk-off win, so that might have been what you saw. So they walked it off.
Yeah, maybe.
Today they are threatened. They're threatened with elimination at the hands of the Rebels as they're 3 outs away here. Yeah, loaded the bases, no one out in the bottom of the 8th. Only got 1 run across, which is frustrating. Also frustrating. They threw their best 2 pitchers today and yesterday, and they're gonna likely come away with 2 losses there, which is wild because those guys are gonna be top 5 picks. Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter, both guys dominant to start the season. The wheels not coming off, but wobbling a little bit here in the postseason, which is.
You said Rocker and Leiter? Are either of them related to John Rocker or Al Leiter?
Al Leiter's son, but not John Leiter's kid, Tracy Rocker's kid. So if you're a college football guy and remember a big Outland Trophy Award winner on the defensive line at Auburn, that's his son there. Yeah, Kumar. And
You went to Vandy, or you're just a Vandy fan?
I went to Vandy. Yeah, I did grad school down there. So I did my undergrad at Carnegie Mellon.
What's that scholarship that Skip Bayless got? Is there a Grantland Rice scholarship there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was not on that. I was actually didn't do any journalism while I was down there. I was coming from Carnegie Mellon with a journalism background, and then did public policy while I was at Vandy. Sports policy mostly. So my whole thesis was based around the idea that the NCAA could make $35 million annually by adding an extra bowl game to its playoff system. Don't want to take credit for that idea, but clearly that's what they did. Clearly they got a hold of that.
They keep adding more bowl games.
As we start the second half here, Bucks getting the ball right back. And you know what? I at least appreciate the Falcons giving us a 60-yard field goal attempt. We so rarely get to see those. As Brady in the zone hits Gronk for a decent gain there. His first catch of the game and reducing Russell Gage to the only bagel on my lineup. Currently 30th among the 50 of you in Fooligans free roll.
I am 24th, 45th. So you're way ahead of me.
Oh, Brady doing the dead end shuffle. Yep.
Oh, is that Grady Jarrett?
Well, it is indeed. One of the best pass rushing interior linemen in the game. Just wasting the prime of his career on a Falcons defense that
They cut to Matt Ryan flexing on the sideline.
I feel like Matt Ryan can take credit for that sack, sure. Maybe he was the moral support there. Maybe Grady Jarrett was real down on himself. He went over to Matty Ice for a pep talk, and that was all the difference. Dude, Scotty.
Gronk? Oh, no, Scotty.
He's having himself a decent little day here. 4 for, is that 80-plus right there? So already into double digits for the inexpensive addition. Scotty Miller, $5K in the flex. Dude, that's the thing with this game. There's just so many guys you could turn to give you points. You'd have to scroll like 2 scrolls deep to find guys who weren't giving you at least 5 points per game. As holy crap, the Buccaneers just turned 2nd and 24 into a fresh set of downs. Not bad.
So next Sunday when we get back from camping, I was telling Kaufman about this. The CONCACAF Nations League Finals, which should be USA and Mexico, playing soccer at the Broncos Stadium at Empower Field at Mile High. Only 32,000 fans, but I'm working on either a credential or maybe tickets.
Nice.
So that game should be a 7 o'clock Mountain, so 9 Eastern, 8 your time.
Yeah.
It would just be cool to see Christian Pulisic and maybe Weston McKennie and the rest of the Team USA squad in person.
Yeah, very cool. And then you get the atmosphere of a USA-Mexico game, which is, I mean, that's pretty much peak for American soccer rivalries right there. Of course, you're not getting the full Stadia Azteca experience with the people who's getting thrown.
No, or even Columbus.
Yeah. Was it pretty hectic in Columbus?
Whenever USA plays Mexico and Columbus, they always win 2-0. They always win 2-0. So it's like a thing.
Okay.
There's only 20,000 people there at soccer stadium, but it's always USA's like beating them. I think 2 or 3 times there, 2-0.
They got that Columbus Crew home field advantage, dude. I was very impressed with
Seattle's where it's rocking the most, I think, these days, and Atlanta United, and I can guarantee you Atlanta's going to be part of the World Cup mix.
Oh, God.
I mean, Colorado's hosting every soccer event they can because they want Denver to be one of the 15 cities it's hosting, and with the expansion to 48 teams, Denver's certainly got a chance, but you already know New York, LA, Chicago, Seattle, Atlanta, Dallas. So that's 6 already.
Yeah, dude, Columbus, I mean, a good sports town in general, obviously. You got the university there. They've obviously sustained the Blue Jackets, but the way that they have rallied around the Crew, first off, when the owner wanted to move them down to Austin and they had the grassroots effort to save the Crew, and then this time when they were like, we're going to drop Crew from the name, we're going to be Columbus FC, we're going to change the kits, the fans lost their damn minds and shamed them into fixing it. Oh, wow. Scotty Miller's great.
Scotty
continues. This guy playing out of his damn mind.
Did anybody captain Scotty? What's Scotty's captain numbers, producer Drew? Yeah, you're getting pushed over.
There's 2.3%.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Thanks, Bry Guy. Christian Pulisic and Stefan both are playing in Champions League final tomorrow. You get a All-England Champions League final. They were going to play in like Istanbul, and did they move to Portugal maybe? Does that sound right? And is that game going to conflict with either of my 2 sims? I'm sure it is.
I wouldn't know, man. I'm a Inverness Caledonian Thistle fan myself, so
Let's see what time that game is, because I'm noon and 2 Eastern tomorrow. First 2 sims, Cough and I got a double header. And that game kicks at 1 o'clock Mountain. Oh, so right after I get done, basically, unless we get double and triple and quadruple overtime. I'd like to see a Bucks defensive big play here to help create some space.
All right, we see Tyler Tom, Scotty Miller, captain, Justin Harden not feeling it. Scotty is Jerry effing Rice. BS. Yeah. Well, yeah. 27-9 for Scotty now in the captain spot.
So it's raining in New York and in Pittsburgh. And Rossi said the weather was gross in Boston too.
Yeah, apparently there was a big discussion that Ducey had no idea that New York City and Boston could have the same weather, because he was shocked to hear that Terrell Asak had a thunderstorm warning the same time that he did, as Russ Gage now on the board. Freaking Nature polished off a double baconator for National Burger Day. I had no idea it was National Burger Day. Might have to do something about that.
Yeah, Rossi wanted to know, and we can throw this at you. What's your go-to burger, and do you have a favorite burger of all time? Because he had one at some restaurant in Boston that was totally a staged deal for some burger show. He had it, then he went back there the next day because he loved it so much, and it was way different. So he remembers how great it was the day before, and is still bummed that by the next day and subsequent days it hasn't been good. And we had people describing go-to toppings, what they have to have on their ideal burger. Do you have that handy in the top of your brain?
I can't. So there's this place out in New Glarus, Wisconsin, home of the New Glarus Brewery. It's a wonderful little Swiss town, beautiful place, great food, everything really local, fresh farm stuff. And they had this restaurant. Unfortunately, a victim of COVID, I believe, shut down at least temporarily. I don't think it's coming back, but over the summer they would do burger wars every weekend and every.
Nice. So who was competing in said burger war?
So basically, they would make two different burgers, and the winner.
Oh, and you were voting on it there.
It was their own. So whatever they sold more of stayed. They'd bring up a challenger, it'd be like 2 or 3, and like if they were good, they would bring them back anyway. So they didn't really mind. But they had one that was like the drive-in burger, and it was like in the vein of a Big Mac, but like with real fresh quality ingredients, and dude, blew my mind. It was like pickles, a little bit of Thousand Island, a couple slices of cheese, double patty. The meat was super fresh from a local farm, and like that for me is forever my favorite burger. And I know I unless something drastic happens, I will never have it again. There's also another place out here I was talking about, Oakcrest, right across the street from Kanaki's Butcher Shop out here, local place. And every morning they walk over a fresh bin of steak trimmings for these burgers. So the burger, it's just a regular old burger, lettuce, tomato, fried onion, little mustard, little ketchup, bam.
Sometimes less is more, right?
Exactly. If you get like a good smash burger, all you need is a little salt, a little pepper. The Falcon's going to go for it, 4th and 2.
I like this call. Let's see if this Bucks D.
Oh, and he's going to have the room. It's Gurley.
That was easy. God, that was easy.
I'm sorry, Ito Smith. Okay. Oh, Goofy's a dog would like to know how you are liking In and Out now that you got him over in
Denver. So I
Denver.
mentioned that. So because we kind of separated, and we never even went down the fast food rabbit hole because that was going to take us a whole different direction.
Yeah.
In-N-Out is my favorite fast food burger without question, and there's 3 in Denver. There's a 4th one around the I shouldn't say around the corner, but 10-ish miles from me, not as close as maybe the other one that's about to open up. There's another 1 or 2 that are open up north, so I think they're going to be upwards of 5 or 6 in the greater metro area if you count Colorado Springs, which is a little further south, but people have definitely driven down there to get their In-N-Out fix if they're kind of in between parts of town. But I love it. When I've had trips to California where I've gone to In-N-Out 6 or 7 times in a week. Not that that's healthy, and I wouldn't recommend eating 6 burgers from anywhere over a 6 or 7 day period. But if you were going to, I guess I would recommend it.
High protein.
That's been great, but a great burger you're going to get at a burger joint or a bar and grill or sort of like what you're describing, a special food place. So have you been to Kopp's? I think it's called Kopp's with a K there. Shelby Harris said that's his favorite place in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
that was a question for our mailbag. Yeah, he's a Milwaukee guy. Kopp's burgers and custard.
Yep. Kopp's is pretty decent. George Webb is pretty decent. Honestly, just go simple with it.
I think he's mentioned George Webb too.
Yeah, Culver's is pretty solid.
We've got a couple Culver's out here, but they just kind of, they exist. And I don't saying people don't go to them, but
it's one of those things where it's better than a lot of fast food options, but it's still fast food. I love Culver's, but at the same time, Like I'd rather, like if I'm somewhere else, I'd rather go to like a Zaxby's or even a Chick-fil-A. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, we don't have Zaxby's here. We definitely have Chick-fil-A. Kind of a bummer they're closed on Sundays, and you may not agree with all of their political stances or philosophies.
Great chicken sandwich.
Damn good chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
Joker says Cherry Cricket perennially the best burger discussion in Denver. No question. There's 2 locations now. There's the original in Cherry Creek, and there's one right across from the ballpark. The Cherry Cricket, can't go wrong there if you're ever in Denver and you're at Coors Field. I want to get a burger after. Never been to In-N-Out. What makes a burger so good? Boston Joe wants to know. Can't tell you. It's in the meat.
Fresh, and they do a good job.
And how they cook it.
The greasy, melty patty. Like they do a good job with the cheese and onion ratio on top too. Like
yeah, and then you can do all these different fun styles with, animal styles, the most famous. I think they throw Thousand Island on, whatever. A couple other more toppings. Well, especially when it comes to fast food, and I said this before, I'm pretty basic. Bacon maybe, which you can't get in and out, but cheese and ketchup only. I love pickles. I had tomatoes on my sandwich at lunch today. Same with lettuce, but I'm fine with a more basic burger. Almost preferred is what I should say. That should have been a touchdown.
Frangelico.
Bad timing by Matt Ryan.
Secret menu order is it in? Are you going just going animal style? Do you go off grid for it?
No, I'm straightforward. Bacon, cheese, ketchup.
Okay.
Double bacon, cheese, ketchup. When In-N-Out first opened, the one closest to me, that's now like 6 miles from my house, it's 10 miles. I don't know. It's quick, and it's right by my kiddo's school and in between my office and my house, and where I play softball in my house, and they're open till 1. So I've definitely hit it a few times. After Broncos draft one of the nights, because it was 11:30 and I needed a burger. The first couple times I was going 2 double cheeseburgers. I was like, this is too much. So I've substituted for now a shake, which probably isn't any better.
No, dude, I always get 2. I always go 2 doubles there because I don't like the fries. I'm like, I'm gonna still be hungry.
Yeah, the fries aren't like, I'll eat half of my fries. Do you get them well done? Because that's kind of the key to make them better.
I have. They're still like a little. They're just kind of
still
like
not great.
Fries. They're just nothing fries.
There's probably no gap in the world of fast food between the quality of the In-N-Out burger and the quality of the fries from any other restaurant that you would go to, in terms of the gap between their burgers and fries.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Sleepy P saying we need some Whataburger. I got Whataburger last week when I was down in Texas. First stop off the plane. Whataburger, solid.
Where'd you go? What were you doing in my home state?
I was the in-laws are in Fort Worth. That's actually where the lady from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the North Richland Hills area.
Sure.
Dad was a American Airlines pilot for a long
Oh, so he's right there. Yeah. There you go.
Exactly.
There's obviously plenty of Whataburgers around. Whataburger was the closest fast food restaurant of any kind, but also fast food to my high school. Like high school parking lot ends, 2 streets, Whataburger, easy walk, and certainly even easier drive. So I feel like I've had enough Whataburger to last me a lifetime. I still love it, and I don't know why I'm more partial to In-N-Out, despite being from Texas, but I am.
I mean,
right? We like what we like.
Yeah, for me, like I my regret is like when I'm down there, I rarely am out late enough to really enjoy a good late night taquito. But I hear that is the key. Like not only the burgers and the chicken strip sandwiches, but like maybe like
you throw in a taquito.
Yeah, you go get that taquito.
Like an extra $1.
Ooh, Shake Shack.
How is it? Oh, Shake Shack is legit. Their fries also not good compared to how good their burger is, but way better than In-N-Out's fries.
Yeah, I'll agree there. Decent crinkle cut. Like honestly, I think
crinkle cut.
I think the Shake Shack burger and the Culver's burger, like at least as far as I'm concerned, are pretty similar to me. They're on the same wavelength for me.
Yeah, it feels like the Culver's burger is a little thinner.
No, Tommy, it is. Yeah, it's more of a smash patty. Yeah.
Tommy, Grady Jarrett is in Tommy's kitchen all day today.
Fidelis wanted to know if Shake Shack fries are better than McDonald's. I'm going to say no.
No fries are better than McDonald's. They win too many taste tests. Waffle fries at Chick-fil-A are pretty good, but and a lot of people, Arby's curly fries have won a bunch of taste tests, but now they've got new fries to go with the curly fries.
Why would they mess with this?
No, like they have an additional fry. Like you can still get the curly fries.
Yeah, I thought you were saying like, okay, they got rid of the curly fries.
No. I went to Arby's the other day, and they're like, "Do you want to try our new whatever?" I was like, "No, I'll just take the curly fries." I'm kidding.
Yeah, why would you change that for that? It's amazing.
Arby's has drifted into Cheesecake Factory status a bit, where it's like, why do I need chicken fingers at Arby's and all this other stuff? Just give me a roast beef sandwich and let's keep it moving.
Couple big beef.
That picked off.
It was, in fact. So now the Falcons gonna have a chance to tie this game up. Decent field position as Brady continues to underwhelm today. He has one touchdown pass to go with that interception, but the bulk of the scoring from Tampa done by one Leonard Fournette.
Arby's corporate headquarters is in Denver. Arby's adds crinkle fries to its permanent menu. This is a news story from last June.
Guru saying Raising Cane's is the bomb. You know what?
Raising Cane's is the bomb if you like chicken fingers and fries.
Dude, and that's all you're getting there? And like a limited sauce display too, which I was a little frustrated by. You can only get the cane.
Yeah.
The cane sauce is fine, but like I want like 2 or 3 dipping sauces from going 5 fingers deep. For me, like Zaxby's is like they have the perfect like range of buffalo sauces for me too. So like Zaxby's.
Yeah, I'll have to take your word. I've never been to Zaxby's. We just don't have them in this side of the country.
Yeah, I mean it's really just the South. Like that's one of the things I'm missing out about Indianapolis this weekend, because after I left town, they got a Zaxby's. So every time I go down for race weekend, I get at least one chicken finger tray while I'm there.
Without question, I've eaten the most meals other than sitting down at St. Elmo's at that Steak and Shake right there in downtown Indy.
Oh, yeah.
It's right next to the convention center, because it was very well located to the convention center when I was done. And if I didn't have dinner scheduled, I'd be bar hopping hotel bar to hotel bar before we go to the bigger bars.
Yep.
Right, because you see agents and personnel people. So
Yes.
like, I don't have time to go have a 2-hour dinner, nor do I care about having a 2-hour dinner with other writers. I'd rather be talking to personnel people and coaches and agents. And so I go to the In-N-Out, 2 times for a regular dinner, and then multiple times at the end of the night as I'm walking back to one of the Marriott hotels I was staying at.
Yeah, Steak and Shake, I mean, you kind of had to pick and choose your battles there, but that Frisco melt they had there, that patty melt, awesome.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, great late night food. They do the double happy hour, where like one happy hour is 2 to 4, or p.m. and one happy hour is 2 to 4 a.m. It's like, you know exactly what you're doing, Steak and Shake.
In college at KU, the Steak and Shake in Lawrence opened simultaneously with the new apartment complex I lived in my senior year.
Oh, beautiful.
So we definitely spent many late nights there.
Yeah, I had a buddy who would, as we get a strike
that was
there,
easy money.
Eden Hurst, and we are about to have ourselves a tie game. So overtime may be your X factor today, BK. But we'll wait and see. The Bucs are going to have 2+ minutes to get some points back in exchange. Yeah, dude, Steak and Shake. Like I had a buddy who would go to Steak and Shake. He would order he'd go through the drive-through or whatever, the takeout window. He would get a shake, and then he would sit with it at the table while he ordered just regular food and a second shake. Like he would go, like a shake.
That feels excessive.
He was not a small man, but like he made it worthwhile. And then it was Steak and Shake, so it would be like $12 for everything when he all of a sudden.
Yeah, the cost. Steak and Shake, you're definitely ahead on the cost most of the time. Jordan Warren on YouTube says an underrated burger is a flamethrower burger from Dairy Queen. Basically, their big burger with spicy sauce on it. Eat that with a Blizzard. Forget about it. Dairy Queen, I think, is underrated in general, not just because unless you think about going to get a Blizzard.
Yeah.
I almost never think about getting burgers there. And in fact, we've got a couple Dairy Queens around Denver that are just like hot dog, basic burger, and mostly ice cream Blizzards.
Yeah.
Like it's not a full kitchen with full burger options.
I'd never been to a Dairy Queen until like last year. My nephew was working at one, and like the chicken tenders were great. Fries were pretty forgettable. Obviously, the Blizzard was top notch. I want to know more about Moises Villarreal's Shake Shack in Doha. Like I didn't even know they were out in Qatar. That's impressive.
I don't know. First time playing Fortnite, wants to know if I've ever been to the restaurant in Breckenridge that does twice baked wings. I have not, but now I want to go there. Or that's not true. I may have been to the restaurant not knowing they had twice baked wings.
So are they
Breckenridge has Yeah. What's that?
When they say twice baked wings, is that like they oven bake them first and they fry them? I want to know more about
I
this.
guess. I would think you'd fry them first
do
and then
something.
I don't know.
This one's
Another
gonna
hold.
Back on the hold. Terrible. Brady held on too long. Poor Scotty Miller. That would have been the bonus for him, I believe, and instead gets taken away.
Still plenty of time. That guy didn't even play, I don't think, in real life. Maybe I'm wrong. Breckenridge does have my favorite restaurant in the mountains, though, a place called Modus. It's just an American restaurant, a guy that grew up working in restaurants. His dad owns a bunch of restaurants in Colorado Springs. And he and his wife opened this place right on Main Street in Breckenridge. Every time we're in or near Breckenridge, we go eat there.
Nice. What's like the go-to meal there? You just change it up every time because everything's good.
Yeah, it's like what are the specials? They've got one of those chefs that does a lot. I mean, there's a couple things that I'm trying to remember what the one thing is we get every time. It's like a ceviche.
Wow, what are
it's
you
like a tuna tartare, maybe.
All right, 3rd and long coming up. So Bucs are going to leave the door open for the Falcons here unless they can pick up a long shot 3rd down. They've been able to do this in the past in this game, but I mean, after a hot start, this team cooling off quite a bit here. Can touchdown Tom pull something out of his bag of tricks? Or is he going to shuffle backwards and get sacked for a loss of 12? He won't. And he also won't complete the pass. Very nearly a pick 6. Falcons going to get a chance to win this one in regulation. Okay, so they fry.
Come on, Matty Ice.
Yeah, so actually what we used to do at Spike's Junkyard Dogs in Rhode Island, I think we had a few Massachusetts. I think it's down like 5 locations right now. They got overzealous with expansion. It didn't work out great for them, but great hot dogs. And then what we would do for our wings is you would bread the wings or coat the wings with flour, bake them, take them out, and then you fry them after that. So they were the crispiest damn wings out there. Then, toss them in the sauce. So I guess we were doing twice baked wings at Spike's. I'm sure they still are. I'm sure they don't have the wherewithal to have changed things too much. Oh, Moise is just asking.
Falcons aren't.
Yeah, just talking about Shake Shack out in Doha. That sounds really cool.
In Doha?
In general, sounds awesome.
In the Middle East?
Yeah, Qatar.
That's the only thing cool in Qatar. It's all those people dying building soccer stadiums.
Yeah. Whew. Jordan
They
Linden
held on to their timeout. Also held on to the ball too long. So they got 3 timeouts. Younghoe Koo, best kicker in football a year ago.
He was. He had an amazing, nice little comeback story there. I mean, he's missed a 60-yarder, but he was a 60-yarder, so who cares? Matt Ryan into the passing bonus now, so going to hopefully add to that and get us out of here in regulation. But we'll wait and see. Bucs bringing the blitz. This is at least going to get out of – no, not going to get out of bounds, but we'll go for a first. So there's that at the very least. Hurst falls forward. 2 timeouts left remaining for the Falcons. They need, let's say 30 more yards here before you start feeling really confident about that Falcons field goal. Moises, we know, man. The Qatar World Cup is troubling to say the least. My alma mater, Carnegie Mellon, actually has a campus out there, which of all places to build a campus. Qatar. Okay, sure, why not?
Is Lamarca going to sub in for me for OT, if it comes to that? Matty Ice, come on. Real Matty Ice, going to need you to come in and call OT with Christian.
Oh, man.
No lie, my boss just walked in and he's like, what are you doing?
Yes, Mark and I teaming up for the first time ever. Oof, that's gonna give a little bit more hope for Atlanta. Quick strike there, first down.
All right, one more timeout. Let's see here.
As Julio on the brink of the bonus. 98 for him now.
Hook him up, Matty Ice. Let's fire it to number 11. Hey, Michael Jordan, give $1 million to Morehouse. Cool. He can afford it.
$1 million to what?
Morehouse College.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's a headline that popped in like that.
Very cool.
Good protection. Come on, Matt. All right.
Okay. Field goal. I mean, 53 for Younghoe. In the real world, I'd give it to him. In Simland.
Yeah, I don't know about here.
I think we're
going to see it.
Try the field goal. There it is. 5 seconds left. Unambiguous here. They got one play here, and it's going to be a Younghoe Koo 53-yarder to win the game. I'm going to put it at about 40-60. 40% odds he makes this kick.
I'll give it 50-50. Either he does or he doesn't.
Oh, they're going to ice him too. Why not? It does make a difference here in Simland. In the real world, questionable. Especially when your head coach doesn't get it off in time and you basically give the kicker a free warm-up shot.
You give him free practice?
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm not gonna lie. I want Koo to make this one. I got a dinner date going with my daughter after this. We're gonna hit up happy hour.
There you go. Get a burger for National Burger Day.
You know what? It's a pizza place that has amazing pizzas, but they also have great appetizers, stuff like that. Oh, it's a
No shot.
Oh wow.
All right. I hate to bow out early.
No.
Bry, this would be a good warm up. This would be a good warm up for Bry. But I got to go jump on the radio in Denver. So enjoy your date with your daughter. I guess they could score on this final play. That would be amazing. A pick six.
God for that, you guys. Put in some effort.
All right. Well,
Well,
I hope you make your daughter Bye.
Yeah.
I'll catch up with you soon. And I will see everybody else tomorrow, noon and 2.
Always a pleasure. See you around.
All right. See you. Thanks, guys.
Wow, BK taking off a rushed, cramped day for him, but I think we're having the super special producer Bry guy popping in. Maybe. I mean,
Wrong. Wrong.
It's this guy.
It's me. It's your worst nightmare, Christian.
So this is how we finally broadcast together.
Yeah, I figured, since I'm sitting here waiting anyway, I might as well make myself useful.
Let Bry guy get back to his business.
He's too busy. He's got important Bry guy stuff going on,
I'm amazed he came back to us. I thought he was too big for us. I thought he'd outgrown the DK Sim fan. And yet here he is. Because nothing is going to go easily. The Falcons add a little extra distance to this drive. They're going to take over at their own 14.
So, Christian.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on?
Not much. Absolutely horrible day in Madison, Wisconsin right now. But I hear you guys are going through it as well.
Yeah, pretty gross out here on the right coast.
Sorry.
You always hear left coast. You never hear right coast.
And I feel like you make that a thing. If not, brand it. That's the T-shirt right there. The right coast. Just puts a little outline. Maybe the original 13 colonies right there. Exclude Florida because we should exclude Florida from most things.
I'll add it to my idea book for sure. That could be a winner.
And then we got Free Piercy over in the Twitch chat making some ribs, which we talking like big green egg ribs, oven baked ribs, like just old Weber grill. Like you kept the coals going long enough. It's a nice little strike here. Falcons are in business, Lamarca. At the very least,
moving the ball pretty easily.
Flip the field.
So I have been thinking of you. I got to be honest. I've been watching. I don't know if you're familiar, but Barstool has this trivia show that they do called The Dozen.
I was not aware.
And I'm not like the biggest Barstool guy in the world, but I actually think they did a pretty good job with this program. And they just held their big end of the season tournament. So I was watching and I was thinking oh man, if DraftKings had this, me and Christian would team up and we would just absolutely demolish Steve Buchanan.
Just clean up.
Just bury Bukes.
Poor Bukes. You know what? I bet Brendan Glasheen's going to get banned 3 more months on YouTube for that.
Probably. Another suspension for Glash.
Well, apparently I made the mistake of insulting Florida over in the Twitch and YouTube chat. So I'm glad I was able to get you guys united on one thing, that Florida is not nearly the wasteland I make it out to be, even though it absolutely is, guys. Let's be honest. Julio Jones with the bonus. Hurst with the bonus. So, wow, a great day if you are just stacked with Falcons receivers and Leonard Fournette. Falcons 29 yards away from ending this one, sending us off to our dinner dates and our happy hours across the nation. Nice pick.
The guru says, I support burying Bukes. Sorry, Steve. Should be noted that he's listening to us right now. Or at least he's sitting there waiting. I don't know if he's actually listening. And Ryan says, the right coast can be misconstrued as correct coast, which is completely wrong. And you know what? As a right coaster, I gotta say, I prefer the left coast. Anytime I'm out there, it's just you can watch Monday Night Football starts at like 5:00.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. I mean, I can't complain. Like I that's the reason I like being in the Midwest, and there are a ton of them. I miss things like beaches and big cities and places to be. But I do like having all my shows start early. Oh my goodness, Julio Jones caps off a great day, crashes into the end zone to give his Falcons the win in Florida. And look at that. Julio Jones, what a day he just had. LaMarca, that's his second touchdown. That's going to put him up over 35 points in the flex. Got to give it to him, even on a day when Scotty Miller was a delight. Julio Jones going to be the crusty cough player of the game. And man, not too many blatant crusty cough or Babysitter Billy players of the game in this one, but Chris Godwin, 2 catches, 10 yards. Gotta be him. So you know what? That'll pretty much do it for us here. We went to OT. We got a little bonus football. We got a little bonus Julio Jones. Apologies to all of you waiting for Scotty Miller to hit the bonus. Not only he got there, it got taken away by a holding penalty that he didn't even see the ball in overtime. Hey, that's going to do it for me, for myself, for Brandon Cristal. We're done here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I know Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops are coming up at 6, but now Steve Buchanan, Matt LaMarca, going to you live for the slate.
Thanks, Christian.
Thanks, Christian.
Let's send it over to Bukes.
Hey, here we go, baby. Thanks, Christian, for that lovely intro. You're one of the people I actually do like that does these streams, so I have nothing bad to say about you. You enjoy the rest of your evening. Matt LaMarca jumping in on the Madden stream. Thanks for doing that. What a guy. What a guy. And now he gets to spend his time with me as we go bring you all the way up to the 6 o'clock hour, getting ready for this MLB 12 game. Not a 12 game, more like probably a 6 game by the time all this weather pans out. But was supposed to be a massive slate of games tonight. We are not getting that already. We already have a number of cancellations that have taken place for tonight before anything has even started. Looking at some of those games and the cancellations, we have one with the Mets, which I'm really disappointed about, and the Braves. I was really hoping to use Ian Anderson tonight, but that will not be happening. So we have to wait on that one and for the makeup information on that one. The other couple of games that went down as well include the Brewers at Nationals, which was another game I was hoping to play tonight too as well. Have one of the highest projected totals on the slate. That will not be taking place either. And then the Pirates and Rockies, which is not on the slate, but that has also been canceled. So those games are not taking place tonight. Have to still keep a watch on Boston. The Marlins at Boston, that is also in danger of being canceled tonight. Quite frankly, that entire series is in danger. I live right outside Boston. We're supposed to be getting rain, LaMarca, the entire weekend. So like, hey, take off your masks. Everything is back to normal. Oh, here's a bunch of rain that you have to deal with in Boston. So we have that coming up as well. But let's talk about what
wacky weather, man.
It really
was like
has
90
been.
degrees the other day, and now we got to deal with the weather. And yeah.
It was 90 degrees the other day, and now it's 49 in Boston, which is absolutely horrific. I hate the cold weather. If I didn't have a family, I'd be living in Las Vegas, Nevada. That is like my home away from home. but I will not be there. I ended up having kids, and love my kids, but I don't live in Vegas because of them.
Just in case they're listening, right, Steve? You got to throw that in.
They do watch at times, so hey, love you guys so much. We'll get ice cream after the show. Okay, let's talk about what is taking place here tonight. Despite some of the better pitching options off the board now, we still have two very good aces taking the mound. In Garrett Cole going up against the Tigers and Walker Buehler going up against the Giants. Literally two of the teams you want to target if you have a strikeout pitcher going against them. Garrett Cole already faced the Tigers once this season, struck out 14 in that game. I'm sorry, not 12 in that game through 6 innings. Walker Buehler going up against the Giants, who, by the way, LaMarca, have moved into the league lead in K rate against righties. It has now been overtaken by the Giants. That is that is a tough thing to do with the Brewers and Tigers in the mix. But the Giants have done it. They are now leading the league in K rate against righties. So we got Cole, we got Buehler. Where are you going in this one? Because these guys are separated by $1,200 in salary. So quite a difference between these two.
Yeah, it's a pretty good gap, but I do think that you are getting your money's worth when you spend the extra $800 for Cole, as I check your math there, Steve.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Sorry. It's Friday, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Opponent implied team total for Cole sits at 2.6. For Buehler, it's 3.1.
Yep.
So we're talking half a run difference. Cole is also a monster favorite, minus 268 or around thereabouts on DraftKings Sportsbook. Like I will find the extra money to get up to Cole, but yeah, both guys in great spots. Like you really couldn't ask for much better spots for these pitchers. Right. The one thing about Buehler is that even though San Fran strikes out quite a bit against right-handed pitching, they are like a league average when they put the ball in play. They have a 99 WRC plus. That's 100 is supposed to be league average. There's not a lot of teams that are above league average so far this year, but the Giants are definitely the offense that you fear slightly more than the Tigers. So I think for me, the extra $800 is worth it.
Quick question in the chat. How's the weather in Detroit? Really nothing to worry about there. It's going to be cold and there's going to be winds blowing out towards right field. So do with that as you want. But I mean, that is certainly not going to be a reason to not play Cole. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it seems like it's more of a sideways wind than a a directly out wind.
So no weather concerns over in Detroit. That's one of these spots where you don't have to worry about. Same in Los Angeles. You don't have any weather to worry about there. So the nice part about this weather, at least for these two most expensive pitchers, is that there's no weather concerns for those ones. So you want to go for Cole, okay? And that's totally fine because why wouldn't you? But where are you going to go down at pitcher now? Because he's going to eat up $11,200 of your salary. So you can't really, so let's just play devil's advocate here. Let's say you throw Buehler in there. You got $3,500 for the rest of your lineup, which is not terrible. That's actually not bad because there's one stack that I do really like tonight that's on the cheap. So you can still do that. But let's just say you're not going to play Buehler with Cole. Where else are you going to go down the list? Because, as normal, there's not a lot of options down near the bottom there. But there's a couple of names that kind of, look out at you there. Where are you kind of feeling that out for in the bottom half?
So I think Ryu at 8,400 makes some sense against Cleveland. That's a game where you look at the weather and we're talking about a roughly 25 mile an hour wind blowing inwards. Yeah, it's going to be real tough to hit the ball out of that ballpark tonight. So I think Ryu makes a ton of sense. And if you want to go cheaper than that, Dinelson Lamet at $7K.
Ooh, okay.
He is an underdog. He's facing a tough team in the Houston Astros.
Yep.
But Lamet is a guy that can strike people out. He's got a K per nine of roughly 12 over the past 12 months. 7K for him is pretty cheap when you consider the fact that he can strike out more than a batter per inning. So,
which is true. No, hold on one second. Which is true. But we're talking about the Astros, who are the hardest team in the league to strike out.
Yeah.
They have the lowest K rate in the league against righties.
Okay.
Does that deter you at all? You've seen, obviously, it is not deterring you. I can hear it by the bass in your voice that it does not deter you.
I mean, I just think Lamet is like a 9K caliber pitcher when he's going right. Now, he has only thrown 11 innings this season. His numbers are up and down. He's got a 1.64 ERA, but a 4.23 expected ERA. So pretty big gap. But when we're talking such a small sample size, I don't really worry about that. I just look back at last year when he was one of the best pitchers in baseball. He's had a K9 of at least 12 in each of the past 2 seasons. Like, this guy deserves to be more expensive than 7K. If he was facing like the 27 Yankees, he deserves to be more than 7K.
That is a bold statement right there.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
maybe that's.
But I mean, but to be fair too, like you bring up the point about how cheap he is. I mean, he just faced Seattle, only went 3 innings, struck out 5 in that game for 15.6 DraftKings fantasy points, and ended up dropping $600 in salary. So that start, even though he didn't go deep, yeah, that's what I said. My math is okay on this one. He dropped.
I thought you said 600.
No. I said 1,600. My math is okay.
Apologies.
I triple checked before I said it, but he dropped 1,600 in salary from a start where he scored 15.6 DraftKings fantasy points in just 3 innings. So you talk about somebody who, if anything, probably could have gone up in salary. He went down. So I get with you there, but what I'm worried about is the lack of strikeout upside in this matchup. Because like I mentioned, the Astros are one of the toughest teams to strike out in the league. Like, there's no letting up in that lineup when it comes to striking out. They just simply don't do it. It's been like this for years. And
Definitely a fair point.
The other part of this too is, and you see it from the game log, Lamet hasn't exactly been stretched out yet. He hasn't gone more than 3 innings in the 5 appearances that we've seen from him this year. So, what is that ceiling today? How deep can he actually go today if he can do that? So there are some red flags here from Lamet, but like you also pointed out as well, there's a lot of upside with a guy like this, especially at that 7K range. So, I think it's fair to say that he's probably a tournament only option. Would you agree with that?
Yes, correct.
So that is something to consider when you're building your tournaments here. I want to talk about Anthony DeSclafani going up against the Dodgers, because this is somebody who, quite frankly, the whole Giants staff, I don't know what's going on over in San Francisco. I don't know what they're doing to these pitchers, but they're taking these mediocre guys and making them look like aces. Alex Wood, DeSclafani, there's one other guy I'm missing too that's been pitching phenomenally well for the Giants. So if it comes to me, I'll let it out there. But believe me, there's at least one more guy. But DeSclafani going up against the Dodgers feels like a daunting matchup on paper. But we talked about this last week. The Dodgers offense hasn't exactly been what we expected it to be because of a rash of injuries that they've been going through. And the way that he's been pitching, DeSclafani, except for that last start, we got lit up by that Dodgers team, which was 10 runs on 9 hits and 2 2/3 innings. But I'm kind of somebody that likes to go back to the well if somebody just got lit up by a team the second time around, because you really don't see that the second time around. And the way that he's been pitching and the way that his advanced numbers have looked, that kind of feels like an outlier from what we've seen all season long. Do you have any interest in him at 6,900 in that rematch against the Dodgers?
No, I do not. Possibly, I mean, there's a chance that Cody Bellinger is back in the lineup tonight.
Yep.
That would kind of make a difference, I suppose. I just don't think that there's a ton of money to be made by targeting the Dodgers bats.
Yep.
I get that they've been a little bit cool and that DeSclafani is probably a more talented pitcher, or at least he's pitching better than his current salary indicates. But, having to go through a lineup with Mookie Betts, Justin Turner, Max Muncy, possibly Cody Bellinger, talk about a lineup with no breaks. I guess Albert Pujols might be a break at this point, but that's about it.
Right. So on that note, one guy that I like today, and I even talked to him about him earlier on MLB Network, so I put this out to a national audience. I kind of like Casey Mize tonight at 6,700 going up against the Yankees. This Yankees team over the past week is averaging just over 3.2 runs per game over the last week. And then you look at Casey Mize in the month of May, he's made 4 starts, hasn't allowed more than 2 runs in any of them. He's given up 1, 2, 1, 1 to the Royals, Seattle, Royals, and Boston. So a couple of decent offenses in there. His strikeout numbers have been okay. But on this slate, where we have so many, weather issues that we have to try to dodge, and we want to pay up for Cole or we want to pay up for Buehler. So if we kind of want to even that out and we want to even up our salary for the hitters, what do you think about Casey Mize? Because, this is someone who was called up last year. There was a lot of hype around him coming up from the minors. Didn't pan out when he first came up, but now at least over this stretch, I think we're starting to kind of see what that hype was about. And he's been efficient. He's not walking a lot of guys. He's getting some decent strikeout numbers. What about that attacking the Yankees offense that was, by the way, just shut out by Toronto's best pitching prospect last night?
Yeah, I am much more inclined to play Mize than I am Desclafani because Mize has the pedigree, right?
Sure.
You mentioned the hype. He was the number 30 prospect according to Fangraphs entering this season. The one thing you will say is that the strikeout numbers, I think you're being generous with your evaluation of his strikeout numbers. He's at 6.84 strikeouts per 9 innings. Not what you're looking for, but he has the pedigree that you would expect that number to improve moving forward. I mean, he did average over 8 strikeouts per 9 innings last year in the majors. So
right.
I can get behind Casey Mize for sure. I think he's got some upside. The weather conditions also potentially could help him. It's who knows, right? The Yankees are very Jekyll and Hyde. They can get hot. They can get ice cold. We've seen it. They have a lot of guys who are, all or nothing type hitters. So they could very well have a game where they rack up a bunch of strikeouts. They could also have a game where they take, 6 balls and put them over the fence.
Right.
So I like those types of plays in GPPs. I think that certainly you can tell yourself a story that Casey Mize gets to, 20 plus fantasy points tonight.
Now, if you are interested in playing Mize, do you not use him in the same lineups as Garrett Cole? Do you only use him with Walker Buehler? Because this is kind of like a debate that, I think people hear often. You don't want to play 2 pitchers in the same game. I don't really follow that too much. I'm okay with playing 2, especially if I feel like it's going to be a low scoring game. Like, why wouldn't I want to do that? Like, granted, one of them is not going to get the win, obviously. But if you're playing a pitcher because you think he's going to get the win and that's the only reason, then you're playing him for the wrong reason.
Yep.
Would you still play Casey Mize with Garrett Cole, or are you only going to use him with Walker Buehler? Real quick, if you use him with Garrett Cole, you have an average of just over 4,000 for the rest of your hitters. If you use Casey Mize with Walker Buehler, it's even better. It's 4,100 for the rest of your hitters. So not a huge difference, but a little bit of a difference. What do you think about that strategy?
I have no problem pairing them together. And I think, based off what you just said, I think it actually makes a lot of sense from a game theory perspective because that combination will probably command less ownership than it should.
Right.
The 4 points that you get for a win, it's pretty meaningless. I mean, for Mize, it could be significant, but we're not rostering Garrett Cole because we want him to get a win. We're rostering Garrett Cole because we want him to pitch 7 innings and have double-digit strikeouts. Yep. The win is just gravy at that point. So I have no problem playing 2 starters in the same game.
Good. Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go tonight. Garrett Cole, Casey Mize. I think that's going to be a low-scoring game, too. If we jump over to the DraftKings Sportsbook real quick, that game has an over-under of 7. Right now, you get even money on taking the over at 7. The under, as you'd expect, has the most juice, minus 122 on that one. So if at least you're following the public, that's the way that everybody's going with the under in that one. Looking at the board right now and what's left over, I believe this is going to be the lowest projected run total of the night. It is. There are 2 other games with the over under of 7.5. That is the Angels and Athletics and Giants and Dodgers. So do with that information as you will. But as of right now, with all the weather issues that we've had and cancellations, Yankees and Tigers are the lowest projected total on the board. No surprise about that one. Just curious about team totals on this one. Just want to bring that up real quick. Tigers at 2.5 runs plus money on the over on that. Yankees at 4.5 plus money on the over on that one too as well. Going back over to the DFS side. So we got Cole, we got Mize. Is there any other pitchers that have kind of been catching your eye here? Shohei Ohtani is pitching tonight. He was supposed to pitch last night, ended up getting stuck in traffic. So he had to take like public transportation. Did you see this? He had to take like public transportation to the ballpark last night.
Hey man, that LA traffic or that San Francisco, Oakland traffic is no joke. Yeah, just hysterical. Like it's pretty funny that could happen to a professional ball player. I mean, I certainly can relate to it myself, but never would have thought that would have happened to a pro athlete. He's fine. I mean, 7,800 is a fine price tag. I don't have a ton of interest in him at that salary, but certainly he has been pretty good on the mound. He's okay. He's an underdog. Nothing really stands out about him to me tonight.
Right. I agree. But I just think that, when you're looking at that, obviously when you see Ohtani in the pitching spot, it draws some eyes. And I think people kind of play him blindly just because of all the hype that he's getting. Sure. Other than that, I don't really think anybody stands out to me. I want to talk about some of the hitting options on this slate because I think there's a lot of really good stacking options that you can do on this slate. The first one that kind of caught my eye, Matt Harvey, is really kind of regressed back to what we were used to.
First one that caught my eye as well. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he had a really nice start to the year. You can't take that away from him. The history books will always show he had a really good April. Once the calendar flipped to May, it was back to normal. No Dark Knight here anymore. Okay. He's back to being whatever the hell you want to call Matt Harvey now. Over his last 3 starts against the very light hitting Mets. Sorry, Matt. The Tampa Bay Rays, who around that time were struggling very much offensively, and the Washington Nationals, who haven't exactly been an offensive juggernaut either. In those starts, 18 runs allowed.
Ooh, baby.
In those starts. Just over 9 innings pitched. So he's not just getting hit, he's getting absolutely walloped. Now he's facing the Chicago White Sox at home in Chicago. If I'm making a stack tonight, that's probably where I'm starting.
Yeah, it's an interesting lineup too. I don't know if you've seen this one, but Tim Anderson is back. That's something to note. He sat the last 2 days. Andrew Vaughn hitting third is 2,500.
Love it.
And then you've got Jake Lamb. I didn't even know Jake Lamb was on the White Sox.
Not only is Jake Lamb on the White Sox, Matt LaMarca, Jake Lamb is actually hitting pretty well. He really is. Let's hold on. Before you go, let's just pull up his numbers. I'm just kidding. He's just like Jake Lamb. 182.
It is Jake Lamb. All right.
I psyched everybody out. I'm sorry, but go ahead with your White Sox talk.
No, it's just it's not the kind of lineup you would expect to see. Like, or at least that I would have associated with the with the White Sox. So it's they can still do a lot of damage even without some of their big bats being in the lineup that we were expecting like preseason.
Yep.
So yeah, I love punishing Matt Harvey. I honestly don't think I have an issue with the Orioles either. I mean, their implied team total is low, much lower than I would have expected. I don't understand. Like, Dallas Keuchel should get punished every time he pitches,
but he doesn't.
It blows my mind when he doesn't.
I 100% agree because he is all contact. His K9 this year is under 5. I know that. I don't know what it is offhand. It's at 4.6. A 4.6 K9. I should be able to have at least a 4.6 K9 in the major leagues. I'd like to think. I doubt it, but I'd like to think. And so his walks are under 3, which is fine. He doesn't give up a lot of home runs. But like for a guy that just doesn't strike out anybody, who doesn't overpower anybody, who doesn't induce swings and misses at all, how is this guy not getting pounded? And you're right. Like, I think I've stacked against Dallas Keuchel numerous times this season. It just doesn't work out. So
yeah,
I don't know
guess
how.
it's the ground ball rate. I mean, he keeps the ball on the ground.
Well, that's
It's
exactly
annoying.
what it is.
Yeah, so you're right. I retract my Orioles interest. But I think that game might be an over bet for me. How about that?
Okay, yeah, I could get behind that. I could definitely get behind that over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's see what those crazy kids have that for the over under that one. I'm going to guess 8. Okay, so it's at 8.5. The over is at -108. The under is at -113. Yeah, not surprised about that. So I would like the over in that one. I think that is a good over bet. But you did mention the ground balls of Dallas Keuchel, 60% ground ball rate on the year. Like the dude is a fiend when it comes to keeping the ball on the ground. Like he just absolutely gets it done. Like 60% is unheard of. Like that is just so high to get ground balls at. So he does that. So, I can understand why the Orioles team total is what it is, but that wouldn't shy me away from taking the over in this one, because a lot of it is likely going to come from the White Sox anyways. Like, I think it's safe to say, like, you can at least tag the White Sox to get at least 4 runs off Matt Harvey. Like, especially if you're stacking them, like you'd want at least 4 or 5 runs off of that. So if they're getting 4 or 5 runs, then that team total you were talking about for the Orioles, which is at like 2.5, I think it was, that meshes
3.5.
3.5. So it meshes perfectly to hitting the over. So I think that's what you can expect in this one. One of the stacks that I like a lot is a cheap one. And this is what I was talking about, how you could maybe get in Walker Buehler and Garrett Cole. And it's my Seattle Mariners.
I thought you might be going there.
But there's no reason not to against Jordan Lyons. Like,
yes,
why wouldn't you do it against Jordan Lyons?
I should clarify. When I said I thought you might be going there, it's not because of this whole recurring bit that you have going on with Seattle. It's because they stood out to me too. So I'm agreeing with you. How about that?
So you're looking at Jordan Lyles' game log here. Obviously nothing impressive that you're seeing. This is a guy who gets hit hard by both sides of the plate, but especially lefties. Lefties are ones that really kind of get to him. Righties are fine too as well. I don't think we have the Seattle lineup out yet, so we can just kind of take a look at what the pricing is like here. But you start to go through here, and you look at the starters. Tom Murphy catching 3,000. Evan White first base 2,200. Let's just keep Corey Seager is probably Kyle Seager is probably the most expensive guy on there, 4,400. JP Crawford, a lefty, 3,000. Kelnick, 3,700, like all cheap bats, cheap bat after cheap bat after cheap bat. Kyle Lewis, 3,400. Mitch Haniger, 4,900. So there's your most expensive guy, 4,900. But that is a way, if you wanted to get both of those aces into your lineup tonight, this is probably the stack that you can do it with.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. One team that I'm looking at, and you're not going to like this one because you mentioned DeSclafani, but I kind of like the Dodgers.
No, that's fair. It's fair.
I think that this is about as cheap as we've seen the Dodgers all year. I mean, especially if Bellinger is in the lineup, which I honestly don't know if he's trending towards playing or trending towards not. I just know that I've seen some people have him listed as questionable for today.
Yep.
Okay. So currently it says Saturday.
Yep.
All right. So if Bellinger's out, they're a little bit more expensive because Bellinger's 3,300 right now,
which is insane.
Yeah. So as soon as he's back, he's going to be like a 50% own play. Anyway, Mookie's 55. He's normally like a 6K guy. Justin Turner's 45. He's like a 5K plus guy.
Yep.
Max Muncy's 51 and he's tearing the cover off the ball. Will Smith is 48. That probably seems about fair for him. But like, I just think that these Dodgers guys are all a little bit underpriced tonight. This is one of the games where we don't really have to worry about, crazy winds or weather being in play. And I just really trust this Dodgers lineup to eventually turn back into what we know they are, which is a juggernaut.
Right. And even though I'm not against using DeSclafani, there are some lefties on here that you should target if you're not using him, because that's always, up until so far, That's always been what you do against Anthony DeSclafani is you target lefties against him. So you look at somebody like Gavin Lux, who's up to 4,200 now, but for good reason, because he's been another player that's been hitting the ball really well. You know, you look over his last 10 games, 11 hits, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, which includes a grand slam, 10 RBI, averaging 9.1 DraftKings fantasy points. His salary has been going up at a pretty rapid rate lately, because this is somebody who started that 10-game slate, 10-game span at 3,500. Now he's up to 42, but hits a little bit lower in the lineup right now, but he's got that pop. This is one of the top prospects in all of baseball as of last year. Was, you know, he was blocked at the position. Now it's his job for the taking, and he's kind of showing what he's been made of. So using him as shortstop at 4,200, I think is one of the more decent value plays you can get on here, especially in that nightcap too, because 2 of the later games are already canceled. So that's someone I definitely want to be looking at for a value here. We did this in the last show, so I want to do this one more time.
Okay.
Give me some wacky long shot stack that you think has a chance tonight to do some damage. I don't know if we really have this anymore. There was a couple that I liked in some of the games that I was, you know, that have already been canceled. I kind of like the Brewers going against the Nationals, which wasn't a bad thing because John Lester's been putrid, but that's not a stack that was going to be popular at all, especially against a lefty. Their numbers against lefties have been average at best, but John Lester has been absolutely terrible. Like that's, you know, he's kind of like he's a much older Dallas Keuchel, in my opinion, at this point in his career. Give me one that you like for tonight.
Yeah, I don't even think that this is that wacky, but like I'm looking at the Diamondbacks. Like I look at the Vegas line movement quite a bit here.
Yeah.
And they have moved from minus 104 to minus 133 approximately.
Wow. Okay.
And the total on this game has increased from 9 to 9.5.
Okay.
So
yeah.
as a result, the Diamondbacks are now up to 5.2 implied runs. They're not a team that you look at and say like, wow, this lineup can do some damage tonight.
Right.
And they're priced that, you know, pretty affordably, but like all the Vegas metrics point to the Diamondbacks putting runs on the board tonight. So you've got, you know, Josh Rojas is hitting leadoff. He's 3,600. Carson Kelly has been red hot this year offensively.
He has.
Love him at catcher at 4,400. You know, their most expensive hitter is Eduardo Escobar. He's 4,700. But then Peralta 4K, Pavin Smith 3,300, Josh Reddick 2,300. Like you can stack up this Diamondbacks team, pretty cheap, and I think that they will be. I'm not going to say contrarian because they have one of the highest implied team totals on the slate, but I think that they might be a smidge lower owned than if, say, the Yankees were implied for 5.2 runs.
Sure.
Right? Like people are going to look at the names, they're going to look at the team, they're going to look at the production, and they're going to, you know, maybe talk themselves into a different team tonight. But I think that the Diamondbacks should do well in this matchup.
See, it's funny you brought up this game because I was on the other side.
Okay.
I like the Cardinals.
Sure.
And I like them a lot more because Madison Bumgarner is going through this weird midlife resurgence, but I'm like not a believer at all. Like he's been done for years, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And this little stretch that he was on where he had the fake no-hitter and, you know, he was kind of mowing down some teams, but you look at the game log and it's like, okay, you know, do I want to get excited about him mowing down the Marlins and the Rockies and the Braves who can't hit left-handed pitching and save their lives? Like, no.
Right. I think that the Diamondbacks, it was a doubleheader that day and they allowed one hit over 14 innings.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to get excited about that. So I look at the Cardinals, who have been a pretty sneaky team against lefties. Like, I feel like we have this presumption that the Cardinals aren't a great hitting team, which is probably true in the whole grand scheme of things. But look at the numbers against lefties: 339 WOBA, which is sixth in the league, 188 isolated power, 115 WRC plus, and they don't strike out much, 21.6% K rate. So now they're going after this guy, you know, this fraud ace of the Diamondbacks, pitching in Arizona, which since he signed with the Diamondbacks, by the way,
yeah,
he's been even worse at home than he is on the road. So You're getting him at a spot that he struggled against a team that's low-key been flying under the radar against lefties. And oh, by the way, who's one of the best left-handed hitters in the league? It's probably Nolan Arenado. So you got that to deal with too as well. So I like the Cardinals a lot. I think that's a really good team that you can look at stacking. And I don't think the ownership's going to be overly high.
For sure. Yeah. And don't forget, Paul Goldschmidt historically also excellent.
Another one.
Southpaws. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Let's talk about some of the individual hitters for tonight. Trying to cherry pick some of these guys going up against some pitchers that you like tonight. Obviously, as you look at the board here, a lot of postponements with the high price guys. Acuna, Trey Turner, Juan Soto, Manny Machado, some of the not Manny Machado, Juan Soto, some of the more expensive guys off the board due to weather. But there's still some expensive guys that you can look at. I immediately hone on to Fernando Tatis Jr., not because I'm a big investor, but because he's going up against a lefty who's coming off the IL, and this lefty has to go against arguably the hottest hitter in baseball right now, and Fernando Tatis Jr. And the guy's averaging 20.1 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10 games.
Pretty good.
20.1. He is 18 for his last 35 with
Pretty
5
good.
doubles, 5 home runs, 18 RBI, 6 stolen bases. And the guy's just, who's going to stop him? And he's going up against the lefty.
Now,
Framber Valdez, go ahead.
It should be known or noted that Tatis is a reverse splits guy.
He is.
So typically better against right-handers than left-handers, but I certainly would not fault you for paying up for him. I'm going to target a high-price guy who has historically feasted on left-handed pitching.
Okay.
And that's my man, Nelly Cruz at 5,400. Taking on Chris Bubich.
Yep.
Which is just always a fun name to say.
Yeah, don't swear.
He's been okay to start the season. I mean, he's been better than okay on his traditional numbers,
Absolutely.
1.52 ERA. But he's got a 4.81 xFIP. He's averaging less than 6.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. Like, eventually, the shoe is going to drop on this guy, the other shoe.
Right.
And what a better spot than against Nelson Cruz, who has a 5.05 WOBA and a 3.22 ISO against Southpaws over the past 12 months.
My Lord.
The guy is just a professional hitter of the baseball.
Yeah.
And he is specifically a professional against left-handed pitching. So give me that guy at 5,400.
Now, it should be noted that Cruz has been hitting a little bit of a slump lately.
Yep.
4.7 DraftKings fantasy points over his last 10 games. But like you said, if there's a matchup to target this guy in, this would be the one. This would be the one that can help him get out of that slump there a little bit. Looking at some of the other, options that are on this slate tonight. Giancarlo Stanton's back in the lineup tonight against the Tigers, going up against Casey Mize. We both kind of said that we like Mize. We both kind of like Garrett Cole. So I'm not going out of my way to take Stanton, but I did think it was notable that he's back in the lineup tonight at 4K. If we go down and look at some of the value for tonight, we'll kind of scroll down the list here just a little bit. My favorite here tonight is Tommy Pham at 3,500. You want to talk about somebody who's been hitting the ball much better as of late. Tommy Pham at 3,500 going up against that lefty again, which, by the way, historically has been his better split. He's finally kind of coming out of that really, really brutal month of April. You look over his last 10 games, 8 for 34, but in that span, 2 triples, a double, a home run, 5 RBI, and stealing bases again, 3 stolen bases in that span. Look, the Padres as a whole are great against lefties, but Tommy Pham specifically, only 3,500. This is somebody who, when he was healthy last year, was 4,500 or above. So you're really still getting him at that depressed kind of slump price that you're getting with him right now at 3,500. So he's probably my favorite value play on the board tonight.
I'm going to go right in the same ballpark. And by ballpark, I mean price range, not literal ballpark.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Alex Verdugo, 3,600.
Okay.
I don't know what to make of Cody Poteet. I mean, he had literally no hype. He was the number 24 Marlins prospect.
Yeah.
entering this year. But the guy has been absolute death on left-handed batters. They have a 119 WOBA. 119. Still, we're talking, a relatively small sample size. I don't think that this guy is the second coming of Jacob deGrom. So I will target this depressed price tag for Verdugo. I mean, this is a guy who we've seen priced closer to 5K at times this year.
Yeah. Yep.
Upwards of 4,700 or so. He's at his best against right-handed pitching historically, hitting near the top of the Red Sox lineup. They're implied for 5.1 runs. That's one of the higher marks on the slate, tied for third. So I think that there's a lot working in Verdugo's favor.
No, I agree. But I will mention that, like we said at the top of the show, is weather concerns in this one. Could end up being a washout tonight. Could end up being a washout the entire weekend for the Marlins at Boston Red Sox. So keep an eye on that one. And we'll hopefully get an update on that before everything locks, which is slated for 7:10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. That is going to do it for this edition of the slate here on DraftKings. Still plenty of Madden action up for you tonight. And if you're a fan of Tommy Freeze Pops, let me tell you something. This is your night. The dude is doing all three streams tonight. All three streams. It's a holiday weekend, and he's the only guy that's not taking any time off, apparently. 6 p.m., we have Vikings at Cardinals with Rossi and Tom. 8 o'clock, Titans at Seahawks with Kaufman and Tom. Oh, what a terrible way to start his Friday night. And then 10 p.m., Cowboys at Chargers, Brian and Tom for that one. So just Tommy Freeze Pops all night long, getting you ready for the Madden action tonight. So make sure to get your lineups in for the 6 o'clock lock in that one, which is in about 10 minutes from now. But for Matt LaMarca and I, we hope you enjoyed the show. Good luck with your lineups. Good luck with your bets. And we will see you next week.
Friday night, kicking off a Memorial Day weekend. Come on now. What's better than this? Jason Rossi with you, with my tag team partner for this sim. We're going to be doing a little, oh, that was a bad whistle, Mount Rushmore talk when it comes to the Minnesota Vikings. I think that's what they do. He can be found on the Great Day Nation, breaking news, making headlines. Everybody's talking about that podcast these days. He is at your boy TC Fresh across all social media platforms. And I'm trying to remember correctly if you were given a freeze pop back in your teenage years. Did you say grape?
Grape was the way to go. That's the go-to flavor for me.
He's Tom Carroll. Tom Carroll, how you doing?
What is going on? As you know, the great Rebecca Black once said, one of your favorite songs, Friday, Friday, gonna get down on Friday.
Well, we'll see if we can get the bank accounts up while you're getting down here, as we're going to get a little free roll going. We have our contest. We got a lot going on. It is a week 2 matchup of the NFL season for 2021. It is the Vikings traveling to Arizona, to the desert. Somehow that's real grass and they treat it. Don't ask me how, but they do. And yeah, so we're going to see Vikings. We're going to see Cardinals. Third quarter, we're going to turn it over to the DK Sim fam because we're going to talk Mount Rushmore for these Minnesota Vikings. It's a long history of some really good players, but we'll talk about that a little later. Freeze pops in this matchup. When you formulated your plan like Eminem trying to get out of 8 Mile, what did you do with your lineup here?
I put Dalvin Cook in my captain spot. I've been talking a whole bunch about Dalvin Cook lately, about how I think he truly is the only guarantee in Madden to just be a beast. You know, you have these other guys, it's like, oh, McCaffrey, you got to have him. Saquon, you got to have him. Like, no, you don't really have to have those guys. I've had Saquon a bunch lately, hasn't done a lot. Dalvin Cook always comes through for me, putting him in the captain spot. Then I went with Kenyon Drake, Kerryon Johnson. Sorry, no, actually,
Kerryon Johnson.
Rewind here. I'm doing a rewind here. Rewind. Pretend I didn't say that. Kenyon Drake,
Marvin
Christian
Jones,
Kirk, Kyler Murray, Tajay Sharp, and Keyshawn Johnson. My punt play at $1,100. I didn't have any money left.
No, you know what?
Let's just pretend it's Keyshawn Johnson coming out of retirement and playing for the Cardinals. I saw K. Johnson, and that's why I said Kerryon Johnson. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I've played him before. Doesn't play. But when it's my Sims, you never know. We know the vultures are always swirling, and they're here and rocking in Arizona. For me, I went Jefferson in the captain. I got D. Cook and Tajay Sharp as well for my Vikes. For the Cards, I went Kyler Murray, D-Hop, and Zane Field Goal Gonzalez.
Had to get a kicker in there.
Big week for kickers this week. Adam Vinatieri will be a future Hall of Famer 5 years from the date. First ballot, don't care, don't at me. That guy is going right in. Right in.
I think he will be.
So he would be what? Technically,
he'd be the third kicker in the history of football to make the Hall of Fame. He'd be the first to make it on the first ballot.
Oh, it's got to happen.
I really believe he is going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the resume is there. The big games, the big kicks, the big memory scoring leader from, I think he took, he's both franchise. No, Gostkowski may have beaten him over the decade, but at one time.
At a point he was, for both.
And we're talking about he was a part of maybe some of the biggest kicks and memorable kicks in NFL history. No bias here. Let's just be honest. That snow kick, everyone knows it. The Super Bowl winning kick against the Rams where they just kept the clock running for about 5 seconds. Should have done it again with the Carolina Panthers, but hey, he's got a great resume. It was a lot of fun. Let's see what we got going on in the chat here. Again, we'll turn over third quarter to you guys. We'll talk Vikings. I was going to say Hall of Fame. I was going to say Ring of Honor. It's Mount Rushmore, baby. It's Friday night. Hope you're feeling all right. Bring that positivity. Brian C., we see you, brother. A choker. Sean says, my guy, TC Fresh and Rossi. No, you're our guy. Let's see what we get here. Let's go, says Justin Harden. TC, what's up?
Sup.
Great energy in the sim, says the freak. Bossman says no. I don't know what that was too. Hopefully it was right after you saw my face. Because the answer yes. Your favorite song, the Guru says your favorite song, said Nobody Ever. That song, Till Now. Wait, what does that mean? Now Rebecca
He's probably
Black's-
talking about Friday by Rebecca Black.
Oh, saying that you were the first person to ever say that was their first favorite song.
I know that was in your top 11 worst songs of all time.
That you misquoted that. It was the best worst songs, and it wasn't on my list. It was on Billy's list. It was the best worst song. So songs.
It is a terrible song, I will say that. But great podcast. Check it out.
Yeah, thanks. After you guys dunked on me the other day, doping on me. But I always say
that was more Jeff than you, to be honest, than me, to be honest.
No, as I like to say, hey, I just appreciate you guys talking about it. That's cool. Like, hey, if I come up in conversation lead to 3 minutes,
all publicity is good publicity.
Yeah, I strongly believe that. I appreciate it. Smashland is like, hey, you're gonna kill these guys. I'm like, no, thanks for the pub, boys. Just tell them 5-star review. Is Kyler Murray off with a bang? This will be quote unquote the Patrick Peterson revenge game in week 2, but Peterson is going to be sitting cornerbacking for the Cardinals, and Kyler Murray with just a nice rip. Murray coming in at 73% ownership, Drake at 48, D-Hop 43, Williams coming in at 23%. Michael is our producer extraordinaire for the evening on a Friday night. Nothing better than a little Michael producing. There's a spin. Drake looking easy. Less than 2 minutes into the game, and the Cards put it on the board. It'll be 7-0. Dan the Man. Daniel's going to be our technical director. And we have Kyle and Ops Manual scoring. Hardest working man in the sim. Smash that little thumb that goes up in the air and wave.
Oh, yeah.
Don't care. Also, live chat. There's my reminder to go live chat.
Heck yeah. I just hit live chat like 10 seconds ago because I forget every time until I'm like midway through the first drive.
All gravy. That's what I'm here for, if nothing else. Actually, I don't know if I smashed the like earlier. I did not. Let's get over 200. Come on, it's Friday night, Memorial Day weekend, National Burger Day.
It's National Burger Day? Oh my Lord.
Yep. National Burger Day. You don't have to celebrate today. Meager celebrated yesterday unknowingly, and you're going to probably all be celebrating this weekend. Fire up the grill. If you live in an apartment, fire up the George Foreman's. Put it in the air fryer. Make yourself some BBQ one way or the other this weekend.
Or go to a local business. Support them by buying a burger.
Yes, butcher shop or going to a restaurant. I completely agree. That was a good call.
Although if you got the George Foreman and that's your thing, like go for it. I just think you'd be better off, going to a sick burger joint and just crushing a few, patties to the face.
Yeah, flatties, some thickies. Some medium rares, boys, some well done. Whatever you like, do it. Do you. Enjoy
I'm a big fan of the smash burger.
Oh, yeah. Just smash everything.
Smash it up, baby.
Smash that like button while we're at it. Come on, let's get over. I want to see if we can get close to 250 tonight. If I can challenge you.
That's a tall order.
It is. But you know what? Why not? The only way, as a wise man once told me, you're never going to get something unless you ask. What you going to say?
CEH is all in on the sliders on National Burger Day.
Sweet Jesus, I love me a slider.
Love sliders. Oh, could just pop them in like crazy.
Oh, did I even eat? Nope, time for dinner.
Did I eat a dozen sliders accidentally? Whoops.
Oh, here's my meal. Dalvin ripping one down the sidelines like TC rips sliders on a Saturday. Sam Cohn, new NJ, says, Rossi, been a while. Keep up the good work. The both of you. Well, first off, Sam, appreciate you being here. And we will. We will do everything we can to do work.
Thanks, Sam. Boss Man's eating a double burger.
Oh,
what's up, Boss Man? That's a boss move.
From South Carolina. All right, we have our guy Bad Boys of Pops says, Tommy, I'm pulling for Carry On for you. Oh, got him.
Hey, if Keyshawn Johnson does anything in this game, that's a win.
If he does, I'll.
If Carry On Johnson does, I might just quit my job. Because that's insane.
Bad Boys of Pop says, by the way, if you haven't seen Rebecca Black lately, look her up. You're welcome. Smile. So, I'm going to be distracted for a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, let's do the same.
There we go. Greedy of Solo says, NBA playoff question. Does LA Clippers turn to Boogie to give them an extra push they are needing to beat the Mavs if he can do it. Well, I don't think they can do it.
Confirm. It's worth the Google, people.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Boogie.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, the Lakers are.
No, it's
get out of here.
The Clippers.
Clippers, get out of here. LA basketball, no. I don't think the Clippers are going to win the title with this crew. I don't think Paul George has it in him to win a championship. Kawhi clearly does. I mean, think about the fall Kawhi has had, going from the most sought-after free agent to now, and the guy that everyone was crowning, like, oh, he's going to be the next star of the league. And, now he's kind of just wasting away with the Clippers. Like, get out of the Clipper land, bro. Get out of there. It's a cursed franchise. They've never done anything. Ask Chris Paul.
Yeah.
He wasted his prime there.
Rebecca Black's fine. It wasn't like, oh my God. No offense.
I said it was worth the Google.
Oh, yeah, and I agree with the bad boys as well. There's Dalvin Cook darting to the end zone down at the 2-yard line. What a catch and run from D. Cook. Can't leave that.
CEH saying that nobody calls me Freeze Pops but himself. That is not true, CEH. That is a nickname that has carried with me for a long time.
I don't even know why he would say that.
CEH, I think, doesn't like me anymore.
Well, CEH, it's all good. Don't bring that heat tonight. It's Friday night. Whoa!
Yeah, what was that?
I thought there was like a fake to the fullback. Victor Flint says, did you know that Fred Cox, the famous Viking kicker, invented the Nerf football?
Huh.
No,
what do you know?
I did not. And I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to look it up in a minute. Boss Man says they need Rondo to be more involved. Yeah, you need distributing to those guys. Stop having Paul George bring the ball up. Stop trying to push with those two. As Cousins drops back 2 steps. Wow.
Oh, nice catch.
Thielen snags it with the one hand, and he's going to tell you all about it. Spitting rhymes, biking the ball through Kirk Cousins' body. Mund, get ready. We just murdered Cousins on the field.
Literally threw a ball through his torso.
Oh, by the way, Free Piercy, bro. Did you do that air-fried ribs yet? I want to know how it came out.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it does. He was talking about it earlier. Brian C. says, is Dalvin the best single player in these sims? I got Cook defense in the top 3. Oh, Def in the... Yeah, I think he is. I think Free Spot's done really well.
I 100% think he is.
I think you're right. The more I've thought about it, like, he is probably the most must-captain-owned guy. Like, I didn't put him in there to try to separate myself, but, like, I think you're right. I think it's 100%, like, he is that guy. Like, I think he's taken over the Lamar spot at this point, because you can, depending on the matchup, probably try to go Lamar a different way, and there's times you can fade Lamar. Not often, I'm not suggesting it, but I don't think there's games where you can really fade Cook. It might happen tonight now, but he's already off.
Right. Someone the other day when this came up with Jeff mentioned Derrick Henry as being a guy for that spot. And I just don't think it's the same as Dalvin, because there's certain games where Derrick Henry can get shut down if they're playing against a good front seven. He's a one-dimensional guy compared to Dalvin.
A little drop pass there to Fitz. I also would say, with all due respect to whoever brought that up originally.
Yeah, I don't remember who it was. I'm sorry to whoever said it, but thank you for bringing up the talking point.
Yeah, and if there's a bunch of passing going on and they're down 10, or if they're up early by a good amount, like, yeah, you think, okay, now they'll run it with him. But there's times where they just don't have the ball enough. But
yeah. Executive Sessions saying Hill, probably in reference to Tyreek Hill, very good in these sims, but there's times where they work the ball to Kelsey more than Tyreek. Like, Dalvin is the focal point of the Vikings offense every single sim.
Yep. Guru says, I never fade Hill or Cook. Good call. Dalvin is number 1, plus he can make catches. Good call, Brian C. It's probably Cook, Lamar, and Mostert. Yeah, Mostert's right up there as well.
Oh, Mostert had an insanely good game the other night. He'll remind you every now and then, hey, I'm here still, brah.
Yeah, don't you forget about me. Ho, 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 ho.
Choker throwing Julio in the discussion.
No.
He's going to look good on one of these two teams next year.
Yeah, I can't wait for Julio to be lining up in one of these.
Just
two.
going to say this for every single matchup we have moving forward until he's on a different team.
D-Hop with the catch there. Puppy Herb says, Rossi, I want to apologize. I called you out earlier due to your praise of Notre Dame draft class. I was wrong. You took it well and deserve praise. Love you, big dog. First of all, Herb, no need to really apologize. I appreciate you, being a man of your word and understanding. It's all good. You know what? Sometimes I'll make things up, I'm sure. So you don't get all on the Rossi's always right train either. But I do appreciate.
What did you say?
That Notre Dame depleted their. They were all in the draft this year. I think it was 40% of their starters are all drafted into the NFL this year. Early rounds, all this stuff. So we were basically having a conversation. Somebody asked, might have been Mike Bizzle. Don't quote me there, that he asked me what I'm thinking about Notre Dame this year. I'm not ready. I said I need spring football because I need to see what these guys look like. Who's QB, who's going to win the battle. In this one, the battle of Kenyon Drake scoring a touchdown was won by, Kenyon Drake. He bounced it in. He's got 2 carries, 14 yards. Dalvin Cook, 39 on the ground on 5 carries. He also has a few catches for a couple of yards, helping you get some shekels. Dalvin, 1 catch for 23, should I say. The touchdown. Adam Thielen, 1 catch, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. What a stat line. You
Love
pull
that.
on ding, 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 1, touchdown. Woo! He's Freeze Pops. I am Jason Rossi. Appreciate you guys being here with us. You go check out his podcast, The Great Dane Nation. Leave a 5-star review. Things are popping over there. If you're so happen to just be looking around, he's got the sports cover. If you want a little mischief of pop culture, fun, movies, TV shows, wrestling, music, check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. You can leave that bad boy a 5-star review. It'd really help us out. Shout out to Michael, our producer, Daniel, our technical director, and Kyle and Ops, who just updated everything. Everything's going swimmingly. Michael also dropping. We mentioned Julio. Julio will be traded next week after 6-1. That's the hot date when all these, confirmed money. These other teams have to take it all on, and Aaron Rodgers may be back from Hawaii.
Interesting. So I'm sure you saw this today because you follow Boston accounts like I do. There was some non-blue checkmark people saying Julio Jones will be traded to the Patriots for N'Keal Harry and some picks. And I guess this guy has broken stories before. I'll wait to see if this guy was just farting in the wind like he probably did last time and got lucky.
Was it the guy who has 4,000 followers, but he also 3,000?
Yeah.
Not that I'm trying to say that with any disrespect. I just didn't know his name. I've seen him. Yeah, it's
I'm blanking on it too.
It's all good, but you'll see it. It's probably been retweeted a million times.
Yeah, my brother sent it to me. He's like, dude, this guy's broken stories before. I'm like, I'll just wait till Schefter tweets it or Mike Reese. I don't want to get my hopes up off this random dude.
Yeah.
I'm good on that.
Mike Bizzle says, speaking of vax too, I had 24 hours of pain. Well, sorry to hear that, Mike, but glad you're all vaxxed up, ready to rock. Because the masks are
just
off
in time
tomorrow.
for MD Dub.
Oh yeah, dude, masks are off tomorrow here in Boston. Game over. Fingers crossed, everything goes swimmingly.
I love that it's happening on a holiday weekend for everybody. That's cool.
I think we all knew that that was a very plotted move. Tonight, the Celtics play in Boston. They do not get the full house, but tomorrow the Bruins, the first full house in the playoffs for Boston since the Stanley Cup loss to the St. Louis Blues, Game 7 a couple years ago. That was a crowd that was rocking and then could have heard a pin drop or a child toot.
Yeah, that's very brutal. The Bruins' last 2 Stanley Cup appearances ended with losing the cup on their home ice.
Yeah, this one was bad just because you assumed you'd win. The other time for those hockey fans, it was you're giving up 2 goals in Game 6 in a minute and a half.
Oh, God. And so that was my 21st birthday. I turned 21 at midnight, the night of that game. So we were out having some Diet Cokes over nearby the Garden. And as soon as the Blackhawks won, a humongous brawl at the bar that I was at. Just enormous. There was 2 Blackhawk fans in the bar acting a fool.
Oh, I would too. Oh, hold here. Looks like that's going to come back.
That's going to come back. I would like it not to come back.
unless it's roughing the passer, which does happen a lot on screens. Now it looks like they're going to the animation of the lineman. It will be a hold. So that ball is coming back. By the way, Adam Kaufman jumps in, not to say hi, not to check in, not to see how everyone's doing, but to let everybody know to send him head-to-heads for the NBA. Not, hey, how's everyone doing? Feeling good? Happy Friday, DK. Send me your head-to-heads. He's basically canning. He's doing the DraftKings version of being on the sidewalk and at a red light, jumps in, canning, just asking for money for the Girl Scout cookie fundraiser or something.
Just trying to, add to that college fund for the kids.
Yep. Choker says number one chair is next to the litter box. I smell it through my 65-inch smart TV. Well, if you want a 65-inch smart TV, just beg everybody to jump in your one-on-one contest on DraftKings.
Hunter Angelo saying, I turned 21 at midnight. What other time can you turn age 21?
Well,
or any age. I was saying like I was there the day before my birthday, and the midnight of the night of that game, I turned 21.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you for the semantics, Hunter.
Yeah, I see H doing it too. There's a run. There he gets his touchdown back, but Kyler doesn't get the pass. So there he is. Kenyon Drake. Hate the Drake, fade the Drake, love the Drake. Gets it into the end zone. He is now, like I said, 48% owned in the free contest. There he is into the end zone. A rushing touchdown.
In my lineup, not in the captain spot, but
I'm not mad. No, I can't be mad. Again, we're going to be in the third quarter. We're going to talk Vikings, Mount Rushmore. So we'll go over that. Usually, just so people know, you would have gotten, but I think me and Freeze Pops obviously will team up soon again. You would have gotten the Rossi Q&A, even though we haven't really named it yet. But basically, Freeze Pops, I've been starting some new stuff in the third quarter. Chat, I turn it over to the chat and myself, and obviously Daniel, Michael, and everyone can get involved, and Kyle. We just ask the other host, whoever I'm with, questions for the whole thing. Personality pieces that SimFam can ask. Could be sports related, life related. Keep it above bar. Maybe we can do it in the fourth. We'll see. Once we solidify the Mount Rushmore, maybe we can do it.
I'm game. I'm game for a little Q&A.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep things a little,
keep it loose, baby. It's Friday.
Keep it exciting. Yeah, and like I did it with the CT the other day, Christian yesterday, today with BK. So, and I just think it's like we know enough over the year, and I know you haven't been here a year yet, but like over time with all these guys, like we know enough, but like there's still some stuff that like people probably don't know about you or like wouldn't even think about. Like, what's Freeze Pop's favorite CD purchase of all time? Don't answer it because maybe it'll come up later. But like just random stuff like that, and more like not trivia. You know what I mean? Just like, why are you in St. Louis? Stuff like that. Like earlier, like with BK, we asked. I didn't know this. It was, why do you cover the Broncos? And he was talking about he was in New York, told us a whole story about that and how he got an opportunity, took it, and he thought he'd be bouncing around for years, and he's been there since in 2006. So it was pretty cool. Like I was like, oh, didn't know that. Like just had a job opportunity.
Love it.
Fell into a relationship with someone that he, had some opportunities there with. That was cool.
I love it. That's a great idea. Great idea.
Brian C says he's going to ask me this question. Well, if we get to it later, Brian, I'll answer. Not giving it away for free. It's a strict play calling right now. This is hardcore play calls.
Yeah, this is play-by-play central right here.
Yeah. Who scored Zona's TD, says Zawa? That would be Kenyon Drake and Kenyon Drake.
Kenyon Drake having a nice game.
Yeah, there's Cook pounding his way, trying to get those. It's still up. Keep pushing, boys. Dalvin
Such
Cook,
a beast.
60 yards on the ground here. 5 yards. That thing was like caught. Looked like maybe he would get a yard, but ends up pushing his way for 5. Good shout out to Kyle keeping us updated today.
That sounded probably like a.
Are you spitting rhymes right now? You Justin Timberlake? Beatbox. Here's Cousins searching. Throws it, has the catch. That is Tajay. On the grab. Oh, Spam Likely's calling me. Sorry, Spam.
What do they have to say? Are you a Spam fan? Like spam egg and cheese sandwich?
Never had Spam.
Maybe a Spam and egg omelet, Spam and cheese omelet?
Never had it. Not against it, just never had it.
Maybe that's our next try.
Spam?
Rossi tries a can of Spam.
Cousins going to take a sack here. Phillips coming in saying, get out the way. Sack City. 2nd and 19 from the 46.
Here's a question that I'm going to put you on the spot with. So it's kind of unfair, but here we go. Of the guys that were not drafted in the first round, quarterbacks, which one do you think starts first?
Ooh. You know what?
Because I think Kellen Mond is in the discussion just because Kirk Cousins is just not that dude.
Well, first of all, everyone's in the discussion if they're drafted. But yes, I think he would probably be like the favorite. I understand why, but I'm going to say something stupidly insane. I don't necessarily want it to happen. But there's 17 games right now.
Yeah.
I think Kyle Trask gets a start next year.
Oh, you think Brady decides to rest for the first time in his life?
I don't think, it wouldn't be the very first. I think there was a game when Castle started, I want to say in like 07.
Well, so Brady would play the first drive and then Castle.
Oh, I guess you're right. So it wouldn't be a start. Yeah. Did you say start or play?
Start.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm still somewhat confident, whether it be injuries or something's gonna, and I don't want it to happen, right? I don't want to see him get hurt. But something tells me that could be it, or I'd have to, let me just take a peek here. Maybe my guy Ian Book, just because I want to see it happen, even though he went to
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that, let's say, Taysom Hill gets figured out, right? Because he's very one-dimensional. Jameis throws a million interceptions, and Ian Book is there as just a guy that's like a smart play caller, good dude. They're just like, you know what? Let's throw him out there.
Nice armpit hair. Go with all the important things. Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you my, let me just take a peek at everybody again. Here's Cousins. Oh, that could have went the other way real fast. All right, so outside of the first round, right, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, let me pull up all the quarterbacks. Okay, so, no, just moved again.
What about our man in Houston out of Stanford,
Hills?
Mr. Stiff, as I like to call him, because I think he's going to stink.
Oh, jeez. Okay, he's obviously, that's a good pull because he could actually be the starter, but that ball is just airmailed. So we're going to get a field goal attempt here to make it a 4-point game. All right, so I'm looking backwards, like the last quarterback's taken here. Sam Ehlinger. Man,
yep.
Remember when he was going to be like a dude for Texas?
Yeah. Texas, man, they just can't figure it out.
Wait, was he really the last quarterback taken? There wasn't that many quarterbacks taken this year, huh? Overall? Like
outside of the first round, yeah, no, it was.
First round there was 5, so
a little lighter.
2, 3, 4, 5, so 10 total. I feel like that's light.
That is light.
So I guess going off of that, I'm gonna have to say probably David Mills, just because he has the best opportunity. I don't think, yeah, Kellen Mond totally makes sense as well, just like I said. And just thinking there's so many games, even if there's like let's just use Kirk Cousins, say it's like week 4, week 5, he's a little banged up. Hey, man, we got a long way to go this year. Let's give Mond the start. Let's try something here. Don't you don't want to keep a guy injured. Same things where like you even mentioned, like an Ian Book, potentially if you want to keep, Taysom Hill in that kind of scat role if Jameis gets hurt or if he has a shoulder injury, he could play, but let's not push him. I just see that. That's what I mean about Kyle Trask. I see something like that with Brady. Be like, hey, man, I know you're like the guy, and I know you play all the time, but like, this is for like the future. This is for legacy. This is forever. This is about Super Bowl ring number 8 against the Panthers in week 6 or something, like theoretically. I don't know when they play them, but like, let's chill. Like, you need a week, especially on like a short turnaround or something. I think this year is going to be a little weird. As much as last year was strange with no fans, I think you're going to see stuff like this by maybe whether it be these rookies or backup quarterbacks in general. That's why I think the Jets are going into this year really dumb. And I say it out loud, and I said this to Kenny, because you have no backup plan whatsoever. Captain Morgan's your backup. I think Michael, our producer, is the third-string quarterback right now. For the Jets.
Who is their backup quarterback?
It's like Sam Morgan. Sam Morgan. Like, what are we doing?
All in on Zach Wilson, baby. I love it. It's the Jetsiest thing ever.
But that's scary. Like, as much as like, even if obviously I don't want to see them be successful, but like, it's foolish to me. Like, what are you doing?
They're being the Jets with a first-year head coach they're putting Zach Wilson in there without a veteran to learn from.
I know this sounds, so I'm going to just name a couple free agents that I think, you know what, you might as well kind of bring them in. And I'm pretty sure these guys.
They should have thrown a bunch of money at Alex Smith.
Well, yeah, but I think that's.
I know he retired, but if you pay the guy enough money.
Like, what about RG3? Like, at least we saw he still had some game.
He's a pro, yeah.
And he was, guess what, the number 2 overall pick, right? Like, he knows
how to handle, the media and all that stuff. He's gone through a lot. Yeah.
He's been through adversity. I don't know.
I think that's a good call.
Ashley Edwards says Vulture TD. Not yet. Now look at that. You guys have added another name to the list of things that Obi-Wan. He says, is that Snobby Peck Grossi? Man.
I'm telling you, man, that was Jeff. I'm not going to take any blame on this one.
I said I have no problem taking any heat. I just don't believe of that podcast. I didn't think I was snobby, but I'll take it. Listen, you always are what other people say you are, whether you want to believe it or not, which is unfortunate sometimes.
Wow, that was insightful.
Well, think about it. If somebody believes that about you, then that's the way they see you. Like, not that I think Jeff, it was all in play. Like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw the clip, so who knows?
So by that logic, perception is reality.
I believe it is. Because to somebody, I don't mean if you said.
Perception is someone's reality.
Exactly. There's a field goal. Zane Gonzalez. That thing was a boom. What is that, 50 plus? Woo!
I never roster Zane. Woo! I think one of the first sims I ever did, he missed an easy field goal, and I've never rostered him again.
He missed like a chip shot. You're like, what the?
Yeah.
Josh McCown. I think he's like on a coaching staff now, Josh McCown. King Black Money, he says. I don't think he's still I think, yes, he's a free agent, and obviously was a Jet in the past, so.
Well, didn't he retire for a TV job and then unretired?
Yeah, then
to go be a backup somewhere? Like, you could just say a McCown brother, and it's believable that they'd be available to be a backup somewhere.
True that. By the way, 32% owned in the free showdown is Zane Gonzalez. That's kind of striking.
It's really high.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's good for him. Good for the ownership.
Final play of the quarter.
Oh, not even garbage time points. That was my guy Jeffries. Come on, no, it was Tajay Shaw. Oh, actually, I don't know if that was the actual play.
That was Tajay.
Okay.
Well, it was Tajay they showed jogging off the field.
Yeah.
I don't know who dropped.
I thought it was 18 when they threw it, but we shall see.
Either way, they didn't catch it.
Nope. Zane's mother doesn't even roster him, says the Bad Boys of Pop. Well, what are you going to do? Here we are.
It would be weird if Zane Gonzalez's mom was just making lineups in Simland and didn't roster her son. There'd have to be there's more of a story there.
Fun Size Hercules says he's no longer RG3. He's more like RG1 and 1/3 now. Oh.
That's still fine for a veteran backup to learn from.
Just somebody to be on the bench if you need it. Jets fans are going to be real. It's going to be real fun when Sam Morgan's starting like week 3 if like Zach Wilson has a bum shoulder or like a knee injury or something. 10 for 10 is Kyler. He's got some room on the ground. He's got 51 yards there. But Dalvin Cook, 8 for 60. And Drake, 8 for 43. A lot of good on the running game here. 2 touchdowns again for Kenyon Drake. Line up those thoughts. Who you guys think should be on the Mount Rushmore for the Vikings? We'll hear you guys out. We'll do our deliberation, then we'll name it by the end of the 3rd, because I don't think this one's as deep as we think. And if our guy Brother Phil's in here, the argument will begin. Not that Brother Phil, we argue with you. You just bring up really good points. But hope everyone's doing well. Let's go. Okay, I see you need one more for Koff's contest or something. So just people fill it so I don't have to see him come back in here and not say hi to us. I've never seen a man who jumps in the Sims, doesn't even say hi. Doesn't say, hey, how's my guys doing? Nothing. Just, hey, I'm here. Give me your money. Bye. Not really. Just play me. You know what? Beat him. Go beat Koff. Have fun with it, though. This really is more loose and joking, but I'm coming across rude because I'm passionate. 1 catch for Kyle Rudolph. A bunch of 1 catch guys here, huh? A
lot of 1 catch guys, but you know what? Before we get to the 3rd quarter, earlier today on the Sweat, Jeff and Reed talked about NFL divisional winners and focused on the AFC North. So let's take a look at what they had to say.
All right, let's move on to the AFC North. The favorite is Baltimore, but it's plus 125. Jeff, you feel like you can make an argument for somebody else in the AFC North?
Yeah, I would much rather side with the second favorite here in the Cleveland Browns at plus 145. You know, the Ravens lost a little bit on defense too. If that secondary regresses even a little, we know their offense isn't, you know, it can be very hit or miss. Ravens still don't really have a signature win in the last couple of years. They haven't done good against elite teams. I love Nick Chubb. I love the guys they added on defense in Cleveland. I'll take them at plus 145 right now.
Reed, you're nodding your head like you're here for this.
Yeah, same. Like, how many times do you have to buy into the Cleveland hype? I actually think this season, right, it makes more sense in the last 2 seasons. They added Clowney, they added Anthony Walker from Indy, John Johnson from the Rams. So the secondary and the defense got a lot better. And Stefanski is a perfect fit for Baker. And look, the Ravens had the second toughest schedule this year. That's really going to help Cleveland. So yeah, I'm with Jeff here.
Riveting. Love to see it. The Sweat every single weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, 10. Nope, no, it doesn't go forward in time. 10% Central.
Well, it would be 10 like if
Central.
you were in Europe or something.
No, 10 Central. Oh yeah, 10 that way.
Oh, I thought you were saying forward.
I wasn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. And Mountain Time would be 9 a.m. So get your box of cereal out. Keep that little top part because I think that does something for schools. And get all over it and be a part of the Sweat.
Yeah.
Love to see that.
I used to collect box tops.
Yeah, it started. I remember when I was a kid, but I don't remember what happened with them.
Yeah, I don't either. But I know that I used to get like a homework grade bonus if I brought them in or something. So I needed it, you know.
As Dan the Man says, it's 11 a.m. somewhere. So we're gonna get to this Mount Rushmore here of the Vikings, and this is a really good point. Victor Flint says, you're crazy. Vikings Crushmore is deep. Not easy to get to the top 4. It is, but I think the top, you're right. Nothing's easy, but I think there is a real top end here. And I think there's more than 4, but I think overall, I think there's a big separation from the greats to like the middles that like the fun loving guys you want to like try to get on here aren't going to make it. Like I was talking to Freeze Pops before. I'm a big Matt Burke guy. He was a captain of the team, all decade guy, all that. We don't have to do the resumes. You guys keep throwing them. I'll read them in a minute, but he's not going to make it here unfortunately, like a potential, like what we did with Arizona in the past. You could sneak on there being like a long-time center captain, but yeah, it is deep. So
there's probably like 7 A pluses and a lot of B plus A minus guys, which is a good. I mean, that's a rich franchise compared to some of the junk we've done recently. I mean, Cardinals awful, Browns bad. I mean, the list goes on and on. Lions was a bad Mount Rushmore. So I'm excited to do this one. So let's hear what everyone has to say. Everyone drop your 4 in the YouTube chat right now and explain why you picked your 4. While you do that, Rossi's going to hit the open for you.
Across this great nation that was built in 1776. I don't know if it was built then, but at least there was some paper sign. The United States decided to erect a 4-man weave of a mountain out of the pillars of sand and molded into the names of some of the greatest presidents this country has ever seen. Will it ever be updated? I don't know. And we're not talking politics. We're talking about the Great Lake State of Minnesota. And today, Tommy Freezepops, I believe that this guy should get on, and Jason Rossi, I believe this guy should get on, are going to debate with you, the DK Sim fam, and tell you who belongs on the Minnesota Vikings Mount Rushmore. Now give it away to the unofficial official DraftKings Mount Rushmore debate. Here is Tommy Freezepops and Jason Rossi.
Excellent production value as always.
Dan the Man in production, always killing it.
Yeah, he killed that. Good job, Dan.
So I'm gonna see over here. Let somebody tag me. The Mount Rushmore. CH, the Mount Rushmore. Very annoying. Hey, listen, bro. One quarter. We bang it in. We bang it out. We have some fun. CH, don't be a hater today. I love you, man.
Yeah, CH is in a bad mood.
It's okay. I understand, man. Listen, I get that way sometimes.
It's a long weekend. Have some fun, baby.
It's the freaking weekend, boys and girls. It's time to get loose, have some fun, grab a burger. CH, I'm sending a hug from my home to yours, or wherever you may be. Let's see. Moss, Carter, Moon, and Peterson says Goofy is a dog. Adrian Peterson says Darwin. Jared Allen. Is Morgan okay? I just heard a vicious cough.
Yeah, she's good.
You sure?
Yeah. She's just hanging out.
Okay.
Little throat tickle. No big deal.
I hear you. Happens. It's Friday. Jared Allen.
Jared Allen was awesome
on
Minnesota. I don't think he was there long enough to warrant him being on a Mount Rushmore. And I think actually his best years were in Kansas City. But I love Jared Allen. One of my favorite non-Patriots ever.
Jared Allen begged. He was on that Julius Peppers-esque, as a free agent, get him to New England, well, whatever your favorite team is. There's a big throw there. Okay, so going over to YouTube's, let me get up as far back as I can. So Jordan Warren said AP, Carter, Moss, Randall. Yeah, Randall's going to be tough not to be on here. Beat on Watson.
Randall Cunningham is probably not going to be on this list.
I thought he meant John Randall.
John Randall, definitely in the discussion. Ooh, it's tough. He's right on the cusp. He's right on the cusp for me.
It's going to be fun. Beat on Walk says Moss, AP, Fran Tark, John Randall. Let's see here. What else we got? Just going down, trying to get...
I saw someone say... Maybe I just saw Carter and for some reason thought Anthony Carter for a second. Chris Carter is obviously the Carter that would be in this conversation. Anthony Carter was very good on the Vikings, but not Mount Rushmore worthy.
Brother Phil jumps in and says, yes, hello, gentlemen. I like it. Tarkington, AP, Leonard Marshall, and I would vote Morton Anderson. Hello.
He played one season in Minnesota.
He goes out of respect for both the kicker love and the number 2 chair, who is his friend. I love that. I appreciate you, Brother Phil. Marv says Vikes Mount Rushmore is Chris Carter, Alan Page, Fran Tarkenton, and Carl Eller. Sorry, I don't know why I said Earl.
Carl Eller, yep.
Field goal attempt here.
So I think, we're seeing a lot of submissions here, and I'm shocked, and I'm just going to throw it out to see if it gets some traction here, that Bud Grant hasn't been mentioned by the chat.
You haven't seen Bud Grant's here. Victor. So Victor, who said it's going to be hard, says Tarkington, Moss, Eller. Well, he's throwing a lot. Page, Bud Grant, Chris Carter, Peterson, Jared Allen.
Those are all fantastic names.
Randy Moss has to be. Anthony Carter's thrown in there. I forgot about Page. Might have to change mine. Says
Alan Page is a lock for me. I mean, he was the first defensive player to win MVP.
Yeah.
As a defensive tackle. I mean, ridiculous. He was the best player on the Purple People Eaters as well. So I think that's the best decade of football they had. So, I mean, Alan Page, I think he's really the only lock. Well, that's not fair because Fran Tarkenton's definitely a lock too. Those are the two true locks for me.
See, so Michael
Tarkenton retired with like almost every passing record.
So Michael has very similar to mine. He has Tarkenton, Moss, Page, AP. Says Page isn't much like Deacon Jones for me.
Yeah, Alan Page. I mean, he played from 67 to 85.
It's a long time.
I mean, at an extremely high level. D tackle. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at Bud Grant's. Grant's Pro Football Hall of Fame reference. Pro Football bit. I was like, wow, Alan Page played way longer than I thought he did.
Fred Smith puts Ahmad Rashad on there.
Yeah, Ahmad Rashad was really good. But there's just so many good players.
This is going to be really
Alan Page again.
I just wanted you, while you do that, mine was Adrian Peterson, Randy Moss, John Randall. I had John Randall and Fran Tarkenton. Those are the guys I had. Again, I did this off of like knowledge of the team, but not going deep into that Purple People Eater. Carl Eller getting a ton of love. I did have Chris Carter held off because I just think Moss, unfortunately, mossed him. Like, I think he overshadowed him a little bit at the end. I think Chris Carter might have actually, this may sound crazy, he's probably a better Vikings receiver, and I know this is the Vikings Mount Rushmore because he played majority of his career there. I know he had an early run there with the Eagles.
Yeah,
but
3 years in Philly to start his career. I think honestly I have Moss as well, just because his peak was Randy Moss, and Chris Carter was extremely good, right? And he's clearly a Hall of Famer, and maybe a better Minnesota resume.
Yes.
But Randy Moss is Randy Moss, and at his peak was unstoppable. So I just have him over Chris Carter as well. My 4 was Bud Grant, Fran Tarkenton, Randy Moss, and Alan Page. And by the way, Alan Page, he wasn't very far off from the years I read with Bud Grant. 67 to 81 at D-tackle. One, like I said, MVP. I mean, crazy career there.
So, he goes real quick, Brother Phil. I think you have me as great as Marshall. Wait, I think you have me as great as Marshall was, and
Jim Marshall. Yep.
Page beats him out. Fred
Agreed.
Smoot. Oh, touchdown for Drake. That's a 3-peat. Hat trick. Do
you keep the hats near your computer normally, or just for
I got a hat on.
of hat tricks?
I always have a couple hats around, because if I don't shower and my hair looks like a greasy piece of crap like Daryl from The Walking Dead, I have to have something to cover that moment.
I respect it. Jim Marshall, by the way,
I'm just gonna leave
played from 61 to 79, started 282 consecutive games at defensive end, which was a record until, a guy named Brett Favre
came
in and did his thing. Jim Marshall was an Iron Man at D end in an era where player safety was not a priority, and he was not only getting hurt every play probably, but trying to inflict pain on other people. So Jim Marshall is a strong, this is why this is so difficult, because he's clearly not on the Mount Rushmore, but he was a damn good player, man.
Trying to think if there's anybody else. I mean, Brett Favre, people throwing,
So I'll read a quick scattered list here that a lot of these names have been said. So I gave my 4. Also, Adrian Peterson is a first cut for me. Chris Carter, John Randall, Chris Dolman, Randall McDaniel, one of the best offensive guards of all time.
What about him?
Mike Tingelhoff, Chuck Foreman, Ron Yari, Antoine Winfield was really good.
Yeah.
Gary Zimmerman, Matt Burke, you mentioned, Steve Hutchinson, Chad Greenway, Harrison Smith, Kevin Williams, Matt Blair, Carl Eller, and Paul Krause. That's what I think that's the cabinet to work with.
But okay, so real quickly, you said you had some. Hold on, real quick. Bad Boy says, "Can we talk Cook up as the best single player in Madden?" Drake was like, "Hold my Diet Coke."
True.
Good call.
True.
Brian C says, "I vote the Vikings guy with the horns, honestly, as a number 4 spot." Don't get me wrong. I wanted to say the fan base, but it's just not.
You always want to put the fan base on there.
If it ain't for the fans, we ain't. You know what? Last year, how great was football? It was okay at best. It
was weird.
It must have been awkward playing.
The empty stadium. Yeah.
So here we go. So my belief, it's going to be hard. So Randy Moss, I know some people want to say, oh, he later was a Patriot. He later was a Titan.
Yeah, but it's not like he spent that much time in New England. Like his real dominant, and I know he had the best season ever with the Patriots, but his dominant run was with Minnesota. Yes. Every year he was in Minnesota before he left for Oakland was incredible. Jeff and I were talking about it the other night, actually.
Yep.
Because some social media account posted, which over-the-top threat would you rather have, Tyreek Hill or Randy Moss? It was like, are we really doing this? Are we forgetting how good Randy Moss was?
I don't want to discredit Tyreek Hill, even though I think he's a POS, but I personally, I understand what they're saying, but he's more of across the middle, get him, and then he's gone. Well,
yes,
Moss could do that, but you know what else Moss could do? You could throw
everything
it
else.
In the end zone. Yeah. He's no Calvin Johnson, but he was really good. But I think, so for me, it's going to be hard to take, an Adrian Peterson as well, who was one of the best running backs of all time. Is he not going to get on here? I'm willing to.
So I'm okay with bumping Bud Grant off if we need to, even though Minnesota was arguably one of the 4 best teams of the decade in the 70s. even though they never won a Super Bowl, they were there all the time. I mean, it's the Steelers, it's the Cowboys, it's the Raiders. Those are the three iconic teams in the 70s. Obviously, the Dolphins went undefeated in the early part of that decade, but the Vikings were consistently great for that 10-year span, a little bit before and a little bit after, all because, of Bud Grant's guidance. So, and he is truly an icon amongst that franchise. He's still rocking it, man. He's old and he's at all these events. Like, they'll throw him out there in the cold and he's like not even wearing a winter jacket at like 90 something years old. He's just an absolute beast. So I feel weird leaving him off, but here's what I'll say, Rossi. If we were to do Fran Tarkenton, Randy Moss, Alan Page, and Adrian Peterson without Bud Grant, I could sleep okay at night.
I think that's it. Because I'm just trying to look here. I want to read through. Must Be says, I thought your rankings were only based on the team, not the better career. The mountain is moving again. No, Must Be. I was just describing it.
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, Randy Moss was good. Question mark to CH. Yep, he was good. Just a little bit. Rossi, speaking of super fans, what about the old dude in the face paint at the Ohio State games? Listen.
Apparently, so that guy's named Buckeye Earl. Buckeye fans hate that guy.
He's
Apparently,
like
he's not that good of a fan.
He's like the fireman Ed. He's turned his back. Nobody cares about him anymore. It was fun for a little while.
So I would be in favor of that 4.
I think that might be it. I think we lock because I'm just trying to read some arguments here. I understand Randall, because brother Phil says, but Randall doesn't beat out Page or Marshall.
No. John Randall was fantastic.
He really was.
And honestly, the lineage of D linemen in Minnesota is insanely good. Like, very sneaky.
Maybe the best.
Again, it might be. I mean, the Rams are up there with Deacon Jones and,
of course,
Merlin Olsen, and obviously the dude playing D tackle for them now is pretty dang good.
Yeah, he's a baller.
But Minnesota's, I mean, again, Alan Page, John Randall, Chris Dolman, Kevin Williams, Jim Marshall, Carl Eller. I mean, that insanely good group. But I think we have our 4.
I think that's it. I think we lock it in. I think we got it, unless anybody has a real big issue. But I don't really see what could bring them over the top.
Shout out to Chris Carter. I mean,
of course,
it's close. Obviously, Bud Grant too. I think those are the first 2 cut, I'd say.
Yeah. So what is it? So give it to us. Freeze Pops, the official Vikings Mount Rushmores. We have 3 touchdowns by Kenyon Drake.
Fran Tarkenton, Randy Moss, Alan Page, Adrian Peterson. And honestly, we didn't give enough love to Fran Tarkenton. I'm not going to pull up his resume right now. We all know one of the legends at quarterback. His name gets thrown out all the time. But if you have some free time, go on YouTube and look up Fran Tarkenton highlights. It's insane. He's so much smaller than everyone else, and no one can tackle him. It's really, really fun. So just go look up Fran Tarkenton highlights. Fran Tarkenton walked so guys like Drew Brees and Russell Wilson could run. He was like the original mini man at quarterback, and he had a ton of records when he retired. Dan Marino, when he retired with all the records, it was Fran Tarkenton's records he was breaking.
True that. Tarkenton was the first real scrambling playmaking quarterback, says brother Phil. No one had seen anything like him to that point. Don't think Moss left under good terms. I wasn't there long enough, in his opinion, but he was the greatest at
His
that
peak,
time.
though, yeah, it's
as we
tough.
said, his peak was Randy Moss.
His apex, his name became a verb.
Yeah, so that's it. You put it through. There you go. Head into the fourth quarter.
Do you have it open for the Q&A segment?
No, there's no real open to that one yet. We'll get there. I can't overdo the production. Me and Daniel have been working really hard behind the scenes, just spitting rhymes. So it's 24-13 here. The Cardinals have a chance to really put this thing away, as this is going to be a replication of what you'll see in Week 2 in the NFL schedules. We're running through the Madden 20.
Sneaky good game for Week 2. We were saying this earlier. I think we were saying this off camera.
Sexy little bit.
It's a sneaky good game for Week 2.
So here we go. We did this earlier. We'll keep the play-by-play stuff going in between, but just throw out any questions like favorite candy, favorite memory, one that got away. Don't ask that. All those types of things. Favorite sibling, What is your mom's maiden name? What's your social? No, but keep it appropriate. Have some fun with it. Throw some stuff out there. I'll start off the one I like to start because it is Memorial Day weekend as we get a first down at the 15-yard line for the Cards. What is your favorite ice cream flavor, Freeze Pops?
Ooh, I think I have a controversial answer to this. Or I'd say it's more polarizing. It's mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Get some. Love it.
It's very good. It's so refreshing. I think it's great.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was D-Hop. My bad. And also,
some people hate it.
Oh, I get it, though, because some people don't like mint as like a ice cream flavor. I get that.
Yeah, I don't know. I love mint chocolate chip ice cream. Love the refreshness, the little chocolate surprises in there. Really good stuff. I don't like it as like a milkshake. I need to eat it as like a
hard
cup of ice cream. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, here, cup or cone with your ice cream. Is Drake, could he do it? Push it, push! Almost.
I like cones, but I typically get the cup because I don't trust myself. Like, I'm still a child at heart, right? Like, when you get your kid an ice cream cone, he just, drops it, or it's melting all over him, or just not eating it fast enough. Like, I need it in a bowl.
Drake, play action, you selfish. Oh, he's going to run it. No, he stopped it.
How do you not score there?
Goofy as a dog says, you know how they get that ice cream green? I'm sure you're going to tell us some joke here. Drop it when you're ready.
Is it made of boogers? Ew.
Let's see what happens here. Then I'll go to, I see Brian C's question. I'll get to you next. I feel you guys out. This is fun. Good stuff. Appreciate the feedback. Good, bad, and in between. Oh, almost did a pick six. What are we doing here? Don't kick the field goal. That's just going to, it's only going to make it
Scotty Too Hottie's comment went away, but he mentioned something about Moose Tracks. Moose Tracks is an iconically great ice cream, but it needs to be from the correct ice cream place. Like, some places don't do Moose Tracks good enough.
There you go. Goofy as a dog says food coloring. Ha ha. All right, well, landed better than I thought. Brian C says, hey, Freeze Pops, have you ever been to a ghost or demonic, have you ever seen a ghost or demonic being? If so, where? Also, how old were you when you saw them? Thanks. I'll hang up and listen.
So I'm not someone that has come in contact with someone from the afterlife. I have never seen a spirit or a demonic being or anything like that, or been in a haunted house or anything of that nature. I mean, I've been to places that are quote unquote haunted, but I've never seen like the window that opens with no one touching it or anything like that. It's just, and look, I don't want to say that type of stuff doesn't exist, because there's so many people that believe it so strongly that it's hard for me to sit here and tell them that they're crazy when there's just so many people that believe in it. I just personally have never been affected by, ghost hunter type vibes. Just never done it for me. Never happened.
Butter pecan is pronounced pecan. Thank you, Jordan. 27-13. Keep dropping any questions you want. Dinklage, sorry again for the typo. Brother Phil, never apologize for a typo. And everybody else, don't worry about who's on the Mount Rushmore or not. You guys can have your opinions. We listen. We appreciate. Love that you guys have those opinions. Love that you guys feel comfortable, and that's what we want to do. Start a conversation. Two-way.
I think that was one of the better conversations we've had with the chat, because the Vikings have so many good players. Like, you could make a Mount Rushmore of D linemen for the Vikings, and have it be a lively debate. Like, that's how good that position group is.
There you go. And also, everyone with their just no negativity. CH, I don't know what's happening with you today, my man. I really, you know how much I love you. I don't know what.
Yeah, he's in a bad mood.
I don't know what it is.
Go eat some mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Yeah, whatever you need, man. Take a breather. Take a walk. I do it sometimes.
Hunter Angelo asking me how old I was when I stopped peeing the bed.
Good question. That was what I was going to go to.
Yeah, I guess I don't really remember that being like something I had to work through. So I don't have a good answer for you. Is that something that every kid goes through? Like
Hunter is still dealing with it. That's what that means.
Like, do all kids have a bedwetting phase? I don't remember that being a thing. And this isn't me trying to be cool. Like, if I had an answer, I'd give it to you.
I don't think that not remembering peeing your pants is not like, oh, look at me, I'm so above it. I got one for you. What is the one artist or band that you can't stand the most, that if you were to spend a whole day like just listening to them, it would drive you absolutely crazy? Like that's the like you're in a, how about this? This is the best way to put it. You're on a road trip, the radio or CD player or MP3, whatever you're using, iPod, whatever, gets stuck on one artist and it's just playing their discography, and it's going to drive you crazy. You have a 6-hour drive ahead of you. Who is that artist or band that would make you go, oh, come on, a whole day of this?
Man, that's a really, really good question, because I like so much music. Like I have such an eclectic background when it comes to like things I've been into and like had phases of. I'm not a country music fan.
Okay.
But even saying that, I've lived in St. Louis now for coming up on 3 years, and Morgan is a huge country music fan. So like before meeting her, I would have said, you know, just country artist X, slot them in. That's my answer. But now it's like, we listen to it so much in the car. I don't even know, man. Like I don't know how to answer this question. It's difficult.
People throwing out.
I think I'd still go country.
Okay.
But I don't have like a country artist I hate the most.
Well, I'll just give you Luke. I'm just going to give you Luke Bryan. That's what it's going to be.
No, so Luke Bryan definitely isn't the answer. Her and I saw Luke Bryan in concert. This is when I was working at the radio station still, and we get some free tickets.
Love it.
And one of our first, within the first 10 dates or so, sick flex by me, free ticks, Luke Bryan concert. What's up?
I can't wait till he puts a ring on it.
So.
Okay, here's a couple people.
I'm sorry I don't have a good answer for that, but something country would be my answer.
Way to stink. Fun Size Hercules says Creed. Get out of here with that. George says Taylor Swift. B Don Walk says Staley Dan. Hunter Angelo says Thomas Rhett. That could be yours. Country music isn't what it once was. That's a good point. It's a good point.
It's definitely poppier now.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. Disco. Yeah, that's a good point.
But like all those answers you were saying, people get like, I wouldn't mind like a full day of Taylor Swift. Like she has good songs.
Yeah, probably a lot I want to skip.
There's just a whole bunch that were said that I could rationalize being okay with that for a full day.
Yep. I just want a quick address, just because I like to make sure everybody knows the way, I try to keep it as 100% on the real here from my perspective. My name is Jason Rossi. I'm a contributor to DraftKings, so I'm not like running the place, but I see our guy Herb Poppy and everyone with their like upsetness about things. Here's the deal. As somebody famously that was voted into presidency once said, when we do anything, we promise you we'll let you know. Anything the company decides of DraftKings decides when to update the rosters, that's when they'll do it. Calling anything that is done here, pass goes into the end zone incomplete, lazy is a little bit harsh, I would say. And I don't mean that to sound rude or ungrateful for all of you guys, but anybody listen, the updates are going to come. If the things aren't updated, it isn't a proof of laziness. It's just there is so much that goes into this that we really, it would take a long time to really explain. The guys like Zach Thompson, our guy Babysitter Billy, they work they are cowards, but they work tirelessly. Guys like Michael behind the scenes, Drew, our technical guys like Daniel. We got all these guys that are working their tails off, and there's guys like Kyle who are manually updating these scores, manually doing it. So every time that pass right there, that was caught, he has to do work manually to get it all done. So to change the players, while it may seem like a rudimentary thing to do, there's a lot that goes into it. So I just want I don't know if that hasn't been clear to you guys in the past, just want to let you know. So will there be roster updates? Maybe. When the new game comes out, guarantee there will, because it's a new game, and that's going to be a touchdown there. Wait, is that it was 84? I need a roster update. But no, in all honesty, all jokes aside, I just want to let you guys know that. So not absolutely appreciate you guys saying it, but just saying in the chat, you can message out to the, to DK Assist if there's an issue or something. There's, Irv Smith Jr., there's a caca, I'm a vulture, caca. So just want to let you know that. Just want to let you know. That's the thing. And it takes a lot of work to make those updates. I'm just letting you know. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds probably you guys kidding me. I do this all the time on my system. I get it. And I do too. But I just want to let you know. So don't be like, oh, it's lazy. You guys should have done this. We could have done a lot of things. They didn't have to do a season. So we're just trying to make it go. And it doesn't matter how much the company's worth. It doesn't matter about that. This company is gigantic, just like a lot of companies you guys probably work for. So just keeping it real. That's all. I'm not mad at you. I hope this didn't come across as preaching, even though it may come across because I'm solo speaking to you. But I just want to let you, I try to be as transparent because I ask these questions too. Freeze Pops asks these questions. Michael's in meetings. He probably asks things. We get all this feedback. So just letting you know, we appreciate you. We love you. We got a little bit of time to go with Madden 21. Hang in there. And if there's anything you're not enjoying, always feel free to come at us. Always tell us. But in the chat and telling, like, kind of just being upset, it's kind of like peeing in the wind a little bit. And I don't mean that rude. I do it a lot too. It's like complaining on Twitter about something.
You pee in the wind a lot? That's gross, dude.
Yeah, are you kidding me? When I go for my walks right now, and I never make it back to the house on time. I got to go back down the neighbor's alley, quick, and then we're done. So, anyway, so I'm just letting you guys know that. Total respect. You don't have to tell me good, bad, or in between. But straight cash, dude, you're commenting on a video saying that it's a bad look. It's not a bad look. It's me being honest, not me being a bad look. Like the whole thing. Just be if you didn't want me to do this, I didn't have to. I could have just kept going. But I try to at least let you guys know because I know you say this stuff a lot. So that's it. Statement done. Ain't gonna bring it up again in my book. If maybe somebody else does, that's cool. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Just being honest. If you didn't want honesty, I could have lied. Could have. It's easy. Lying's easy. Hate it. But that's what I could have done. But anyway, moving on. Segue. My hair gonna get buzzed off in 2 weeks, by the way.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, I got that the charity we got coming. I do the
so
buzz
you're going
off.
fully bald?
Yeah, like buzzer,
Buzz
like
cut.
a wiffle.
Yeah,
wiffle. I don't even know where that comes from because I just think of wiffle ball.
I've never heard that phrase used for a buzz cut before.
Yeah, when I was a kid, it's like, oh, you're getting a wiffle? I'm like, sure. I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, I'm doing that. All right, here we go. Here. Could we get, so this is, I'm in absolute fear of overtime right now. I have a store run to get to after this. Yes, very selfish. That's weak. You want to know it's $1 billion company and this guy doesn't even want to stay for overtime. That's what you can pick on me for. If there's anything, I'm way open to being picked on about.
No, look, Arizona, just, let's take care of business here. Let's get the first down and keep it moving here.
No!
Oh, no!
So Drake, I'm sorry, Murray doesn't get it. So we'll see with no timeouts, though. Are they going to try to boot this? He hit a 52-yarder, Zane Gonzalez, earlier.
Are we hopping on the Zane train right now?
I kind of hope we do. My lineup's in the trash, but I wouldn't mind seeing just another.
No, we're going for it. I love this.
Oh, Cliff, living on
I don't know, Jim.
Here we go. Murray takes that quick draw.
Oh, they almost picked it. Oh, my God, that would have been crazy. Okay, here we go. 58 seconds left. They have no timeouts, Rossi.
Yeah.
They need 7. This is dicey.
Unreal. So here we go.
I say that we end this in regulation. I do not think we're going to overtime. And I don't care if I'm jinxing myself. I will be on the record. Yeah, that helps.
Oh, no, gets the ball. That's actually a huge stop there for the Vikings, letting that ball out. That's Kirk Cousins at his greatest right there.
That's a heady play there by Kirk.
By the way, the vulture earlier, Irv Smith was owned at 4.3%.
I almost put him in. No, I'm kidding. I never.
I think he's more than the amount.
He was close to being the same as Keyshawn Johnson, though.
Oh, caught, but
Yeah,
that's
no,
really
this
bad.
is-
That's not good.
This is ending here.
they'll
Kirk,
probably-
what are you doing, bud?
Now, they'll probably get it to around 30 seconds on this next snap. But look at the nice catch there by the New York Giant. Which, by the way, I keep telling you, I'm feeling the Giants right now. Something's in the air in New York. Feeling them so far. Yeah, come on, start spreading the Giants. The Jets ain't winning 10 games. Ooh, is that a catch?
That was
It
a
is.
really nice catch.
It's Kyle again. This guy is so clutch. People like
Yelling at the wall.
The Vikings, I think, are going to quietly regret letting him go. I know it's late in his career, but his blocking became incredible. He has clutch, like
Great
overtime.
hands, good pro,
Yes.
rarely injured, good dude. Yeah, it's
Went to Notre Dame.
it's a tough blow for the locker room.
Yeah, here we go. Can we get the Minnesota Miracle 2.0? 21 seconds on the clock. Needs to go out of. Oh, that's a bad idea. Good drop. Good drop.
When I was working at ESPN, I was producing a show once that Mike Gold Jr. was filling in on, and he was roommates with Kyle Rudolph at Notre Dame, so we had him on as a guest. And they said that they would routinely drop between $70 and $80 at the Taco Bell drive-thru in South Bend.
Wow.
Just for the two of them.
Here we go. Cousins tries to throw a pick, but not gonna.
That's really hard to do at Taco Bell, for those wondering. Everything on the menu is like $1.
If you want to do it, you can. It's just, yes. Like I did that once at Burger King. I think I've told you that story at a wedding. I had to call them, and I told them I wanted $300 worth of food. They hung up on me 3 times to the point where we had to drive there, tell them we were serious, and waited 40 minutes for the food. It was amazing.
Hey, 40 minutes for $300 worth of food is not that bad.
It's kind of scary when you think about it. 3rd and 10. Cousins needs to look end zone or out of bounds. Going towards the end zone. Has a man. It's caught.
No way.
It's caught.
No.
What
Okay.
a touchdown.
I will take full blame for that. Wow.
Minnesota. What are they doing? Giving that guy any space.
Okay, but that was a sick throw. He was kind of covered here.
Yeah, he threw it to a spot where he needed to get to. That wasn't like he was, oh, wow. Now the safety needs to be behind that.
Yeah.
Jefferson coming through. We're going to get some.
Why was a linebacker all the way out there? Yeah, just safety nowhere to be found. Man. Yeah, this is my fault, guys.
Look at that. All right.
Yeah, here we go. Let's freeze the kicker on the extra point, Arizona. Good call.
Double, Walks is double J. Jeff Jarrett, that's right. Justin Jefferson. It'll be J-U, we'll just say double S, T-I, double N, J-E, double F, S-O, double N. Justin Jefferson. Woo! That was unreal. Hey, buddy, with the firecracker emojis. Thanks, Captain. Oh, my captain too there, Congo. Cousins did that, Puppy Herb? He sure did. That's clutch Cousins.
3 tuds for Kirk.
3 tuds there, 3 tuds for Drake. I know we still have a little game left, but just to be prepared, because we're probably likely to just go quick overtime here, just prepare your babysitter Billy and your freeze pop freaking awesome player of the game, because we're gonna
Don't tell me what to do.
Well, I'll just leave. I don't mind. Store closes at 8 p.m.
I'm gonna give it to Kenyon Drake.
You don't have to do it yet if you don't want, but I think he's the guy, right? He didn't hit the bonus yet, right? That's the only thing we're waiting on from him.
I don't believe he did.
Not in my lineup.
I'm going to go Drake.
Bad Boys of Pop says, may want to order delivered today, bud. This one might be a while. Don't say that. I already had a double overtime game earlier today. 2 p.m. sim was double OT.
For someone, in my chair where I have to do 2 more sims after this, I wouldn't mind not having any sort of extra OT.
Oh, that's going to be wow, almost. Imagine if Drake just ripped it. Still not at the bonus, 92 yards.
He almost broke that. By the way, Dalvin Cook is in Babysitter Billy conversation. I think he might actually be the guy that's won it at this point. Only 17 points in the captain spot.
It's such a good first quarter. We may have jinxed him.
Yeah, I think we did. Doing a lot of jinxing here tonight, Rossi.
Yeah. Gorilla Jimbo, all I'm going to say is you get it. That's all I'm going to say. Coin flip here. We go straight to overtime. Daniel's our technical director. Michael is our producer. And Kyle manually doing the ops. Big thumbs up for those guys. Hard at work on a Friday. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Hope everyone has some good plans to relax, rest, get some things done for themselves. Always treat yourself right and then treat the world better. So we'll see what we get here. Who do you need as the Cardinals will get the ball here? Give me a Zane Gonzalez 60-yarder. Walk.
That was a nice return there.
It was a snazzy little run there. Patrick Peterson, the new Viking. Like I said, this is the Patrick Peterson revenge game in waiting.
PP.
Yep. Sometimes do it in the wind. We sometimes do it in our bed. Here's Drake. Takes the... I'm sorry. I keep saying that. It's Murray taking the snap. He's going to run. Be careful, sir.
Smart play.
What is that? Hendricks coming in? Somebody's ready to take his head off.
Taking care of the ball.
Still saying... it seems like every sim today went to OT. Could be. OT.
Well, OT Friday, baby.
I guess the last game must have went overtime. I missed it. I actually went to dinner.
How was dinner?
It was excellent. The first time we've taken our son into a restaurant, so that was intriguing.
Wow, what'd you guys get?
I went to an Italian place.
There you go.
My dad and his girlfriend. A little bottle of red. A bottle of wine. Actually, I didn't have anything, but I had some nice water.
Love water. Did you have chicken parm?
No, I went with a scallop dish that I'm not really feeling about this time. Not that I don't feel good.
Oh, okay.
I should have went otherwise. I should have just went Italian dish because we got a pizza. It's a very good brick oven pizza place. And for my son, it was like scarfing things down. So I had a little bit of that. So I'm like, all right, I don't want to have a hearty, heavy meal on 2 times.
So you went with the scallops.
Yeah, well, I'm like, shouldn't have went there. Shouldn't have done it.
I honestly get chicken parm at every Italian restaurant we go to.
It's such a good call because it's like pizza, I believe. Like
It's really hard to mess up chicken parm.
Even if you don't love it, it's not like you can't eat it. Like pizza, there's some pizza places. I'm not.
Bad pizza is still pizza.
Thank you. That's what it's.
My dad always used to say that. He should have caught that. That would have been 6.
D-Hop was ready to make a house call for 53 yards, but instead we'll get a 3rd and 7.
53.
Tree, baby. Look at this. All right, we got our
coaching him up.
Yeah, he's telling them.
Sidelines, getting ready.
Tablet guys, like, hey guys, listen, this is what we got to do over here. Right? Make this play, get this over with. Rossi needs to go to the store, so come on, let's do this here. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see a big 3rd and 7. Freeze pops. Rossi with you. 2 men in the backfield. Hate the Drake to the right. Oh, he goes there. Got the first.
I like this.
Breaks the tackle.
Oh, what a.
Throw it down the side. Oh, wow. He got depleted there, but that is. Oh, that wasn't Kenny Drake. I'm sorry. I believe that would be Williams.
What a play.
Was that Kerryon Johnson?
That would be difficult.
Oh, Hunter. What's up, dude? He says, I know how you ruined chicken parm.
How?
That was rude. I'm just not going to even respond to that. Get out of here with that. What is this, the movie Waiting? Animal? Max Williams, quiet all day, makes the grab there.
Chicken parm, you taste so good.
Chicken parm is...
That's my Peyton Manning impression.
I like it. Brian says chicken parm is the best.
It is.
DFS Queenie saying, let's some of the rest of us win some. Bad boys, what's up? But Kyler fumble for a defensive tutty. Keep you on schedule. All right, yeah, that would be nice. But at this point, we can just toss it in there. There it is. Get in the end. Wow! That is Larry Fitzgerald into the end zone. Drama here in the desert as week 2 of the Madden 21 replication of the NFL 2021 schedule goes to a dramatic win for Larry Fitzgerald and the 3 touchdowns by Kenyon Drake. 3 touchdowns by Kirk Cousins, but Drake gets that freeze pop, freaking awesome player of the game.
He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations to Kenyon Drake. You get a free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. If you're ever here, hit me up. And babysitter Billy Dalvin Cook.
Oof. We talked him up so well.
Yeah, bad timing for me with Dalvin. I've been talking him up all week.
We jinxed him. We really jinxed him.
It happens.
That'll do it for me today. I appreciate the friendship, the comfort, the honesty, the good times, the good vibes, the over-hydration, which I don't even think I took a sip of water. I tried this whole sip, so hold on. Freeze Pops is with you the rest of the night. Freeze Pops, who you tag teaming the rest of the way with?
I got Cough, and then I got Bry Guy in the one chair.
Yes. Awesome. That honestly, what a night for you. Me,
Great
Cough,
night.
Bry Guy, there's no hole.
A triple header with 3 different guys in the one chair. It's kind of nice.
And the other thing I'll just say, I'm probably the biggest gap there. So like you got two stud muffins the rest of the way. Cough will probably
3 studs, baby. 3 studs.
Tommy Freeze was doing stuff. Anyways, and Bry Guy, who was producing earlier, the versatility on these dream streams, I tell you. I am back Sunday at noon. I may be a part with you potentially Sunday night. That's a TBD. It's a TBD there.
I'll be there. I got 4 on Saturday and 4 on Sunday.
Yeah, I told them I would do more because last week I was in that same boat, but I think they're trying to figure out they'll have one workhorse a weekend. That's what I'm guessing Drew's working on. I haven't checked the schedule for next week yet, so actually I don't know that. But anywho, I have to send my hours. That reminds me. I missed an email, I guess.
What are you doing?
I thought I'd wait till see what our Monday schedule was. All right, this is all behind the curtain. But really appreciate you guys. This is a hell of a sim. This is a lot of fun for Daniel, for Michael, for Kyle. He's Freeze Pops. He'll be back in just a wee bit. But coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan look at the first round rookie wide receivers drafted and their ADP for best ball drafts. You guys all enjoy your night. Freeze Pops will be back in about 40. Bye now. Sweet dreams.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. By the way, their best ball is out. It's amazing. Joe and I talked about best ball last week, gave you some heads up on some quarterback situations. Absolutely check that out. Here's what we do. 30 minutes of on-demand audio and video, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you prefer, of content talking fantasy football. I'm the former NFL offensive lineman that likes fantasy. It makes the games more interesting, more entertaining. It's like combining the stock market and football. It's awesome. You can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL. And really check out all of our shows at Ross Tucker Pod. He is Joe Dolan at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangsta from fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. If you go over there to sign up for another year, which you should, the amount of content they're churning out is ridiculous, especially for how much they charge. They put out more and they charge less. Seems like a pretty good business model for those of you that like to get that extra insight, the extra edge for fantasy. Check him out at FG_Dolan. He is the #1 ranked fantasy analyst in the world over the last 5 years. And he is rocking the exact right hat on today's show, Joe. Go Sixers.
I'm ready, Ross. I was actually listening. I was driving back from Atlanta this past weekend, listening to basketball on the radio. McGinnis, who's the Sixers radio, he's both the play-by-play guy and the analyst. He does it all himself. I don't know. You and I talk for a living. The guys who can call basketball and hockey on the radio and paint a picture of what's going on, and you're listening. These are chaotic sports on the radio, and they can paint a picture of what's going on. Just utmost respect for those guys. So I actually listened to the last Sixers game against Washington on the radio. I'm looking forward to tonight. I just feel something about the team. They just when a guy is down, the next guy picks him up. Obviously, Tobias Harris was ridiculous in game one, and Embiid's always ridiculous, and Ben Simmons is insane defensively, and they've got the only Curry still alive in the NBA playoffs. George Hill has been a great addition to the team. I love rooting for him. I can't wait for tonight. Ross, I'm going to be grilling out some barbecue chicken with the best barbecue sauce in the world, which is mustard-based barbecue sauce. That is a controversial take, but I do live in South Carolina. So you have to, I love my Carolina barbecue sauces. Going to be making some barbecue chicken, going to be grilling out, going to be watching the Sixers tonight. It's going to be fun, and hopefully if you guys like watching the NBA basketball, maybe put a couple wagers on the DraftKings Sportsbook, of course. Maybe we can talk some fantasy football, get you in a best ball draft. Ross, I'm in my first DraftKings best ball draft right now. It's a slow draft, but I opened, it's interesting. And I'm sure as we go through in the next coming months, we're going to be talking about the DraftKings ADP and some of the strategies on DraftKings fantasy football. But some of the ADPs are really interesting. And I managed to open my team from the 10 spot with Tyreek Hill, I opened with Tyreek Hill at 10, Nick Chubb at 15, and Miles Sanders at 34. And I think like some of the ADPs on DraftKings are a little bit different than what you're used to because of some of the scoring, and we'll talk about all that. But when I finish this team, hopefully by next week, it's a slow draft. We'll be able to talk about it and pick up some of the things I've noticed. But I hope everybody, you're on DraftKings Sportsbook, Best Ball. You're doing all that while you're watching basketball tonight. It's a wonderful time of year.
I am working, by the way, on getting it set up so that you and I can do best ball drafts against our listeners.
Love it.
Or viewers and absolutely dominate them. I can't wait. Yes, I'll be watching the Sixers. Joe and I both grew up different areas outside of Philadelphia, but still as fans of the Philadelphia sports teams. I will just say this before we dive into the wide receiver rankings. This is going to be a very valuable episode talking about rookie wide receiver rankings. We've already done over the last few weeks the tight ends, the quarterbacks, the running backs. So you can hear where Joe has these guys ranked, not only amongst each other, but where he has them ranked among all the veterans at the position. I'll just say one last thing about the NBA. And yes, DraftKings has a good promotion. Use the code Ross. But I really dislike the Nets. First of all, Joe, you grew up in Eastern Pennsylvania, like right on the border, right?
Literally right across. I grew up in Easton, Pennsylvania, which is in the Lehigh Valley, which is about an hour outside of Philly. And literally the rivalry. I didn't go to Easton High School. I was a prim and proper Catholic school boy. I went to Notre Dame High School in Easton, Pennsylvania. But the big football rivalry there is Easton Phillipsburg. Phillipsburg's in New Jersey, and their name is literally the state liners. So like literally, I grew up on the state line of Pennsylvania and Jersey.
Joe, is that Notre Dame of Green Pond?
I went to Notre Dame of Green Pond, yes.
Oh, that's in Easton. I didn't know that.
Yes, that's in Easton. I am the second most famous alum of Notre Dame of Green Pond after Marco Andretti. Yeah, that's my claim to fame. And I'm also the second most famous person from Easton, Pennsylvania on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio because Lisa Ann, the lovely Lisa Ann, is also from Easton, Pennsylvania.
Lisa Ann is from Easton. That is interesting. I didn't know that. What was I going to say? Oh, I never met a Nets fan. I met one Nets fan my entire life. There aren't really Nets fans. And now they're coming out of the woodwork when I watch these games. Anyway, that's not why people are here.
Kevin Durant, Ross, he doesn't do it for me. Let's just
put it that way. The whole team annoys the crap out of me, which is why I hope the Sixers smash them. I'm nervous about it, but I hope they play them. I hope they smash them. Maybe the Bucks can wear them out. I don't know. Let's get to these rookie wide receiver fantasy rankings. You know what's interesting, Joe? To throw these guys at you, I go to NFL.com and I look at the draft tracker, right? Because it shows you where these guys were drafted. I didn't realize this. They actually gave Devontae Smith a better grade than Jamar Chase.
Wow.
Who has a significantly better grade than Jalen Waddle. Like Devontae Smith, 7.13. Jamar Chase, 7.12. Very close. And then a little drop off to Waddle, 6.86. Then you get a big drop off to Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney, etc. So at any rate, we'll go in the order they were drafted. So let's go Jamar Chase.
Right.
Joe, they've got T. Higgins. They've got Tyler Boyd. What does that mean for where you're setting up Chase to start?
Yeah, so Ross, this is let's just put it this way. I obviously respect the work Lance and the team do at NFL Network, and I love or NFL.com, and I love his work for sure. I would not have given Devontae Smith a better grade than Jamar Chase, and very clearly the Cincinnati Bengals did not either. They took Jamar Chase 5th overall, and Ross, you can make the argument they took Jamar Chase 5th overall at a position that was not a need for them. I know AJ Green is gone, but that is a position that was not a need. You know, you can make the prudent pick. You're a lineman, Ross. You can make the argument that the prudent pick was to sit there and take Penny Sewell. So they didn't do that. They viewed Jamar Chase as an elite player, and they took him ostensibly to replace AJ Green in that offense. Now, Jamar Chase is my highest ranked rookie wide receiver on my board in my best ball rankings, I have him at wide receiver 24. That makes him a number 2 wide receiver strictly by the numbers, but could be a really good number 3 wide receiver. So let's look though at the fact that, all right, there are targets that T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd need to get here in this offense. That is a fact. Those 2 guys are going to eat up a lot of targets. But AJ Green had 104 targets last year. 104. Now, he didn't produce anywhere near that level. But he had 104 targets last year. He caught just 47 passes. He had just 523 yards last year, and he had just 2 touchdowns on those 104 targets. If you just give those 104 targets to Jamar Chase, Ross, I'm predicting 20 more catches. I'm predicting close to 500 more receiving yards. I'm predicting 3 to 5 more touchdowns. I think Jamar Chase can put up those kind of numbers in this offense. I have him ranked at wide receiver 24. I think you can make the argument that's a little light. But the problem here is you still have the questions with Joe Burrow. It was wonderful to see him out there this week at OTAs as he's recovering from that devastating knee injury. And you do still have 2 really good targets. T. Higgins is coming off a great rookie season where he moved all around, can play some X, can play some Z. Tyler Boyd's one of the premier slot receivers in the NFL. This is obviously going to be a base 11 personnel team. We know that. It's going to be mixing out of the backfield, and those 3 receivers are going to play an overwhelming majority of the snaps. I actually have Jamar Chase ranked the highest of my Cincinnati Bengal wide receivers. They're close. And the reason I don't have Jamar Chase higher than this is because I respect what they have at the wide receiver position. I have Chase wide receiver 24. I have Tyler Boyd wide receiver 28, and I have T. Higgins wide receiver 32. That is a really tight bunch of wide receivers here. It's hard to differentiate them right now, but I think Jamar Chase fits the profile of a dominant X receiver. He's nasty. He's physical. He's athletic. There is so much to like about this guy. The fact that Joe Burrow threw him the ball in a national championship season, there's a lot to like about him there as well. I love the fit. The only reason he's not a top 20 receiver for me, and not to say he can't finish top 20, is because of that competition for targets. They're going to be able to spread that ball around.
So a couple thoughts here. First of all, did AJ Green just have the worst season in wide receiver history? I mean, the way you just described that, Joe, I can't imagine a guy doing less with that many targets.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot, Ross. And if you want me to get into some numbers as I go through and I bring up our database here at fantasypoints.com, it was, I don't want to call it the worst wide receiver season in history, but for a guy who has the pedigree, Ross, of an AJ Green, I mean, it was pretty much up there. So let's take a look at AJ Green's target share vis-a-vis where he produced. And my database is loading here because, like you said, I mean, I'm trying to compare and contrast him to like his peers at the position. But this is a guy who had 104 targets. Okay, that is a sizable portion of the target share that AJ Green had. So you take a look at 104 targets and what that means. Okay, so I'm looking at Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen had 108 targets, and you know how he produced. So let's take a look. 104 targets for AJ Green. He averaged 7 fantasy points per game. To go down to somebody else who averaged less than 7 fantasy points per game, you're going all the way down to Anthony Miller, who had 76 targets and averaged 6.9 fantasy points per game. AJ Green's catch rate was 37.7. That is abominable. I mean, it was just horrific at that number. So you're looking at just horrific production. So 104 targets, 7 fantasy points per game in PPR. You're going all the way down to Anthony Miller. Remember, that's down all the way at 76 targets. But if you want to contextualize this even further, Ross, and I don't want to do this. This is a rookie wide receiver podcast. I don't want to just crap on AJ Green. But at 104 targets, he had 111.3 total fantasy points in PPR. That's behind Damiere Byrd. That's behind Travis Fulgham, who had 67 targets. That's behind Antonio Brown, who had 61 targets. That's behind David Moore, who had 47 targets. So like he had a horrible season. And even if you just give Jamar Chase those targets, Jamar Chase is going to produce, and he's going to produce at a high level. I'm pretty confident in that.
All right, what about, let's move on. Let's get to Jalen Waddle in Miami.
Mm-hmm. This one's a much tougher ranking for me. Again, like one thing you're going to see with like a lot of these first round wide receivers is I wasn't like terribly fond of a lot of the landing spots, and this is kind of one of them. I have Jalen Waddle at wide receiver 48, and I anticipate that Jalen Waddle, although I thought he was actually a better prospect than Henry Ruggs, I wonder if he's going to frustrate in much the same way as Ruggs did as a rookie. Just those pop-off games where he's going to catch 3 passes for 110 yards and a touchdown, 5 passes for 130 yards and 2 touchdowns, and then he's also going to have weeks where he has 1 catch for 9 yards. And the reason I look at it like that is, number one, the depth here. You know, it's not like an elite receiving core, but you do have guys who are going to command the football in ways. You're going to get Devontae Parker's going to get the football. Will Fuller's going to get the football. He has a 1-game suspension to start the year, but he's going to get the football when he's out there. Mike Gesicki is going to get the football. They drafted another tight end. So there is competition for targets here. Tua didn't have a great rookie season. So there's some questions there, though Tua, of course, has a rapport with Jalen Waddle, which is a recurring theme here from these first-round wide receivers from their time together at Alabama. So from this perspective, I have Jalen Waddle as an upside pick in best ball, wide receiver 48. If I'm doing redraft, I'm probably going to be overall I would tend to think Jalen Waddle is going to be pretty annoying in that format, as opposed to best ball when you can use those pop-off weeks and not worry about the low end weeks.
That was exactly what I was going to say. It sounds like he's better off for best ball. What about his Alabama teammate Devontae Smith, who went number 10 overall to the Eagles?
In terms of landing spot and in terms of where somebody like Devontae Smith of his caliber can get targets, Philadelphia is a really good spot. The question just is, how much are they going to throw the ball with Jalen Hurts at quarterback? Can Jalen Hurts take a step up from completing 52% of his passes as a rookie? Or are they just going to be more of a run-based team? But Ross, every anticipation from me and in our staff at fantasypoints.com is Devontae Smith's going to come in here in Philadelphia and lead this team in targets. That's my anticipation. It's just a matter of how many targets is that going to be. I have him at wide receiver 33 overall. Drafting him pretty aggressively as a number 3 wide receiver for fantasy. And I think, I guess you can make the argument that 33 is actually kind of conservative for me. But I anticipate he's going to come in. He's going to start right away. Jalen Reagor, their first round rookie from last year, didn't have a great rookie season, but he said he's going to be playing the slot this year. That's what he said at OTAs. He's going to move around, but they're going to put him in the slot. I anticipate they're going to put Devontae Smith at X and Z. I think he's probably a little bit of a better fit as a Z, as you know from talking to Greg Cosell on your podcast. He can get out physicaled over there. Nothing against his toughness. It's just the fact that he weighs 166 pounds. But I think you want to get Devontae Smith on the move. Ross, I think he's going to lead Philadelphia in receiving as a rookie. I really do. I
thought the Jalen Reagor playing a lot in the slot was interesting. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, yeah, it's also, Eagle fans are flipping the F out because apparently that's the reason they didn't draft Justin Jefferson last year, is because they viewed him as a slot receiver. Now Jalen Reagor is going to be playing the slot. Now, you also have to keep in mind, this is a new scheme. Nick Sirianni is coming in, and you know what I'm willing to do, Ross? And again, rookie wide receiver podcast here, but I don't think anybody should be writing off Jalen. I'm not telling you to draft him in the 6th round, but I don't think anybody should be writing off Jalen Reagor after last year. Look, the entire offense in Philly was broken. Wentz was broken. Peterson was broken. They had so many injuries. Reagor got hurt and at the beginning of the season. It had no off season. If there's a situation where you're going to give a guy a clean slate, that's probably it. But that being said, Devontae Smith has the mindset that I didn't see from Jalen Reagor. He obviously has the pedigree. At Alabama, he won the Heisman Trophy. Devontae Smith's going to lead this team in receiving.
All right, let's get to Kadarius Toney. He went 20th overall to the New York Giants?
I have no freaking clue where to rank this guy. You're gonna see like with Waddle and Tony, and like it's a really tough a tough scene here for ranking these guys. Current in my best ball, I have Kadarius Toney at wide receiver 75, and if you want me to be honest, I'm looking at that right now and I'm like, man, that's low. But it's just an expectation of where I'll probably be drafting the guy. It's going to be as a wide receiver 5 or a wide receiver 6 in best ball. There's a ton of competition for targets with New York. They just brought in Kenny Golladay. You obviously have Pro Bowl tight end Evan Ingram, who's going to get 100 targets and drop half of them, but he's going to get those targets. Sterling Shepard is still there. Darius Slayton is still there. They brought in Kyle Rudolph, who's mostly going to block, but I'm sure he's going to command some red zone targets. Saquon Barkley out of the backfield. So my question is, when it comes to these giant receivers, do I want any of them? And I'm not really sure I do. I think maybe the play here is to invest in Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones might be one of those fantasy quarterbacks who everybody thinks stinks, so nobody wants him, but he can do a little bit with his legs, and you've got a roster here that's kind of loaded up at wide receiver and tight end and running back, where you can foresee Daniel Jones putting up some numbers in this offense. But Kadarius Toney is a very raw receiver, just learning the position. At Florida, he was almost exclusively out of the slot, and he's running 1-2 kinds of routes. You have to think he's going to come in and play the slot. Maybe he'll come out of the backfield now and again. But that also raises the question, what do they do with Sterling Shepard, who clearly in his NFL career has been better when he's played out of the slot? So are they going to play him out of position? Do they think Toney, I would guess, if you draft Toney in the first round, you eventually think he can be more than just a slot receiver. But are they going to let him, or is he going to be learning on the fly? Is that going to affect his production? It's not really the kind of profile I see that allows for a fantasy explosion as a rookie here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they want to try to get the ball in his hands and be creative, whether it's wide receiver screens or jet sweeps. I guess, I don't know. We'll have to see whether or not Jason Garrett has it in him to be that creative, to get him the ball that much. You know, when you think Jason Garrett, I don't think you think like a whole lot of outside the box stuff.
And that's the other question here. You know, Jason Garrett's always been a running kind of offensive coordinator and play caller. He likes the run game. Saquon Barkley is going to be back, and we'll see how his recovery progresses throughout the summer. But it's just one of those weird fits that I'm not sure how everything's going to go together. You know, they have Kenny Golladay. Galladay's going to be the X here. We know that. You know, so quite frankly, we know they wanted to draft Devontae Smith at number 11. Philly jumped him. Dallas clearly had no other use for a wide receiver that early. So Philly jumped him in the trade with Dallas. But I'll be honest, you know, while I would, just because of pedigree, I would rank Devontae Smith higher than Toney if he were with the Giants, I'd be asking some of the same questions here, Ross, like where are the targets going to come from? It's just that Toney is a much more raw prospect than Devontae Smith at this stage of their careers.
The next guy in the first round is interesting because NFL.com, and they have guys like Nico Collins, Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore ahead of Rashad Bateman, who went to the Ravens near the end of round 1, pick 27.
Yeah, I like the pick for the Ravens. I hate it for the Fantasy Feast. Because say whatever you want about Lamar Jackson. I mean, he's one of the most discussed players in the NFL. You could be the biggest Lamar Jackson fan on planet Earth, and even you are not going to say, you know what they need to do? Drop Lamar back 40 times a game. It's not going to happen. So the Ravens come out here, and look, Hollywood Brown is a specific kind of player. I think he was probably a little bit miscast if they were looking for that number 1 receiver. He also had big-time problems with drops last year. He's going to be in a better position to produce, I think, now when the pressure isn't on him. But look at the receiving core with Baltimore. We said it last year, the number 1 receiver in Baltimore was Mark Andrews, the tight end. He's still there. They bring in Sammy Watkins, who is the worst good player in the NFL, or maybe the best bad player in the NFL. I'm not really sure which one, but he's one of the two. They drafted Rashad Bateman, who profiles to me as an X. I think one of the problems that a lot of people might have had, and maybe NFL.com had this problem as well, is he weighed in, I think, a lot less than people anticipated. I think he came in at under 190 at his pro day, which I think surprised people. This is a guy who on tape looks like he's playing above 200 pounds. Just kind of a good go up and get it possession receiver in the vein of an Allen Robinson. I really like the prospect. The question is, where are the targets coming from? Baltimore just doesn't throw the ball that much, and you can love Lamar Jackson and know that he's not going to attempt 600 passes this year. It's just not the way that it's going to work out. I've got Rashad Bateman right now at wide receiver 80. Again, probably a little bit low. I think there's a chance he comes in here and leads this wide receiver group in targets, but this is a team that continues to invest in the position and none of the guys produce. So you bring in Sammy Watkins, you have Hollywood Brown, they drafted Tylan Wallace, who fell to the 4th round, and we'll certainly talk about him on a future podcast. But I love the pick for the team. I love the pick for Lamar Jackson and his development. I hate it for fantasy.
So those are all the first round picks. We did Chase, Waddle, Smith, Tony, and Bateman. There's a bunch of second and third round picks we will get to next week, which we don't need to spend as much time on. They're not going to be ranked as high by you. Guys like Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore. I guess my question, Joe, since we'll have more guys to talk about next week, to kind of bridge the gap between the two shows, rookie wide receivers. Mm-hmm. What have they done in recent years? It feels like, certainly if you talk to people where we're from, rookie receivers have been awesome other than the ones the Eagles
Philadelphia.
DK Metcalf and obviously Justin Jefferson. It feels like they've been good. Terry McLaurin. Mm-hmm. Where have these guys ended up at the end of the year? Have they been like good for fantasy or just good for rookies fantasy?
Well, Justin Jefferson was good for fantasy. I mean, he had the best rookie season ever by a wide receiver. Although, I mean, I'd still take Randy Moss's rookie season. But Minnesota has a good history of that. Now there's guys who have been good. And there's guys like DK Metcalf was a guy who was kind of a tale of two seasons. I think he came on in the second half of his rookie season. Terry McLaurin is a guy who produced pretty much from the outset and didn't have like a massive rookie season, but clearly showed the potential. But the history of guys like AJ Green, Julio Jones, these guys going high in the first round, with the exception of that weird 2017 draft where you had John Ross and Corey Davis and Mike Williams all go in the top 10, and none of them produced as rookies. John Ross, to this point, still hasn't produced at all. He's with the Giants, too, by the way, so there's another body there. These guys, I think you anticipate if they go in the top 10, top half of the first round, these guys are going to produce at some point. So, yeah, I mean, it's a case-by-case basis, though, Ross. Like, you compare and contrast them as targets. You look at the fact that last year, Jalen Reagor went ahead of a bunch of receivers who ended up outproducing him. He goes in the first round. Justin Jefferson goes one pick later. Brandon Ayuk goes a few picks later. They outproduced him. Then you go to the second round, and T. Higgins and Chase Claypool and Michael Pittman outproduced them. So, I think situation's a big part of it. I think coaching's a big part of it. Depth chart's a big part of it. And there's a reason why I like guys like Devontae Smith and Jamar Chase way more than Jalen Waddle. There's a reason I like all of those guys way more than Tony and Bateman, the guys who went at the end of the first round, because A, draft capital does matter, and B, the situations are better for those guys. So it's a case-by-case basis for me. But if you just go in and say, well, I'm not drafting a rookie wide receiver, that is a way too narrow point of view to take. And if you go in and say, I'm drafting all the rookie wide receivers, you're probably not going to be very successful doing that either.
Always and never are never the right answer. I guess that doesn't make sense. Always and never are never the right answer unless we're saying that you should always go to fantasypoints.com and use the code 21Feast. Joe is just one of a veritable army of fantasy analysts just dropping bombs. Greg Cosell, who will be on tomorrow's Fantasy Feast podcast as well. Get engaged, get involved. Hit us up on social media at FG_Dolan. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. And if you rate and review the show, we will go ahead and answer any question you ask us in a future episode. Just screenshot it, send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Well, hello again, DK Sim fam. Haven't seen you since the nooner. It's been a little while. Adam Kaufman here with you, and of course, you know Tom Carroll. I mean, he just did a sim with you, and you better get ready for a whole. This is Tom Carroll weekend, folks. You got a lot of TC coming your way in the coming days. Not only that, but tonight as well. So we will talk all about that. How are you?
I am doing well. Yeah, 11 sims if you include today. Over the next
of course
3 days.
I include today. Now, are we
so there we go.
Monday as well, or is this
no Monday for me? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 11 sims
out of a possible 18? So
something like that.
I mean, we're gonna find. I don't know if it's possible for the Sim fam to get sick of a voice within the confines of these streams, but we're gonna find out because I'm not sure anyone. In fact, I can pretty confidently say. No one has before conquered 11 out of 18 sims. Like even when we were early and shorthanded and, thin roster, 11 out of 18. Animal.
Putting the team on my back here, Koff.
You are just carrying
bring us across the finish line here. I'm excited, man. It's sim weekend. Let's go.
Have you looked
Happy
to
Memorial
see
Day.
If you have, do you have a lot of different partners, or is there going to be a lot of repetition within conversation?
It's a good mix. There's some consistency. Like I got a few Lamarcas over the weekend. I think there's some Jeff in there.
Well, so all right. So I'm looking at it. Here's the breakdown. Here's where it's at.
I think Bry Guy.
You have one Rossi, already happened. You have one me, happening right now, and then you have 3 Bry Guy of the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s.
Big Bry Guy
Madden
fan.
After
Love
Dark
that.
tonight. You will have 5 Lamarca, 5 Tom
It's a
Carroll,
lot of
Matt
Lamarca.
broadcasts, and there will also be a Brandon Cristal in there for good measure.
Okay. I haven't worked with BK in a while. Love Lamarca, so I don't get to do a ton of sims with him either. So love it. All good stuff.
I'm excited. I'm excited for playoff basketball. I'm excited for Tom Carroll conquering the dream stream. I'm excited for the NBA follow-along, the watch-along program that Lamarca and I will have for you in about an hour after this sim. And I'm excited to just hang out in the chat during Madden After Dark for a minute or two just to heckle Chickpot. It's going to be a good time.
Hey, Bry Guy in the one chair for Madden After Dark, too. So that should be a fun time. I've never worked with Bry Guy in a one chair spot
there if you don't want to. Just
you know what? I kind of want him to, get in there and see what he can do. I mean, it's not like I'm a one chair veteran myself, so
you just
the
start
more
talking, that's all.
The more sims I do with different one chair people, I get little bits and pieces, and I kind of continue to build my repertoire,
as the French say. Hunter says, Koff just made my night to see you here. Hunter, you made my night with that comment. Executive Sessions, the boss, and TC Fresh. That's right. And we even have trading cards to prove it.
Yes, I love
our guy
the trading
Daniel
cards.
sending those on through. We can talk about that. Bad Boys of Pop. Koff, you're going to come back on Monday. The stream's going to be called the Freeze Pop Fam Sim Kings. Yeah, he's just going to totally redo the thing.
They're going to rebrand.
Crazy. Now,
if they rebrand DraftKings after me, something crazy must have happened. I must have won like a lottery in a bunch of different countries and bought the company to rebrand.
Now, I'm glad because I was going to go there. I was going to wait until a few more people showed up, but whatever. It's come up already. Let's address the elephant in the room. I see Jordan Lindenbaum. I see AD Poker. Here's what they've written. Koff, did you tell us you were making your NBA contest winner take all? AD Poker, Koff, I love you, but I have to know, did you make that 75-person NBA slate contest a winner take all knowingly instead of the normal tourney payout structure?
Can I guess?
So what's that?
Can I guess the answer?
You can guess the answer, sure.
I'm going to say that the answer is yes, you did that on purpose.
The answer is a resounding I bleeped up. And not a bleep that I bleep up. I am honestly angry about it. I am upset about it because it defeats the whole purpose of what this is supposed to be. It's no, like if you want a winner take all, go enter a big GPP. That's not what this is. That's not what the DK Sim Fan Friends League, #Koff Classic is all about. What these are about, these 75-person contests, is jump on in, $1 or $2 to enter, pay out to the top 15, give you rooting interest even if halfway through the night you're sitting 30. You don't have to just give up on the whole damn night because, you don't have a chance of finishing first. I am upset. I am not happy. I don't even understand how it happened. Other than the only thing that I can come up with, these are the great mysteries of the world. Like, how did Koff wind up following Glash on Twitter? Nobody knows. It just happened. It just happened. Here, the only thing that I can come up with is I was really tired, had just woken up, kind of one eye open situation when I created the contest. And I must have just not moved that particular, whatever, the drop down.
The little thingy.
To top 15 as opposed to winner take all. And I'm upset about it. I'm not happy.
So what happens if you win here, Koff? Like, are you gonna start Venmoing people? Like, what? Are you gonna just take it? Like, here's what
happens. If
that's what I feel bad about.
If I wind up winning this thing, and obviously I hope I do, because you don't root against yourself. Of course, I hope I win. It's like $135 first place now or something that.
Yeah.
Of course, I hope I win, but I am well aware that if I don't, people are going to shout conspiracy, or that if I do win this thing, people are going, wow, what did he know tonight, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of a bad look if you win that type of contest.
Now, I'm not worried because I don't think I'm going to win.
It's really hard to win.
Yeah, it's hard to. I never go into these things expecting to win. My objective,
and it's not like you win your contest every day as is.
If I won every night, nobody would play. Nobody would play. It's that different people have a chance, obviously, and also, like, when I create these contests, the reason that I make it top 15 is because I myself want to feel like I've got the best chance possible to cash. Short of doing like a 50-50, obviously.
Right.
I want to have the best chance possible. I want to have something to root for. So if, like right now, now granted, I only have a couple of guys from the early game, so it doesn't even matter. But I am 59th. I am 59th out of 75. That's no fun.
No.
That's no fun at all. Again, nobody's in there for me. But we got Lord Silverman, who is running away with the thing. He is in first by a mile. He's like 20 points in front of people, but that's because he stacked the early game. He's only got one play later. So is it going to hold? Of course it's not going to hold. Wow.
Oh, what a catch.
That's a hold, though. That's a hold and a half. Tyler Lockett, 67-yard touchdown.
Wow. See, I was asking you pregame which Titan pass catcher I should get in with my last spot because I had a ton of cash left. Really should have thought about the Seahawks there. That's a huge touchdown there for Lockett. Wow.
Pretty good. I almost played Tyler Lockett. I don't think I did, but we haven't given our lineups yet, so let's do that.
I'll take the Russell points. My lineup, Derrick Henry in the captain spot, Seattle DST, Philly Dorsett, the tight end stack with Olsen and Smith, and Russ Wilson. Dangerous.
So, okay, I'm looking at my lineup now. I almost rostered Tyler Lockett. I can tell you, not that anyone cares, but I could tell you what the construction would have been had I done it.
I actually would like to know.
Sure, I'm happy to tell you. So here's what my lineup is, which is all that matters. Jonnu Smith, new Patriot Jonnu Smith, is my captain. He is 7% owned in the captain slot, 44% overall. And then a couple of very popular, very chalky guys that basically everybody has. Russell Wilson, Derrick Henry, they're both in my lineup.
Gotta have them.
Then I have Corey Davis, I have Adam Humphries, and I have the Seahawks DST. That is my build. So Tyler Lockett would have slid in here in this way. I was trying to decide between Humphries and Lockett. And I went with Humphries, but because that left me with extra salary, I flipped Corey Davis out of the captain spot, put him into the flex, and put Jonnu Smith into the captain spot. So my lineup with Lockett would have been Davis at captain, Wilson, Henry, Seahawks DST, and Lockett. And I'd probably be feeling a little bit better right now. But
I would say so.
This whole night, has gone to crap. And you know who it was? You know what it was? It was Meager. It was our friend Meager that shot me a DM on Twitter with the mayor, Greg Coffin, involved in the conversation as well.
Wow,
hey,
what a squad there.
Meager, what a squad. Same question
Koff.
From Lindenbaum and Poker. It was, hey, Koff, did you mean to make that winner take all tonight in the NBA? And I went, what? And I went and looked, and I pulled it up, and sure enough, not top 15, winner take all. And I audibly said some expletives. And I may or may not have typed a couple in the DM to them as well.
You know what, though? It's believable that you did this by accident because you do the other way every other night. So why would you randomly pick this Friday night to do it? It's not even like it's like an advantageous slate, really. Like, I don't know. As far as the games that are being played tonight, I mean, yeah, the Nets are involved, but like, I don't know. What are you going to stack? Stack Knicks Hawks? Try and win? It's just.
I mean, that's what Lord Silverman did.
I guess, yeah, true. He's leading the contest.
Lindenbaum says, it's fine, Koff, no worries. I'm going to be annoyed AF if and probably when I finish second to 10th, but it's all good. And you know what, Jordan? That was my first thought, too. I said, I swear when I finish second to this thing, I'm going to be so ticked tonight.
I kind of wish I played now, honestly. Like, I would love to win one of these.
Here is honestly what I'm rooting for. I am rooting to finish 16th. I don't even want to be in the top 15 knowing I could have cashed. Touchdown! Another one!
Derrick Henry with the catch. Okay. Take that. That's
Buddy
a welcome
Lee
sight.
here, Buddy raises a good point. Buddy says, quit yapping and make an 8:30, Kaufman. If I make one for 8:30 for the 2-gamer right now, remember, it's got to fill. If we do more than 20, it's got to fill.
So that means you got like less than 15 minutes to get this done and make a lineup.
Right. So how many of you are willing to hop in for an 8? I'll make one. I'll make one right. It's not going to be 75, but I'll make one for 8:30 right now. I'll do it.
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Why don't you
I'll do it.
Why don't you do like a 25? Or is that not enough?
Let's see. Leagues. I'm going to go through this with all of you. DK Sim friend.
Yeah, no, I like this. Let's talk us through the process here.
Create a contest. NBA.
For those that have never created one.
Has anybody started to, all right, I'm in. All right, well, all right. Just remember, people.
I'll check Twitch.
2 games.
Yep. There's some people
all right,
saying they're
size
in
of
on
the
Twitch.
contest. What do we want to do? What do you think we'll fill in the next 15 minutes? 30?
Let's see.
Do we do 30? 35?
I think you could probably do 35. I'll
35?
play.
Are you going to get in?
I'll play. Yeah, sure.
All right.
We'll make a lineup on air together.
$1 or 2? You decide.
2.
$2. Okay. And all right. Well, so for 35, you can only do top 5 win.
Cool.
All right. So let me see. I'm gonna keep to 30 people, $2, top 5 win. Create the contest. Write me out. Last minute. We're gonna call it last minute turbo.
I wonder if I even get into this.
Quickly look at what the people are saying.
Did you send it?
No, I was looking to see if anyone had any other input on the size of the contest, but everyone's kind of 25 to 40. So, all right, 30 entries.
I'd say better safe than sorry.
Yeah, agreed. We only have 15 minutes. 30 entries, $2, top 5 win, last minute turbo. Next, create contest. It's off in the world. It's off in the world to everybody. Check your notifications. Jump in. Let's party.
All right, let's see.
I'm so agitated. I am so incredibly upset that I screwed that up tonight.
I'm just going to keep refreshing my notifications until it opens.
Oh, it's there, baby. 7 all games.
I'll close out of the app. I'll try and see if it pops up. Still hasn't come my way. I will see if I can just join it manually within the DK Sim fam.
Just go to the lobby because it's already got 7 out of 30 in there or something.
Here we go. Found it. Turbo. In. Reserved. Done. Let's win, fam.
Lamarca in the chat. I'll play, but I want side action versus Koff.
Lamarca, what's up, bro?
Jerk.
Lamarco, you excited to work on 5 sims with me over the next 2 days?
Yeah, are you aware of what's coming your way, Lamarca? We'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, you better be pumped, bro. I'm stoked. I love Lamarca. I don't get to work with him enough. Wonderful. He's a great guy.
Just terrific.
All right, here we go. So let's build this lineup here.
Well, don't build it out loud.
Okay. So I'll silently do it. I kind of thought it'd be fun to build a lineup as a chat here together.
I mean, you can shout out like 2 plays that you like, but you can't.
If anyone
sort
isn't
of
playing,
goes against regulations to build a whole lineup.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can shout out a couple of plays.
Thank you. See, I need to. I'm still
build.
the new guy. I don't know all of the rules just yet, and even though I've been here a while. If there's plays that, can I ask the chat to say if there's dudes that they love?
Sure.
Need to be. If you guys have a dude that I need to have in my lineup, tell me.
Yeah, you can get people's opinions.
I will wait till the very last moment to lock in.
Poker says, "Dang, this could have filled 50." Yeah, probably could have. But
you know what though? It's exclusive now. It's
which
all
goes
the
back
cool
to
kids
the
are
origin
doing it.
of these contests anyway. We like to be exclusive. Lamarca, by the way, said he is ecstatic to spend so much time with you.
I love Lamarca. It's my guy. It's so weird to build these lineups when there's only like 2 games to build it with, you know?
Right. That's what I mean.
I've never.
That's
I've
another
never
reason why
dealt with
30 is
this.
pretty good. There's just not a lot of differentiation.
Oh man, it's tough. I only have one guy, one guy in my lineup, and I already am starting to worry about how I'm gonna afford everyone else that I want. Let's do that. Oh, okay, that's why.
Still a 7-all game here. Seattle, Tennessee. Minute to go, opening quarter. Like everybody's passion. Bizzle, I love Koff. Hashtag team never fade. Hunter, Koff, help. I can't find it. It's in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby.
Yeah, go to the lobby.
Already.
It's right at the top.
Buddy says it filled.
Oh, it's filled already? Wow, that was fast. You know what? That speaks to you, Koff. I'm giving you credit for that.
Speaks to the people. Listen, I do my best to you know, I've had a lot of kind of, I was going to say gimmicks, but I feel like that is not really what is intended. You know, over the course of the life of the DK Sim Fam and not like there's the existence of the Dream Stream. I mean, people who are the hashtag team always here. You may remember the jerseys, the hats, the facial hair, buy stream trash. I feel like the one true staple of all the things that I've hung on to, and some things make a comeback here and there, but the staple, the consistency, is that of the last minute NBA. And I love that. I do.
It's a great staple, man. I love it.
Executive session.
I think it's a
says
great
I couldn't get
idea.
a lineup before it filled. You know, folks, even Lamarcus says I didn't get in, LOL. Guys, you got to reserve your spot and then worry about the build. Don't sit there and build the spot and then hope it hasn't filled at that point. I mean,
Get in there with a reservation.
I feel like I'm dealing with some DFS veterans around here. Am I not? You guys know how this works.
Come on, guys. What are we doing?
Be better. Wilson, 111 at tight. What am I supposed to do? Create another one? We got 10 minutes. Maybe I will.
See, that would be pushing your luck.
So, I bet it would fill. What do you want to bet it would fill if I made another 30 person right now? What do you bet it
That
would
would be reckless.
80
reckless move.
Obviously, I should have played.
Oh, man. Who do I want to play at center? Gross.
EH, run these late night NBA when you're on late, Koff. You know what? I'm going to make a last minute Nets Celtics showdown, as I've been doing too in a few moments. But that stays true to the last minute format, where it really comes out like 3 minutes before lock.
Okay.
Lamarca,
So
how many things do you think I can juggle at once? My God.
I'm completely distracted by making my lineup right now.
I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm going to anticipate. With 10 minutes to go, I'm going to make another contest.
Oh, you're insane. You're crazy, man.
You're crazy, man.
I like you, but you're crazy.
All right, NBA Classic 2-gamer. Hope you're paying attention, LaMarca. Multiple person, 30 entrants. This one's only going to be $1, fam. Top 5. Last minute turbo holdovers.
You gotta love the holdovers.
Gotta love the holdovers. And created.
Oh man,
About the world, fam.
I only have $3,000 left. This is
All right,
bad.
Lindenbaum or LaMarca or anyone else, it's out. Go find it. You go find it. Touchdown, Russ on the ground. That'll make about 25% of captains happy. And the 90% that rostered him overall. Because we all stand for Russ.
It's always a bad sign when the guy doesn't have any playoff stats.
Yeah, it's not ideal. That's not what you're looking for. 43rd rushing touchdown for Russell Wilson. I can make a lineup too. Let's see. We only got 9 minutes to save the world.
Let's see. I wish I could organize
Somebody
this
from the
by-
Garden just tweeted, doesn't appear Kyrie Irving's out here with the Nets for pregame layup lines.
Shocking.
Of course he isn't. Oh, I have never. I can't think of a time in my sports rooting history where I have hated a guy, an athlete. I'm not talking about him as a person, although a lot of it has to deal with him as a person. And actually less so as an athlete. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going back to it.
Yeah, just change it. Change it to the other way.
I can't stand Kyrie Irving. Oh God, just looking at him.
Same, bro.
Makes me physically ill.
I hate him so much. He is the worst.
Oh gosh.
Can I get into the holdovers? Boom. Got into holdovers.
Oh, you jumped in both.
Let's go. Okay, here's something that maybe you can teach me, Koff. How do I very easily just put my same lineup into both?
Import.
Okay, so how do I do that? So I go into the last minute turbo holdovers.
Yeah.
I click on myself.
Yeah.
Import. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. That just made my life so much easier.
There was a point in time going way back where I didn't know about that function. I didn't know how to do that. And I thought I'd be like
manual
head-to-heads and thought I had to build the lineup every single time like a chump. And there was one night where I was right up against lock and I built my lineup and I don't know. Something happened, like I was having a computer issue. It was on me. It was a user situation, obviously. And anyway, I didn't know about the import thing. Again, like a dink. And I am manually building.
That's amazing.
And I took half empty lineups because I just didn't have time to build them all for like 13 contests.
Oh, that's great.
So I threw however much money in the trash can because I simply ran out of time. It was
but now you know.
Well, thank goodness. I was so upset.
Man, wow, I feel like that just changed my life.
Right? I mean,
by the way,
to play a lot of contests.
The last I looked, the holdovers contest is 3 away from being filled already.
It'll fill. I'm not worried.
I mean, that's awesome.
Although what I don't know is how many people repeat entered, like yourself.
Yeah, true.
Like, I don't know.
I wonder if LaMarca was able to get into holdovers.
I should have specified. I should have said to the people, let's get 30 uniques in there. Let's not.
No way, baby. I'm double dipping.
Well, what's done is done. I'm not going to withdraw.
LaMarca,
now.
there's one spot left according to the Claw 28 on YouTube. Have you gotten in yet?
14-7 Seattle. Building my lineup real quick too.
I gotta say, I'm in both contests. Don't love my lineup. I got too many centers in my lineup, Koff.
Who's your
my biggest punt play is Willie Cauley-Stein.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
$3,000.
Okay.
he actually didn't have that bad of a game for a punt play last game.
Sure.
So I said, you know what? Let's try and ride that.
This is just so typical. I'm reading reports from Twitter here. Kyrie comes out to booze, raises his right hand repeatedly to urge everybody on. So now he's out. Now he's out there playing the heel.
Because he probably heard, oh, they're noticing I'm not out there. Okay,
I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna show everybody that I'm the bad guy now. Louder, louder.
LaMarca got in, baby. LaMarca got the final spot.
Boomy.
God, he's the worst.
He is the worst.
I hate him. And the thing is, like, and you probably felt the same way. When we got him initially, obviously it stunk to not have Isaiah Thomas because he was just so fun to root for. But the first, 20 games of Kyrie's Celtic tenure, how fun was that team? They won like 16 of 17 to start that year, and it was just
the Hayward injury night, opening night, and then they won their next 16 games or something.
I think they lost night 2 as well.
Was it like 8?
No, it was in the teens.
Or 12. 12. I think you're right. I think it was 12.
It was crazy, and it was just so fun. And then he got hurt, and then it was never the same. It was never the same with Kyrie after that injury.
Remember,
he didn't show up to the playoff game because he got some like plastic surgery done on his nose.
On his nose, yeah.
Like,
the level of hate I had for that dude when he just deliberately didn't care and shot the Celtics out of that series against the Bucks. Had just decided, I'm done with Boston. I do not care.
No,
I was so mad.
The thing is, he's such like the king of trying to be the smartest guy in the room, but isn't the smartest guy in the room. When you have a guy like Jaylen Brown, who is clearly the smartest guy in the room, touchdown Derrick Henry.
Again,
Jaylen Brown is not going to put up with that, right? Like, you got this dude preaching all this stuff who's a terrible leader. And, like, when Jaylen is the kind of the leader, the de facto leader of the young guys in that locker room, and Kyrie's out here just spewing off Kyrie stupidity, just not going to make for a healthy environment.
Tell you what I'm not doing. Not playing Kyrie Irving in any lineups tonight.
Same.
Believe
I also,
that, dude.
Even if it's a smart play, I'll never have him in my
Not
lineup,
interested.
ever.
I'm not going to root you on. I'm not going to celebrate you.
Not going to lie, though, I had him in season-long fantasy because I'm in a league with so many Celtics fans that no one was drafting him. He was so available so late. I was like, I need to take Kyrie.
Daniel says, I mean, the way Kyrie left Cleveland with LeBron's shadow stuff was not a good sign for Boston from the start. Daniel, like, I wish the Dream Stream existed back then. So I was at the time doing a lot of, local Boston sports talk radio. And these shows, like, you could find them online. They exist. They were archived. They're not dead. The show after that trade, I was beyond upset. And
really,
I was so anti-Boston acquiring Kyrie Irving.
Really?
Because of all the stuff out of Cleveland, all the bad teammate stuff, all the lack of leadership, there were a zillion different reasons that are all out there. And I just got eviscerated for it. But it's Kyrie Irving. He's a top 10 player, top 15 player in the NBA. Look out. Yeah, but he is destructive. He is divisive. And like most Celtics fans, he came here, he played great. I decided to buy in. I changed my tune. Always with a little bit of trepidation, but I did. And then, man, he's even worse in Boston than he was in Cleveland.
You should have held firm, Koff.
Should have.
You were a big IT guy, I assume. I mean, Isaiah Thomas. He was the anti-Kyrie.
I was not at all anti-trading Isaiah Thomas because he was not going to get...
Yeah, I mean, he was damaged goods. You weren't going to give that guy a max contract.
No, I was fine with trading IT. And actually, I was not a huge IT guy. I mean,
Oh, really? I love IT.
I marveled at a lot of the performances. I just kind of thought that, some of the stuff bugged me. Like the King in the Fourth stuff. Like
it was great though. It was so
fun to watch, but the reason he had to go out and score 20 points in the fourth quarter was because they were allowing 25 defensively because he couldn't play defense.
Exactly.
He had to shoot just to keep them in the games because of how he was getting killed on the other end of the floor.
He came through in the clutch, baby.
Oh. No, but that's
the fact that they made an
an
Eastern Conference Finals,
it's and everything. It was, he, unlike a guy like Kyrie Irving, he put it all out there every single night, and it's why his career is over for all intents and purposes. It's why that, he is so, damaged and lost out on the,
that's why he's just a 10-day contract guy.
Lost out on the payday and everything else. It's because he like a la Dustin Pedroia or Julian Edelman or, some other like Boston fan favorites and, and
small dudes.
And like, we're not going to have this conversation. We've had it, but like part of the reason that Edelman, I believe, will be in the Hall of Fame conversation. And a large part of the reason that Pedroia was on a Hall of Fame track before all the injuries was like that, as we say around here, that dirt dog mentality. Like those guys left it out on the field, gave their absolute most every single solitary night. And Isaiah Thomas, for the most part, was that kind of guy too, because he had that, last pick, 60th overall in the draft chip on his shoulder forever, and going from sixth man to top 5 MVP consideration one year. And I tell you. All right.
I was completely thrilled that they got Kyrie, and he just didn't live up to my hype. I missed IT because he was so fun to root for. Pick. We have a pick by the Titans defense. Okay, Tennessee, I see you.
Bizzle. Simbers, remember when Koff forgot about the import button? Must be just tuning in, Koff, if you address the NBA contest. Oh my God, good luck to all. Must be I did. Listen to the first quarter.
Do you have any Celtics in your lineup?
Let me see.
Are you allowed to answer that?
Yeah, lineups are blocked. I can answer any of that now. Yeah. So in my, let me pull it up. I have nice run right there. Lucky you held on to the ball too. I have Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, and Kemba Walker all in the lineup for our last minute turbo contest. Yes.
I have Marcus Smart, and I also have, let me pull it up here, James Harden, Joe Harris, Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Going Nets heavy.
Lamarcus in. He says he looks forward to taking everyone's hard-earned dollar. Happy Friday, James, and everybody else. What else we got in the chat here? You guys. Matt LaSharka says Tom's Microwave. Bad Boys of Bops in the contest. Good to see.
Derrick Henry catching the ball well tonight.
Why not?
Hey, Seattle DST, wake up.
So let's see. The last minute turbo filled. The last minute turbo holdovers filled. Last minute Celts Nets showdown filled. Koff Classic that we were all lamenting. Obviously, I assume Lord Silverman's still in front. Yeah. Handsomely for a little while. Oh, Lord Silverman. You may cash. You may cash quite a bit later. And here in the prime time, the hashtag Friend Friday free roll. I am 63rd out of 127. You are doing better than me, I think.
Yeah, I am. I'm in the 50s. Last time I checked.
You're 57. Jimbo Gorilla is in front right now. Tom's Microwave says Kyrie is 3% owned. Yeah, a lot of anti-Kyrie.
That's amazing.
Good. Good. Oh, I hope he just gets booed mercilessly tonight. Respectfully, none of the belligerence.
Oh, yeah, get out of here with that. Honestly,
obviously,
yeah.
like, don't go out there and be disrespectful and just be like societally dumb, quite frankly. I mean, don't be setting the world back. Go out there and just boo the man. Boo him.
Crazy
for
that all of that stuff has happened
that he
this
deserves
week.
to be booed for the way that things went in Boston and since.
It's crazy that all that stuff happened this week with in all of the different stadiums. And maybe it's like, society is finally opening back up. So all of these heathens are coming out of the cave that they've been in, the COVID cave. So they're just going, out of control like they've never been before. I mean, it's weird that in like 3 or 4 different stadiums we've had issues like that.
It's embarrassing. I mean, it's just
awful.
It's amazing to me.
And honestly, I'm worried about Boston tonight because of the Kyrie thing. Like, I really am. Like, I could totally, not the racist stuff, but like, I could totally see someone like throwing popcorn at Kyrie tonight. I could see it happening.
I don't think anything like that's going to happen. The reason is because I think now the crowd is just on such high alert. Like
On edge, yeah.
The crowd has become a part of the story for these games this weekend, tonight and Sunday. Whereas, before Kyrie Irving opened his mouth and said something that, quite frankly, even as Jaylen Brown acknowledged pregame tonight, talking with the media, he said without saying, specifically, but you read between the lines, it was quite obvious. He felt what Kyrie Irving did was pretty self-serving. And it was an effort to change the narrative and bring something that is actually serious, i.e., racism and the problem in systemic racism in Boston, in the United States, in society, in the world. Kyrie Irving took that and used it to his advantage, which, certainly Brown didn't appreciate. And many others have not appreciated. And I think the crowd is just on such high alert now that nothing is going to happen tonight. Nothing is going to happen Sunday unless truly somebody or some group of somebodies is dumb enough to say, I never want to go to the Garden again, because they will be banned. It won't be as simple as having, you'll be kicked out, a season ticket revoked. Like, you will be banned from the Garden. Anyone out there, I know people at the Garden aren't listening to this, but anyone who does anything stupid will be kicked out. I mean, please, I would like to meet the individual who says, you know what, worth it. Please. Like, I want to meet the guy who put the popcorn on Russell Westbrook. I want to meet the guy who spit on Trae Young. What dumb people. Yet, did you hear Tristan Thompson earlier today? I know we're going to get to a video in a second. Did you hear Tristan Thompson earlier today pregame? He was asked about the Trae Young incident. He said, and I'll clean it up because it was not clean what he said, but he said, I dare someone to spit at me. I will follow you home.
And Tristan's crazy. He would.
Tennessee's in front of Seattle. We're going to step aside very quickly, be back for the second half in a moment. But as you know, the Sweat comes your way weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. That is Monday through Friday. Great content every single weekday, where you will either, maybe it's Jesse's hosting or Emerson's hosting or I'm hosting, and we will give you all sorts of stuff looking ahead to that night in the NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, PGA, UFC, NASCAR, NFL stuff, you name it. It's all available to you. In the case of earlier today, the guys were on to preview tonight's 3-game NBA playoff slate. It's a small little 3-gamer, but in the postseason, that's what they look like more often than not. Clippers and Mavericks among the discussion, with the Mavs up 2-0 after taking a couple of games on the road and heading back to Dallas. So take it away, fellas.
All right, well, the late game features the Clippers and Mavericks. Luka has dominated this series for the Mavs, but Dallas comes into game 3 as a 2-point home underdog. So do you believe the Clippers can make this a series on the road? Is their defense going to make an appearance, Kenny? Are we going to see some regression from this Mavs offense?
No, we're not going to see any regression. They're going to continue to shoot 50% from 3 because that's what NBA teams do, especially in the playoffs against top 10 defenses. Yeah. No, we're going to see a big-time regression from this Mavericks offense. They are taking the fewest percentage of their looks inside 10 feet in the NBA playoffs right now at around 20%. I mean, this team is just not – they have no interest whatsoever in taking the ball in or posting up. They are just shooting from mid-range. They're shooting from outside, and they are hitting everything that they're looking at. Now, going home, you'd think, okay, well, they're going to keep shooting high. Even if they keep shooting well, there's no way they're going to keep shooting 50% from three. This is a Clippers team that ranked 8th in defensive efficiency. This is also a Clippers team that in the NBA playoffs has an offensive rating of over 128 points per 100 possessions. That's right. This team has done nothing wrong on offense. They're continuing to get buckets. Kawhi Leonard had a 40-point game last time out, and they still lost. There's just no way that this team, the Clippers, by the way, are great three-point defense as well. There's no way the Mavericks can keep hitting this level of shots. This is just ridiculous. They're going to see a big-time regression here. The Clippers are going to get back in this series. I don't think the Mavericks are like going to lose this series, outright. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, they could, but I just don't think that these next 2 games are going to be quite as easy as the first 2 were.
Yeah, Alex, Luka, Kristaps, even Tim Hardaway Jr. have just been launching from near the logo without any hesitation at all here. Do you see a regression from them?
Yeah, like Kenny said, I expect the Clippers to step up defensively. Like Kenny said, in the regular season, they were the 8th best defense, but they've been dead last in the playoffs. And but that shows you they have the talent and the personnel to be a good defense. And I think one of the adjustments they're going to make, I think they're going to put Kawhi Leonard more exclusively on Luka, try to bother him, and I think it's going to be effective. I think that Kawhi Leonard is still going to light them up. He's averaging 33.5 points so far in this series. I don't think that's going to stop. And I think Tyronn Lue goes back to using Rajon Rondo. I mean, we saw Rondo play a pretty good role in the first game. He closed out the game, and I think we see him do that again. There's no point of using Reggie Jackson or Terrence Mann at the end of the game. You traded for Rajon Rondo for playoff Rondo. You took on his $15 million salary from the Hawks for his postseason experience. It would just be stupid to not use him now, and I think we see him play a big role. I think he's going to help them get a win tonight. I think Kawhi Leonard leads the way, and they get right back in the series and cover the spread.
We are back, and thank you very much to Jesse and the crew. Again, that late game, Dallas and LA, the Clippers, that is, of course, starting off in a little under an hour. Celtics and Nets have just tipped off. Kyrie Irving booed quite a bit during pregame introductions, and as to be expected. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on in that game, DFS-wise and whatnot, over the course of the night. Reminder, Sweat, 11 a.m. Eastern, weekdays here on the Dream Stream, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. You can find Jesse, Emerson, or me and the rest of the gang, our very popular analysts that you're used to hearing from, whether that is Lamarca with us earlier, Moose, Sweet Tea, Kenny, Bukes, Felix, any number of different people, and many others that I didn't name as well, with a lot of great insights. And want to remind you, if you want to hear from Matt Lamarca beyond seeing him in the chat of this particular sim, as you did earlier on, as he threatened to take all of your hard-earned cash, he and I will be together with you for the NBA watch-along, the follow-along. We will be keeping a close eye on what is going on in tonight's NBA action. By that point in time, because it comes your way right after this particular sim, it will be the end of the Hawks and Knicks. We'll be about halfway through what is happening in the Celtics and Nets, and of course get you set for the Clippers and Mavs as well. So make sure you're here with us. We'll be going over all sorts of DK Sportsbook stuff and naturally DFS as well. So be with us, hang out. Going to be a good time. We'll take your questions, your comments, and see who's on their way to that 135 as well in our inadvertent winner take all #Cough Classic NBA for tonight.
The inadvertent. I really hope you win so that people try to call you out for it being rigged.
I really hope I win because I want everyone's money. I want that you're winning $135 notification.
I would love to win both contests. That would be something I'd be happy with.
Be lovely.
Both of the small contests.
Yes, please.
Give me some of that.
Okay, Cough, I'm rooting for your Celtics to steal one. Let's see. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've swung the other way.
Yeah, interesting anyway.
Now that we're playing Kyrie and like he's in Boston, I've had a visceral reaction. Like we need to win this game. I don't care if we lose the next two. We need this one.
Just give us one.
We need this one. That's it.
I'm with you, man.
I'm in 63rd in our free roll.
God, they're already down 11-4.
Yeah. Brooklyn is so good, man.
Of course they are. Bizzle, seriously, love you in the dynasty, Cough. Me and you, Biz. Easy head. That's not what I said earlier. I shouted out our winner, which was R. Jennels. It's not my fault some of you heard something different.
That's a tough name.
R. Jennels. There was no T in there.
Kevin Durant got hit in the face or something.
Good. I'm just kidding.
Just went over to the scoring table.
I'm kidding. I don't wish injury upon anybody. Now, if Kyrie Irving should trip over his own 2 feet and hit his face on the ground, that would be okay. Because it was self-inflicted. Varder believes it's going to be a Kyrie Irving night. Well, maybe you are one of the 3% if you jumped into the contest and played him.
I, for one, have Kevin Durant in both my lineups. So I would like for him to stay in the game.
Daniel says, I love how the sim has been entirely about Kyrie Irving. Well,
yeah, he owns real estate in many, many Celtics fans' heads.
Yeah, in the same way, in the same way that like we joke about me having real estate in Glash's head.
Yeah,
1000% Kyrie Irving has real estate in mine.
100%,
no doubt.
Yep.
Good pickup to the 7. Wilson, well on his way to a passing bonus, hopefully anyway. And Greg Olson with that 4th catch for 38 and 1st and goal on the way from the 7.
Joe Harris is very good at shooting the basketball.
I rostered him tonight in my main
in the big contest.
My main classic. I got Joe Harris.
He just hit a 3 to, bring the Nets into that TV timeout. I mean, they're up big.
19-4.
Yeah. This game started like 1 minute ago.
Just gross.
Well, what are you going to do? I would like them to take one game from the Nets in Boston. That's it. Just one.
Touchdown. It'd be nice. I'm with you.
Carson.
Robert. Though our winner earlier, R. Jennels, is in the chat. Bob, good to see you.
Robbie J.
RJ. Extra point. Makes it a 4-point game. 21-17, Seattle in front. Almost halfway through this 3rd quarter. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike. We've got Daniel on the 1s and 2s, our technical director. Of course, Kyle. Still patiently and quietly rooting on his Wizards.
Ooh, Kyle, didn't know you were a Wiz
manual
fan.
Scorer tonight. Game ops.
Kyle, are you a Washington sports fan all the way through? Are you like a Baltimore guy and that's why you like the Wizards? Like what's the Wizards connection?
He'll tell you.
I'd like to know. I'm curious. Washington sports fan, that's a tortured fan base right there. Obviously the Caps got it done a few years ago, but generally speaking.
The Nats just won the World Series.
True. You know what? Yeah, I take it back. But like until these 2 championships happened, I mean, you had Dan Snyder bought your football team, and so you've just been bad since then. You got the Wizards have never been good, really. They've had some flashes here and there. Nats continued to choke until they won the World Series, and then the Caps, it took them a long time.
Sure. Oh, choked year after year after
years
year
of
before they
choking.
finally won.
So yes, recently
it all goes away as soon as you do win, though.
Right, but you know what though?
All that futility and all the blown leads.
I'm sure it still hurts for him the same way for Boston fans of like people that are my dad's age or maybe even slightly younger and obviously older. They still all feel the pain of the many years of Boston, drought of winning.
Sure.
I don't feel that pain at all.
Man, Lord Silverman even entered our last-minute turbo, and he's winning that right now. Now, in this case, he stacked the Celtics and Nets.
Well, if he has a lot of Nets in his lineup.
James Harden is up to 15 points already, and it's not even 4 minutes into this game.
Yeah. We like to see that as James Harden holders. I enjoy that. Look, if my team's going to lose, I might as well win some contests.
I'm into that. Let's see. I do wonder. Tim Beeger says, I sat courtside once in high school at a Wizards game when Michael Jordan was playing for them. I was like 3 feet from MJ.
Oh, that's so cool.
I honestly wonder if, and I don't even know if Kyle's listening to us. He's probably, actually doing his job and working.
Yeah, I know. Kyle, way to answer me, bro.
But if he is paying attention to us, how big a feather in the cap of Washington basketball fans is it that Michael Jordan, even at that state of his game, but he's still Michael Jordan. He still got you 20 points a game when he was there.
Yeah, he had a couple 40-point games.
How big a feather in the cap of Washington basketball fans is it that, we had Michael Jordan? I mean, they'd never claim him as their own, obviously. I mean, it'd be like, I don't know, Toronto Raptors fans being like, you see our guy Hakeem Olajuwon? But, Patrick Ewing in Seattle or wherever.
Right.
But I do wonder, that had to be, it was a big deal in the league, but that had to be such an enormous deal for DC.
Yeah, especially for DC basketball.
Right.
A franchise that doesn't have a ton of history of winning.
We lost bullets, but we got Michael Jordan.
Yeah, you got Wes Unseld doing his thing back in the day, and then it's a whole lot of nothing up until Michael Jordan.
Ooh, pretty run. Derrick
Like
Henry
that.
up to you on the ground. He's in the zone, folks. Bad boys a pop. I could see a Humphreys tutty today. I hope so.
Yeah, he's in your lineup.
At least we have the Red Sox. They've taken a 3-run lead on the Marlins in the 5th inning, so that's nice.
Go Sox.
Go
They've
Sox.
looked good this year, man.
They do. They've been up and down the last, few weeks, but generally speaking, agreed. They look good.
Much, much better than I thought they were going to be this year.
Bizzle here just brought up Madison in the chat, which makes me wonder, where's Robbie Noble?
He's out. You know where he is. He's out looking for Madison.
Madison! Madison! I'm waiting for that text from my wife. What is happening down there? And
who is Madison and why are you yelling?
Why are you bellowing for her? You better be talking about Wisconsin. This is Madison up in here. Smash that like. Can we get to 250? Is that too much to ask? Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. RJ here. Where are the vultures? Caw-caw, caw-caw. Those come out to play when our guy Rossi's around.
Rossi does a good vulture impression.
Caw-caw, caw-caw, I'm a vulture. That's what it sounds like when he does it. He does it better, obviously, but that's the general idea.
Yours isn't bad.
Thank you.
It's not
no
his,
glass
but
today,
it's,
by the way, folks, because it's a game day. Can't do the DK Sim fam. Can't do the Dream Stream when the Connecticut Sun are in action. It's a game day.
Are they playing right now?
Yeah, they are. I feel bad though and I don't know this to be a fact, but I saw it in the chat earlier, so I'm going to take all yours word for
almost
here.
A sick catch.
I know that Glash has been trying to start WNBA contests on nights that Connecticut's in action, and I think he created like a 20-person contest for $1 yesterday, and I don't think it filled.
Ooh, harsh.
I mean, guys, support not only the WNBA, obviously, but Glash. Fill that contest. Get in there, he says after not making a lineup. 3rd and 9. Out to the 4, Tannehill, 161. First and goal on the way. Bad boys of pop. Robbie is streaking through the quad looking for Madison. Lamarca, green is not a good color for you, Koff. I know, I'm a Celtics fan.
Yeah.
It's been an ugly year. And we reached the end of 3.
I choose to be optimistic. I know Glash is sort of cynical, but that's maybe more because of the I hate everything Glash likes thing. I mean, I hate everything Koff likes thing.
As the trading card says.
Yes. But, you know, Tatum had a great bounce back season after dealing with COVID. I think his confidence is sky high. I love him heading into next year. I really hope that Jaylen Brown doesn't get traded and that they stick with these two and build around these guys. I think you can, you know, have a really, really strong future with these two dudes leading your franchise. I liked Robert Williams a lot at times this season. I think that he's a legit dude that can help you win basketball games late in the year. I mean, I don't know. I'm choosing to be optimistic here.
And I support it.
I thought Naismith looked good at times this year.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So, and I don't think we should get rid of Brad Stevens
at the end of the year.
Let's not get rid of him.
21-17, Seattle through 3. And taking a look here at our prime time, the hashtag Friend Friday free roll. Just a poor showing for me. Out of 121, I'm in 81st.
Yikes.
Jimbo Gorilla still in front, comfortably so, by about 9 points, with Antisocial, who always contends when I'm doing a sim, in second place. Where are you, Freeze Pop?
Jimbo Gorilla? That's a good name.
I like it. Tannehill, short completion, good enough.
Oh!
Henry got it! Derrick Henry,
Henry.
Third touchdown of the day, second in the air.
Wow. Derrick Henry looking like a slot receiver out there.
Right?
It's crazy.
Henry zoned in 20% in the captain spot, 77% overall. And he is out here killing it.
I'm in 56th right now. So, and I have Henry in the captain spot, but just so many people have Henry there that it doesn't matter, you know?
No, it's true. It's very true. Captain Blood, what a night to be third place in the cough contest. Yep. Like I said, I hope I finish 16th. It's just the only way that I cannot feel bad. Robert calling for the Bundy. We'll see if we get there. One away, basically a full quarter to go. So I watched the Friends reunion special on HBO
I did
Max.
too.
Did you?
Yeah. Morgan and I watched it yesterday. And I'm not someone that has watched Friends with like,
religiously?
I don't know. Yeah, like I've never watched it sequentially or anything like that. But it, you know, you grow. If you're my age, Friends is a part of like you just know Friends. You've seen Friends.
Yeah, of course.
I vividly remember watching the finale when I was in the 6th grade. It was like it was an event. Like everyone was talking about it. And so we watched it last night. She's a huge Friends fan. I thought it was great. It makes me want to watch the series in full.
Like
there's like 250 episodes. Yeah, I think I might.
I wonder how long that would take. There were 236 episodes?
Something crazy like that. Yeah. It'd take a while.
But then again, they're 22 minutes apiece.
I'm kind of down.
I just mean like I watched The West Wing, which was 100 some odd episodes, and those
they're all
are
an hour,
5 minutes, 50 minutes, and I watched that in I don't know, it probably took 3-4 months, something like that. So I guess it would probably take about that amount of time to watch Friends if I were really loyal to it.
Yeah, you'd need to commit.
I don't know that I'd be as committed because I've seen them all. And it's been a long time, but I have seen them all. Lock it in the bonus.
So Lockett hitting the bonus, it makes an interesting conversation for the wooden nickel here, right? Like, Derrick Henry is having a fantastic game, but you got Lockett with lower ownership hitting the bonus. It just becomes a preference thing here. Am I going to be the guy that does MVP based on value, or am I going to give the MVP to the best player on the field guy? And that's where I tend to lean. I'm in that camp.
You get to decide.
That's the greatest thing about this, man. I have all the power.
You got just so much power.
I'm so power hungry.
Bizzle says, cough, I didn't read, but spoilers on Cobra Kai are out. What do you mean? Like for the next season?
So did you watch Friends as in like every episode of Friends when it was live?
Yes.
Or
yeah, I was a loyal Friends viewer. One of my best friends from college, in that it's funny, Friends, as I recall, I think it ended I think 2004, right?
It would have been 03 or 04 because I was in 6th grade.
Yeah, I think it ended my senior year of college, so it must have been on 94 to 04 or something like that. And he was a diehard, like knows all the friends. Like he could go do Friends trivia nights. He would record them all on VHS back in the day.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, he recorded them all in order. Like there was a point in time. I don't know if he still has the VHSs, because why would he? He probably went. And bought
just
the
go buy the DVD set, bro.
He
or just get HBO Max.
Stream them somewhere now. You don't even need to own them. Right. But he used to like this big box of VHSs, and he would record them week to week in order as they came out. And I was definitely a Friends guy. I never got the whole like, I don't know, Friends stigma. Like being a Friends fan has a negative connotation to it to some.
There was a time
you always had to like, you always had to choose between, were you a Friends person or a Seinfeld person? Like why do I have to pick?
Seinfeld's awesome.
Yeah, why do I have to pick? Now, I was more of a Friends person than a Seinfeld person, but that wasn't because I thought Seinfeld was bad. I just was more into Friends.
You actually are kind of Larry David. You're kind of Larry David-esque in like you have weird things.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've heard that.
You choose to like be at your house. You never want to go back into work again. That's very Larry David-y of you.
I talked to real quick. I talked to one of my bosses earlier today, and we were just kind of catching up. It had been a little while. We're just talking about like return to work policies and that sort of thing around the pandemic, and as things are opening up and getting back to normal. And he's like, "How are things going?" And I said, "Well, like just so we're clear, I don't want to come back." And he's like, "Yeah, no, I totally get it." I said, no. Like, I want you to know, like, if obviously if the conversation becomes, if you don't come back, you're going to lose your job, I'll be there. I'll see you on, like it's not like this week or anything, but it was like, I'll see you on Monday kind of thing. But like short of that, like if I actually do have a say in the matter, I do not want to come back. And he's like, "I hear you. See what we can do about that."
Amazing. It's awesome. Derrick Henry hitting the bonus, by the way. So
bonuses all over the place.
I think the case is closed.
On the ground. Bizzle says, "Cough, where can the Sim fam send a DVD?" Well, to the DraftKings office, Mike Bizzle. If you need the address, I'm happy to provide it to you.
So what do you think the chances are that you get to stay home?
Oh, I don't know. Well, I think we're still months away from really having to have that conversation. I don't think things are obviously opening up for the state, but I think in terms of returning to work and having everybody back versus those who are fully capable of doing their stuff remotely, I think it's like a post-Labor Day situation.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be rushing back into the office this summer.
Yeah, it's the worst time to go back to work, too. Like, it's the summer. Everyone wants to stay home still.
Right. CEH says, "I never watched Friends. I think the perception is only whip dudes watch that. Your girl makes you watch it or you don't watch it." Listen, man.
I think that's fair. I mean, I'm not saying that it
might be the perception, but it's
fair that that's the perception, right? But it's not. But
it is
exactly. It shouldn't be because I think it's funny.
It's a legit funny show.
Yeah, it's good. Like so again, I didn't watch it. I was too young when it was kind of airing to be an every week watcher, and then I just haven't watched like the reruns or binged it ever. But watching the special, like I was laugh out loud, like laughing at some of the jokes.
Yeah,
and they were, and it was kind of divorced of episodes, and they were still funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is a good show.
Yeah, it was well done. And when I clicked it on HBO Max, I went an hour and 45 minutes.
It was long, yeah. But then when it was over, I was like, oh.
But yeah, it didn't feel $1.45. It was a good watch. It's funny, with all the guest stars and everybody that they had on it. Twitter was like up in arms after the fact that Paul Rudd wasn't part of the reunion.
Yeah, that was surprising. By the way, the Celtics have brought the game within 2.
Yep. No quit for Boston.
Oh, here we go. Tatum 3. Oh, that would have been
Jason
cool.
Tatum back in that bag, baby.
Celtics going to hold the ball last possession of the quarter.
Why not, right?
Yep.
Couple minutes to go, 24-21 game. Tennessee is in front and with the ball.
Celtics just took the lead. The sad thing is I think we're going to lose this game, Koff. So this will be a nice moment that we had together. But
this will be a nice moment. Oh, let's all experience this together.
I love Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
How can you not love this guy?
Gotta love him. All about him.
The crazy thing is, Koff, he's only 19.
Yeah, that's what the people say. He's only 19, guys.
He's literally only 19 years old.
So Tatum has 13 at the end of 1, so does Harden. Smart with 11. Well, I guess I should have played Marcus Smart. I did in my in the last minute turbo, but I guess I should have played him in my main classic. I didn't.
I am in 2nd place and in 4th place.
Are you really? Good for you.
Yeah. Granted, I stacked the Nets. So the rest of the night's going to be dicey for me.
Sure.
But I have Marcus Smart, which is great.
So Business says, Koff, the league, seasons 1 through 3, 4 and 5, 6 and 7, buy, stream, trash. Okay. That's pretty easy. I mean, you got to buy 1 to 3, and you stream 6 and 7 for sure, and you trash 4 and 5.
There's that many seasons of that show.
Yeah, I'm on season 7 right now.
Wow.
Adam Himmelsbach from the Boston Globe tweets, really quiet quarter for Kyrie, who has been booed every time he touches the ball. 12 minutes, 0 for 3, 0 points, 2 assists.
Oh, so good. Coward.
Poor guy. Captain Blood, was that a real thing? CEH Coffee, if you watch the Upshaws. I have not.
So Derrick Henry is the player of the game. He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations. I'm giving it to him.
Good.
No need to wait for that one. DK Metcalf going to get my Babysitter Billy award. Because unless I'm mistaken, don't think we said his name once.
One time.
Don't even think I remember seeing him. I never put DK in my lineup because he always stinks.
And he's overpriced.
Way overpriced.
So he was 8,200 in the flex. He went 2 for 20 with 4 points. Owned in about half of lineups, 5% in the captain slot. I'm going to finish well. I don't know that I'm going to finish there. I'm at 76 right now at a 124, so I will finish in that general range. Jimmo Gorilla has just been in front all day long and is owning this contest. A 10-point advantage on Antisocial. Derrick Henry at captain, who has the 3 touchdowns, 62 points in the captain slot, rewarding 20% of people. Russell Wilson, Ryan Tannehill goes for 20 plus. You know, if not for Henry, Tannehill would have had a real case for player of the game. Tyler Lockett goes for 22. Humphreys and Will Dissly as your punt play, who actually 10% of people went with.
Yeah, Will Dissly's randomly like a popular punt play. Every time I do the Seahawks, I always see Dissly in my chat here on YouTube.
Let's remember, too, this thing is not over yet. 1st and 10 from the 38. Seattle is out of timeouts, but with the ball.
Clock is ticking.
Yeah. I mean, got to get out of play here.
Two more plays here.
Pass. Wilson. No, that's about the last thing you wanted. That's probably going to end the game. Greg Olsen with a pickup of 3, and I would say that's going to count down the rest of the time.
Nice. I have Greg Olsen. Nice.
Gross.
Hey, you know what's next? The NBA
watch along.
I'm pumped for that.
Yeah, stick around, baby, in between.
I'm not even going to unmute my TV. I'm just going to leave my AirPods in and listen to you and LaMarca just wax poetic about the NBA.
Into all sorts of NBA talk, monitoring the Celtics-Nets game, taking a look at what's going on between the Knicks and the Nets, which honestly I have, or rather the Knicks and the Hawks, pardon me, I have no idea. I haven't even looked at the score of that one. I saw somebody putting in the chat that Randall was having a tough night. That's a bummer because I captained him in the showdown for that game. Then obviously tonight we have got Mavs and Clippers starting in about a half hour. So we got a lot of good stuff coming your way. Gonna be a good time. Good time.
It's a fun slate tonight, even though it's not that many games. All fun games.
Yeah,
love the playoffs.
These three gamers. I think we got maybe a 4 tomorrow or sometime over the weekend. Might have a couple of those. I miss the big slates, man. I do. I hate these 3 gamers. I mean, you don't have a choice. It's the playoffs. That's just the way it goes down. But they are. I like having more value, more opportunity, more differentiation. 204 for Tannehill, just the 190 for Wilson. 2 touchdowns for Ryan Tannehill. Russ goes 1 score, 1 pick. He did rush for 1 as well, so we'll give him credit for that.
I'll give him credit.
Yeah, give him credit. Henry goes 128 on the ground to score. 1 for Carson, 31. Wilson, 77, and a touchdown to his credit. Even
Derrick
Tannehill
Henry,
rushed
man.
for 49. Good for him.
Derrick Henry, what a game, man. Catching the ball, running the ball. Very impressive performance. 1 game after Dalvin Cook, who I've been saying all week is the only guarantee in these Madden sims. And Derrick Henry said, hold my Diet Coke.
Lockett 3 for 106 and a touchdown. Much of that production early, but it stood, baby. 4 for 55 for Jonnu, my captain. New Patriot, Jonnu Smith. Perhaps you've heard. All right, we're going to say thanks very much to our crew. We don't need to say goodbye, though, because they are hanging out with me. And we are going to say so long for just a little while to Tom Carroll, who will return with Bry Guy on the 1s through 7s, except he's actually going to be on camera and on the mic. Chickpot coming at you from Madden After Dark tonight, those 2 guys in about 45 minutes. So grab yourself a break, but keep walking around with those AirPods, my friend. You can listen to the NBA watch along.
Go Celtics.
All right. We say goodbye to Tommy, and we welcome in Matty LaMarca. How are you, Sax man?
I'm doing wonderful. I spent the past hour or so heckling you in the chat.
You did.
So I'm having, overall pretty good night.
Good. That's look, that's what we're looking for. So we got a lot to get into, obviously, with
we do.
These 3 games, one beginning later, and we'll talk about DK Sportsbook side of things, obviously DFS, which I know we're both watching very closely. We'll bring up some odds and things like that for people to get a look at what's going on in the DK Sportsbook. But very quickly first, we got ourselves a blowout in Atlanta with the Hawks comfortably ahead of the Knicks by 14 as things stand. 9 minutes to go in that one. So it's not full on like pull the troops and put in the reserves for the Knicks yet. Probably a handful of minutes away from that if things continue to go. Have you been watching this game closely? Are you surprised by the outcome in this series that sits 1-1 right now?
I have been watching this game, and honestly, no, not particularly surprised. The Hawks are quite possibly the most underrated team entering the playoffs, at least in my opinion. With Nate McMillan at coach, they finished the regular season 27-11. Extremely good. They're great defensively. They have a really good young scorer in Trae Young.
Mm-hmm.
And most of what they accomplished at the end of the year came while the team was banged up. DeAndre Hunter hasn't played very much for this team since the beginning of the year. So I thought that the Hawks were clearly the better team in this series. Now the Knicks did have the benefit of home court advantage, but I've been on the Hawks in all 3 games so far, and I didn't necessarily expect a blowout tonight, but I think they're going to win this series. I think they're the better team.
So what about DFS? Just DFS plays from that game. We're going to share our screen here in a moment, give you a look at some of the stuff that we're looking at, just pulling everything up as well. But DFS wise tonight, like one of the decisions that I was really wrestling with for the showdown, and even to some degree in Classic, even though ultimately in Classic I faded both, but the Julius Randle versus Trae Young decision. How are you evaluating this series when it comes to daily fantasy?
I think Trae Young is pretty massively underpriced at the moment. He's been at 1.44 DraftKings points per minute over the past month. He went for 56 3/4 in the first game against the Knicks during the playoffs. He didn't necessarily have the same level of performance in his second game, but he still scored 30 points. I think he's a guy that should be priced, 9,500 plus right now.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about Randall is he had a phenomenal regular season. No disrespect to that man at all, but he was already playing like 40 minutes a night on a pretty routine basis. So there was really no room for growth for him during the postseason. Typically you'll see the stars now on other teams approach that same 40-minute per night threshold. So I think a guy like Young he's a better player on a per minute basis. And
Sure.
Now these guys have pretty similar workloads.
Let's see. Live betting right now has the Hawks at minus 13.5 on the DK Sportsbook. 14-point game, 8 minutes and change to go. Is this a game that you're even thinking about from a live betting perspective right now?
Absolutely
There's so
not.
little time left.
I don't know how you can handicap a game like, with 8 minutes left when one team is up 14. Like, you're basically just saying, oh, I think the Knicks can go on a run, or I think they can't go on a run. And who knows, right? Like, this is just a coin flip at this point. I mean, the Hawks are going to win. Who knows when the backups come in? If the backups come in, do the Knicks start fouling down the stretch? There's just too much uncertainty for me to consider a live wager on that contest. I'm much more interested in a live wager on the game involving your Boston Celtics.
Well, let's talk about that, because the line right now is minus 3.5 for the Nets, who trail by 4 halfway through the second quarter. Are you surprised by what is happening in Boston at this moment? And do the Celtics actually have a chance to win this game?
I'm not surprised that Boston has played hard. This is it. This is their last stand, right? If they can't win this game, this series is over.
Mm-hmm.
No team in NBA history has ever overcome an 0-3 deficit. And I don't think that the Celtics will be the first to do it should they drop this game tonight. So I thought we would see their best effort. I was a little concerned about Kemba. Didn't know how effective he would be playing through that knee injury. So far, 2 points. So it's gonna have to come down to, can Jason Tatum be the best player on the floor tonight? If Jason Tatum can be the best player on the floor, and so far I would say that he's on that pace, then they have a chance. But how often are we expecting him to be the best player on the floor when the other team has Kevin Durant, James Harden, and to a lesser extent, Kyrie Irving?
This game locked the spread at -7 for Brooklyn. Again, it's -3.5 right now for the Nets. How did you feel about that line going into the game, or even the total points at 227.5, or the money line with the Nets -335, Celtics +270? Pick your pleasure. You don't have to hit on all those, but what stood out to you going into this one?
So I did write up some bets for DK Nation today, and the way I was playing this game was I took the Nets to sweep. I didn't necessarily want to mess with the point spread tonight. A 7-point road favorite in a game where you should get the home team's best effort. That didn't stand out to me as super appealing, but I do think that ultimately it's just too much talent for Brooklyn.
Sure.
So I think that they're going to win tonight, and I think they're going to finish the job on Sunday. So I decided to play Brooklyn in a sweep. I think that, looking now at the live line, you can get the Nets on the money line live at -175. I like that number. I mean, the Nets have been so good this season offensively with these guys on the court, and they've dominated this series so far. They're down 4 points. They could be up 10 in the blink of an eye.
Sure.
So
they were up 19
I will
to 4 in
happily
this
grab
game.
this -175.
Yeah, it's pretty wild the Celtics have even made this a game in the first place, let alone taking the lead, given how they started this thing, again, down 15, like 3 minutes in.
Right.
Celtics have won 9 out, or their last 9 playoff games against the Celtics, which is maybe mildly surprising because I'd have to look back at how far that dates.
Is that even mildly relevant though?
No, it's not, but it's just a fun little fact for you. I mean,
Okay.
just as fun as the Nets covering the spread each of their last 7 games. That's more relevant. At least it's this body
It's
of
the current
players. It's this group. Are you a player prop guy, by the way? Obviously, the DK Sportsbook, as people know, offers a whole lot of different lines. Points coming into this one. James Harden was at 22.5. Kevin Durant 27.5. Kyrie Irving 24.5. As we sit right now, let's see on that side. I mean, Harden is certainly well on his way. Already has 15 midway through the second. Irving has been dreadful. Now limited offense. 1 out of 4 he has 2 points. But are you someone that actually is willing to lay some cash down on player props, or are you more of a totals and spread and money line guy?
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely money to be made in the player prop market. The problem with those is you can hit your betting limits pretty quick,
Mhm.
but it's a nice way to sort of build your bankroll up early in the sports betting process, since the lines on these are a little bit softer, right? If DraftKings hangs a bad line on a game, they could get snowed under with money, right? Like if they had the Celtics listed as 4-point favorites in this game,
Sure.
like the professional bettors would have just unloaded the clip on the Nets. They don't necessarily have to worry about that when they're setting a rebound prop for Joe Harris. So like there can be some softer lines in the prop market. I definitely think that there's some value to be had if you're willing to put in the time and grind some of those.
Did you have any favorites here for this one?
Yeah, I tend to look at some of the more not to say random, but like Kevin Durant assists was something that stood out to me. His assist prop was around 4.5, 5, something like that. He's gonna get when he plays a full game in the playoffs, he's pretty much going to hit that threshold. Now,
Sure.
Yes, Harden is handling the ball a little bit more this season, but Durant averaged 5.6 assists per game during the regular season. So far during the playoffs, like he clearly can hit those numbers. So that was a bet that I was looking at. I think the rebound and the assist props are the ones that are normally the most off to me. The scoring props are typically the tightest. So that's where I like to focus.
What are you usually looking for? Is there some sort of clue, for lack of a better term? Is there a pattern? Is there history within a matchup?
Buy low,
an
sell
individual
high.
guy's performance. What are you looking for when you're considering player props?
Yeah, buy low and sell high, just like basically everything else in life. If a role player like Joe Harris, for example, right, coming off a game where he couldn't miss, he racked up 25 points in his last game on basically all made 3-pointers. It's only natural that his scoring prop is going to become slightly higher in the next game, even though nothing has fundamentally changed about Joe Harris. We still know who Joe Harris is.
Sure.
It just so happened to be that he made all of his shots in the previous game.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime you get an outlier performance one way or the other, it's always wise to bet on some regression in the other direction.
Let's see. As we look at it right now, and keeping an eye on you guys in the chat as well. Victor says Kemba needs to go off, at least for me. Yeah, not a great game here for Kemba Walker, who does, by the way, have 26 plus points, 4 out of his last 5 home games. DK Sportsbook provides you a whole lot of great info and nuggets like that all over the site to, things, little patterns and whatnot for you to look for. Kemba Walker at this point in this 5-point Celtics lead, 4 minutes left in the opening half. Kemba is 1 for 5 for 2, having a very Kyrie-like performance in terms of his offensive production to this point. Not often Kemba Walker and Kyrie Irving are in the same sentence for their offense, but that is where things are at tonight. They have been almost equally ineffective thus far.
Yeah,
Minus
and
2.5 for the Nets right now on the DK Sportsbook in this game.
Well, I was just gonna say the good thing about Kyrie is that he's the third option for the Nets, right?
Yeah.
The Nets can survive a 1 for 5 from Kyrie.
Right.
The Celtics really can't survive a 2-point performance.
No, it's a weird night. Like the Celtics have 10 first half points out of Tristan Thompson. I mean, guy might have a double-double at the break. He's 10 and 7 right now.
Yep. And Jason Tatum rolls one in. So the Celtics are building this lead out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly me firing the 175 on the Nets was wrong. I could have just waited a couple more possessions and I could have got minus 120. I still think the Nets are going to win this game though.
So the Celtics right now, and I'm not saying anyone's going to jump on it, but with a 7-point advantage in the second quarter, and that's specific to the second quarter. Overall, they're up by 8 points right now. The spread actually favors the Celtics, the live betting by a 0.5 point. And what would you like to see that number get to? Minus for whom, at how much for you to say, okay, lock it in for you?
On the Celtics?
No, in general. It could be on the Nets.
I already told you. I like the numbers I'm getting on the Nets right now, this very second.
Okay.
I will, but again, I prefer to live bet the money line than the point spread. And at the moment, there's not a big difference in between it.
Right.
Now the Nets, it looks like they've fallen behind a little bit further. Now you can grab them as 2.5 point underdogs. But again, I prefer, my whole thing is I think the Nets are going to win this game. So I would continue to look at them on the money line.
Okay. Just to prepare the people a little bit and to mix it up for us as well. Obviously, the next game that we have, the Clippers and the Mavericks, which is slated to tip at about 9:40, even though lineups obviously locking DFS-wise in the next few minutes. Real quick DFS. Any plays that you really like tonight? I know, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, obviously they're chalky, but they're in great spots. They're very highly regarded. They're going to be heavily owned. I
mean, just stupid cheap for Kawhi. I don't know why he's 8,500. He should be 10K. He was the easiest play on the slate. I wrote up today in my fantasy breakdown that anything less than 100% ownership on Kawhi is a mistake.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. He was, yeah. He basically was projected high 90s ownership wise.
So I totally get that. Paul George, little less of a priority for me, but also one of the best plays on the slate. There's a lot of value with this team tonight. You look, no Serge Ibaka.
Mm-hmm.
I'm extremely curious to see what they're going to do at center. Zubac has been terrible in this series. I saw some numbers. The Clippers are allowing 140 points per 100 possessions with Zubac on the floor in this series. He is just, they're getting him in pick and rolls, and Luka is just destroying him. So I don't think they should play Zubac more than a couple minutes here and there, but with no Ibaka, what do? Do you just go super small and then, worry about Kristaps Porzingis maybe beating you? I think that's how I would handle this if I was coaching the Clippers, but we'll see. There's a formula for Reggie Jackson, Marcus Morris, Terrence Mann, Nick Batum. All these guys could end up providing big value tonight. Even Rajon Rondo, if you want to, get a little contrarian, I think he probably checks in with low ownership, and there's certainly a scenario where he plays, 25 plus minutes.
Clippers -2. That's the game line right now as we look at it. And again, tip off in about 15 minutes, a little less than that, about 10 minutes. The total is 218.5. How do you feel about those two lines?
Yeah, I have been burned. So full disclosure, I've been burned by the Clippers quite a bit over the past few years, but I look at what Dallas has done and I do not understand how it continues. Maybe it does. Maybe they will just be insanely hot for the entire series and it's going to run the Clippers off the court. But what I like to look at is effective field goal percentage versus location expected field goal percentage. These are stats that are available on Cleaning the Glass. So basically, Dallas to start the playoffs has an effective field goal percentage of 67.6%, which is just absurd. Like it's a stupidly high number. What they are expected to shoot, given the locations on the floor that they are shooting from, is 53.3%. They are getting barely any shots at the rim. They are getting like no corner three-pointers. Less than 5% of their shots are coming from the corner three, which is, as you know, one of the most efficient places to score the basketball. They are just not getting to areas on the court where you would normally say like, oh, this team is going to have a good offensive day. But what they are doing is just making everything they're taking. They're shooting nearly 54% from three-point range, including 53% on non-corner threes. They're shooting nearly 63% from the corner. Like their numbers are just absurd. And the Clippers are a good defensive team.
Sure.
So they're just really hot right now. I'm expecting some regression. I think that the Clippers win this game, and I am still not giving up hope that they win this series.
What about the Clippers? To your point, coming back to win it, as far as the odds at +225. I mean, beyond your just personal confidence in them coming back, would you wager on it at +225? Do you like them that much?
Yes. I mean, again, full disclosure, I have wagered on them as favorites to win this series.
Right.
And like the Clippers are scoring. These have been competitive games. It's just that Dallas is not missing any shots.
Mm-hmm.
So with a little bit of regression, I think that the Clippers, there's no doubt in my mind that the Clippers are the better team. It's just whether or not there's enough time for the regression to start showing on the Dallas side. And I think that they can win 4 of the next 5 games. It's going to be tough, but I think they can do it. Obviously, they have to win tonight.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not going to help when you drop 2 games at home to start the series and then you're going to Dallas.
100%. 100%. And the Noah Ibaka thing scares me. I really loved that addition for them during the offseason. And their numbers, like some of their best 5-man lineups, they have crushed people with Ibaka on the court at center this year. They just don't have him tonight. So they're going to have to figure something out. I don't necessarily trust Ty Lue all that much to do it, but I do trust Kawhi Leonard. So I think the Clippers win tonight, and I still have enough hope that they win the series that I think 225 is a good number.
As you can see, I've got it up on the screen, just some of the player specials, props, things like that available for that series. The lines right now, where they stand at this moment. Of course, the game is not yet started. The Mavs are 3-point dogs even at home. The favorites, the Clippers, of course. 219 is the total. -145 for LA on the money line. The other games that are happening, you have a 13-point advantage for the Hawks with about 90 seconds left in that one. They appear poised to go up 2-1 in that series, and with game 4 coming up, obviously, in Atlanta as well. We'll show you what we're looking at as well. Let's see here. Can't imagine anyone is, I don't even know that live betting is still an option for the people right now, but I wouldn't imagine so with time winding down. The Celtics, meanwhile, continue to lead. In fact, they're going to go into halftime, much as they did in game 1. They're going to go into the lead, halftime with the lead. It's a 6-point advantage right now, I believe. Let's see. It is. Yeah, 5
I
points.
saw
Not
a
really-
5-point lead.
Yeah, not entirely sure what our screen is doing right here. Why I'm not seeing anything. There we go. All right, so 5. Real quick before we look at some other series, and we'll do that. But the Nets, basically at the break, are 2.5 point favorites still to win this game. It's moved to 3.5 as they've cut the deficit to 4 with about 10 seconds left. Feel good about that number since you do believe they're going to come back and win?
Yeah, nothing has changed in the last 10 minutes.
Well, the score has changed. The lines,
Right.
have
If
changed.
anything, it's gotten better.
I want to make sure that up here hasn't changed for you, my friend.
Nope. Brooklyn Nets win this game.
Okay. Hope you're wrong, but that's just my personal bias. Let's take a little look at and you know what? And it's for the NBA. Like, give us a little interest in the series. Goes up 3-0. People carry.
You want some
interest? They already
interest?
do. Looking ahead
the
to
Nets
tomorrow
versus the Bucks. That's interesting.
All right, well, good. Let's start with your Bucks then. Milwaukee in Miami for Game 3, and let's see. You got a 4.5 point spread, favorite for the Bucks. 221.5 is the total, minus 190 on the money line for Milwaukee. As you know, with the DK Sportsbook, you can bet on player props. You can bet on first guy to score. There are just rebounds, assists, the player props as well. In addition to points, you can get the rebounds, assists, and points combo. You can do a lot of different things available on the DK Sportsbook. If you are unaware, I highly suggest that you jump on in and peruse. You don't even need to have an account to look at the site and just check out what's available to you. And then at that point, if you are in a state that allows it, by all means, jump in and make a wager responsibly, obviously. But what are you thinking here for Milwaukee and Miami with the Heat backs against the wall?
Yeah, so this is what we call the Cancun spot, Kaufman.
Okay.
It's let's get out of town. Let's hit the beach. Let's get this over with.
Yeah.
We already said no team has ever come back from 3-0. So why prolong the agony, right? Just let's get this over with. I have some trends here to back it up.
Yep.
You teams that have a 3-0 series lead, when they're favored in game 4, they cover at a roughly 58.5% clip. That's a very strong number in NBA betting. The Bucks barely won game 1, but they were outscored from 3-point range by 45 points. We've seen that disparity from behind the arc dissipate over the last 2 games, and the Bucks have blown the doors off the Heat. Jimmy Butler and the Heat are not the kind of team that's going to just crawl into a ball and die.
Sure.
But there is just a wide gulf in talent between these two teams. So I'm taking the Bucks minus 4.5. The number is now. I had it at -5. I have some picks up for tomorrow, by the way, on DK Nation, if you want to check that stuff out as well.
Well, by all means, we always want people to check out DK Nation. Look at those write-ups, see what LaMarca has. Tomorrow will be fun, folks, because we have 4 games. We actually have 4 games to monitor, unlike the 3 where the trio situation we've been dealing with much of this week. So that one that we just talked about, Milwaukee and Miami, starts at 1:30 Eastern time. Naturally, these games are staggered. There's no overlap, which is always nice. So you get NBA. It's like Christmas, right? You get NBA all throughout the day. The Nuggets and Blazers will come your way, and we'll show you some of the odds that you've got available to you as well. That's a 4:00 Eastern start, which means tip is more like 4:10. And Portland favored by 4 points here on the DK Sportsbook. Let's see. Obviously, that series is 2-1 Denver right now. I had Portland in game 3. Didn't pan out that way. What do you think? Portland going to come back and even this thing?
Yeah, so, I mean, the way I've been playing this series is that I like Denver at the start, and they were underdogs. After game 2, when they tied the series up, you could grab them at plus 140 to win the series. I was happy that I did that. And now Denver's minus 200 to win the series. Portland's plus 160. So I might play it back in the other direction, just lock in a profit.
Mm-hmm.
I think this series is going 7, and I think that the Nuggets are the better team. They have home court advantage. Should we get to a 7th game, Nikola Jokic, definitely the best player on the floor. Although, you do have to worry about the Dame theatrics, right? He certainly has a flair for making huge shots when they matter. But I just think the Nuggets are the better team. But I think that this is going to be like the longest series that we have in the first round for sure.
This is when I was looking at not like who am I, obviously, but when I was just as a fan
You're Adam
doing
Kaufman.
my pre-series predictions. This is the only series that I thought was going to go 7 games.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what we're looking at?
Yeah, I think it's a 7-gamer. I think that fits with how I see the series. Like, if you think that Portland's going to win, you probably want them to win it in 6, right? Because then they can have that last game on their home floor. So that means they would need to win 3 straight games. I don't think that's happening. I think Denver can grab, one of these next couple of games, sets up a game 7 potentially at home. And I like their chances in that spot.
We'll keep going, but first, just want to touch on this Hawks-Knicks game, which has gone final, a 105-94 win for Atlanta. The under hit had been 212 at the close, and it went for obviously 199. The Hawks covered the closing line, -4.5. Any surprises there for you?
Nope.
Okay, basic. Very good. Let's see. Just taking a look at any updates that we've got there as well. So obviously 2-1 Atlanta. And going back to series that continue tomorrow, giving you a little tour of the DK Sportsbook here. So we did Milwaukee and Miami. We did Denver and Portland. So let's look at a 7 o'clock Eastern game, Philadelphia and Washington. Somewhere out there, our guy Kyle from Game Ops, hoping and praying that his team, the Wiz, can get it done. 6.5-point favorites, the Sixers on the road, 227's the over-under. Obviously, that series is sitting 2-0 in favor of Philadelphia. How you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I think I don't love the line. I mean, the Wizards have not been particularly competitive in this series, but again, similarly to like what we're getting from the Celtics tonight, this is the spot where you see their best punch and you see Philly come out perhaps a little bit flat.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if Philly can cover the spread here. And then it really comes down to whether or not you think they can sweep the series. So if you want to bet the sweep right now, it's -114. If you think that the Wizards can win a game, you can get +180. I think that those numbers are pretty good. I don't see a ton of value in this series is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one that I'm probably staying away from. I might look at some of the Ben Simmons props because he's been so good in this series. Like, he has dominated the Wizards all season, so I might look at some props for Ben Simmons, but other than that, I don't see a lot that I'm really digging in this game at the moment.
We can take a look at the Jazz and the Grizzlies, which is the final game for tomorrow, with the series 1-1 going to game 3 in Memphis. And obviously the Jazz are the favored team, 5 points. Donovan Mitchell played last time out. He's doing all right, feeling healthy.
He's feeling all right.
If you care, if it's something you want to bet on, he is the he's got the favorite odds to hit the first field goal of the game. That's always one that makes me uneasy, but if that's something that you're into, 223.5 is the over under or total, I should say, on this one as well. I
do have a bet that I like here.
Please. I mean, I'm not a big Utah guy to begin with. Like, if Golden State had been in this game instead of Memphis, or in this series, like I would have had Golden State winning. We've talked about that.
That's a huge square take, but
yeah, okay.
Never.
I just don't think Utah is going to go very far in the playoffs. I do think they're going to come out of this round, but what do you have here?
I have the Jazz to win this series 4-1 at +175.
Okay.
They got Donovan Mitchell back. He was clearly limited in their last game, but he gave them 25 points in roughly 25 minutes, I want to say. I'm looking at the box score right now. Yeah, like 25 and a half minutes. The Grizzlies got like a really good performance from the vast majority of their team. Dylan Brooks was 10 for 14 from the field. Kyle Anderson was 5 for 7. Ja had 47 points, and the Jazz beat him by 12. Like, I get what you're saying, that you maybe don't think that this Utah team has the star power to go toe to toe with a team like the Lakers, but they're not playing the Lakers right now. They're playing the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Jazz they've been bar none the best team in the league this season. They have the best net rating, or at least they did when Donovan Mitchell was healthy. So I think that now that they are, essentially back to full strength, I think they're going to roll through the rest of the series. I think they rattle off 3 straight wins and take this series in 5 games.
Well, I don't doubt you. I do think Utah is going to come out of this series. I agree with that. I don't have much faith for them beyond that, but I agree that they are going to come out of it. We have one more that we can look at, which is, of course, on Sunday at this point, and that is the Lakers and Suns. That's when they will play next. So at the moment, things can change in the next 24 hours or however long, but 7-point favorites, the Lakers, the home team in this one, back at the Staples Center. How you feeling about it?
There's nothing left in this series to really take advantage of. The move was to take the Lakers after they had dropped game 1. They were basically like even to win the series at that point. I know that a lot of people were approaching the series that way because Phoenix was favored in game 1. So they were saying, I'm waiting for the Suns to hopefully win game 1. When LeBron is like a notorious slow starter in playoff series, he likes to feel out the opposing team. That's sort of the narrative out there. And now that the Lakers have taken command of this series, I don't think there's any value in betting on them or against them. So perhaps you can talk yourself into +7 with the Suns in this game 4 contest. I don't think I'll get there. Chris Paul just doesn't seem right. The Lakers kind of look like they really figured things out during the second half of the last game. I think that the Lakers, it wouldn't shock me if they rolled to the end and took care of this series in 5 or 6 games, possibly.
Our guy AD Poker had asked for the previous series, is there a minute mark for when Joe Val fouls out on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I think Joe Val, he's been excellent for the Grizzlies. He's the big reason why they got past the Spurs and past the Warriors in the play-in tournament. This is not his series, right? Like, he cannot go down low and do Joe Val things against Rudy Gobert. It's just not going to work. So yeah, he's not even a player that I'm really even thinking about at the moment.
You got to love the Clippers Mavericks 9:30 start coming at 9:52. That's
gotta love
the NBA playoffs for you, baby.
Looks like it actually did.
Oh, no, good. They actually tipped off it. They had it set for 9:52 and they actually got going. So good. I like to see that.
The national anthem must have been quick tonight.
I guess so. So for the series line, Clippers +225, the Mavs -286. Some player props. Real quick with some player props, if anything jumps out at you, obviously. Luka 29.5. Playoff.
Give me all the Zubac unders.
What's that?
All the Zubac unders.
Oh, there you go. George 26.5. Kawhi, who is, I believe, my captain in DFS showdowns, 30.5. And then Porzingis 19.5.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the scoring numbers, particularly on the stars, are going to be the most accurate lines that get set by the sports books. So that's not necessarily where I'm looking to place my money. But all the Zubac unders, I think he plays less than 15 minutes tonight. He's been ineffective to begin with. He had 2 points and 6 rebounds in game 2, 8 points and 3 rebounds in game 1. So just load up on the Zoo unders. Let's get some weird lineups tonight with like Marcus Morris at center. I'm here for it.
Some of your top DFS plays tonight. Derrick Rose went for 47.5 in that Knicks loss to the Hawks.
I pray for his knees.
Every day. Julius Randle was a real disappointment. So was RJ Barrett, Taj Gibson as well. Trae Young met expectations, went for about 45. You had Kevin Durant, who has 31 at the break right now. Tristan Thompson, shocking the world at about 5K, has 21 points at the half. Let's see. Those are some of the bigger numbers, obviously.
Yeah, Hunter had a decent game. He's somebody that, you played him against me in our head-to-head. I wanted to play him. I had to pivot down to Maxi Kleber because I just couldn't. I needed the extra money. But
yeah,
Hunter is somebody that I think by the end of the playoffs, or at least the end of Atlanta's playoffs, he could be like a 5 to 6K type player. So he's somebody to keep your eye on, I think, moving forward.
Harden also with about 34 points at the half. Jason Tatum 36, and we're talking fantasy points, not real points, obviously. But everybody knows that. So some big performances so far in that second game. Not so much in that Hawks-Knicks game, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it from afar, the two of us, because we are not part of Madden After Dark. It is going to be Tom Carroll coming back. You obviously have Bry Guy of the 1s through 7s fame, Brian Berard, who is already in the chat talking to the people. He will be on the call with Tom Ace, who inevitably smells terrific. You can always count on that. Are you excited for 5 Tom Carroll Sims that you have over the course of the next couple days?
Yeah, always love working with Tom. Always love it. He's
Good.
A fun guy. We can talk sports. We can veer into the shenanigans. No complaints on my end.
You can do it all.
My bigger complaint is that I'm working 5 Sims, not that I'm working them with Tom.
I'm just glad you're getting paid for him. That's the important thing.
That's true.
All right. Thanks to producer Mike. Thanks to Daniel, our technical director, Kyle and Ops. Obviously, Tom Carroll earlier, though he is coming back with Brian Berard. Little Madden After Dark action, and that sim, as we continue our 2021 NFL schedule simulation, will feature none other than the Cowboys and Chargers. I will have you with Brandon Cristal for the first 2 sims tomorrow. The Nooner and the Madden Matinee at 12 and 2 Eastern. LaMarca will come back with Tom for Primetime and Madden After Dark, 8 and 10 Eastern, respectively. Looking forward to it. Should be fun start to our Memorial Day weekend. But LaMarca, this was a great pleasure. Anytime we get to spend some quality time over Zoom together, I'm all in, baby.
I'm telling you, just wait. One day I'm going to show up at the compound.
Good. I mean, let me know so I can buzz you in through the gate. But give me a heads up.
Unannounced. I'm hopping the fences.
You're gonna be waiting outside.
Taking out the security cameras.
Got an electric gate. I don't want to see you get shocked trying to climb over that thing.
Wouldn't phase me.
I'm good. You go all John Wick. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you soon. Hey, Madden After Dark comes your way in just a few minutes.
Well, according to TD Daniel, we are live, or he's telling us to live. I can't tell you what he's trying to say. I'm just going to assume that we are on air. Brian Berard, a.k.a. Bry Guy on the ones and twos. Tom Carroll, a.k.a. Tom Ace, Tommy Freeze Pop, any other nickname that we can find for him. Follow him on Twitter at your boy TC Fresh. Follow me on Twitter at Rocky Berard. Tom, how are you on this lovely Friday evening on Memorial Day weekend?
It's my third broadcast of the night, and it feels like the first time, and that's a good thing, I think.
It's an excellent thing. How's the weather right now in St. Louis? Because up here in Boston, it's cold and wet and just god-awful.
It looks like we're going to have a great weekend of weather here in St. Louis. It's going to be in the mid-70s, sunny, good stuff, not overly hot. It's actually been like really hot in St. Louis. It's been in the 80s. My sister was here last weekend. We were down at Busch Stadium, and we were sweating a lot. And it was like Sunday night baseball. It was nighttime, and we were sweating hard.
Was it like humidity, like crazy?
Yeah, it was nuts. So we're happy to have a little bit of a cooler week, but the sun's still out. We're having a good time. Memorial Day weekend. Good stuff. Good vibes here in the Lou. Good vibes.
See, like up here in Boston, it's been like upper 80s all work week, and then finally we get the nice long weekend. It's just going to be a weekend washout. It's like, come on, really?
Of course.
What do we got?
That's how it always is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. We just can't have fun up here, I guess. And like, I was playing a couple softball games, and it was crazy this week. On Monday, we were freezing at night, and then, we played last night, and we were all sweating like crazy. It's like, make up your mind, New England. Make up your mind, Mother Nature. We need to know what we have to dress for here. But
no, the weather in New England is just so unpredictable. It's crazy. And then when it finally is predictable one way or the other, it's too hot or it's way too cold.
Right. So anyways, we'll transition on to the sim because lineups have locked 2 minutes ago. But just humor me. Who is your captain for this showdown between the Cowboys and the Chargers?
I went a little crazy here, okay? But hear me out. I went with the Chargers DST in my captain spot.
Interesting.
Yeah, they always do stuff, and, it allowed me to have some flexibility because these teams, for me at least, both tend to be kind of hit or miss. So I felt like I want to get the good dudes from these squads. So I figured put the Chargers DST in my captain spot. I was going to roster them anyways. So then I got Dak, I got Zeke, I got Eckler, I got Amari Cooper. Then I didn't really have a ton of money left. So I got Badgley in there. So,
okay.
I mean, he's a punt play, but he's still a kicker that can get you almost 6 points a game. I don't know. I kind of like this lineup. I mean, it's different. We'll see what happens. If I win this free roll as my only free roll win ever, it would be a miracle, but I'm just kind of curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, very unique build days. The captain, the defense, and then kind of stack. Oh, here we go. What a return here from the Cowboys.
Right, and then stack the other team's offense, right?
Going to start on the 35-yard line. And what do we think about Dak Prescott this year, coming off that horrible injury that he had last year? I mean, the Cowboys, they got Micah Parsons in the first round. They went defensive. But what do we think that Dak is going to do after that injury?
So here's the thing with Dak is like when he started the season last year, he was awesome. Like arguably an MVP candidate, was setting all sorts of records for the Cowboys. He looked so good. So the leg injury after having such a hot start last year is such a bummer because Dak is sneaky, not even really sneaky. I think I say sneaky because people hate the Cowboys, but Dak is one of the most entertaining players to watch in the league because he's mobile. He can make every throw. He's not like super tall. It's always cool when kind of a shorter dude is awesome. I don't know why. It just is interesting when a guy that doesn't have a ton of height is just dominating out there. He's got swagger. I just really like watching Dak play. So to see him go down stunk. So I'm really hoping that he comes back and just picks up right where he left off because that offense is good. When Dak is healthy and it's clicking, that offense is fun. And I think on a sim with, one of the many broadcasters of our team that I've done sims with this offseason, I think I said that I still would pick the Cowboys to win the NFC East because I just trust if Dak is healthy, I trust him more than any other quarterback. And I just think that offense is great.
See, on paper, the Cowboys should take the NFC East probably every single year. As you said, that offense is unbelievable. It's just they can't find the right coach, and I don't know if Mike McCarthy is that guy. As we see a nice pass here from Dak Prescott. And a couple first downs here for the Cowboys on this drive. But you're right. I mean, they have the offense. They just don't have, I guess, this is going to make no sense, but like the personnel, like the coaching personnel, they just don't have that to be successful and continually win the NFC East.
Yeah, the coaching angle is interesting. So when we talked to someone on the podcast, Great Dane Nation, check it out, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen to pods. We're on YouTube as well. I want to say, okay, it was Troy Aikman, and we talked to him about Mike McCarthy, and he said, look, it was a weird year, man. Like, he wasn't even having meetings with his staff in person at all the entire season, and that's him taking a new job. He didn't meet some of these dudes in person until, very soon before their first game, and I'm talking players. So it's just weird circumstances. He had a ton of injuries to deal with. So Mike McCarthy had a lot of success in Green Bay. A lot. Won a Super Bowl. And I know he had Aaron Rodgers in his prime, but I can't look at what he did in Green Bay from a play calling standpoint and think that he can't capture some of that success here in Dallas if they are healthy. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Now, granted, if they're like 2-10, I could see Jerry Jones pulling the plug on him midseason, because I don't think his patience is going to be the way it was with Jason Garrett, because Jason Garrett was like, it was weird. It was like he was like family to Jerry Jones because he had played in Dallas. He loved Jason Garrett. I don't see him giving Mike McCarthy that same leniency if he has another terrible season. It'll be like the coaches that he kept getting rid of after Jimmy Johnson. There was like a bunch of coaches in a row.
Yeah. Do you think that Jerry Jones would be willing to admit that he's wrong that early, though? Because I will give you that first year because of the pandemic, and you lost Dak Prescott and you had to go with Andy Dalton, who is the QB1 for the Bears according to the social media team, not Justin Fields. It's still Andy Dalton, so I'll give him that. But if they do have a bad start, I don't know if Jerry Jones would be willing to pull the plug that soon, because I don't think he'd want to admit that he's wrong that quick in just year two. Or
I think he would, and he'd just throw a ton of money at Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley's name has been linked to the Cowboys over and over and over again. People around the NFL are obsessed with this dude's schemes. I guess coaches all around the league are watching things that Lincoln Riley's been doing at OU. And obviously Norman is close-ish to Dallas, right? So there's some Sooner crossover there. Mm-hmm. I just think that dude's gonna be the coach of the Cowboys at some point. Jerry loves his college coaches. Jimmy Jones, Barry Switzer. He's been linked to wanting Urban Meyer in the past. He's been linked to wanting Nick Saban in the past. I just see it happening. I don't know. It feels like, in my gut, I see Lincoln Riley coaching the Dallas Cowboys at some point.
Feels like destiny.
It really does.
Greg Zuerlein with the field goal for the Cowboys.
Greg the leg.
Oh, what a throw. He still gets it off while getting sacked. Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been a completion. That should have been a sack or an interception. I don't know how that was completed.
Virgil Green on the reception for 6 yards. How about that? Justin Herbert now. I mean, last year, of course, we all know why Tyrod Taylor had to go out with his injury because of
he got stabbed by a needle by his own coaching staff, his own training staff.
Mike Williams on the grab right there. So, Justin Herbert, year 2. Can he pick up where he left off? Because now he's going to be QB1 in LA, or do we think we're going to see a sophomore slump out of Herbert?
So I was listening to a podcast today, and it was talking about John Morant, and John Morant was this rookie sensation, and people have kind of cooled on him in year 2, but he still was great this year, and it's because he was such a hot commodity his rookie season that he comes out in his second season and he looks the same. People aren't as hot on him because it's just like, oh, that's what John Morant does. I feel like that same type of thing could happen with Justin Herbert. He's not going to be the shiny toy in the toy chest anymore, right? He's not going to be the Woody, he's not going to be the Buzz Lightyear. He's going to be Woody next year. Everyone's going to be obsessed with Trevor Lawrence, but Justin Herbert, I think, is still going to ball out. He has got a full off season to be QB1, new head coach, new life there. I like Justin Herbert going into next season because think about what he did without being the CEO for X amount of months ahead of time. I mean, he was told, you're going to sit for a while and learn. And he gets thrust in there in that first game against Mahomes and does not back down at all. He's got great mobility. He can make every single throw. He's got great receivers. I think Jeff might have said that he would love for Julio Jones to go there. I mean, every team is going to be in on the Julio Jones sweepstakes.
Exactly.
Imagine if Julio Jones ends up in LA and he's got those 3 trees to throw to when Allen, Williams, and Julio. That's a pie in the sky idea. But even if they don't have Julio, and I know they just lost Hunter Henry, who makes the grab there to bring them within the 10-yard line. I just really like Herbert a lot. I'm all in on that dude.
I mean, I loved him. I played him in so many DFS lineups last year, and even in season longs too, because I mean, my method to season longs is I always wait to get a quarterback. Like, there's really no big difference between QB 5 and QB 20 in season long. So I usually end up with like Carson Wentz, and if he's good, all right, fine, whatever. I'll usually see if I can find something on the bench. Almost a touchdown there for Keenan Allen, but gets out at the 1
I
yard
definitely
line.
overdraft quarterbacks. I'm very guilty of that.
See, I'd rather just stack up on receivers and running backs and then see what I get out of QB. And I picked up Justin Herbert for season long, and it was a phenomenal move. I got to the championship, couldn't quite win in a few of them, but.
Did you draft Herbert ahead of time, or did you pick him up mid-season? I'm sorry if you already said.
I picked him up mid-season.
Okay.
Waltzes right in, had a red seat.
Eckler.
Austin Eckler gets into the end zone, 6-3, out to be 7-3 here for the Chargers.
I was going to say, if you drafted Herbert, it's like, what did you know about the Chargers medical staff that we didn't ahead of time? Did you know they were going to stab Tyrod Taylor in the chest?
I did.
So hard he was going to break his ribs.
I am privy to the Chargers medical information on Google, and I just knew it.
It's a testament to you, man. It's smart. I need to start doing that. I need to wait to draft my quarterback. So how low do you usually wait to draft your QB?
I mean, I've been waiting till like round 9 or 10 to draft my QB so I could stack up on just receivers and running backs, and it seems to work out fine. Now, I mean, it very well could be because I'm going against people that really don't know a lot about football. But it still works out for me. I mean, there's other leagues where it doesn't obviously work out, but I just feel like, especially in season longs or best ball tournaments or best ball leagues, you can wait to get a QB, because you're going to get the majority of your points, obviously, from running backs and receivers, and especially if you're in a PPR, which I'm pretty sure 99% of fantasy leagues are now. I mean, if you're one of these old people that don't use PPR, like, first of all, what are you doing? Second of all,
loser.
I know, right? So I just, like I said, like, there's really not a big difference in my eyes between QBs 5 through 20 in season longs.
I like it. It's a good take. We got Tater Hater on here saying, hey guys, it's officially a #FilmFest Friday. I wanted to recommend Nick Cage's Willy's Wonderland to all the Sim fans.
Oh.
He said, go and rent it on Redbox right now. Hold the sim up on your phone. I've never, I understand the dual screen thing, but I'm never going to dual screen if I'm watching a movie. He's recommending keep, the sim going while you're watching this movie from Nick Cage. I don't know about that. If you're going to watch a Nick Cage movie, just strap in.
Yeah, you gotta strap in. You gotta
wait till this game is done, then strap in.
Yeah, exactly. Because these Sims, every day at 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Nick Cage is 24/7. So we have a second and 10 here from the Cowboys.
National Treasure is a national treasure. Fantastic movie.
And Zeke will get back to the line, so they'll bring up third. Oh, it's going to be a loss of 1, so 3rd and 11 coming up here for the Cowboys. Let's see if your captain can do something in this maybe get a turnover or a sack and maybe force a punt.
Yeah, I'm starting to regret my decision to captain the Chargers DST while also rostering all of the best players on Dallas's offense. Little
they let it
counterproductive. But you know what? Why not? It's Friday. It's Madden After Dark. Let's get weird.
Yeah, it's a Memorial Day weekend. We got a long weekend coming up here. Madden After Dark. Let's get a little weird. Why not?
Let's get weird. Oh, Tater Hater saying, watch the game on your phone while you head to Redbox to rent the DVD of Nicolas Cage's. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense, Tater Hater. But I gotta admit, until I moved here to St. Louis, I didn't know that Redbox was still a thing.
I still don't think it's a thing. I mean,
dude, there's red boxes all over the place in St. Louis. Like every Walgreens, groceries, there's red boxes everywhere.
I mean, I've seen them, but I just
people
don't see
use
people
them still.
going to them.
Yeah. Oh, I see people use them.
Really?
Morgan, my fiance Morgan, is a proponent of Redbox. She likes Redbox. We haven't rented one. We've tried. We went there specifically for one once, and it didn't have it.
Okay.
It was taken out.
Nothing really doing here in the stats. Austin Cooper, though, has 2 catches for 34 yards. Hunter Henry, 2 for 33. Keenan Allen, 2 for 17, and a bunch of other guys with 1 reception, and no one has over 15 yards receiving. So that first quarter, kind of a dud. 7-3 here in favor of the Chargers over the Cowboys. And Tommy Freeze Pops, I don't know if you know this, and I think it's perfect for this weekend. National Burger Day today.
Oh,
and
yes.
On the earlier Sims, they were discussing the top condiments or toppings that you have with your burger. I don't know if you have a preference or if you just want burgers.
Okay. I did know that it was National Burger Day, but I didn't know that until Rossi told me as such during the 6 o'clock sim. I am the type of guy that likes lots of food, right? Like if I'm in the mood for a certain type of burger, I'll go with the onion rings and the barbecue sauce. And huge
what a throw
play
and
here
catch
by Michael
right here.
Gallup.
Woo! 49 yards inside the 10-yard line, just throwing up a Hail Mary and saying, I'll go up and get it. Nice throw there from Dak Prescott, 1st and goal.
I can do the burger with the barbecue, done up, all that stuff. I can do just the classic lettuce, tomato, pickle, red onion type deal. So it's kind of a bad question to ask me. I'd say the condiment that I enjoy the most is pickle.
Pickle? Okay.
I'm a huge pickle fan.
All right. So
I'm assuming that we're just saying cheeseburger, like cheese. I don't have to say cheese. Like cheese is assumed here.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, so the answer to the question was yes.
I will say my favorite burger in the world is from a place here in St. Louis called Max Local Eats. Is Zeke going to get in? And it's a smash burger, and they do it with, it's very simple. It's a smash burger with cooked onions, homemade bread and butter pickles, and ketchup and mustard. That's it. It's on a really, really tasty bun, and I like to add bacon when bacon's available. Nothing better in the world than a burger from Max Local Eats.
Okay. So here's the thing about me is we see 3rd and goal here. Dak, is that caught? It is caught for the Cowboys' first touchdown. Is that Zeke? Yeah. Okay.
It is.
Zeke getting in here with some PPR points for you and a touchdown. So that'll bring up a 10-7 game, barring if Greg the Leg shanks the extra point. But I don't think I've ever seen a missed extra point here in these sims. But going back to our burger discussion,
sure,
this is going to surprise, I think, a lot of people. I'm not a huge meat guy. I don't really eat a lot of meats.
Okay.
I couldn't even tell you the last time I even had a burger.
Wow. So what do you eat instead? You just eat like peanuts and Cracker Jacks?
Yeah, and I don't care if I never get back. No, I mean, I love peanut butter, man. I eat peanut butter like all day, every day. And I know that some people are obviously allergic to it, but I mean, peanut butter is life to me. That's why I love Reese's, my favorite candy of all time. So for me, it's a lot of peanut butter and a lot of carbs, which explains why my big stature, we'll call it that. And I got to get back into the meat game, though. And here's why I don't really do it. So,
okay, but before you keep going here, so you don't like meat, but you're a big carbs guy. So you're just like sitting back eating a loaf of bread. You're not throwing like, a slab of meat on there. You're just taking some bread to the face.
Well, no, I put some peanut butter on the bread, obviously. Pound and peanut bread to the mouth.
So are you a chunky peanut butter or creamy?
You gotta go creamy.
No, bad call by you.
Oh, come on.
You're a big peanut butter guy and you're not a chunky guy? Come on.
No. It's supposed to be smooth and creamy.
Nah.
I'm not here to chew.
Nah, I want the texture, man. I want the multi-layer texture.
Whatever.
Give me that all day.
1st and 10 here for the Chargers. We'll move on from that discussion. Oh, is that caught? Yes, it is. Mike Williams near the 50-yard line.
So you were saying about meat.
What?
You were saying about meat.
Yes. So, here's the big reason why I don't really eat it is I used to work at a fast food restaurant way back in the day. And, yeah, that did me in.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. So you will not say the name of the fast food place as to protect their identity?
Sure. It's the one with the golden arches, and I'll just go with that.
Okay. Okay. I think I know which one it is. You saw some things that you just couldn't take back?
No, not really.
You don't even want to talk about it?
No, I'm going to have to go to therapy if I do.
How many years?
So
how many years were you there?
I was there for a couple of months, believe it or not. I wasn't there for a long period.
Scarred you.
Yeah, and then I got another job that was much better in high paying. So, but I just wanted to read off this quick from Derwin on Twitch. It's a peanut butter and cinnamon sandwich. Ooh. Interesting.
They make I think you can buy cinnamon peanut butter.
I've never heard of cinnamon peanut butter.
I bet you can buy that. I don't know this for a fact, but that sounds like something that would exist.
I mean, I feel like in the year 2020, all foods exist. 2021.
Okay, so are you a PB&J guy, or are you just straight peanut butter to the face?
Oh, just straight peanut butter to the face. I don't
no
mess
jelly.
With jelly. I don't mess with that.
What about jam?
I don't mess with jam. I don't do fluff because that's a big New England thing.
No, fluff is gross.
Yeah.
Fluff, I don't mess with fluff. I remember kids in elementary school would just crush peanut butter and fluff sandwiches. I'm like, dude, you guys are gross. Disgusting.
Nice 7-yard gain there from Eckler up the middle.
So do you dislike jelly, or you just like peanut butter so much that you're just not going to get into the jelly game?
When I was younger, I did the jelly, but I think it's just more laziness. I just didn't really want to put it on anymore at that point, because then you have to get you either have to wipe off the original knife that you use for the peanut butter or get a second knife, and I'm not doing all those dishes.
You just mix it. Just mix it. Be a real man and mix it.
So Hunter Henry on the grab there brings it to the 6-yard line.
You know what's actually a really good snack is Uncrustables. You ever have those back in the day?
I did have those back in the day. Those were
a couple cold Uncrustables. Throw those puppies in the fridge.
Never did the fridge.
Yeah, you want them cold, not room temp.
Oh, Herbert. Oh,
Herbert got rid of it.
Oh. And Justin Herbert avoiding the sacks early on here. So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 6. 10-7 in favor of the Cowboys. Touchdowns for Eckler and for Zeke Elliott. Of course, Brian Berard and Tom Carroll here with you. Daniel, our tech director, Kyle and Ops. Michael, our producer. On Madden After Dark here on Friday night on Memorial Day weekend as Eckler gets the carry again. Can he get in? No, he's going to be stopped at the 3.
So are we working together again this weekend, or are you off doing Memorial Day things after tonight?
Well, you and I are on for the 4 and the 6 p.m. Sims tomorrow.
Love it.
Yep. Now, here's the thing. We thought you were doing an Iron Man shift tonight with 3, but you're doing 4 straight Sims tomorrow?
4 straight Sims, 2 straight days.
You're an animal.
Yeah, I'm a beast. Get out of here.
So, are you doing any Sims on Sunday?
Yeah, 4 straight Sims, 2 straight days.
Oh, I thought it was 4 straight today.
Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah,
wow,
no, 3 today, 3, 4, 4.
So are you doing anything on Monday for Memorial Day at all?
Yeah, I have it off, so I'm gonna go to a cookout. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's perfect. I mean,
but hey, I just want to state for the record, I made myself available to work. I am the ultimate team player, Bry Guy. Okay?
Yes, you
I
are.
will work. I will work as much as possible at all times.
At this point, you may become the draft king.
Because I have a wedding coming up next year.
There's the explanation. And of course, for the DK Sim family, if you don't know, we only have 3 Sims on Memorial Day. We'll only have a 12, 2, and 4 on Monday. So you can enjoy your Memorial Day evening.
Not that you wouldn't enjoy it if we didn't have Sims.
Absolutely.
If we had Sims, you'd be sitting here enjoying it with us.
As the Chargers tie it up on a field goal. So it's 10-10 here with 3:17 remaining in the second quarter. Kind of a dud so far, I would say. Not gonna lie, kind of a dud.
But I'm having fun.
We're all having fun. A nice run here from Zeke up the middle. A gain of about 11 on the play, so first down coming up. That was Michael Badgley on the field goal. So some points for your kicker. Where are you standing right now in the contest?
Yep, Bry Guy, that's a good question. I assume you did not get in the contest because you are anti-DK Sim Fam Friends League?
I am not anti-DK.
You are anti. You hate it.
I am not anti, okay? I just don't reveal my lineups at the beginning. I go slowly as the sim progresses.
The slow reveal.
Yeah, and I just get my username just is hidden in the contests, but it's there, and I usually finish top 2 every single time. But I'm just saying, that's why I do so good, because I don't reveal my lineup at the beginning. I think that's why.
Okay, so it's more of like a superstition thing for you.
Yes.
Makes
For
sense.
some
Makes
reason,
sense.
when you open up the app or the web page and the background is white, my username is also in white, so that's why you can't see it. But usually if you see like a little bit of a gap, at the top of it, it's probably my name. There's a space for it. It just blends right in with the background.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. I am in, let's see, 21st.
Okay.
So not as bad as you would think.
Top 21 is pretty good.
Not as bad as you would think, given the fact that I have a defense.
Oh, what a spin move from Zeke there. He was going to get stopped for a loss. Nice little spin. It gets to the outside, picks up the first down. We're at the 2-minute warning of the first half. 10-10 here, so hopefully we see some points in the second half. I need to see some points. Every time I come here, I beg for points. I think we all beg for points, but we're just not getting it so far. And that's surprising because, we both love Justin Herbert, and this Cowboys secondary is just atrocious, but he's still not lighting them up.
Mike Bizzle saying, Tom, how about your best? The best I've ever finished is second. So, but never first.
How close were you to first?
Oh, I don't remember. That's a good question. I will say it has continued to bother me that Tara Lynn has already won a free roll in her short time of playing free rolls since becoming a commentator as opposed to a studio host. And it just bugs me, man. I don't know. I can't sleep at night. How can I not win one of these things one time? I have done so many Sims since joining the team less than a year ago. I would put up there like my number against anyone since joining the DraftKings team for the amount of Sims I've done, and I have yet to win. It's insane.
It's that beginner success.
But I didn't have it.
I think that Tara Lynn's just sandbagging all of us. I think she's like secretly an expert in all of this. And
she's been playing, been playing The Sims the whole time.
She's just playing it off as if she has no idea, but I think deep down, she knows.
She knows all the correct punt plays.
Mari Cooper on the grab there. I think that was enough for a first down. But inside the red zone, tied at 10.
Mike Bizzle saying, don't be a loather, Tom. I do not loathe anyone. If that's what you mean to say. I've never heard of anyone being referred to as a loather.
Now, I don't think I've ever heard of someone being called a loather either. That's new. We should get that into the dictionary.
It's good though.
Another dump off to Zeke there in the flat. He can't get out of bounds, and the clock's going to keep running. Dallas does have a timeout left. See if they're going to call it here, or they maybe try to get one more play off, and if it gets stopped in bounds, then call that timeout. So here's a question here on YouTube from Moises Villarreal. This is a good question here.
Oh, Moises Alou? Former Major League outfielder, Moises Alou.
So he says Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, or Chase Young.
Ooh, I'm taking Chase Young, but I mean, you're picking between three dudes that have Hall of Fame talent. All three of those dudes are awesome, but Chase Young is the guy I'm picking amongst those three if I get a choice. I just think he has better speed than those other two. But all three are great.
I mean,
also throw TJ Watt in that conversation as well.
As we get a touchdown here for the Cowboys just before the half. That's going to be a dagger as Blake Jarwin catches this one. And that'll be 17-10. That's going to be horrible for your DST right now, right before the half. The momentum's now shifting back to the Cowboys. He's wide open, too.
Yep, hated that a lot.
So it'll be 17-10 here right before the half as Greg the Leg puts in the extra point. Now, here's the thing. Dak Prescott on that drive, 8 of 8 for 48 yards. I don't know if you noticed this, and it's kind of funny to me. When you see like the score or like the drive summary in like the bottom of the screen, like the time's always like an absurd number.
I've never noticed that.
Little things that I notice.
Does it go by like real time duration as opposed to in-game duration? Is that why?
Oh no, I think it's like 7 digits.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, I just missed it. I tried to catch it on YouTube. Dang it.
So Energy 311 seems like he was happy with that. It says yes, F yes. Energy, we're happy that you're happy. We're happy that you're here. We're happy that you're all here. To the DK Sim fan.
On a Friday night, baby. Hit the like.
Yeah, smash that like. Come on, tickle it, slap it, tongue punch it, do what you want. 220 so far. We want to get that number up, obviously.
Don't tongue punch the like. That's not healthy for your laptop. You don't want to water damage, saliva damage.
And there was a kneel down, but of course the Cowboys had to take the timeout. I hate when that happens. Like, come on, let's just get to the half here.
Fidelis Any asking if Kyle is a human or a robot or what? Kyle in Ops is a human. I spoke with him not 20 seconds before our game started when he did not realize that there is a 1 chair and a 2 chair for every broadcast.
So Kyle is not a machine. He is the machine. The old
yes,
Albert
that's his nickname,
Pujols.
actually. Like those old This Is SportsCenter commercials
Yes,
where
I
it's
was
Albert
just about
Pujols.
to say that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you?
I am not machine. I am Albert.
Dak Prescott, 162 yards. Herbert, 132. Prescott's rating, 136.8, 16 of 19. Has 2 touchdowns. So Dak Prescott in the early going for the Krusty Koff player of the game. Zeke, 7 for 37. Eckler, 5 for 18. Herbert, 1 for -1, of course, with that kneel down. And then we'll.
Fidelis was asking about Kyle in the chat. Kyle is a human being. We have interacted with Kyle off the stream before. Great dude. We're big Kyle fans. Kyle is a real person. And we love him here. We love having him. Good luck on our humanities test on Thursday, buddy.
Oh, all right. Good luck. Zeke here, leading the catches grade here. 5 catches, 35 yards.
Crazy.
Cooper 3 for 45. And Zeke also has a touchdown in the air as well. And Blake Jarwin with the other one. He has 2 for 11. Michael Gallup, 3 for 61. And Williams has 53. So a couple of guys trending towards that B word. I know, Tom, you don't like saying the B word.
No, you can't. You can't say the B word. It's a jinxer. We don't want to jinx anybody here. So, we're not going to say it. But I'm in 28th.
Okay. Still top 30. That's pretty good. Now
I feel good about it.
In our internal Slack group that we have here, our tech director, Daniel, just dropped in my sim trading card, and I think this is how I know that I've made it in life. When I have my own sim trading
that's
card.
legit.
I have to print this out. I have to get it laminated. I'm going to sell copies. Daniel will obviously get a portion of the proceeds. And if it sells more than 2 copies, I don't know what I'll do. This would be just
I'm not a
impressive.
chunky peanut butter guy, is your hot take. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we do need to get these printed at some point on like legit trading card paper.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Daniel, that's your project. This is what I want. This is what I want as my company Christmas gift from you, Daniel. All of the broadcasters, we get a pack on real trading card paper. He's working on it. Okay, nice. Yes.
And of course, I will autograph one for you.
100%.
As a token.
I'll give you a jersey, a piece of my jersey for an autograph auto jersey card.
Start the second
Michael
half
saying
here.
that I've turned into cough. No, how dare you? How dare you, Michael?
Oh, come on. How why we got to do the
I just really like trading cards.
See, like I used to be into trading cards, but like I feel like they're slowly making a comeback, but I don't think they're quite there.
So they've fully made a comeback. See,
they have.
Yeah, not to rain on your parade here.
It's already raining on my parade because the weather's horrible.
The pandemic has brought trading cards out of its cave, and people are collecting them again. People are into it. And I am one of those people that got back into the hobby. And it's fun, man. It's like the stock market of sports. Like when guys do well, their prices spike. And when they do bad, their prices dip. And there's random trends in the market. And you need to figure out why it's happening. And you got to try and predict things. And you try and buy low on dudes and sell high. It's fun. It's really fun.
See, I figured that the Top Shots were the big thing now. But
yeah, see, that to me has faded a little bit. But I don't know. I'm out of the NFT thing. I don't understand it. And I personally don't like it. I will never buy an NFT.
See, I was never in it to begin with, so I never really understood it because I just feel like you can go to YouTube and see the same exact things.
Yeah. 100%.
Oh, now I'm seeing I'm seeing your card and Koff's card. These are golden, Daniel.
Isn't this great?
And
Mine
yours has the wooden nickel on it. I love
it's
that.
Amazing. So good.
Oh, so you're a guy that believed that hot dogs are sandwiches. Oh, okay.
Because they are.
I feel like I was behind the scenes when we had this discussion. Glass hates whatever I like.
It's so true. Yeah, hot dogs are sandwiches. I don't know if this is a path we want to go down.
I don't think it is, as Austin Eckler found a nice path to go down, rips off a huge run, gets into Cowboys territory. 8 carries for 40 yards for him in a tud. Let's see, can the Chargers tie things up right here? Ooh, Obi-Wan on Twitch says, is a taco a sandwich?
Damon Ariel saying other sports merch, better investment. Huh. What do you mean by that, Damon? You mean like, oh, nice.
Oh, there he goes
tackle break there.
Okay.
Do you mean like signed jerseys or autographs or something like that? Because those are a lot harder to get.
So after Austin Eckler just ripped off 2 great runs, the Chargers decide to go with 5 wide here. Interesting tactic. Huge pocket, though. Herbert's going to step up, throw, finds his man towards the near side.
Nice play.
It's going to be a little shy, so it's going to be 2nd and 2 coming up here for the Chargers.
Mike Bauer imploring us to not talk about if a hot dog is a sandwich. I won't. I'll keep it to myself, but you guys all know the truth.
The Sim Fam has spoken. It must not be brought up ever again into existence. 2nd and 2
Well,
here.
that's just not going to happen.
And a touchdown here for Keenan Allen over the middle. And barring the extra point, we're going to have a tie ball game here in the 3rd quarter between the Cowboys and Chargers. A lot of stuff over the middle so far. The middle of the field is just wide open for both of these squads.
Damon saying things still in the box, I'd assume, and then left alone for years. So that's actually happening with sports cards, like unopened full year packs from like, Topps, whatever year, whatever sport you want. Like those boxes of trading cards are going for crazy money right now because they're unopened, sealed cards. So that's still all a part of the same market that I'm talking about, the sports card market.
See, I have like a bunch of cards probably up in my parents' attic somewhere that's just collecting dust.
That's what I had. So I was home for the holidays, and I had read some sort of news story that a Giannis rookie card had just sold for like $1.4 million. And I was like, well, I need to take another look at my trading cards here, because if Giannis is, and it was this special card where it was like part of his jersey and he was signed and it was like 1 of 1 or whatever. But I'm like, okay, even the trickle down of that has to have me thinking that the stuff I own is worth a lot of money as well, in some capacity. Because I originally got it all for $0 as Christmas gifts when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So I start going through all the stuff, and I come to find out, yeah, some of my stuff's worth some good money. The thing is, I need to get it graded, and that also costs money. So I just am sort of waiting it out until... So the company that does the main grading, that is like the industry standard, quote unquote, there's a few big name companies, but the one that retains the most value on the whole is this company called PSA. And they have actually paused their grading program for most people, unless you're like a subscriber or whatever, because they had a backlog of over like 10 million cards. Oh, look at this.
Is this going to be a house call? Is this going to be? Oh no,
he gets caught by my defense. Let's go. So they had a backlog of like over 10 million cards because everyone in the world decided to get back into sports cards because there was nothing else to do during the pandemic. So they just grabbed their sports cards out of their attic. So everyone sent them into PSA, and PSA only had like 50 dudes working there. How are they supposed to grade everything properly? So apparently they're going to unfreeze their grading process in July, set up some new pricing, but it costs quite a bit of money to get these things graded. So I need to really sit down and think, okay, which of my cards are truly worth getting graded, and then commit. Like, okay, I gotta get these things, slabbed up, as they say, and then it takes like 8 months for them to get back here. It's a process.
Now, what if you disagree with the grading?
Then you're just
SOL?
Yeah, pretty much. And that's why you need to take a look at the card ahead of time and say, like, okay, is this really worth it for me to send in? Or are the edges a little bit messed up? Or is it not centered correctly? Or is the paint or the picture fading a little bit? Like, you need to be truly honest with yourself before you spend the money to send it in, because basically anything that's worth less than a 9, it's a 10-point scale. Anything less than a 9 is, unless it's like a really old rare card, it ain't worth anything for the most part.
There's a nice play there from Prescott to get rid of it and get the first down there to Michael Gallup. So it'll be first and goal from the 3 coming up here for the Cowboys. See if Zeke can punch it in for his second touchdown. And there's the handoff to Zeke. Up the middle. He's going to get stuffed. Gains a yard, though. Gets up to the 2. Tater Hater says it's Zeke time. Tater, we're trying. We're trying to get Zeke into the end zone again.
Andrew Scarcella saying that you can resubmit cards.
Oh.
Good to know. Didn't know that. But I have to assume that if they gave it a grade like that the first time, that you're just going to resubmit it, probably have to pay for it to get regraded, and you'll get likely a similar score. So
now, do they like poorly grade on purpose for some cards just so they know that you're going to do that again and spend some more money as Prescott?
My guess is that that would really, I don't know, they'd lose a lot of credibility if that was the case.
3rd and goal for the 6 here for the Cowboys. Prescott drops back, steps up. There's going to be a holding here, so no matter what happens on this play, it's not going to count. Nice little spin move there, but now the smart thing would probably be to decline this penalty to bring up a 4th and goal, but they'll stupidly probably accept it to bring up 3rd and goal from the 16.
No.
Oh, no, they did decline it.
Smart. Look at that.
The AI being smart, that's a rarity. It's Greg the Leg. Puts it home.
Jeff Friedman saying that even at 17 years old, he was saying that grading cards was a joke. Talked about Beckett, which is another company that grades. Yeah, the whole process it seems a little weird. It seems a little fishy. But it's sort of the way it works. I have 12 Tom Brady rookie cards.
12?
That I'm planning 12. Yes.
Jeez.
So I'm planning to get those graded, and then I have a few baseball cards that I'll probably throw in that group as well at some point. I'm hoping that I know someone that already is a subscriber at PSA, so I can maybe just lop onto their submission, so then I don't have to pay for all the dumb, shipping fees. There's special shipping fees and special insurance you have to buy. If you send in a card and you declare it I think it's going to be worth this value, and it exceeds the value that you think it's going to be, then you have to then pay extra insurance for them to ship it back to you. How dumb is that?
It's a cash cow. Oh,
it's such a cash cow.
Oh, and he crabs it. Oh, what a play. Justin Herbert. Woo!
What a catch by Reed.
Oh,
Joe Reed.
God. He's had a couple catches so far, a couple deep ones. Herbert just unloading here in Dallas.
That is a sneaky roster, Joe Reed. Joe Reed makes noise in these things.
Look at this. Goes up at the high point. Oh, man. There we go. Now we get some entertainment here. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted points. Now we're starting to get them here. We're starting to warm up a little bit here in the second half with 53 seconds to go in the third.
Bruiser B saying he has a Tom Brady rookie card, Bowman Chrome. Look them up. They're going for the low thousands on eBay, but his is not graded. Bruiser B, DM me on Twitter at your boy TC Fresh, YABOI TC Fresh. Send me some pictures. I'll tell you what I think about if you should get it graded. If I'd be interested in buying it from you ungraded, hit me up. Let's do some business because I am in the market for that exact card.
Reed, 3 catches, 95 yards. He's 5 away from the B word. That's his 11th touchdown in the Madden season.
Look, he is a strong candidate if he gets there.
Oh, how would he not be?
For the wooden nickel.
I can't imagine the ownership was. 21.2%, 1.3 captain Reed. You're looking pretty smart right now if you captain that man. See if the Cowboys can come back now. Simon Slays on Twitch says, no way in hell am I sending my cards out to get valued. That is dumb.
But that's the worst part, because if you don't, then your cards are ungraded, so they just sell for less. You can't get top dollar for them. You have to sell them as ungraded cards, and people that buy cards are not going to give you, quote, graded card money because the card universe has not decided that your card is worthy of X amount of dollars.
No, but in a way, isn't that kind of subjective? What if the guy grading your card or the girl grading your card is